When he came to, he could not believe his eyes because he found himself in a novel, in the body of a tiger who destroyed the dog without a single bark and left without leaving a trace. The men could not know for sure who did it, but they were sure it was an unusual animal. Suddenly, other warriors in the city called out to the men and told them that the noose and trap were in their original place. They were sure that they had set the traps correctly and that the animal would have been injured in any case, but there was not a single trace left of it. One of the men told Man Sam that this was the first time he had encountered such a thing, so it was best for them to get out of there as soon as possible. However, Man Sam ordered everyone to shut up immediately because all these people around him were preventing him from thinking things through properly. After all, if his instincts were not deceiving him, then they were completely to the west. And if they did not hurry now, then this beast could attack them. So he decided that it was really better for them to leave this place. He ordered his men to set traps immediately, because in any case they could not remain idle. He ordered the men not to leave each other until they reached the valley, and also asked them not to act rashly. But the worst situation had already happened. A huge tiger appeared out of nowhere and managed to destroy one of the people, which could not help but shock everyone around. Man Sam tried to defend himself from such a merciless beast, but his hands were shaking so much that he did not have time to prevent disaster. Therefore, the formidable beast took advantage of the opportunity and began to destroy one after another in order to finish off his enemies once and for all. After all, people disturbed something that should not have been touched under any circumstances, because it was the tiger that ruled this land, and he was the master of the mountain. Many years later, the very day came when people made offerings to that very master of the mountain. It was supposed to happen on this day at night, and this time the offering would be one of the slaves of the nobleman Beck. It was a very small girl, with incredibly white hair and eyes so blue just like a ghost's. The old woman brought this child to the right place, and one of the guards praised her for this and ordered her to leave immediately, and the girl to follow him strictly. She was afraid, so he couldn't find any other solution than to yell at her and tell her in a commanding tone that she needed to hurry up immediately. After this, the man greeted his young master and handed this little slave straight into the hands of the beast. The people left her inside the carriage, not caring at all about her future fate, and hurried to immediately run away from there. Without thinking twice, the girl went outside and was impressed by the size of such a large cave. However, she understood that very soon she would meet the owner of the mountain, so she had to behave decently so that he would not get angry, and that was why she had to watch her manners. And she thought so because she was the one who was supposed to become the bride of the owner of the mountain. However, when she entered such a dark cave, she became very scared and realized that she could not go any further. How suddenly she heard an ominous voice that kept asking her who she was and why she came here. The girl did not lose her head and told him that from now on she would honor the owner of the mountain as her husband, and also introduced herself and said that her name was Mia. After such a speech, the tiger immediately appeared in front of the girl, and she thought that most likely she had said too much. Although she was very embarrassed and was told that the first time is always painful, but despite this she had to endure if she wanted to become a bride. So she came to that cave with precise intentions and told the majestic tiger that from now on she belonged entirely to her husband. However, such a speech made the tiger incredibly angry, and he ordered the girl to immediately get out of his cave. And all this was because he was absolutely not interested in the nonsense that she was telling him all this time, which could not help but surprise the girl. After that, Mia didn't know what she should do next, so all she could do was just cry. The owner of the mountain was incredibly surprised and did not understand why this girl was crying so much, because he hated this more than anything. He asked her again not to do this, but in addition to this, he decided to ask the reason why it upset her so much. Mia always believed that she was the bride of the owner of the mountain, and he so cruelly drove her out of the cave. The tiger gave in and said that since it was already dark outside, he would allow her to spend just one night there. The owner of the mountain was surprised that this white-haired girl with blue eyes, whose appearance in the human world was very rare, slept so calmly and for so long right on top of him. It was clear that she had leukemia and that a curse of unknown creatures was placed on her, and she also became one of them. This little child would definitely become a terrible creature over which everyone would tremble with fear, and it was hard to even believe it. But the blood of these white-blooded creatures was like an elixir that has no equal. The tiger knew that they would all come for her, and that she was more dangerous than he could have imagined. So he also realized that he couldn't leave her in his cave. When the girl finally woke up, she said that since they spent the night together, it means that now she will officially become the bride of the owner of the mountain. However, the tiger simply threw her aside and told her not to talk nonsense. And since the sun had already risen, he ordered her to immediately return to her home. However, Mia could not do this, because she was told that if she did not become the bride of the owner of the mountain, they would punish her very severely. The tiger was shocked by this answer, so he immediately asked the girl who could have done this, and she told him that it was none other than the nobleman Beck and his son. The owner of the mountain realized that those bandits were also sent by those pathetic people, and it turns out that this little girl was their sacrifice specifically for him. Mia, with an incredibly pitiful expression on her face, asked the tiger not to abandon her because she washed and ate absolutely everything very well, and in general she coped well with everything, so she asked him very strongly about this. He understood that if he sent her back to the village, she would definitely be kicked out from there. And there was also a possibility that her cohabitants would completely destroy the baby. He didn't know what the right thing to do was at that moment, but he realized that he could send this little girl to a completely different village. If he also gives her some useful medicinal herbs, then perhaps she will survive despite such a difficult situation. So after some time, he told the girl to follow him and hurried to give her such precious herbs that should help her to survive in this cruel world. The owner of the mountain said that he was giving her ginseng, and she should take it and go not to the village of Bak, but to the village of Ongol. Mia kept saying that she couldn't do it because she was the mountain master's fiancée, but he just begged her to stop saying that because there was no way he could be her husband. He told her not to say unnecessary words and to do as he ordered, because if she sold it, she would be able to buy a small house, and there would still be some left over. But the girl did not stop saying that she didn't need anyone except the tiger himself. However, he did not back down from his position and told the girl to immediately stop saying all this, because it makes him very angry. He knew that he was the master of Mount Bak and was doomed to be there forever and alone. Still, the girl did not stop calling him husband and told him that she could not go down. And besides this, she had absolutely no idea where this village was that he told her about. He wasn't busy, so he decided to carry the girl on his back and told her to climb right on top of him. She thought for quite a long time, but after the owner of the mountain said that he would not offer it a second time, the girl immediately began to climb it. She was absolutely delighted, because she was probably the first person to just sit on the neck of a ferocious tiger. She called him her husband again and told him full speed ahead, but this could not please the tiger, so he said to immediately stop calling him like that. After some time, they finally arrived at the appointed place, but the girl did not stop simply admiring the local historians around. The whole way she held on to the tiger's ears, but he again asked her not to pull them, because they were already hurting very badly. How unexpectedly Mia apologized to him and hugged her new friend tightly, which surprised him incredibly. However, he simply told her not to stick to him and to immediately go down and head to her new place of residence, which the girl hastened to do. And although the tiger was not very interested, she still managed to bore him, so he told her that he hoped that they would never see each other again. However, to his surprise, she suddenly grabbed his leg and with an angry look asked her husband where he was going. The owner of the mountain could not expect such a turn of events and asked the girl if she really didn't know what a sin it was to hold animals by the tail. She knew this, but she did it because she could not believe that the tiger could abandon his bride. She believed that they spent the night together and she became his bride. But the tiger thought that this little girl had gone completely crazy, since a tiger and a man could not get married under any circumstances. And although she didn't fully understand the meaning of spending the night together, she still believed that she had married him, so he had to bear full responsibility for her. He did not understand where this little girl could get so much strength from, but he repeated to her again that he had already found her ginseng and ordered her to sell it immediately and live happily ever after. However, she didn't want this and believed that if he wasn't around, then she absolutely didn't need this useless herb, so she quickly threw it away. Most likely, the girl didn't even imagine how expensive this herb was, and he understood that this story wouldn't end so easily with her. He didn't want to do it, but he realized that he had to do it. So he suggested that she go and sell the ginseng in that village and come back to him and thus pay for her dowry. She was quite naive, so she immediately believed it and said that she would do it very quickly and return to him immediately. He was incredibly pleased and told the girl not to rush anywhere, and that he would wait for her right there. After some time, the girl found herself in a village and approached a local dealer and said that she had come to him to sell these herbs. However, Mia's gaze frightened the old man very much because he thought it was a ghost. He was curious about what this little girl wanted to offer him, and when he saw that she was offering him ginseng, he couldn't help but be surprised. He asked her where she had found such a valuable treasure, and she explained that her husband had given it to her and told her to sell it and pay for her dowry. The man realized that these roots looked to be about 300 years old, and this child clearly did not know their value and looked very stupid. So he thought that he could easily deceive her and decided to pay the girls just a couple of coins for him. She was incredibly happy that she would be able to sell her herbs so easily, because the sooner she got the money, the sooner she could return to her beloved tiger. At the same time, the man blamed himself for the fact that such thoughts could even arise in his head and that he was going to deceive a small child. Therefore, he said that he would not be able to buy such an expensive product from her and advised her to go to the house of the rich man Kim and be sure to tell him that it was real ginseng and that he confirmed it. At the same time, the owner of the mountain enjoyed the incomparable emotions when he alone rips meat from a bone, because the world is always like this. The blame lies with the one who was deceived, and one cannot be stupid, because this is already unforgivable for today's world. And if you think about it, then he was the one who suffered in this situation. He was just living his life, and then some little brat almost took away all his peace. But if she suddenly came back to him with a dowry, then it would be extremely problematic, so he began to think about moving from there. However, literally a second later, he threw these thoughts out of his head because he was the owner of Mount Back, and he could not just up and move because of some stupid little girl. A voice in his head wondered if he was worried about this girl, since he had been talking about her nonstop lately, but he assured him that he was just worried about his ginseng. A voice in his head said that these people were simply disgusting, and they would definitely resort to dirty means to get this priceless ginseng. And of course, there was a possibility that they could beat her and take him away, and perhaps, so that she wouldn't spread rumors about it, they could even destroy her forever. At the same time, one of the servants began to call his master, despite the fact that he had warned them not to disturb him when he was having dinner, because he was losing all appetite. The servant apologized to him and said that the doctor uncle had sent a little girl to sell the man some ginseng. When the man saw such good ginseng, he was incredibly surprised, because it was the first time he saw this plant of such size, and he did not understand how such a valuable thing ended up in the hands of an ordinary child. When he saw that this girl was white-haired and had blue eyes, he assumed that she was a slave from the house of Beck. The girl was very naive, so she easily confirmed these words, but she did not understand how the man could have found out about this. He started yelling at Mia because he didn't understand why the offering to the owner of the mountain was still alive, and he was 100% sure that the girl had simply run away from there. She was very surprised when Kim accused her of stealing this ginseng from someone, so the girl quickly explained that she did not do this, but that her new husband gave her this plant. The man became even more angry, because the girl was not old enough to get married, and he believed that she was lying to his face and was sure that she was a thief and a runaway. Therefore, without thinking twice, he ordered his servants to take away the ginseng and drive the girl away, which they hastened to do. She tried to resist and scream that she could not give this plant back because her precious husband gave it to her. The man was surprised that this little girl had such strength, but he still managed to push Mia, and she simply flew to the floor. Kim was outraged by this behavior because he wanted to let the girl go if she gave him the stolen ginseng in a good way, but now he would not be able to do this, so he ordered that straw be brought to him immediately. He kept yelling at her, and the girl kept repeating and repeating that she was telling him the truth and that she really hadn't stolen anything. The man didn't believe her and decided to see how her pain receptors worked, so he immediately swung at her. After some time and much abuse, they finally let Mia go, but she was completely broken and there was practically no living place on her. When she arrived at the place where she had met the tiger, she realized that he had not been there for a long time, and she could not help but be disappointed by what she saw. How suddenly she began to be surrounded by thousands of voices that smelled blood, and it was very tasty for them. They realized that the baby was here completely alone, and also that she was incredibly hurt and sad, so they did not stop calling her to them, because now they would be with her and would never abandon her. She stood absolutely calm, and the shadows did not stop calling her to themselves, because they really wanted to tear all the flesh off her. How suddenly the owner of the mountain appeared behind Mia, and simply asked how such an empty soul like him dared to compare himself to the tiger himself. With just one incredible roar, he was able to destroy all the damn shadows and protect the little girl. When he looked at her, he saw many injuries and beatings, so he simply wondered who dared to do this to her. At the same time, Kim praised his servant for doing such a good job. The servant told his master not to worry about anything, because he had put the boys on guard, and even if someone decided to come for ginseng, they would definitely not be able to go inside. The man was happy with this news, so he told the servant that he could go free, and all the while he couldn't stop admiring such a beautiful and fine ginseng. When the man left, he realized that with this money he could rest for several months. So the first thing he decided to do was go to a restaurant to see the girls. Suddenly, an explosion of incredible power thundered, and the man didn't even have time to realize anything. No one around understood who dared to break into their master's house and what had happened, so they immediately grabbed their weapons. And of course, standing in front of them was none other than Mia, who looked much more confident this time. The servant was very angry, because he did not understand how this little thing could dare to appear there again, and he assumed that she had received little, so this time she decided to finally leave this world. However, the next second, an incredibly evil owner of the mountain appeared behind her, who told the men that now he would see which of them would be definitely destroyed. The master of this house heard that someone was making noise under his house at night and was incredibly outraged, so he decided to go out and punish all the naughty fools who were bothering him. However, when he went outside, he saw that most of his people had been destroyed, and the incredibly ominous aura around the huge tiger did not bode well. The owner of the mountain kept asking the men who dared to do this to this little girl, because it seemed like they had all gathered together and were all threatening her, and they were so pathetic that this was all they could do. He knew that all these people were worse than trash, so he decided to give them back everything they did to this girl, only 100 times worse. Suddenly, Mia stood in front of one of the men and asked the tiger to wait. To the mountain owner's surprise, the girl did not want him to harm anyone, so she suggested that he just take the ginseng and leave. The tiger could not resist such pitiful eyes, so he turned to the owner of the house and ordered him to bring ginseng here immediately. The man fell to his knees and told the owner of the mountain that all this time he had been watching him so that nothing would happen to him and was simply waiting for the owner to accept him. However, the tiger started yelling at Kim because everything he said was an obvious lie. The man begged and cried on his knees not to destroy him, because it was clear that the tiger could tear off his dirty skin at any moment. The owner of the mountain said that he should be incredibly grateful to this little girl for saving him, but in return he should give him all his wealth, and if he kept even one speck of dust for himself, he should have known that it would come back to haunt him. The man agreed to everything, so he ordered all his assistants to be called and let all his riches be delivered to Mount Back from this very second. The man was in complete shock at what had just happened, and it was obvious that the little girl's husband she was talking about was none other than Songun. After some time, the tiger could not understand how this could happen to him, and that his quiet, cozy nest would turn into something like this. The girl found some wild raspberries, so she immediately offered the tiger to try them, because she thought they were incredibly tasty. Songun knew that he had moved her back, but nothing had changed, so he simply decided to retire and drink some water, but the girl immediately followed him. They walked for quite a long time and the girl was already very tired, but after some time they finally arrived at the place, and she was again delighted that such beautiful places existed around her. Suddenly, a goldfish appeared in front of them and told them that the keeper had not visited them for a long time. Fish said that as soon as Songun came to them, his life immediately improved, which couldn't help but make Mia laugh, because she never expected that someone like him would be able to talk. The tiger asked the fish to give him what he left with him, and so she decided to clarify whether he wanted to give it to his bride. But Songun asked him not to blab too much. The fish immediately carried out the order, and after that the owner of the mountain asked the girl to try to open the box. When Mia did this, inside this box was a hairpin that was just incredibly beautiful to her. This thing was carved from a peach tree that was over 1,000 years old and has the ability to scare away evil spirits, so the tiger asked to always keep it with him. The girl could not believe that the tiger was giving her such a precious thing and could not contain her emotions, which was evident from the expression on her face. Songun was afraid that she was crying again, But Mia explained to him that this was the first time she had been given something for free. It was truly the first gift in her life, so she promised herself that she would cherish it forever. The next morning, Sungun told the little girl that they were going on a long journey, so she should prepare herself, which the girl did immediately. After this, she asked her husband where they were going, but he told her that even if he told her, she still didn't know about the place, so he simply asked her to take as many valuables as she could. He didn't want to get involved in her fate, but a voice in his head asked him if he had to do that, because it was obvious that becoming the bride of the mountain's master himself was her destiny. But it was also obvious to him that the tiger was afraid to form a connection with other people. Songun believed that a person should have a human destiny, and it is very different from him, an animal. And besides, it is enough for him that this voice bothers him. Previously, the owner of the mountain hated the word fate, but now he often uses it. But this unknown person who talked to the tiger remained as grumpy as he was, despite the years that passed. Their mental dialogue was interrupted by Mia, who gathered everything she could and said that she was immediately ready to set out to meet new adventures. Soon after, guests came to visit Songun, but when they went inside the cave, they found that it was completely empty, although the woman said that this was where they needed to go. And although this was indeed the case, Songun was nowhere to be seen, and there was a possibility that he had run away because he was afraid of this beast. After all, if this were not so, then why is Songun not in his secret refuge at the moment? The panther was very glad that such a tiger had definitely run away, because she was afraid of someone like him. And although the girl suggested leaving there, the panther decided to stay here, because in that case Songun would surely show up here someday. At the same time, far outside the cave, an old man and a little boy noticed a huge tiger. The old man was afraid for his child, so he told him to run away from there immediately as fast as he could. However, after that, on the neck of such a formidable beast, they noticed Mia, who was smiling so sweetly and tenderly at them. This greeting embarrassed the boy, because he certainly did not expect that he would not be afraid, but would admire such a picture. It was clear that the tiger would not cause any harm to this little girl, so the old man and his student decided to watch it. Late in the evening, Songun went out hunting and was very unhappy that he had to share his catch with someone. But he persuaded himself that he had to wait a little longer, because there was only a little bit left to the village of Hwajeong. Mia was impressed that Songun got dinner so quickly, and she thought that among the tigers, he had the most excellent hunting skills. He thought that it was very simple, but he said out loud that it was really true, and as soon as she asked him for something, he would immediately get her the best food. He bit off her whole leg and told her to start eating immediately. But when the girl saw this piece of meat, she said that unfortunately she could not eat raw meat. He was quite shocked because it turned out that the girl was completely incapable of starting a fire on her own. All this time, an old man and a little boy were next to them, who noticed in time that these two needed help, so they offered to share fire with them. The girl was very grateful to them for this, so in turn she decided to share the meat with them. Songun was, as usual, dissatisfied because he had to share food not only with this little girl, but also with two random passers-by, and he did not understand what she was doing near these people for so long, because she only needed to bring fire to them. However, when he looked to the side, he saw that the boy had a smile from ear to ear from such a beautiful girl, which could not help but surprise the tiger. When Mia finally returned to Songun, he couldn't hide his curiosity and asked what they had been talking about with this boy for so long. She said that he was her age, so they decided to be friends. And Mia also told the tiger that this boy's name was Han. Songun noticed that the girl was very hungry, but even so, she told him that she would be happy to share this piece of meat with him. He didn't understand why she suggested this, because she herself was hungry and he could hear her stomach growling from such a great distance. How unexpectedly, after a small squabble between them over the unfortunate piece of meat, the girl jumped up and ran away. The voice in his head spoke to him again and asked if he could not understand the feelings of this girl, because he did not follow her, although the forest was too dark and dangerous. But the tiger was sure that the hairpin would protect her. However, although the evil spirits did not touch her, there are more terrible creatures in the forest, and the girl could also get lost. And although the tiger continued to convince himself that this was apparently her fate, the voice in his head continued to tell him that fate had done the same to him. How unexpectedly the same old man appeared before Songun, who told him that he was not a sacred animal, but a creature that destroys people. The man said that he was from Mount Koryun, so he knew very well about the ghost that is always near the tiger. It was a ghost that was previously a man, but was destroyed by a tiger and does not leave him, and also bewitched other people and leads them to the tiger. The warriors of Korean were keenly aware of the theme of ghosts, so the man decided to put the honor of the warrior Korean on the line and promised the tiger to cut out his throat. Tiger turned to Hwaran because all this happened because of her, so he told her to handle this situation herself. Therefore, the girl told the man that she would be his opponent, and immediately after that she took out a huge sword from the necklace, where absolutely everything could be placed, despite its small size. They say that people who learn martial arts become overconfident, and it was clear that if a man drew his sword, the conversation was over. The warrior realized her seriousness, so he decided to attack the girl using the dragon art technique. The man thought that Hwaran had lost her human essence anyway, so he decided to help her go to the next world. But the girl was a wonderful warrior, so she easily repelled his attack and could not understand how he could treat his grandfather so rudely. But since he had already done so, she had to repay him with a worthy blow. The man was very surprised, as he could not expect that such a huge power could be hidden inside such a small girl. However, he did not stop giving up and decided to use the dragon art again to attack his rival. But for obvious reasons, this could not affect the girl in any way, and the fact that her opponent decided to run away from her made Hwaran even more angry, so she dealt him an incredibly strong blow. The man was shocked because he couldn't believe that he could lose to some pathetic ghost. And in general, looking at her, it was difficult to believe that the girl really was him, because she looked quite alive and very strong. At the same time, the offended Mia calmly chewed her piece of meat, unaware of what was happening around her. The tiger approached her and tried to smooth things over by inviting her to sit by the fire, since it was very cold where the girl was. However, the situation that happened shortly before this really offended Mia, so she simply turned away and did not want to talk to the tiger. Songun, without thinking twice, decided to leave, telling the girl to live happily, and although he was not very pleased, he would forget about her faster this way. However, such a speech immediately had an effect on the little girl, so she hurried after her husband. He was pleased because this trick actually worked on this child. Suddenly, the owner of the mountain stopped and became quite tense and asked Mia to be as quiet as possible. The tiger called the stranger to come straight to him, but a voice from afar told him that he would not say unnecessary words, so Songun should leave the girl and go away himself, because if he did this, he would spare him. Tiger realized that a black soul was speaking to him, and unfortunately, he and Mia were on his territory. He knew that this would definitely happen, but he didn't expect it to happen so quickly, and that someone would be able to take Mia away from him. Unexpectedly for the girl, the tiger asked his opponent if he really promised not to touch him if he gave Mia to him. The tiger understood that he needed to survive, so the voice told him that he knew his place very well, and of course he would keep his promise. So he urgently needed to leave the girl and disappear as quickly as possible. Mia couldn't believe her ears, and she thought that all this happened because she was angry, so she promised that she would never do that again. However, such a speech made the tiger incredibly angry, and he told her that he was not ready to leave with her. And even though he had become attached to her, it was not so strong that he would leave this world with her. He turned to leave, telling Mia one last thing, that she should just accept her fate and resign herself to it. Immediately after this, that same black soul appeared behind her, who already dreamed of taking Mia into his hands and taking her life. At the same time, the battle between the ghost and the old man continued, and the girl said that she would not ask him to believe her, but she still wanted the old man to know that they did not want to harm that girl. The man realized that even if he didn't really believe it, he couldn't do anything, and he had no choice but to trust her words. Hwaran was glad to hear this because she thought it was very stupid not to know her place. However, the man still did not understand what they were doing here with this little child, because he personally and his student had been spiritually training all this time. Hwaran told him that in this place you can find something that you can't find anywhere else, which sounded like a complete mystery. The man agreed with this, because that was why they came there. Let's believe the rumors that were going around. And all this was for the reason that since ancient times, a lot of people have been dying in these places. The girl was interested in this speech, so she asked the old man to continue and tell her as much as possible about what he knew and heard. He began his story and shared with Hwaran that all the people in this area were missing their limbs, and their stomach skin was cut open, as if they wanted to find something there. How suddenly his story was interrupted by an unknown aura that could be seen from afar, so it was obvious that something had definitely happened. At this time, the Dark Soul was very happy that it met a girl with white blood, because such people were spoken of as if they had not existed for more than 200 years. Therefore, the monster was sure that there was no one luckier than him, because he met such a rare person. So without thinking twice, he began to stretch his dirty and dark paws towards her to take her with him. As he carried the girl on his back, all she could remember was her terrible past, and she realized that her life was doomed. In her childhood, all the boys around teased her, threw stones at her, because the girl was very pale and had white hair. They were afraid to look her in the eyes and wanted her to get away from the village as soon as possible. When the girl simply asked for something to eat, no one took her seriously, but only rejoiced at the opportunity to make fun of her. No one around understood how she dared to come here and beg for food, because everyone was sure that she was bringing bad luck to their village. All her life, the girl heard only one thing, that she was just a terrible monster and a beast that should simply disappear from this earth. Another cold evening, Mia, as always, just sat on the cold ground and did not know what to do next. How unexpectedly an unknown man approached her and invited her to go with him, which could not help but surprise the little girl. He gave her good clothes and a warm blanket, which could not but please her, but the people around were clearly unhappy and said that if she came near them, they would definitely destroy her. No one understood why the young master brought her there, but the girl diligently carried out all the dirty work that her elders entrusted to her. Everyone around her dumped the hardest work on her and said that if she didn't get everything done on time, she wouldn't get a drop of food. Mia understood that in order not to be kicked out, she needed to work harder, because she didn't look like them. How unexpectedly the girl overheard a conversation between local girls who were talking about how one of them had been proposed to, and it was simply wonderful, because now she would really have a family. Mia decided to take a peek, and just at that moment the girl was showing her friend an engagement ring, which was an incredibly beautiful color. Of course, the elders immediately noticed that Mia was distracted, even if only for a second, but for them it was a complete tragedy, and they did not miss the chance to scold her. Love, marriage, family, all this was beyond the control and unrealistic for a little girl whom no one took into account. She heard what the girls were talking about, and although she didn't understand everything, they were very beautiful words. She was still curious. Or could the star and the moon tell her whether she would be able to get married, or whether she would have that one and only one who would protect her and scold others for mocking her or beating her? Or will there ever be a man in her life who will love her and do everything for her, her real husband? After some time, although it was unexpected for her, she was ordered to marry Song-gun, which could not help but surprise the little girl. She had no idea who they were talking about, but she was incredibly curious about what he was like in real life. And even if he didn't have a sharp look, because she didn't demand some angel as her husband, the mere thought that she would also have a family and that now she wouldn't be alone could not help but make Mia happy. However, one of the girls told her that the baby was being given in marriage to a tiger, and it was not even clear when he would decide to eat her, his bride. We realized that this is how it was, because she was homeless and wandering the streets, and they took her into a house, dressed her in clean clothes, gave her a room, and all this was because, in the end, she could not become a person. So the monster was incredibly happy that her blood and her body would be completely his, and it would be complete bliss, so he promised the girl that he would not abandon her, as the tiger did to her. He told the girl not to be sad and to be reborn again, so that he could repeat everything that he would do to her now. Before her death, the girl thought that she hated the tiger, because meeting him, being friends with him, and warm hugs and what he did for her, what he gave her, all was in vain. However, she was very much mistaken, because a second before the inevitable, the tiger burst into the cave of the dark soul and was able to deal him a crushing blow. To support Mia, Warung appeared in front of her and said that she was a ghost who never left Song-gun, so she was just wondering, or was the girl okay? Mia was surprised and did not understand what was going on here at all, because she was sure that her husband hated her. Warren quickly explained that this monster was very strong, and it was probably a strategic move by Song-gun. After all, the tiger really valued Mia, despite the words he had said to her shortly before. Warren said to look at the owner of the mountain at the moment, and how he tried to protect her despite the fact that his enemy was many times stronger than him. She remembered the question she had asked the universe, and whether she would have that one person who would protect her from others for scolding her or hitting her, and it became obvious to her that Sungun was indeed that person. She burst into tears of joy because she didn't even know this, and from now on she decided for herself that she would listen to him more. Warren told Mia that they needed to leave there immediately because it was very dangerous, but the girl was very worried about her husband. The girl said that the tiger could not fight with full force because she could get hurt in this situation, so they definitely needed to get out of there. When Mia left that cave, Songun realized that he could finally fight at full strength, so he decided to deal an incredibly powerful blow to his opponent. However, even such a force of impact did not affect the monster, and although the tiger was pretty good, he still remained a pitiful animal. So the dark soul decided to tear out all his limbs and pull out all his insides. The dark soul turned into a furless rat, and his blood turned into poison, making him a very bloodthirsty creature. It seemed that the tiger did not take seriously the full power of this monster, and therefore he thought that he would not leave there alive. Songun tried to resist his opponent, but it was all useless, because such a pitiful creature like him was not against stopping the dark soul. The tiger knew that he would most likely not be able to escape from the rats made from his blood, so the monsters began to shout at him that such a death was the tiger's destiny. The rats attacked the tiger one after another, and he no longer knew what to do, because his body began to paralyze, and he clearly missed Warren next to him. Songun let his guard down because he was already in quite a bit of pain, and the main monster managed to catch up with him and deal him a very serious blow. The dark soul wanted his rival to die slowly and painfully, but the tiger knew that he needed to endure a little longer. Such zeal surprised the monster, because the owner of the mountain boldly went against him. But besides this, he struggled like a dog in water. So the monster decided that he would do the tiger honor and finish him off himself. However, the tiger had a different opinion and thought that the dirty rat was chatting too much and not doing what it should have done. Just as the dark soul was about to deliver the final blow, Warren arrived in time and slit his throat. She was very angry with the tiger because he was behaving very recklessly and could be gone at any second. However, even such a serious blow could not finish off this rat completely, and she was very outraged that someone dared to touch her precious body. The tiger knew he wouldn't get a second chance, so he decided to use the power of his furious fist to send this monster to hell. So he used an incredibly powerful tiger strike, which was eventually able to destroy the monster. After some time, Songun finally came out of the cave and thought that he really almost died during this battle, but he was very glad that everything turned out the right way. Huaren said that in addition to this, they were able to obtain interesting things, and she was sure that they would be very useful to them in the future. Songun was worried about where Mia was at the moment, but Hwarang quickly told him that she took her to the old man and told her to go to Huojang village. She explained this by saying that if something really happened to the tiger, she would lose all her strength, and in that case, all these creatures would attack this little girl. This was the pure truth, and the tiger realized and understood this, so Hwarang suggested hurrying to the girl. But as soon as he left Mount Back, such a misfortune immediately happened to him, and most likely this would happen again more than once. So Songun understood that with such strength, he was not sure that he would be able to protect Mia. However, by destroying this monster, he received an eye with the ability to transform, and this was hardly an accident. So if he transforms into a human, he will be able to use this sword and will be able to fight stronger opponents. And besides that, he will be able to use a technique that he has not been able to master for so long, namely the technique of the flaming blue flower. He knew there was something he had to deal with, but first he had to transform into a human. All this time, the girl with her new friend and the old man walked to the village, but she did not stop asking different questions because she was worried that her husband would not catch up with her. Grandfather assured her that the village was already behind the mountain, so they should just wait for him there. At the same time, the boy decided to intervene in the conversation and told Mia that the tiger could not possibly be her husband. The girl was very angry because if she said that he was her husband, then that was definitely true, and if he tells her what to do again, he will get into trouble. Suddenly, a carriage stopped near them, and old man Jongdo-san from Koryun was stopped by Sohyun. The man expressed respect to the senior student, but he said that Jongdo-san should not be so formal. And all this was for the same reason, because Seohyun left Koryun 10 years ago. However, the old man believed that no matter how much time had passed, people from there would always remain family. At the same time, on Mount Ozun, the pigs demanded that their leader make a decision because there were more and more people and all animals were becoming food for them. They shouted to the leader that this was their family's business, and if he was gone, then who would take care of Mount Usun? The chief wanted to leave this place in peace, but there was no one to protect these helpless people, and it was too selfish to abandon them like this. Suddenly, a raven flew up to him and whispered some incredibly important information to him. He told everyone around to immediately make way because Songun had come to his abode. The last time they saw each other was about 30 years ago, so this meeting was quite curious. The chief knew that the tiger was unlikely to come to get even for the past, so he asked why the guardian of Mount Beck would come straight to him. The tiger did not understand why the boar suddenly began to feel nostalgic, because he came there to find the flame flower. The chief did not know why the tiger needed this valuable medicinal herb, but he told him that he did indeed have this flower. And although Songun doubted it, he really did have this flower, but the leader said that he had to do him a favor, and if he refused, the tiger would not take even a pebble from this mountain. The boar said that if he was the one who really defeated that bloodthirsty rat, then it would definitely not be difficult for him. The tiger was already tired of this empty talk, so he hurried his interlocutor and asked him what he really wanted from him. The chief said that it was not difficult at all, because the tiger just needed to follow his son and help him in everything. After some time, they set off on their journey, and Warren thought that there were too many of these pigs, so she assumed that her master could have easily been deceived. However, the tiger said that nothing could be done about it, because he would not be able to fight all these boars alone, and the main thing was that he would get a flower for it. So he simply told the ghosts that first they would see what was going on there, and if anything happened, they would simply run away from there. The chieftain's son said that everyone had already arrived and that the signal would soon be given, so everyone else had to wait for it. The tiger turned to Udin's son Uji and asked him if it was time for him to tell him what this whole journey was for. However, he said that they would be with them and asked the tiger not to worry about anything, but he had to know that they had put their lives on the line. A raven flew to them and informed them that they had finally arrived, which could not help but arouse the curiosity of the owner of the mountain. Songun realized that these were human carts and that the boars wanted to attack the Taoists, and he was simply shocked that this herd wanted to rob the things that the Taoists were guarding, so he assumed that they were probably not only stupid according to rumors. However, that is why Wuji said that they put their lives on the line for this, because their goal is the ball of increase, and the Taoists transport it in their carts. Songun was simply shocked because the enlargement ball was a potion with which you can increase your territory, and this was exactly what many people dream of. The tiger thought they were completely crazy and said that he was leaving there immediately, but the boar told him that he had already made a deal with them, and it was too late to make another decision. The elder realized that apparently everything had already begun, and that this matter would determine whether they would be able to cope with the consequences, regardless of whether they would take the sphere of increase or not. After all, he understood that it was unlikely that people would sit idly by, because they would come here not only to destroy the boars, but because of their entire territory. The leader knew that their clan would have been defeated and disappeared, but Songun came to them, so this situation changed everything. The people realized that they were being attacked by a whole herd right now, so they decided that they needed to immediately protect all their wagons. At the very top, they saw the owner of the mountain, Songun, so they decided that since he was the head of this clan, they needed to destroy him. The tiger was very angry because no one had the right to say such things about him. At the same time, the clan leader was incredibly happy because he knew for sure and in advance that the people would be targeting Songun, and they would be able to implement the plan while the tiger would try to evade the attacks. However, the battle was in full swing, and the people had destroyed a very large number of boars, although there was still no end to them. At the same time, Huarn was telling Songun that the old man had set them up, so she was interested in what the tiger would do now, since they had the option of immediately leaving for Mount Beck. However, this was exactly what they wanted, so Songun could not allow them to do what they wanted. So he told Warren that their opponents this time were Taoists, so she had to be as careful as possible. At that moment, the man in the cart realized that they still could not calm down, so he told the old man that he would go there alone, and at that moment he should stay with his students. Mia and her new friend were having a quiet lunch and were not even aware of what was going on around them. When Seo-hyun went outside, one of his guards said that he could stay inside since they could handle it themselves. It was clear that the battle was in full swing, but the man still did not fully understand what was happening around him. However, to solve this problem, he rang the bell, and all the boars around were practically destroyed, which could not help but shock him. The tiger was impressed by this turn of events, and it became obvious that this man was the leader of these people. When Seo-hyun saw such a big animal, he thought that it would make a very good skin, so he decided to use his abilities against it. Unfortunately for him, the tiger managed to dodge his attack, which could not help but anger the man. Sung-eun realized that if he had not managed to avoid this attack, it would have definitely been the end for him, because it was, without exaggeration, a powerful spiritual force, and in addition, a strong blow. Of course, it became obvious to everyone around that the leader of this gang was an incredibly skilled and strong fighter. The man decided to use his incredibly powerful technique, and he was wondering if the tiger would be able to dodge the attack this time too. So literally a second later, he used the power of the 1,000th strike to destroy the owner of the mountain. Seo-hyun was really enjoying what was happening and was just yelling at the tiger to run as fast as he could, because if he stopped for even a second, his life would end. The man was wondering how far he could run, but the tiger, although with some effort, was able to avoid such serious attacks. Seo-hyun thought that the tiger was an incredibly sneaky cat, so he didn't care about its skin anymore, so he decided to crush it whole. He used some incredibly powerful attack to crush the tiger, which was impressive. However, Sung-eun did not lose his composure and decided to use the furious claw to get out of this trap, which he did with incredible success. Everyone around was shocked because this time the tiger looked incredibly angry and ferocious. Seo-hyun's mouth dropped open in surprise because this animal managed to survive his strongest attack, so the man was slightly confused. He didn't understand how an animal like him could have such incredible and impressive strength. However, at that very moment, the owner of the mountain was thinking that he did not want to use this technique at all, but he understood that he had no other choice. At the same time, Warren found what the tiger asked for, but she was shocked that during all this time he managed to get so injured, so she asked him if he was okay. He did not give her a positive answer and told her that his wounds were too serious and there was a chance that he might not survive. Warren knew that his strength was running out and he was now at rock bottom. And since they had gotten what they wanted, it was time for them to leave. The man realized that the girl had used the power of invisibility, and now he couldn't understand where they had disappeared to. At that moment, one of the warriors started running towards him and told him that they had huge problems because the ball had been stolen. Seo-hyun was simply shocked, but suddenly he fell to the floor and began to cough up blood, which could not help but worry all his allies. But he assured them that he was completely fine, because he was just weak. However, in reality, at that moment he understood that if he really lost this ball, he would definitely be kicked out of the community, and it became obvious that that woman helped the tiger pull off this whole scam. He was so angry that despite the pain and his weakness, he ordered all his men to look for the thief and find the one who took the ball. But there were only 3 warriors left, and they assured the man that they could not cope with Sung-eun alone. However, Seo-hyun didn't care at all because he was so angry that the soldiers saw how weak the tiger was and that he barely survived his strongest attack but did nothing about it. So he ordered one soldier to stay by his side until he recovered and the other 2 to immediately go after him. Mia heard this whole conversation and she understood that they were talking about her husband, and she did not understand what she was supposed to do now. At the same time, the tiger and Hwaran were thinking that they were probably in a panic at the moment. So Sung-eun was interested to see his expression, because such thoughts made his soul feel better. However, the girl did not take these words seriously, because she was not in the mood for laughter at all, and she asked the tiger to think about himself. She realized that he was getting worse and worse, but until the end, she could not fully understand what had really happened to him. Suddenly, the tiger fell, and Hwaran realized that she urgently needed to get all the stakes out of it. Otherwise, this would definitely not end well. The girl was shocked because the coils had taken root in his body, but the tiger asked her to continue doing what she was doing, despite the fact that he was bleeding heavily. Sung-eun understood that if he hesitated, these branches would suck all the blood out of him, and this was better than slowly and painfully leaving this world. The girl doubted this, but he assured her that he was really strong and he would definitely endure all this hellish pain. She knew it would be incredibly painful for him, but she had no other choice. So she began to do some very hard work. At the same time, 2 soldiers were looking for the tiger and came across his tracks, But even though he was badly wounded, they understood that they had to be extremely careful. One of them knew what his power was, so he was sure that the tiger was on the verge of life and destruction. And the ghost that was next to him used a power that was absolutely priceless. So he was sure that if they took this power away from her and returned the ball, they would receive an immediate promotion. At the same time, Hwarren finally finished and pulled all the branches out of the tiger, but he lost consciousness and there was a lot of blood, but she still decided to wake him up. How suddenly those same warriors appeared behind her, who were very proud of themselves for having found her. And although they saw that the tiger was still breathing, they were sure that these were his last breaths. The girl immediately took up arms because she was going to protect her master no matter what. They found it very funny because they didn't value such a young girl at all. At this point, Seonghyun had already managed to restore his strength to the 3rd level, which could not but please him. It was clear that they were attacked not even by bandits, but by some pathetic animals, so they found it funny. Seonghyun understood that even though he had not yet fully recovered, he would still have his assistants with him. So the stone that was on Hwarang's neck could be easily taken away, and he was sure that it was incredibly priceless. He was sure that the strong tiger and the ghost that controlled that stone were something incredible, and if he managed to catch them, he would be the richest man in the world. After some time, he finally arrived at the place and saw that the tiger was lying right in front of him, completely alone and helpless. This could not help but please the man, because he was sure that in a little while his most terrible plan would come true. At the same time, the little boy began to panic because Mia had disappeared, although she said that she was just going to the toilet. But after that, he did not see her, so the old man began to worry that in the mountains everything was very dangerous for this girl. Mia tried her best to find her husband because she was sure that the warrior's conversation was about him, and although she did not know why they were fighting, she was sure that the tiger had come for her, so she had to repay him in kind. Soyun was glad that the tiger died while pulling its branches out of itself. However, it was obvious, but still very boring for the warrior. He realized that since the tiger was no longer alive, the ghost had also disappeared, so he simply decided to find their thing. But his attempts were unsuccessful. He realized that one of his warriors could have come to this place earlier and taken such an important thing. And this made Seo-hyun so angry that he simply cut off the tiger's head with one swing of his sword because he couldn't believe how that freak dared to take his thing. The man hurried to go in search of his soldiers, and at that time Mia came to that very field, and the picture that she saw before her eyes could not help but shock her. However, trying to remain as positive as possible, the girl thought that her husband was making fun of her again, but she was sure that this time he would not be able to deceive her. She simply sat down next to him and asked him not to make fun of her, and also told him that he should get up as soon as possible. However, no matter how many times she tried to put his head back on, she couldn't do it, and she began to realize that something really was wrong. After hundreds of attempts, she realized that everything that was happening was indeed true, so all she could do was cry because it seemed to her that this was the end. However, in reality at this time, Hwarren was carrying a huge heavy tiger on her back to hide it in a safe place. After some time, he finally woke up, but he couldn't understand at what point he managed to switch off. However, when he looked at Hwarren, he was incredibly surprised because her appearance did not indicate anything good. Not long before this, she fought with 2 warriors and they could not believe that some ghost had such power, and if this continued, they would definitely lose. She was ruthless and dealt incredibly powerful blows to her opponents because, no matter what, she was ready to protect the most precious thing she had. And at some point, her opponents realized that if they could destroy the tiger, she would disappear along with it. However, the girl was so loyal to her master that she simply offered her body so that he would not be hit. The men realized that in order to save her master, she was sacrificing herself, because he was the only way for her to continue to exist in this world. However, after this, the girl realized that she had been messing around with them for too long, so she decided for herself that it was time for them to finish. And although she knew that it would hurt Sang-gun a little, she did it anyway. They thought that she was now creating an illusion to distract them, but they were still sure that such a girl was no match for them. But only a moment passed, and one of them was instantly destroyed. And although she had spent her strength, it was not to the point of losing to such pathetic people as they. The man realized that she was absolutely invincible, so he began to beg her not to destroy him, since he was only following a pathetic order. She was very angry that after everything he had done, he was begging for some pathetic mercy. He fell to his knees, began to apologize, and begged the girl to spare him, because if she left him alive, he would do whatever she wanted. The girl asked him if he had a talent for magic, to which fortunately the man gave a positive answer, which could not but please Warren. She said that he should look at this spell and get to work right away, and besides that she would give him the necessary raw materials, so he had to do everything as soon as possible. However, she warned him that whatever he did, he would have to eat himself, so he had to do everything absolutely clearly and carefully. So Horan gave him what he made to eat and turned him into a copy of the tiger, so she was able to pull off such a scam. Songun understood that she had suffered greatly because of him, for which he felt incredibly sorry. However, the girl said that when he lost consciousness, she gave him that ball, and apparently it is really effective, since he survived with such wounds, and all that was left for him was to absorb all its useful substances. She said that this was the last thing she could help him with, and admitted to him that she had been having a lot of fun all this time. Tiger said that she just needed to rest a little, so he didn't understand why she spoke as if she was saying goodbye to him. She was afraid to leave him alone, but she had no other choice, but she still managed to tell him those cherished last words. Sungwon was very sad, but he told her to come back as soon as possible because he would always wait for her. After some time, the chief was informed of what had happened when they tried to steal what they wanted, and he was very angry because despite this chaos, the tiger took and ran away with Do Bonghwan's ball, and it was clear that the boar underestimated him, because it was clear that as soon as Songun regained his strength and healed his wounds, he would definitely come for his head. He was really furious and ordered everyone to find the tiger as quickly as possible, because they could admit that their sacrifices were in vain, and since the guardian of the mountain was very badly wounded, he could not run far, so the chance of finding him was very high. The leader ordered not just to find him, but to destroy him as quickly as possible, because if they didn't do it now, he would rip their heads off. At the same time, Songun came to Yonghua and ordered him to immediately get out of the water. The fish was surprised when she saw the tiger, because he was clearly not in his best condition, so he asked her what happened. However, the tiger didn't have time, but he said that he would definitely explain everything later, but now they needed to leave here, so he told Yonghua to get ready. The fish could not disobey the order of his master, but he wondered if that bastard Dansha would also go with them. Dansha was outraged because he 100% wanted to leave there without him, and it was clear that it was better not to take such heartless fish with him. Songun didn't even have the strength to stop these two, so he simply resigned himself to this outcome. Soon after this, the panther became active, because he was 100% sure that he had smelled the tiger. He was very glad that this impudent fellow had finally appeared, and that he would have the opportunity to tear him to pieces. However, literally a few minutes later, the panther reached the tiger and was simply shocked by what he saw. And despite what he said before, he was still very angry because he did not understand who dared to touch someone as great as him. However, Songunu was absolutely calm and simply asked the panther what difference it made to him who exactly touched him. The panther said that it was precisely because the tiger was wounded that he could not fight him in a fair fight, which could not help but anger him. Songun thought that the only thing missing was a panther on his head, so he told him that he was a little busy and asked him to come later, and then he would definitely play with him. He was very surprised because he had waited so long to meet the tiger, but everything turned out completely differently than he wanted. And if the panther wanted to fight the tiger so much, he suggested that he wait a little, because very soon those with whom he could fight would come, for example the Taoists or those stupid pigs from Mount Wudong. The girl was shocked that the tiger fought with such opponents, and it was simply amazing that he survived the battle with the Taoists. Songun eventually said that he had too much to do, so he advised his opponent to have fun on his own for now. The girl turned to the tiger and asked him to listen to her, because he was being pursued by many enemies. Besides this, he had a lot of wounds, and moreover, he was completely alone. And it was for this reason that she proposed to Songun to unite with her master, which could not help but shock the master of the mountain. But all this was for the reason that the girl's owner wanted to measure his strength with him, but of course only after the tiger had healed his wounds. Songun knew that there was no guarantee that he would reach his hiding place before they found him, so this offer was very timely. He understood that this was a very good offer, but he told them that he refused it because he could not trust them, and he did not want to continue on his way for fear that someone would stab him in the back from behind. And although the panther began to get angry, The girl stopped him and suggested doing the following. So she showed the magic tablet to the tiger. It was a sign that directly linked the life of the person whose name was written there, but the tiger still did not understand what this girl was leading to. She hastened to inform him that she would write her name and the name of her master on this tablet, which should serve as a clear confirmation that they would do nothing bad. The tiger was incredibly surprised because she wrote her name with her own hand, and he thought that she must be completely crazy. She asked him what he was thinking about, because he must understand that if he had this tablet, they would be 100% unable to harm him. However, the fact that she wrote their names in it only meant that she was giving their lives into the hands of the tiger, and he did not understand where they got such courage from, because she knew that many bad things could be done with this tablet. However, the girl and the panther thought the same thing, because they believed that Songun was not so cowardly as to threaten them with this sign. And although such words pleased Songun, he said that he did not need it, because such a thing would only burden him. They were confused and did not understand how they should act next, but still they could not do anything about it. But suddenly Songun turned to them and asked why they were still standing, since they had a difficult journey ahead of them. And although no matter how much the panther did not want to fight such a strong opponent, he was incredibly happy that the owner of the mountain still agreed to their offer. Therefore, he told him that since he was not able to cope alone, he would like to serve as a strong support for him. They walked without rest for several days, but the girl did not look tired at all, and the tiger watched her a lot, and she turned out to be a little higher level than he thought. How unexpectedly Songun turned to Hannah and asked her if she could teach him how to hide his spiritual power. It was not difficult for the girl to teach the tiger this, but she asked him what he could give her in return. He couldn't think of anything else to do but simply ask her in response what she wanted from him. She didn't even know what she was supposed to answer, but she noticed that he guessed a lot about her, and it was difficult to lure her with anything, unlike her owner, who was sleeping peacefully like a baby. The tiger realized that she had chosen her master and was accompanying him all her life, and it was unclear why, out of all of them, she had chosen this particular fool. Tiger was quite shocked when the girl asked him if he really had a Dabongwan ball. Songun didn't understand how she could know about this, but he assumed that she might know what was inside him. In fact, she was sitting and guessing, but apparently she hit the nail on the head because she had lived a very long life and had a very well-developed sense of smell for such things. She said that if he gave it to her, then in return the tiger would receive a sacred book, which was very ancient and in which powerful powers were hidden. It was difficult to understand, but if the tiger mastered it, he would easily be able to raise his level to Shinsu, which could not help but shock Songun. He didn't understand where she got such a book from, because it was something surprisingly rare. People like Songun had only 6 levels of power, and all magical creatures like him dreamed of the Shinsu level. But no matter how hard he tries, not everyone can raise such a level, and it is very difficult to raise even 1 level. But if he suddenly manages to get this book, then he will be able to become many times stronger without even raising his level. The girl said that this book shows traces of the previous owner, and they clearly indicate that he was at the highest level, but he was not able to fully master it. Tiger decided to ask her if she would be satisfied with such an exchange, since she would lose a lot by giving this book to him. Hannah assured him that everything was absolutely fine, but she also wanted to ask him to be more friendly with her master. Songun was completely in agreement with this proposal, but he was surprised by the fact that he and the panther had the same levels, and she wanted him to help her. Suddenly, the girl perked up her hearing and told the tiger that the boars were already nearby, and since they had discussed everything, they should move forward as quickly as possible. He was worried that the girl would cope with everything alone, but the tiger probably had big plans since he was heading to that place, so she was ready to entrust her master to him. Therefore, without thinking twice, Songun woke up the panther and told him that they needed to move forward as quickly as possible, but he was unhappy because the guardian of the mountain interrupted his sweet sleep. He didn't understand why Hannah was standing still, so he called her again, but she told him that she would catch up with them soon, so he needed to move forward because he could definitely lose sight of Songun. The panther couldn't help but agree with this, but he told the girl that she should deal with everything as quickly as possible and come back to him as soon as possible. Not even half an hour had passed before a clan of boars had already appeared behind the seemingly fragile girl. The panther understood that with the help of the ball, he could increase his level, but he did not understand why the tiger was giving him such an important thing. But it was also that in return Sung-eun could get something very important from Hannah. The panther was not sure that they had come to the right place, because there was nothing there at all, but the tiger said to look at all this more carefully. And immediately after that, he touched the dry tree, and incredible things began to happen around him. A few moments later, the panther was very surprised by what was happening, because in an instant it changed, and it became clear to him that in front of him was nothing other than a magic tree. Besides this, Song-gun showed him a place that he had accidentally discovered, because if the panther entered there, he would be able to fully master the power of the ball, and no one would be able to stop him from doing so. So the tiger hurried down because he didn't want to waste time and asked his new ally to keep up with him. And he himself thought that from that very moment, as soon as he raised his level, no one would dare to encroach on his precious life. However, there was something else that was really important, because if he gained new powers, no one else would suffer because of him. 3 days later, the girl in the clan of bulls stood near that very tree, and it was clear that the clan was not particularly happy about what was happening. They simply could not wait for the panther and the tiger to come out of this tree, so they demanded that the girl tell them how they could open this place so that they could go in there themselves. However, interrupting their conversation, an explosion of incredible power occurred, and from the epicenter of it, a man began to walk towards them. And although the bulls were quite surprised by what was happening, they definitely smelled Song-gun, so they wanted to deal with him as quickly as possible. They felt that the scent of Song-gun was coming from this man, and if they could catch him, they would be sure that they would know where the guardians of the mountain were. However, they were incredibly surprised when the man who had already fully revealed himself to them said that he was in fact that same Sung-eun. The clan was in complete shock, because they could not even imagine how a tiger could turn into a human, because it seemed literally impossible. However, with one sharp movement of his body, Song-gun was already near the bulls and was able to destroy one of them, which could not help but shock the rest of his gang. He himself was quite surprised that his physical abilities had improved quite a lot after everything he had been through. Besides this, he was quite surprised that the weapon he held in his hands was the sword of justice, which sucked out the victim's blood entirely. This weapon was truly terrifying to look at, but it had its advantages. None of the bulls knew what they would have to do next because the guy had clearly raised his level, so they were no longer sure that they would be able to defeat him. However, their leader ordered everyone not to be afraid, because once upon a time they defeated a creature much stronger than Song-gun, and besides, he was losing to them in numbers, so he was confident that together they could do it. After he inspired the team with his speech, he ordered everyone to immediately attack Song-gun because he could do irreparable things. However, it was too obvious for the guy, and that was exactly what he expected. So he used his powers and none of the bulls understood what kind of black fog it was. The leader of the bulls tried to encourage them and told them that they should not give up and just follow his voice, but none of them responded to the call. One by one, dark souls were dragged away from this clan, which could not help but shock their leader. And naturally, in the end, it was the turn of the leader's son himself, so like everyone else, he fell at the hands of the great tiger. He was surprised that his Ek wanted blood so much that he didn't even leave anyone alive. And if Song-gun had been distracted for even a second, he too would have become a victim of this monster. At the same time, Hannah came up to him and said that this whole event was extremely impressive, with which the guy could not help but agree. Besides this, the girl congratulated him on the increase in his power level, because this was exactly what he wanted so much. However, she was still very much concerned about the question of how he managed to turn into a human, but he said that it was too long a story to tell now. The girl asked him if it was all because of his fiancée, but he shook his head and told her not to tell her this nonsense. So without thinking twice, he told the girl that he was going to Mount Wudang and asked if she would like to join him. However, as usual, her owner, the turtle, was late everywhere, so she could not give any answer. However, as soon as her owner wakes up, he will definitely look for the tiger, so she decided to give him the love bracelet. However, Hannah said that it was not only worn by couples in love, and immediately handed him half, and she would give the remaining part to her owner. The girl assumed that he probably wouldn't transform for a long time, so she asked him to lend her the thing for transformation. He was quite surprised and told her that he didn't think she would need it, but the girl was quite persistent, so he decided to give it to her. And immediately after that, he said that he was already leaving, and it was unknown when they would meet again, so he asked her to take care of herself. She didn't know it either, but Hannah was sure that they would definitely meet again, and she couldn't wait for it. At the same time, the red-haired boy didn't understand why the hell he had to take risks for him, but he came to where Songun lived. The old man said that this was indeed the place, and every resident of the village of Bayek knew this place. However, there was no one inside, and he probably guessed about their arrival and ran away as far as possible. And what is possible is that the tiger was thinking that if he ran away, they would not find him. But if they put his hair in this compass, then wherever he was, they would be able to find him. And although this compass had a drawback that if you use it, you won't be able to use it for another 2 days. So at the moment this thing told him that the tiger's in the eastern-south direction, the journey to where it will take about 3 days. They decided to hurry because they needed to get rid of him as soon as possible and go back. The next morning, the little girl was yelled at for daring to pluck the shamrock from his territory, but her chickens were starving, and if she hadn't done it, they wouldn't have laid her eggs. The hare thought that these people were extremely vile because they raised chickens only to eat them, but as long as Songun was alive, she had no right to take anything from this territory. The girl began to beg the hare to let her take at least a little, but this made him even more angry, and he began to shout at her about whether she didn't want to feel the sharpness of his claws on her own skin. The little girl heard that Songun was a large and formidable tiger, but the one in front of her was clearly not him, so apparently the rumors were completely false. The hare was pleased that he had scared the girl to death, but suddenly a real tiger appeared behind him and asked him what kind of false Songun was in front of him, to which the hare began to scream and struggle, and told the boy that he would definitely feel the taste of his claws now. The girl began to tell the stranger that he couldn't do that to the bunny because he was the protector of Mount Beck himself. And the hare himself began to squeal about how he was the owner of this territory, and how could the pathetic little man not dare to hold him by the ears. Therefore, Songun decided to demonstrate his abilities and clearly and distinctly let the hare know who was in front of him. He was completely shocked, and at that moment the guy said that the girl could take everything she had collected in the basket. She couldn't believe her ears, but Songun told her that the guardian of Mount Beck was not so petty as to get angry over such nonsense, for which the girl was incredibly grateful to him. When she ran away from this clearing, the guy told the hare that now there would be a very serious conversation between them. Songun hoped that the ears of this hare were not just for decoration, and if he did not answer all his questions, he would have to cut off his ears, which were of no use at all, which could not help but frighten the little animal to the point of horror. So he asked him in a calm but rather angry voice if someone had been in his cave during this time. Of course, the hare laid everything out and told the guy that exactly 3 days ago some Taoists came, were looking for something, and then went in the eastern-southern direction. 3 days ago, he had just reached the tree, and it was located in the east-south direction, so it was obvious that they had come specifically for him. And it was obvious that wherever he went, these people would always follow him. So he urgently needed to go to Mount Udon and rip everyone's throats out there. However, first he needed to know the level of these Taoists and how many of them there were, because up until this point he could not act rashly, and besides this, he had to know what their strength was, and just at that moment a great idea came to his mind. Therefore he showed the hare with his whole appearance that he was very serious and told him that if he did as he told him, he would let him go. The hare had a very easy task, which was to spread the rumor that the Taoists had captured Songun and were going to Mount Wudong, which the head of the Boar clan learned through his raven. The whole tribe was simply incredibly shocked, because they did not expect that the Taoists would leave Songun alive, and on top of that, would also come there for them. They assumed that the tiger probably didn't want to leave this world alone, but they still had no idea what they were supposed to do next. The chief was sure that this tiger said that he hid the Dobonghuan ball here, so this terrible situation arose that could not help but anger the whole of Samya. Everyone understood that they could defeat the servants, but the Taoists were definitely not there. And if they continued to sit there, they would definitely not see their lives, so they all started shouting together that they had to immediately run away from there. However, such speeches made the leader incredibly angry, as was evident from the expression on his face, and he called everyone idiots because this place was their homeland and they could not run away from there and leave everything as it was. And this was because the land here was ideal for them, and he said that they would take advantage of this area and take all these people with their numbers and also cut everyone down and get that very ball of Dobonghuan. At the same time, the red-haired boy was very angry with this tiger because they had lost track of him, and he was outraged that it looked like Song-gun had grown wings because they couldn't find him anywhere. He asked his partner what the compass was showing and where their enemy was at that moment, but the compass showed that the tiger was not moving and was standing in one place. And besides this, he hastened to clarify that his unusual thing indicates that the guardian of the mountain is currently on Mount Udon. They knew that very soon they would get there and finally be able to skin this terrible tiger. At the same time, on Mount Udon, Sungun had already prepared everything, and all he had to do was wait for them all to arrive. He didn't choose this place for nothing, because he was going to give him back everything he did to him. The red-haired guy understood that they somehow reached this damn mountain, but they had absolutely no idea how they were supposed to find this tiger in this huge area. The tiger had been badly wounded by the Taoists, so they were confident that if they split up, they would definitely find him, because a wounded enemy was not a big obstacle. At that moment, Songgun passed by them and they called out to him, which surprised him incredibly. They asked him about a huge tiger that devours people, and that is why they came to catch it, and before it destroys anyone else, any information about its location will be incredibly important. Songun said that he doubted and did not believe his eyes when he saw the size of the tiger, but now he believed that he definitely saw it with his own eyes. He said it was hard for him to explain where he saw it, so he said it would be best if he led them straight to it. After some time, Songun told how, even in a dense forest, animals make a path, and that large and formidable animals often walk along this path. Therefore, if they follow it, they will definitely come to the place where he saw that same evil and huge tiger. At that time, Songun realized that he had underestimated the situation, because among these people there were 2 Taoists and 6 servants. But even if they had a high level of strength, there were still more boars in number, so he was very interested in what would happen next. He was really eager to see how the humans would get out of this difficult situation and whether they would really be able to defeat such a large army of animals. Songun asked if these people knew anything about Mount Wudang, and the man told him that they knew very little. The guy said that wherever they go, there is always a story that has taken root in certain areas, and it is not for nothing that this mountain is called the Mountain of Dominance, because all creatures from people to animals who love to be the best in everything have gathered here. He also said that wild boars are now dominant on this mountain, and that is why their traces in the form of wool are everywhere here. The man found it funny that some wild boars dominated this territory, and he decided to ask his partner what he thought about this. His partner heard that their comrades had recently been attacked by wild boars, and if the tiger had lured them here on purpose, it would be a complete disaster. The red-haired guy didn't see any danger in this at all, and told his friend that they were simple animals, so it would be easy to deal with them. He told him to listen carefully because in this area you can't hear not even an animal, let alone an insect. However, suddenly wild boars began running from all sides in huge numbers, which created the effect of surprise. However, most of them just ran past, which could not help but surprise people, but they managed to relax quite a lot at that moment. But this is exactly what the boars had planned, because one of the most important ones had already taken advantage of these moments and decided to destroy one of the soldiers. It was so unexpected and scary that no one around could believe what was happening, because the boar instantly destroyed Yugan. The red-haired boy realized that the boars had attacked them from behind, and they were too smart for animals, so he decided to give them the proper response and burn them to ashes. So he used his incredible abilities and managed to save one of the soldiers, for which he was incredibly grateful. Penn told him to pull himself together immediately, because if he was distracted, they would definitely destroy them all. The boars realized that these little men immediately began to use their abilities, as the leader had predicted. One of them decided to try to change the place, but Songgun had a different opinion and told them that they should all cut their throats together. Frightened by the man, they revealed their presence, and one of the Taoists managed to destroy them with the help of his amazing abilities. At that moment, he realized that the boars were not as stupid as they thought, but he was sure that they had already managed to destroy them all. One of the soldiers told Kim that they had lost sight of that boy, but he thought that he had most likely been killed by the boars, so he said to forget about him and get on with destroying that herd. The other boars were outraged by what the others had done, because they had been ordered to retreat after the first attack, so they did not understand why they continued to come out of their hiding places. Of course, Songun got involved again and scared the boars to death, so they immediately gave themselves away. Songun understood that it was still difficult for animals to suppress their instincts, so he was ready to continue until they destroyed each other. One of the boars and the rest did not understand why they all did not follow the plan, because at this rate, everyone would definitely come to an end. Of course, the chief was incredibly angry at such a failure, because these stupid nobodies did not follow his plan and walked over all his words. And although he knew that they were all a little stupid, he clearly didn't think that they would be that stupid. When he arrived at the battlefield, he was incredibly surprised and scared because he didn't understand what was going on here, and the fact that there were only 10 of them left shocked him. Suddenly, one of the warriors told Kim that there was an incredibly huge boar in one of the directions. The man understood that by his appearance and behavior, he was the head of all these animals, and it was clear that they were going to act immediately. As expected, the chieftain begins to flutter when almost all of his subordinates have given up, but even those who survived look very tired. Therefore, Songun was incredibly interested in what the final outcome would be and how the leader would act in such a situation. He ordered all of his surviving subordinates to retreat immediately and attack them with all their might. And he would be with them, and together they would definitely protect Mount Wudang. Pen was glad that at this point their boss, whose size was quite impressive, finally came out. He knew that his current attacks wouldn't even scratch him, but he had another solution to this problem. So Pen decided to reveal his full potential and then put an end to today's battle. It didn't take more than a couple of minutes before he used the attack of a huge fire phoenix to defeat the boars once and for all. However, he knew that with such powers he would definitely not defeat him, because the man underestimated him, so he decided to take the man's life in exchange for those he took. It was for this reason that the chieftain decided to use one of his strongest attacks to defeat at least one of the Taoists. Kim managed to protect his comrade and did not understand how he could have spent all his strength without thinking, because it was obvious that the main boar had his own hidden potential. At that moment, he realized that such a strong man was not alone, and even after he used his strongest attack, the man was able to reflect it. Udin realized that everything was much more complicated than he thought, so he had no idea how he should proceed next. Kim told his partner to recover his strength as soon as possible, and in the meantime he would finish what he started. However, suddenly none other than Songun appeared on this battlefield and said that it was not at all interesting to watch them fight among themselves. Everyone around was quite shocked and could not understand at all what this guy was planning and doing. Songun said that one should not interfere in other people's affairs because it was cheating, but he wanted to take one thing from one of the Taoists. He took some unusual little thing and said out loud that it was just a great catch. Ben did not understand what this boy was planning and was indignant that he dared to touch one of them and assured him that he would never leave him alive in his life. Surprisingly, the leader of the boars turned out to be smarter and was able to guess that in front of him stood none other than the guardian of the mountain. Songun was quite impressed that this vile old man had an excellent sense of smell, but he himself should have known that the tiger owed him a debt, so he could not entrust him to such weak people. The Taoist assistants began shouting at the guy that he was a complete scoundrel and convinced him that he would definitely not get away with it. Songun realized that since everyone was aware of the matter, he decided to end it as quickly as possible. A power of incredible proportions began to envelop everyone around, and no one even had time to understand how this could happen. Pen didn't understand what kind of power of such magnitude was this, but suddenly an idea came to them. It became obvious to him that the tiger had used Shinsu-level power, which could destroy everyone in an instant without much effort. However, this was incredibly surprising, because the power of this level has long since ceased to exist, and all teachings about it disappeared even before the birth of man. Therefore, it was even more incomprehensible to them how this boy could use power of such a level. Pen realized that they had to survive no matter what, and managed to inform all the necessary people that such a terrifying force actually exists. However, this plan was not destined to come true, because Songun was able to pierce the man through and through with one swing of his sword. When Songun came before the chief of the boars, he realized that all of them, along with the people, had fallen into the tiger's trap. And the power he felt from him was simply impressive. So the boar decided to congratulate Songun on finally raising his power level. The tiger decided to ask if the boar wanted to tell him something at the end. He said that there was no point in telling him anything, but he had one last request. But Songun did not want to listen to it and simply destroyed the boar. The tiger was very indignant that this animal actually thought that he had the right to ask something from someone as great as he was. After some time in the village of Beck for a low-level item, the tiger was still able to get 2 necklaces and 1 ball for it. And besides this, he was given 3 useful spells and 2 useful books, so Songun was very happy about this. He understood that if he used that power, it would devour absolutely everything. This was the main problem, that the power he possessed was too serious and powerful and interfered in some moments. Besides this, he received 2 letters, and they certainly contained something important, and about what, and he was absolutely sure of this. However, he did not know the letters, so he did not know what he had to do next with this. When suddenly he met the same little girl to whom he gave the shamrock. It is thanks to him that the girl's chickens eat well and grow very large and lay huge eggs, which she sells, and with this money they buy reading lessons. Songun was very happy that the girl was going to such lessons and showed her 2 letters, so she understood that he definitely needed someone who could read. She read to him that the battle with the magical animals never ends, but becomes bigger and bigger, and the place by the Red Sea can turn into a warfield against the magical creatures. And from the expression on Songun's face, it was clear that he was completely and utterly shocked. After that, she told him that the government's actions were very alarming, so all the Taoists would be on the alert. But after that, the girl fell silent and said that this was all she could read from this letter. He praised the girl and asked if she wanted anything as a thank you for helping him. However, she said that she didn't need anything, and it was because he saved her last time. At that very moment when the girl was telling him this phrase, it was as if Mia, whom he still could not forget, appeared before him. Songun said that even if that were the case, he would still like to give her a small gift. The girl was delighted with this gift, but Songun told her not to show it to anyone and to run home to hide them, and told her to be sure to open them with her mother. She agreed to everything and said that if he suddenly needed help in reading something, he could find her at any time. After some time, Songun thought that the Red Sea was to the west of him, and if a war really started, it would quickly reach his village. So he used a special spell to go inside the cave, because he needed to do something with this information and make some decision as soon as possible. After all, if a great war begins between people and mythical creatures, then all the evil souls will raise chaos in this mortal world. And what everyone in this world so badly needed was nothing other than the power of Shinsu. And was it interesting, or did anyone suspect that there was something on Mount Beck that they thought had disappeared many centuries ago? Songun understood that before he couldn't even come close to this place, but at the moment the situation had completely changed. He was happy just thinking that the time had finally come when he was ready to completely and utterly absorb this power. And even though Songun had raised his strength level, he was still barely holding on, so he wasn't 100% sure if his body would be able to withstand all that power. However, he understood that he had no other choice, and he had to endure all this anyway. After all, the fact that he gets it will only be the beginning, and if he can't do it, he won't be able to go out into the world. So he gathered all his strength, and even if it meant his end, he decided it was better to leave there than to leave there as a loser. At one point, he thought that he had finally managed to overcome this energy, but he did not even think that he could be wrong. After all, literally a second later, hellish pain pierced him, and he realized that the power of Shinsu was still resisting him. And although he understood that this power had been there since ancient times, he was not going to give up and simply told her to try to defeat him, because he would definitely help her adapt to his body. 4 years passed, and during this time, 1,000 changes took place inside Songun's body. However, despite this, he was able to achieve absolute perfection and was finally able to master this blue flame. And besides this, he moved from the level of Manhwa to the level of Yomryok, which could not but please the tiger. When he finally finished his business, he realized that he had a lot of things to do, but he didn't know where to start. However, suddenly the thought of that very child came into his head. So when he left this cave, he first wanted to see her. After some time, he asked the local people about Karin, but they were quite surprised by this question. They told him that if he was talking about this family, then they had been sent into slavery a long time ago. So Songun was incredibly curious about why this happened. It was a long time ago, and they suddenly had a lot of money, and after that they sent their daughter to school. But the nobles could not come to terms with the fact that a commoner was studying with their children and began to bully them. And in the end, they said that these people stole all this money and left this girl as a slave in the house of the Pichi. And apparently the girl was really beautiful, since they wanted to make her a concubine from a slave. The last time the man saw her, she had a straight, sharp nose and pale skin. But who could have thought that she would become so beautiful? Songun was incredibly outraged by all this talk, and with an incredibly angry expression on his face, he simply asked the men where this house of Piki was. At the same time, the woman said that everyone thinks differently and the girl just needs to accept it, because there is nothing wrong with it, and especially since this is the house of the richest man in their village. The woman asked the girl if she even imagined how many other girls envied her, so she advised her to think only about the positive. However, Karen could not do this because such a fate clearly could not please her. Sometime later in the evening, the girl was very surprised because she heard a voice that was so familiar to her. She recognized him immediately, so Songun was quite happy with this turn of events. She said that she remembered very well that he had helped her 4 years ago, and Karen was also quite surprised that he had not changed at all during all this time. He told Karen that this time he came to her to learn writing from her. She was surprised and happy at the same time about this turn of events, but she said that in reality she did not have much time. After some time, she explained the basic things to him and told him that if he wrote it like this, the meaning of the sentence would change. However, suddenly in the middle of her explanation, she closed the book and asked that their lesson end there, and told Songun that she was glad that he was able to learn something today. Besides this, she suddenly remembered how she was discriminated against for being a girl, but she did not give up and continued to study, and all this was probably thanks to Songun because he helped her to be braver. Karen told him that she had taught him to write, so now she would like him to fulfill one of her wishes. After some time, Karen was already in the room and was waiting for that same vile man to become his concubine. He was disgusting, but he apologized to her for keeping her waiting because he had drunk quite a lot of alcohol to get in the mood to make everything go as smoothly as possible. He hovered over her and began to talk about how she looked even more beautiful in this dress. So she had to be sure that today they would go to heaven with her, and she had to listen to him calmly. As soon as he started telling her to come straight to him immediately, she took out her knife and hit him with all her might and told him to immediately take his dirty hands off her. The man could not expect such a turn of events, so he was incredibly surprised by what the girl did. Karen shouted at him that she did not want to live in such a house with such a person, so it was easier for her to leave this world and take him with her than to put up with this state of affairs. He became incredibly angry with her and dealt the girl an incredibly strong blow, which she certainly could not have expected. He started shouting that he was spoiling her with compliments, and she dared to cut him instead, so he considered her a completely stupid scoundrel. He beat her for a very long time, and the girl no longer had the strength to make a sound. And although she didn't say a word or contradict him, this look pleased this man even more, so he was already coming up with a plan of what he would do with her next. However, Songun suddenly burst into the room and threw the man aside with all his might, something he certainly could not have expected. Because Haran asked Songun to find silver for her and told him to leave there as soon as possible, it made him worry. However, the guy could not have imagined that she would turn out to be even more unpredictable than he thought. The man started screaming and did not understand why no one was giving him any peace today, and demanded an immediate explanation of who Songun was and why he was here. Instead of 1,000 words, Songun simply turned around and looked at such a pitiful man with an incredibly furious expression on his face. At that moment, he was very scared, and even more did not understand what kind of creature was next to him and what he wanted from it. Songun introduced himself to him and said that he was the one who wanted to destroy such a disgusting person as quickly as possible, which he did literally a second later. After some time, he still took Haran with him, and she was incredibly surprised that the person who helped her 4 years ago turned out to be none other than Songun. He told her what he heard happen to her after he gave her those jewels. He asked her why she didn't despise him for this, but Karen explained that she couldn't hate someone who had helped her so sincerely. She, on the contrary, was very inspired by the fact that now she could finally fulfill all her dreams. However, she didn't understand then how cunning and greedy people can be, but she just wanted to do what she liked. So she couldn't come to terms with the fact that life didn't allow her to do this. Songun could not look at her tears because the girl continued to say that she could not do anything and did not know where to go next in this world, which could not help but touch him. He sternly and furiously told Haran to pick up the sword because he was going to become her path and show her the way, because she would become his follower, learn to use this sword and protect this mountain. This could not help but surprise the girl, because she was only a slave and had never held a sword in her hands. He told her to put aside all those prejudices about the female gender, because her confidence when she started studying and her courage when she wanted to live the life she chose for herself were enough. This speech gave Horn self-confidence, so no matter how scared she still took this sword into her hands and decided to try and confidently walk the path that Songun laid out for her. She told Songun that she would protect the mountain until he returned back, so she asked him to rely on her. 3 months later, Songun came to Ilwon and was surprised by the size of the place. Everyone said he was tall, but now the guy actually thought that Beck seemed too small in comparison. He knew that these gates were built a long time ago, and behind them was the treasure of Saval. And no matter what was put inside it, he doubled it. So many people desired it the most. And although Songun came there in the guise of a man, he could not imagine under what pretext he could go inside. Suddenly, people started to surround him and ask him if he was a wanderer. After Songun answered this question positively, the old man told him that they were just missing one. So they suggested that he go with them. Otherwise, there was no point in standing around doing nothing. The guy agreed to this because he would not lose anything, and they set off on their way. Today was the day when once in 100 years the mountain opens, and it was a big event for them, and if they were lucky, they would be able to go inside it. They told him that if he stood there, he would be no better than a pebble at the door, and they also laughed at him for thinking that if he stood there, they themselves would open the door for him. They said that he looked smart, but in fact he knew nothing, which could not help but upset the tiger. However, another of them said that even though they were helping the land of Ilwon, they still had to enter through the back entrance instead of the main one, which couldn't help but upset them. Songun thought that these fools did not understand at all what would happen to them if they went inside, and it was possible to assume that they could defeat the weak pawns, but it was unclear what they were going to do next. However, he didn't care about this, because the most important thing for him was that these doors finally opened. After a couple of minutes, the old man used some strange seal to open these doors, and as soon as he did this, an unknown man behind the door told the old man that he was very late. The man couldn't help but agree with this, but they were still missing one more person, so they were late because they had been looking for him for a long time. The man waved his hand at this, said that it was absolutely unimportant, and asked everyone to follow him strictly. When they went inside, the man shouted that each squad had to remember their names, and the scale of this couldn't help but amaze them. The men were surprised that all these people were servants, and at the very beginning there were none other than Taoists. While this group was gaping in surprise, the leader of them said not to stand still, but rather to take their places. Songun realized that he was currently in the 5th squad, so he hurried to take his place like everyone else. The chief of them began to speak about how today, after 100 years, the doors of the mountain were opening again, so he greeted everyone present there. He greeted all the Taoists who came here, so he would pray that everyone could achieve what they wanted. So he wished them all success and suggested that they start teleporting as soon as possible. And finally, after some time, the man gave the order to immediately open the gates, and everyone around was blinded by the energy of incredible power. At the same time, behind the doors, the monster was rejoicing that the rebels had finally arrived, and he was very happy to welcome them all to his abode. After some time, all these people were teleported to some place, and they assumed that at that moment, they were inside that very mountain. How unexpectedly they noticed a magical beast of incredible size, which certainly none of them could have expected. They were shocked that such a huge beast started chasing them from the very entrance, so they didn't understand how they would fight it. However, the most important of them told all the fools to stop immediately, because it looked like they couldn't tell the difference between a sacred animal and a beast. He told them that for this reason, they would never rise in rank, and at that moment everyone around them realized that standing before them was none other than the guardian of this mountain. The man explained that in front of them was indeed the one who protects the mountain, and that this beast had reached a high level of strength. They decided to greet them personally because other animals would not dare to compete with him, so this animal is someone they are truly proud of. The man started giving them orders and told everyone to immediately go inside the mountain, and although there might be many enemies there, they all needed to be as focused as possible and be on guard. How unexpectedly Songun felt with all his gut the gaze of the sacred animal right on him. He supposed that this was very bad, because the mountain's protector might reveal that he was not actually human. And if this is really revealed, then all the Taoists will immediately pounce on him to destroy him on the spot. However, unexpectedly, the sacred animal simply began to smile, which could not help but shock Songun. He was surprised because the sacred animal still decided not to reveal him, so to his great happiness, he remains alive for now. One of the men turned to him and told Songun not to stand still, but to move forward as quickly as possible with everyone else, since everyone was already practically there. One of the warriors said that he was inside the mountain 100 years ago, and he said that he remembers that then he saw many healing herbs that he could not pull out, but he had such a feeling that it was as if it was yesterday. The woman said that if it was true, they would definitely share it, but it was unclear whether this was the right path because it seemed to him that they were walking in the same place. The old man told them to trust him completely because it would not be to his advantage to deceive them. The girl started shouting that if he suddenly decided to do something, he would definitely not escape destruction. But she did not have time to finish her speech. Because unexpectedly for everyone, a huge monster appeared behind her, who managed to grab the girl by the face, and all she had to do was ask for salvation. In front of them was none other than an evil spirit, but none of them could understand how it got there. At the same time, one of the men was shouting to the senior student that everyone was left behind. But he didn't care at all because they didn't come there to study botany. And even though if all these people were left there, then only destruction could await them, he didn't care at all because he had a clear goal. So if anything, he would tell others that they were attacked by enemies. How suddenly the man stopped, but no one around understood what he was actually doing. How unexpectedly, in those very bushes, he found exactly what he had wanted to find for so long. Everyone else around realized that he had found what his teacher had asked for, namely, Kim Jong in front of them. It was a rare egg, and underneath it always grew a golden lichen, which was very special, and the teacher told him it was not the time yet, and so he hid it back here. But now it was just perfect. The man understood that if he took it with him, he would rise in rank and would definitely become rich. However, his thoughts were suddenly interrupted by unknown people, because they sensed that they had once run past healing herbs. They were very surprised because the people standing in front of them were from the Dyson squad. The rivals realized where the other warriors were rushing to and who knew that they had hidden such a valuable thing here. The senior students said that they were the first to find this treasure, and now it belongs entirely to their squad. However, their rivals did not even want to listen to these stupid speeches and decided to take these valuable herbs from their rivals with the help of their own powers. The man started shouting and asking what they wanted from them because it looked like they were very serious about the battle between them. The leader of the squad confirmed that if they had their eye on the same treasure, then they definitely needed to measure their strength against each other. At the same time, Songun was very happy because he also found valuable herbs, and it looked like these roots were definitely more than 150 years old, and he thought that he probably had a talent to dig up something like this without a single scratch on it. However, how unexpectedly he stopped himself, because he almost got into the swing of it and forgot why he actually came here, because it was definitely not for the herbs. One of his group turned to Songun and told him to hurry up because they needed to get to the point faster. The Dark Soul had already destroyed one of the groups at this time, and he was clearly pleased that he had managed to do so. The old man had been bowing down to Sammy all this time and decided to ask him if he was really satisfied after such a sacrifice. However, the Dark Soul told the old man that such Taoists were of no use to him, and he needed opponents much stronger than them. The old man said that he still had many Taoists left, but he had to do what he had promised him. Sammy told the old man not to worry about it, because he was one of the strongest spirits and he always keeps his promises, unlike pathetic people. The monster told the old man to immediately bring him to the rest of the people, because he did not want to delay, because it depressed him. He thought that from this moment on, the real hunt would begin, which could not help but delight him. Another group was simultaneously pursuing one of the monsters to also get their reward, so they decided to corner him. When the monster was about to attack one of them, the leader of this group was able to destroy it in time. He said that they were all fools and had let their guard down because none of them should have thought that these monsters were weaker than humans. Another man from the group told the senior student that they had finished and had managed to deal with all the monsters. While they were discussing the price for which they would not be able to sell all of this, and were happy that there was a lot of such goodness there, a dark soul had already appeared behind them. At first they thought that there was a man standing in front of them, but then they realized that it was none other than an evil spirit. But it was unclear how he could be inside this mountain. So one of the warriors decided to attack this monster and destroy it as quickly as possible. However, such an attack was like a mosquito bite for such a strong evil spirit. So with one movement of his hand, he destroyed the man who tried to attack him. Without wasting much time, he caught up with another one of this group in order to do the same thing to him as he had done to his friend. The Dark Soul was disappointed that these people had so little power, and it turned out that the rest did not have this. So he was very sorry, but he told them all that he would turn them into sand now. The rest of the group realized that they were facing a real monster, so they decided to run away from there as quickly as possible. However, Samgi did not like this turn of events, and he was quite angry that these pathetic little people dared to run away from him. Another group of warriors continued on their way, and the girl asked the senior student if he had managed to find something, because he was looking at something on the ground quite carefully. However, he said that he was currently planning to install a Huanjin here, which couldn't help but surprise everyone around him. So while he was doing this, he asked everyone else to protect their territory, so they decided to do this. They started giving orders that the Huanjin was being installed here, so they ordered the attendants to take their places and the privates to immediately follow them and be on the alert. The people from Songgun's team told him that they would be nearby and asked him not to worry because he would be safe, so they advised him to continue collecting his medicinal herbs. Of course, Songgun realized that his entire team thought he was a complete loser and that all he could do was pick some pathetic herbs. At the same time, the senior student had already finished his work, and although he did not know what would happen, he decided to concentrate on this, although there were no creatures visible around. However, he asked his group if they had ever heard of Yuksahak. It was an evil spirit from the time of Manbo, and although it looked quite harmless, it was not. And that's exactly what the men came across. And they didn't even know that animals of this kind lived here. They were quite bored and decided to catch him. But they did not know that although this spirit looked very cute, in fact, he was wild and had a terrifying power. Therefore, as soon as the man came closer to him, the spirit showed itself in all its glory and hastened to destroy the man. While Songgun was calmly gathering his plants, he heard someone scream very loudly. He didn't understand what happened because his sensory system was not working properly because of the Huanjin. The man said that evil spirits lived here, and these servants were of no concern to them. So this information was quite frightening. Songgun realized that if high-level evil spirits lived here, then it would clearly be problematic. And when he came to the place from where he heard the screams, he was shocked by such a picture, because these little cute animals had already destroyed all the people. Songgun realized that the spirits that already existed were a huge problem, but if they were to take over the power of the Huangjin, it would definitely be a complete disaster, which is what happened. After all, if you get hit by their blow, then any person will be cut into small pieces and ultimately you will simply be destroyed. And you will not only be destroyed, but only drops of blood will remain of you. But the guardian of the mountain could not be broken in such a way. At the same time, the conversation between people with another group continued, and the girl said that she did not even suspect that such spirits existed. So she concluded that they should not leave this place then. However, the man said that nothing ventured, nothing gained, so he told her that these spirits could only be fought with the help of Huanjin, so he would only be glad if they came to them. Songgun did not understand what kind of small spirits these were, but out of fear he accidentally destroyed them all. And yet it was quite surprising to him that they had such power that could destroy a person completely. He realized that all the minions were dead, so he didn't know what to do, because standing alone was definitely not an option. So he decided to just take all these spirits while no one was looking. However, unexpectedly for him, an unknown man appeared behind him, and he certainly did not look his best. Not long before, another team realized that this was the exact location where the Huangjin was placed, and they assumed that it was a Taoist from the Pingu squad. One of the opposing teams didn't know what to do, but their leader said that they would just go ahead. And although some minor obstacle appeared, nothing changed in a global sense. So he ordered his entire group to immediately move forward. And even if there was a chance that there would be a battle between the squads, they were confident that they would handle it just perfectly. At the same time, the old man asked the respected Samgi why he let these people escape. However, the monster did not lose his head and said that all this was for the reason that in this way, they would all gather together, and this was a better way out than catching them one by one. The old man said that the Huanjin was created by people, and if they hid under it, then nothing would work out for him, but the monster assured him that he had thought of everything a long time ago. So after a few minutes, he recognized his kids and ordered them to immediately go forward and find the Khan's cores. The dark spirit knew very well that soon what people thought was protecting them would become an ordinary cemetery for them. So the man said that in order to avoid danger, he immediately rushed to the Huanjin, but met an ordinary private who knew nothing. He told Song-gun that he was very unlucky today, but the tiger didn't understand why he felt as if he had sinned against them all. At that very moment, people from another detachment appeared and asked them what the big deal was that he barely hobbled here, because despite the fact that he ran away from them as fast as he could, nothing really changed. The man was shocked that his rivals had caught up with him so quickly and clearly didn't understand what else he could do. Song-gun realized that in front of him was a detachment of Desangs that were clearly ready for a serious battle. The man realized that the hour had apparently already struck, but as a representative of his squad, he would not run away and would accept this battle with dignity. He knew that the golden lichen was in this necklace, so he told everyone that if they wanted to take it, they could attack immediately. When Song-gun saw this golden lichen, he finally realized what was happening around him and what these people were fighting for. At that very moment, the man who had done the Huanjin suddenly felt that something definitely bad had happened, and that this action did not bode well. Suddenly, a red and thick fog began to envelop them, and the senior disciple realized that something was clearly wrong with the Huanjin. The man realized that someone wanted to appropriate this Huanjin, and something bad had definitely happened to his servants. At the same time, his servants tried to cut the servants of the evil spirit, but no matter how much they tried, they could not do anything, and they did not understand what kind of creatures they were. And although the man who wanted to take the golden lichen realized that something bad was happening around, and someone was trying to enter the Huanjin, he decided to take that thing first. So he told his team to get ready and attack them all together on the signal. However, before they had time to do anything, the evil spirit appeared behind them and was very glad that all the people had gathered in one place, because it would be easier for him to destroy them all. The commander of one of the groups decided to use his powers and try to destroy this monster, so he ordered everyone to immediately step aside. However, such an attack only pleased the evil spirit, because despite the fact that the man collected all the explosive spells and made a huge ball, it did not affect him in any way. The men were sure that with his powers, he would definitely destroy such a creature, but such actions on the part of the people only pleased the spirit, because it was even more fun for him to destroy these vile people. Song-gun was simply shocked by what was happening, because he was all red, as if covered in blood, and those two horns on his head and two protective balls did not indicate anything good. And no matter how much people tried to resist this monster, and no matter how many times they tried to explode their biggest fireballs, they failed. Therefore, looking at this whole picture, Song-gun was 100% sure that in front of him stood one of the most powerful spirits, Samgi. The tiger became really scared, because he didn't have enough strength, and he was sure that he would die here like an ordinary dog, because he understood that he would not be able to get out from behind this dome in any way. Therefore, he had no other choice, and he knelt before such a spirit and said that he was completely and fully ready to serve the great Samgi. Although Song-gun did not know what would happen, because this evil spirit had the same origin as him, he decided to try and did it, because he no longer saw any other way out. The dark spirit found this kid quite interesting, because he certainly didn't expect him to offer him such a thing. The man was simply outraged that Song-gun had done this, because even if he was afraid of this spirit, it was definitely not a choice to kneel before him. He believed that the guy was denying his human origin, and without any remorse, he dared to suggest such a thing. But this made the spirit very angry, so he decided to destroy this pathetic person right now. And after that, it became very funny to him that an animal that hid among people and pretended to be one of them was offering him such a thing. A war broke out between them and the people, and because of this, many Taoists left their places and fled, and the guy was unable to resist them. And the evil spirit realized that if they suddenly found out that he was not a human, it would definitely be the end for him. So he wondered, for what reason did the tiger come here? Song-gun knew that if he made a mistake even in one place, he would definitely be destroyed. So he simply told the truth and told the monster that he was looking for the treasure of Saval. This speech made the evil spirit laugh a lot, and he simply took out that very treasure as if from nowhere and showed it to the guy. However, even admitting that he was pretending to be a man and came here could be accepted. However, the fact that the tiger came here for this treasure indicated that he was a real psycho. However, despite this, Samgi offered the tiger to become his warrior, and instead he would definitely pay him back with whatever he wanted. All this was because the state of the evil spirit left much to be desired. And although he devoured the strength of people, it was worth nothing, and he needed to return his former power as soon as possible, and immediately after that, the treasure would belong to the tiger. The monster thought that it would be better to have someone who was closer to him in origin next to him than an ordinary pathetic person. Songun understood that it was simply not profitable for him to consider this proposal, because if he did not agree to it, he would simply die right there. Therefore, all that was left for him to say was that accepting such an offer was an honor for him, which could not fail to please the dark spirit. The old man thought that he didn't know that this guy was a spirit pretending to be a human, so this state of affairs surprised him quite a bit. Songun looked at the man with disdain, but the old man said not to do it like that because everyone had their own circumstances. The old man said that he had been working 24 hours a day for 100 years to get to this moment, and if there was any hope that he could live a little longer, he would offer this spirit everything it needed. However, Songun was not interested in hearing this and suggested that they set out as quickly as possible so that they would not lose their way. Everyone around was already quite nervous, but the head disciple told the girl not to worry because he was the center of the Huanjin, so he was ready to protect him no matter what. But he himself understood that he would not be able to hold out for too long. So he said that while he was there, they had to go and check the protective pillars and also gather all the servants. However, his speech was interrupted by a dark spirit who said that there was no need for this, because they were the only ones left alive in this dome. It was for this reason that the dark spirit decided to deal with the remaining people, and they were simply shocked that the center of the dome could be destroyed so easily, but the girl said that she would try to protect it. However, no matter how hard they tried to resist it, they failed, and ultimately, they simply fell at the hands of this monster. The two remaining tried to fight to the end and fought off the monster's blows with dignity, but in the end, they would still fall at the hands of Samga. He was surprised that this girl was able to repel his fireball, and it was clear that her soul was very unusual. Songun thought that if you are weak, you will still be devoured, and this was the law of the universe. And if you came to hunt on the mountain, then you become the target of a stronger enemy, and there was no other way. However, upon seeing the girl who had parried the dark spirit's attack, Songun was simply shocked, which could be seen from the expression on his face. In front of him was none other than his wife, with whom he had separated several years ago when she was still a baby. The monster was incredibly happy because he managed to find a white blood here, and he considered himself incredibly lucky. He wanted to take her soul, but the girl was not strong enough to resist him. Songun still didn't understand why the girl ended up here, because she was supposed to leave with that Taoist and the little boy, so he didn't understand at all how she ended up here. Tiger understood that Samgi would definitely destroy her, so he had to save her no matter what. However, he himself kept going over and over in his head how he could do this and could not find an answer for himself. Because Samgi is one of the most powerful spirits, so he definitely cannot resist him, which could not help but drive the tiger into depression. And he also thought that they weren't that close with this girl, so he felt that there was no point in sacrificing himself for her. The monster knew that this girl was quite strong, which couldn't help but surprise him. However, even despite this, he was still superior to her in strength, so he told her that she shouldn't make any moves before her destruction. However, at the last moment before his incredibly strong attack, the girl managed to jump to the side, which could not help but shock the dark spirit, because she turned out to be much faster than he could have expected. However, this situation amused him greatly, and it was beyond his expectations, because the girl tasted like he had never tasted in his life. And besides, from the taste of her blood, he began to feel a surge of strength. So despite everything, he decided to destroy this girl. After all, he felt an incredible surge of power from just a few drops of this baby's blood. So he was sure that her blood would help raise his level of power. So he decided to swallow this girl whole, but he didn't have time to do it because Songun approached him with incredible speed and tried to resist this action. The monster was very angry and did not understand how such a scoundrel dared to do something like that, but Songun had already managed to deal a serious blow to his hand. Mia realized that this guy was following us, but for some reason she felt like she had definitely seen him somewhere before. Songun was shocked by his own behavior because it looked like he had completely gone crazy, but he still did it and tried to protect this girl. He realized that it was quite good that he was able to meet Mia before his destruction. He was incredibly pleased and impressed because she had already become quite an adult and had grown into an incredible beauty. Suddenly interrupting the tiger's thoughts, the old man decided to attack him because he dared to raise his hand against the respected Samgi. However, the old man was no match for such a strong opponent, so his fate was clear from the very beginning. After all, Songun didn't give a damn about this old man, and he had already begun to irritate him quite a lot. And as the old man said, everyone has their own circumstances. The dark spirit was incredibly angry, so he simply asked if Songun really realized what he had done now, since with these actions, he had turned all of his brothers into his enemies. He was clearly aware of this, and to be honest, he even regretted it a little. But nothing could be done about it, because his instincts had completely taken over him. The monster was sure that these instincts could only mean that this tiger would be destroyed here and now, once and for all. Songun was very surprised that his opponent's sword passed through the barrier so easily, and it was clear that he would not be able to fight him easily. Samgi wanted to cut the tiger into small pieces at that moment, because he had made him incredibly angry when he cut off his hand. However, the monster was incredibly surprised when Songun, albeit with incredible difficulty, managed to reflect his blow. Songun realized that his precious sword could not withstand one blow and broke, and a little more, and this blow definitely got him. When the dark soul decided to strike again, Mia arrived in time and managed to prevent it. She realized that the tiger was not an ordinary private, but he would hardly cope alone, so she suggested that they act together. And Songun agreed with this 100% because no matter what, they had to survive. From that moment on, the confrontation began against such a monster who was incredibly angry that these pathetic people dared to raise a sword against him, the great Samga. For this reason, he decided to show them all his power because he was ready to do anything to ensure that these people left this world painfully and torturously. Mia and Songun were quite shocked because they still didn't expect this monster to be so fast. However, even despite this, Songun tried his best to resist this incredibly evil and powerful monster because he saw no other choice. Sangi was quite shocked because at one point he realized that the tiger's strength level was at the second level. Songun had 6 power balls in total, and his power level was just above 3, so he was quite strong compared to others. And while the dark soul was busy with his thoughts, Mia ran up to him and hurried to deliver her powerful blow. Songun didn't want to be left behind, so he followed his wife's example and wanted to strike the monster as well. But this angered him so much that he threw the two of them back with just his roar. Mia realized that this monster controlled not only fire, but also lava, which made it even more dangerous. The girl's sword flew to the side and she wanted to grab it as quickly as possible, but she did not have time to do anything, because the dark soul managed to approach her and prevent this. After he stabbed her hands, he told Mia to lie there and not move until he came back. Immediately after this, he took hold of the tiger and said that in the end, he had forced him to reveal all his true strength, which could not help but anger this demon. Although he could praise his opponent for this, he ultimately decided to dissolve him without leaving the slightest trace of him. Mia was shocked by this turn of events, but she had no idea who this young man who was fighting shoulder to shoulder with her really was. The monster thought that since there was no one who could stop him, he decided to enjoy a delicious dinner as soon as possible and destroy the girl as soon as possible. However, he was quite shocked when Songun, whom he thought he had destroyed, seemed to rise from the dead and was determined to continue his fight. The girl was shocked for the umpteenth time and she realized that she needed to quickly get rid of this sword and help this guy. Otherwise, they definitely would not have a chance to stay alive. She knew her arm wasn't badly damaged, but somehow she still needed to get out of this horrible situation. How unexpectedly her sister ran up to her, wanting to help her no matter what. Samgi's attacks were level 4, so he couldn't even believe that Songun had managed to endure that and stay alive. He thought that the white-blooded one was still worth something compared to him, but to withstand such a blow was truly amazing. And this whole situation made this monster even more angry. So this time, he decided to really send the tiger to hell, once and for all. Songun realized that his opponent had decided to use his most powerful blow, but he was ready to counter it no matter what. However, Mia suddenly appeared in front of him and said that she would use the glow to defeat their enemy. She decided to make a barrier out of her blood because it was the most reliable way to protect herself and her new friend, who had done the same for her a little earlier. However, such a serious attack did not pass without a trace for her, so she lost consciousness and could no longer do anything. Samgi was simply beside himself with anger, because he simply hated these people who interfere and meddle in places where they absolutely shouldn't. Songun didn't know what he should do next, but he knew full well that at this rate, Mia could die. At that moment, her sister rushed to her aid again because she understood that something even more serious had happened. She was shocked that the girl was radiating such heat, and she understood perfectly well that if she was not cooled down, she definitely might not survive. Besides this, the girl understood perfectly well that with her powers, she would not be able to hold out for so long. So in order to save Mia from the heat, she needed to leave here as soon as possible, because this place was dangerous for her. Songun said that this was enough and told the girl that for the time being, he was leaving her sister in his precious hands. At that moment, he himself was determined to fight his opponent to the end and clearly emerge from this battle as the winner. The monster thought it looked very strange because he thought that the tiger also wanted to take possession of this girl, so he attacked him. However, the breath of the beast and the strong energy and the whole atmosphere around him indicated that this is how men react when their woman is touched. And in this assumption, Samgi was not mistaken, because literally a second later, the tiger decided to deal him an incredibly strong blow. However, it could not be said that he did it well, because the dark soul still managed to beat off one of his in a way that could not help but shock everyone around. However, even despite this, Songun understood that there was practically no time left, because his body was practically falling apart, so he needed to fight with all his strength and tear this monster to pieces. Sami didn't realize why his opponent was becoming stronger and stronger with each passing minute, so he decided to use his lava move again and wanted Songun to just dissolve in his boiling mixture because he was already incredibly annoyed by it. However, what was the monster's surprise when even such an attack did not destroy his opponent? Instead, a blue light appeared around him, which did not bode well for the enemy. In the end, Songun used blue flames, which the monster definitely didn't expect, so this attack was actually able to hurt him a lot. At this time, Mia was already coming to her senses, so her sister was happy about this turn of events, but the girl did not stop repeating that she urgently needed to help this guy. But her friend told her that he had already defeated the evil spirit long ago. However, even in spite of this, the girl continued to talk about how he was in complete danger, and her sister thought that although she sometimes says strange things, but before this, she had never been wrong about anything. Songun knew that he had emerged victorious in this game, and he was incredibly happy that this battle was finally over. However, unexpectedly for him, Samgi said that the flame of Shinsu, which does not go out without completely destroying its enemy, cannot affect him, because the tiger has not yet reached such strength. Everyone around was incredibly shocked when the dark soul decided to show its true form and deal with its enemies once and for all. Songun didn't understand what was going on around him, but it was obvious that his opponent's power level had increased significantly. The monster knew that this move would use up all of his resources, but he simply could no longer afford to leave the tiger alive. However, despite such a serious blow, at the last moment Songun managed to dodge, but he still managed to receive a serious wound. The enemy continued to strike him many times and was absolutely merciless, but somehow the tiger still managed to somehow dodge them. Samgi understood that his opponent was currently using his animal instincts, so he decided to use his most powerful blow and wanted to see if Songun could dodge it too. At that moment, the guy realized that this was probably his limit, because after all, he was fighting with one of the most powerful spirits. The monster understood that they had to finish this fight already, because this was already the limit of his capabilities, so he understood that he did not have time. He believed that a guy who somehow managed to increase his powers, despite his origins, did not deserve to live, so he decided to help him disappear before he became a burden to great spirits like him. However, at the last moment, before Samgi was about to strike his opponent, Mia's sister suddenly came up to him from behind and thrust the tiger sword straight into the evil spirit's back. At that moment, Songun realized that this was his last chance, So he firmly decided for himself that he must show all his strength. The monster thought that his opponent would not be able to defeat him with such tricks, but Songun saw no other way out. After all, he still hoped that he could destroy his opponent with a strike of blue lightning. At the same moment, another unknown person, who was watching from the side, saw this glow and realized that Samgi was no longer alive. At that moment, two people were standing guard and they were very bored, but one of them said that they needed to be patient a little longer and everyone should return soon, so they should just stand quietly at their post. How unexpectedly in the distance they saw a man, but they did not understand who was in front of him, but they assumed that it could be a Taoist from another detachment, but it was unclear why he was absolutely alone. The man ran towards them and shouted that an evil spirit had appeared and destroyed absolutely everyone in their squad. But the men told him to calm down as quickly as possible and tell them everything in order. He said that this spirit destroyed everyone literally at the same time, but he somehow managed to escape from there. They realized that the man was not himself, so one of them asked the older student what he thought, because the man's story seemed absolutely ridiculous. However, it was already really late, but the other detachments did not return, and he, as the leader, could not leave this situation without attention. Therefore, he immediately ordered all the warriors of the detachment to take their weapons in their hands and immediately go inside this mountain. However, unexpectedly for them, 3 survivors were walking towards them from the mountain itself, which could not help but shock them. And they realized that these were warriors from the Bingu detachment, so the man asked them as soon as possible, or did they also suffer at the hands of the evil spirit? The girl was quite shaken, because she did not know where the men had such information from. But they hastened to tell them that a Taoist from another detachment had told them about it, and also told them that this spirit had destroyed everyone. But it was hard to believe. Songun assured them that they could no longer worry, since this spirit had already been defeated. But the man could not believe it, because the power of this spirit was of the 3rd, perhaps even the highest level, and it was impossible to defeat it, even if they all attacked together. The girl hastened to say that all their troops had suffered, but the spirit had still been defeated, and her sister had also suffered because of it. The man said to put this girl here immediately, and ordered the doctors to give her first aid as quickly as possible. The doctors said that they wouldn't be able to do it here, so she urgently needed to be taken to the central building. How suddenly, behind Songun's back, the same sacred beast appeared, who asked him whether it was he who destroyed Samgi. Songun responded by asking whether it was he who had led him inside the mountain, because the whole situation looked extremely strange. The spirit told him that he was caught by people and locked here for several centuries, and in order for him to live here peacefully, he had to bring him a sign of release. It was a board that makes a holy, powerful spirit obey, and if the spirit itself writes its own name of its own blood, it obeys the owner of this thing, but because of the tiger, everything went wrong. Songun had been wondering all this time how the 2 4th levels could be inside this mountain, but now it was all clear to him, so he asked the sacred beast, or did he now want to destroy it? However, he had no need to do this, and since the tiger had destroyed the great Samgi, he had to do what this evil spirit did not have time to do. He was very surprised because his strength level was level 2, and if we were to think about categories of people, he was an ordinary rank and file, and he definitely couldn't get what the elders had. The sacred animal knew this, but it decided to suggest a place where he could raise his essence to another level. And although he was only level 2, he managed to destroy Samgi himself, so he was sure that the tiger would definitely be able to do this. However, the tiger decided to ask what would happen if he refused this offer. This question made the spirit very angry, because if he were to reveal the secret of the tiger's essence now, he would be very interested to see what would happen here. So he told Songun to make a decision immediately, because his choice was between dying here or raising his level and helping him. Songun understood that he had no choice in the beginning, and he barely returned alive from that battle. But one could not ignore the fact that he could rise to a higher level, so he saw no other choice but to agree to this offer. After some time, Sungul was already alone, and was incredibly outraged by these people, because he fought, putting his life on the line, and they decided to pay him back with such a trifle, and he had a feeling as if he was used and thrown away like an unnecessary thing, so he saw no point in being there any longer. However, he thought that apparently that girl, as she promised, did not tell anything about Samgi, because if they suddenly found out, they would immediately suspect him and reveal his essence. He understood that he could not act rashly and hastily, so he needed to think everything over slowly and without haste in order to act as best as possible. However, in addition to this, thanks to the victory over the Dark Soul, he received a lot of interesting things, and such specimens are worth a fortune. Songun clearly understood that some people could not even dream of such things, but he had these things in his complete power. However, despite this, he did not understand why his soul was so empty, and perhaps it was because he did not even say hello to Mia. Well, even if that were the case, it's unlikely that anything would have changed and the girl wouldn't have believed who he really was. And if she had wanted to see him, she would have come to Mountback a long time ago. At the moment, she lives her own life, and they once spent too little time together, so there are no clear memories of it, and as he expected, it was just a fleeting interweaving of their destinies. Suddenly, Songun's thoughts were interrupted by an unknown person, so he asked him why the man came here. He apologized to him for disturbing the tiger's peace, but he said that he came here on behalf of the Taoist from Ilwanmun. Songun wanted to know what status and name this man had, so he quickly introduced himself and said that his name was Yuchen and that he was a Nansen. Songun was incredibly surprised because in front of him was the main character of the novel, Pal Sango. He was the youngest Taoist in all time since the Great Mango, and all the ropes were going to him, so Songun could not believe that such a character was standing in front of him. However, he eventually decided to put a calm face on his face and told him that he was just an onlooker watching the events in the mountain. However, for the man it was quite strange, because there was an onlooker there in the form of a magical beast. Songun realized that he had been caught and exposed, so he decided to use spiritual seals, but his opponent was able to deflect the blow. This turn of events surprised Yuchen quite a bit, as he never thought that an animal could use such seals. Songun realized that the man had defended himself from his attack with just one swing of his fan, and that his strength had far exceeded all his expectations. Songun did not understand why some monsters appeared after Semgi, but he decided to use his blue flame against his rival to defeat him. Yuchen said that fire was worth nothing in front of a Taoist who wielded a fan, so he was confident that he would burn him in his own fire. However, he could not expect that Songun would use fire that could absorb wind, because if he had not defended himself at the last moment, he could have been burned to ashes. Immediately after this, Songun reincarnated because he was not so stupid as to fight such an opponent, especially in human territory. However, because he had overdone it earlier, it was immediately felt, because he no longer had the kind of power that could allow him to fight such a strong opponent. He wanted to leave this place as soon as possible, but Yuchen managed to see him and hurried to catch his opponent. However, besides the fact that Songun surprised the man by being able to transform into different creatures, he also had protection from his attack. However, he was sure that he would still find ways to protect himself from the flames, and he did not know where the tiger got so many abilities from. But the man was going to take them all for himself. Yuchen was determined to gather all his power in this place, and Songun understood that he would not be able to hold on forever, and although he was very sorry, he had no other choice but to use it. He decided to use clones to prevent the man from attacking him specifically, but for his opponent, such a trick was nothing. He was confident that with his eyes he would quickly find the real Songun and easily deal with him. However, his eyes identified each bird as real, and he couldn't believe that a pitiful second-level beast was using power of such magnitude. He understood that if he chased after everyone, he might miss the real one, but he was too sorry to give up such a prey, because he wanted to get these abilities no matter what, and he absolutely did not care if a couple of mountains suffered from his attacks. At the same time, Songun did not understand why this man did not chase after the clones, because it would certainly be difficult for him to determine which one was real. He hoped that Yuchen wouldn't sense his spiritual power, because there was no way he could tell which one of them was real just by energy. How suddenly he saw an incredible flash and realized that apparently his rival wanted to destroy several mountains together with the clones. After some time, there was a fire of incredible power on the mountain, and the man shouted that everyone should try their best to prevent this fire from spreading to the neighboring buildings. So he told his henchmen to carry as much water there as possible. He ordered to call all the Taoists who mastered the element of water, because they needed to stop this hellish fire no matter what. They did not understand how a fire of such magnitude could happen in the middle of the night, but they still did everything in their power to prevent it from spreading. However, no matter how much they tried to put it out, it was some kind of incredible fire that burns even into water. How suddenly the elder came to them and began shouting that they were real fools because they were standing there uselessly when there was such a fire. However, the man hastened to explain that the fire in front of them was unusual because no matter how much water they carried, it would not go out. Elder Aman shouted that no one could feel the energy that comes from fire and was outraged that Taoists could not even feel such elementary things. He started shouting at his charges and told them to bring the Beninsul immediately and told them not to spare it and to use it to put out the fire as quickly as possible. He thought that in front of him was a gathering of talentless fools who did not see such obvious things, and he felt very sorry that such a rabble as they called themselves the Taoists of Ilwanman. As he watched his men put out the fire, he saw an explosion of incredible power, so he still had to figure out what was really going on there. At that moment, Songun was thrown to the side and he realized that his opponent was completely crazy because he had knocked down several mountains by the roots. Huge rocks started flying at him, but he knew that if he used his strength, his opponent would immediately catch him, so he had to hold out with just his physical strength. How unexpectedly some woman came to his aid, but he could not even imagine who was in front of him. As soon as he wanted to ask who it was, the woman covered his mouth with her hand and ordered him to shut up immediately. At the same time, Songun's opponent was incredibly outraged that he could not sense his enemy's energy, so he assumed that he could simply run away. However, he also thought that Songun had definitely used all the clones, and this bastard was able to deceive all the Taoists in this place, but he was determined to find him no matter what. He wanted to see how Songun would try to hide until he used up all his strength, and if the man saw even one of his hairs, he wanted to assure the tiger that nothing would be left of him. However, before he could even realize it, an elder appeared next to him and asked if the man was the same rebel who had started all this chaos. The man was surprised because in front of him stood none other than the Taoist Ilwanmun, who was at the level of a Huansong. The man quickly introduced himself and said that he was Nansen Yuchan, and he was also ready to kneel before the elder immediately. Amon realized that standing before him was the same Yuchan who, at a young age, managed to become a Taoist, ahead of many of his comrades. But even despite this, the man told him that he would have to answer for every step he took today because he had done a lot of things. He was seriously scared and told the elder that he didn't want to cause this commotion. It was just that one animal pretended to be a Taoist and walked among their people, so he couldn't turn a blind eye to it. He also said that this animal had high-level magical abilities, so he saw no other way out than to try to fight it. The man was surprised by this information and understood that Yuchen was unlikely to deceive him, and most likely it all looked like the tiger took advantage of the moment when all the Taoists left their posts due to the war with mythical beasts. But despite this, the elder believed that the guy had gone too far just to catch one pathetic little animal. And although the mountains he had destroyed were nameless, they still belonged to Ilwanman, so he couldn't just leave it like that. He continued to justify himself and said that this beast had extraordinary strength and that physically and magically it was stronger than all the beasts he knew. How suddenly he thought that even if he captured the beast with the help of the elder, he would not allow it to obtain all of its abilities, because he would need to get permission to do so. And the likelihood that Yuchen would be denied this increased several times, so he couldn't allow himself to watch his powers being taken away by someone else. The elder decided to check with the man, or did he think that he was saying some wrong words? Yuchen thought that he couldn't give these abilities to others, so he asked for forgiveness for his reckless, stupid act, because it didn't lead to anything, and they would definitely catch that evil spirit in the future, so he asked him not to be angry. Amon was pleased with this answer, because everything should have been like this from the very beginning, because he considered this act absolutely wrong. The guy thought that this old man wanted to assert himself at his expense, and for now he was ready to bend his neck. But this would not happen in the future, and he would definitely return everything to him in full. The old man was outraged that the guy had done so much, and the animal had disappeared without a trace, so he decided to discuss his speech a little later in the main hall, because besides that, he would like to hear how he ended up in this city. Yuchun couldn't help but agree with the old man's words because he had no other choice. But he thought that even though the tiger would get away with it today, he would definitely come back and take everything he had from him. After some time, Songun managed to get out of this battle, And he thanked the girl for saving him, because thanks to her, he survived, and now he understood that once again he would be indebted to her. In front of him was none other than Hannah, who had come to his aid in time, and if she hadn't appeared, that lunatic would have definitely cut the tiger's throat. Song-eun realized that he would not be able to win this fight because the difference in power between them was simply unrealistic. How unexpectedly, behind Hannah's back appeared that same Black Panther, who was outraged by the fact that every time they met, the tiger was constantly walking around beaten, because if it weren't for them, this time he would definitely be dead. Song-eun was quite impressed because he clearly didn't expect the Black Panther to be human, and a girl at that. Hannah tried to calm her mistress down and asked her to pull herself together, but the girl was very angry because the sand had gotten into her ears and was itching very badly, because the human body was too uncomfortable. Song-eun opened his mouth in surprise because he could not believe that the Black Panther would be a girl, and such an attractive one at that. She said that it was too obvious, and the Panther was quite surprised that Song-eun didn't figure it out. And she also started scolding him for leaving the sacred tree first without even waiting for her, so she thought that he was absolutely heartless. She said that such a battle with the enemy was karma for him, for leaving her alone, so from now on she told him not to dare leave without warning her. Song-eun simply silently agreed with everything, because he still could not believe his eyes, which could not help but embarrass him. How suddenly the tiger realized that the panther found him with the help of a bracelet for lovers, so he decided to ask as soon as possible, or can they take it off now? Hannah said that they could do it, so Song-eun demanded that they fulfill his request immediately, right now. She said that since he asked so, then she would do it, but she hastened to clarify that there were two ways to do this. The first was that if one of them died, the bracelet would disappear on its own. And the second was that if he didn't like the first way, he could cut off his own hand. So she asked him with an incredibly furious expression on her face, which way would he choose? At that moment, Song-eun thought that the bracelet was quite nice. So he decided to leave everything as is, and told Hannah that he was wearing it not out of desperation, but because he himself decided so. After some time, Song-eun's body was slowly recovering, but his spiritual power had not yet returned to its previous state. It was probably all because he used that power, and in order to restore the Endan, he needs to rise to the third stage. Since this had happened, he needed to take advantage of what that spirit had told him some time ago. With this power comes responsibility, so he needs to protect himself well first. Here in Subonban, unlike other mountains, there is little spiritual energy, and there were many warriors there, and also the man who attacked Song-eun not long ago is still chasing him, because he is unlikely to think that he is hiding among people. Therefore, he decided for himself that for now, he would stop here to restore all his strength and hide from his enemies for a while. Pantera was shocked that they had walked so long to get to this place, because there were many mountains that were better than this one, and also it was too crowded, and there were people walking everywhere. So she felt very uncomfortable being there. However, this made Sung-gun very angry, because she had been nagging him for an hour now, so much so that his ears were already bleeding, and yet she herself had agreed to go with him, so he considered such discontent absolutely unnecessary. After some time, the panther and her assistant resigned themselves to the outcome of things and slept peacefully, waiting for a new day. Song-eun thought that the clouds had covered the moon, and its power had not yet been fully absorbed, but he still needed to prepare in advance. The power of Savile was simply incredible, and it was difficult to believe that this item actually had any magical properties. He understood that among all the things he possessed, this was the most precious thing, and if he absorbed it now, he would possibly gain power that surpassed the third level. Song-eun still understood that for now his power would be enough for him, and he decided to put the golden lichen inside this jewel and see what would happen next. And if something goes wrong, it means it doesn't belong to him, because he got it by accident anyway. Finally, the tiger waited for the full moon, and the whole sky was filled with moonlight, so he could begin to absorb this power. Under the cold moonlight, the treasure of Savile showed its power, which was happening before the boy's eyes at that moment. Song-eun was shocked because after some time, a second golden lichen appeared, and it was obvious that everything that was said about this treasure was true. So without thinking twice, Song-eun decided to absorb one of the golden lichens and was truly shocked by the power that began to overwhelm him. And he was very happy, because with this he was able to achieve an increase in his spiritual strength, which can clearly help him in the future. He thought that this should be enough and decided to finally let his friends out after a long time. He asked the fish if they were too cramped inside the necklace, so they hastened to assure him that they were completely comfortable and were happy to see the tiger. He asked them to stay there for now, and in the meantime, he told them to take one dobangwan each and master it completely. The fish were very shocked and told Sungun that they could not take it, since he must have gone through a lot to get it. Sungun said to listen to him carefully, because they will go through hellish pain and become Manhwa to walk with him as God both. So they must become stronger and not contradict his words. He asked them not to say another word, because if they were sincere, then even a fish could become a dragon. Realizing the seriousness of their master, they agreed to this and told him that they would gratefully accept his gift. After this, he released another assistant from the necklace, who was incredibly happy and cheerful, as usual. He told him that he had to stay in this place temporarily, and therefore, he would also be the one looking after these herbs. He also handed him some ginseng, but the root couldn't stand the smell, because he hated it. Tiger said he wouldn't force him, but the other guys at Manhwa level have already eaten him and are preparing to level up to Enwa. Therefore, since he wants to remain at the first level, he may not accept it. But at that moment, he realized that he would definitely eat the hated ginseng in order to be on the same level as the others. From the expression on Gun's face, it was clear that he was pleased, because his assistants, together with him, would be able to become much stronger. He decided to take care of the remaining things as well, such as the magic seals and various weapons. And in principle, there was nothing that complicated, but there were some problems with the sword, because those marks from the battle with strong enemies left scratches on it, because it had been through a lot. Sungun knew that he could not use the sword until it was repaired, and he also did not know what to do with the second golden lichen. After all, he had already drunk the elixir, and the effect would certainly not be the same if he grew it. He would be able to get Gumjangsa. But the problem was that he did not know how to let this egg hatch. How suddenly he noticed the movement of one of Samga's monsters and couldn't understand what this bastard was going to do. However, he suddenly realized that this monster was not attacking him, but they began to fight among themselves. Songun wanted to stop them, but Hannah told him that they should just watch it, since the centipede had been known since the age of Manbo. Songun was very surprised that this centipede had a name, but his name was indeed Tamwa, and he wandered the earth and swallowed everything he saw. In addition, he devoured the powers of others and changed his appearance, becoming stronger, and no one is able to determine the limit of their power. Also, this insect changes depending on how it is grown, so the girl suggested that the guy try to grow it. The centipede, which grew stronger day by day, was a powerful weapon, and when he ate it, Songun began to despair. But in reality, it was an incredible stroke of luck. He asked Hannah if she could fix his sword, which he had then drawn. Hannah said she could do it, but she needed a few things to make it happen. Songun was very happy and told her that he would get everything he needed, so he decided to go down to the human village and look for these things there. How suddenly a panther, who had just woken up, called him and asked him where he was going. The tiger told her that he was going to the human village on business, so he invited the girl to go with him. She was clearly surprised by such a proposal, but since he begged her so much and could not do it without her, she decided to do him a favor and go with him. At the same time, Hannah turned to the sword, because he dared to deceive others by hiding himself, but he definitely couldn't deceive her, so she used her powers and told him to show himself immediately. How unexpectedly, literally a few seconds later, none other than Samgi appeared from this sword. He was very angry because he did not understand how the girl dared to behave like that in front of him. She didn't understand what happened to him during this time, because he was one of the strongest spirits, and in the end, there was practically nothing left of him. He was outraged that such a pathetic creature like her dared to criticize him, because she deserved the most severe punishment. But if she pretended that she did not see him, then he promised her that he would definitely forgive her. He started talking about how he would help her in many ways and provide her with everything. But unexpectedly for him, the girl attacked him and hit him. He was just shocked and didn't understand what this girl was doing, but it looked like she intended to destroy him. She apologized to him, but the owner of this sword was about to become the fiancé of its owner soon, so she couldn't let something like this demon interfere with their future. He tried to stop her and begged her to talk to him, and instead he would tell her about the Pajan Magek technique. It was a technique that had been passed down from generation to generation, but the girl was disappointed that his life was so cheap. Sami started shouting that she would give this technique to her, but even if he told her where it was, without him, she definitely wouldn't be able to get it. However, she knew that even on the verge of destruction, he dared to lie to her, because it was transmitted by the strongest spirit. But since he was defeated, this technique was probably devalued. Therefore, she saw no reason to leave him alive, since he was of no use to her. However, she still felt sorry to lose what he offered. So she decided to cut off a small part of his soul and slowly find out everything, and she would use the rest for good deeds. Dark Soul couldn't believe that the girl was capable of cutting off a soul, because it was obvious that her level was simply incredibly powerful. At the same time, the panther and the tiger were already in the city of people, and she did not understand why they still had not bought anything and were just walking around these streets. Songun said that the pavilions run by large clans were very expensive, especially since the quality of the smelting there was not particularly good, and for small clans, things were even worse. However, after some time, they finally came to some building, and the tiger was pleased that he had finally found it. The girl didn't know if there was even one person there, but Songun confidently walked inside and asked if the owner was there. For a while, no one was visible, but two girls could be heard talking to each other about why they hid. But it was their first time, so they did it. But after a while, they decided to go out to their clients and said welcome. The panther was surprised because in front of her stood neither animals nor people, but some kind of half-humans, and it was surprising that people like them could calmly live among people. Songun did not waste time showing the girls the spirits and told them what he wanted to make out of this Hwangjapai. The girls were absolutely delighted because it was the first time they had seen such a thing, but they were also quite shocked that he could do them such an honor. The tiger asked the girls how much their work would cost, so one of them didn't lose her composure and said that the whole thing would cost 500 precious stones. Songun was quite shocked, but in principle, a good Hwangjapai should really cost about that much. The panther realized that the tiger did not have that many stones, so she offered to lend them to him for a while. However, in reality, she decided to play a joke on her friend and took out only 3 stones from her pocket and told him that she had picked them up on the way. The two girls who were supposed to do the job were Kim and In, and their origins were written in deep history, although the influence was small, but after several hundred years, they will be spoken about on every corner. However, at the moment they are just little girls, just like Mia was once in the past, who has now practically shown all of herself. So he didn't think twice and gave the girls 500 valuable stones, which they were quite shocked about because they expected him to actually do it. However, for such a price, he had a request for them, which was that he would also like to participate in this process. The girls thought about it and began to answer this question hesitantly, so Songun decided to act decisively. He told him that since they didn't want to do it, there was nothing they could do, and there were probably many people who would happily agree with him. Of course, this affected these little girls and they agreed to everything, but they asked the tiger to promise that they would not tell anyone about what he saw inside. How unexpectedly an unknown guy entered the door of this building and realized that he had entered there at the wrong time, because the girls had a visitor. Kim and In happily ran to Hans and were happy to boast to him that they finally had their first visitors. He praised the girls for the work they had done, and the city was truly behind them for being able to do it. Hans understood that the girls were busy, so he decided to leave already because he did not want to disturb them, but simply decided to look at them. The girls hastened to explain that this man was a Taoist from Suval Moon, and he had helped them a lot to settle here. Songun was very surprised that a person like him was helping non-human beings, which was something incredible. However, no one could guess what was really hidden behind such kindness of this Taoist. All this time, Misuk stood under this building because she could not go inside with the tiger and see what was happening there. Suddenly, someone walked past her, and she thought that it might be Hangi, but there was still a strange energy coming from her. And finally, after some time, Songun came out and handed Misuk the poangshel and asked her to give it to Hana. And all this was because he had one more thing to do in this city, so he asked the girl to go home on her own. The girl decided to ask Songun where he was going again, because last time he also left without saying a word. So she thought that now he was going somewhere again and would leave her again. Songun told the girl not to worry about anything, because he was not going anywhere. But he did not say that she also did not have to tell him if she was going somewhere. The girl was very happy with this turn of events and told him that now this would be their oath. Soon after, the girls told the tiger that when they began the merger, there should be no sound, and if he lost concentration even a little, they could fail. Songun said that he understood this perfectly well, and after all the rules were explained, the girls began their work. And everything that happened there was simply incredible, because the girls used disappearance in unity, and they are inextricably linked to each other, like her existence and not being. Tiger knew that this was clearly different from a normal fusion, and that it would all be impossible if they did not learn the secrets of heaven and earth, and that this was not something that could be learned, because this knowledge had to be possessed. Songun was a little doubtful that he would be able to do this in such a miserable place without special tools for fusion, but it was obvious that the girls were incredibly strong. After some time, the girls actually managed to do it, and they said that everything was ready and now the tiger just had to give this thing a name. Tiger thought that since this thing was shaped like a wheel, he decided to call it Koryun, which was a pretty good name for it. He thanked the girls for the work they had done and told them that they were simply incredibly strong. So next time he would definitely contact them again. They were incredibly happy to hear such praise and told him that they would do everything in their power to help him. After some time, Hannah asked her mistress to stop twitching her legs because she was looking at her and was also starting to get nervous. But the panther could not calm down because so much time had passed and Songun was not yet near her. However, Hannah did not stop assuring her mistress that if he said that he would, then he would definitely keep his word. Not even a few seconds had passed before Songun appeared on the horizon, so the panther ran towards him as fast as he could. And now it was finally time to show Songun the work that Hannah had done while he was away. He realized that when they combined the souls of the three demons, a new weapon was formed. The girl didn't know if it was because of the three demon souls or the souls he absorbed after that, but after the fusion, a new weapon was born. Songun realized that all this time until now, this demon had been secretly waiting for him on this island. And if it weren't for Hannah, then perhaps he definitely wouldn't have survived, and his head was simply spinning just from the thought of it. There were still so many things in this world that were unbelievable to exist, and he had almost reached the second level, and he would have to be even more careful in the future. However, even despite this, he should be glad that he received another powerful weapon, and in addition, his centipede became even stronger. And this animal not only became stronger, but also managed to become very attached to its new owner, which could not help but touch him. Immediately after that, he informed everyone that he was going to Chongog, and he didn't know exactly how long it would take. Misuk began to get very angry because she had waited for him for so long. He was going somewhere again, so she considered him a complete egoist. However, the tiger just wanted to talk about this, because this time he did not know what danger could cut him and how long it would take. So he asked the girls if they were ready to go on this journey with him. The girls were impressed by this question, but Misuk did not understand what had suddenly come over the tiger and why he was suggesting this so suddenly. He did not understand what the girl was saying and told her that if she did not want to go with him, then she could say so and not do it. But she began to insist that she did not say such a thing and she would definitely go with him. At the same time, the girls saw that some visitor was coming to them, and they were already happy that they would have a new job. However, it was none other than Hansu who entered inside, but the girls did not understand what brought him there. However, after some time, he told them about Cheonadong, which is now under the control of their Solwanman. It used to be the home of a great Taoist named Cheon, and after his destruction, the place became known as Cheonadong. But Taesong was feared, namely because of the secret hidden there by Cheon himself. Because bloodshed could begin, so a ban was placed on him, but once every 100 years there comes a day when the effect of the ban weakens for 2 weeks. So Hansu told the girls that today was the day when the ban on what the man had hidden there long ago would be lifted. The girls realized that the man came to them for help because they were well acquainted with Hwajin, and also for the reason of finding the secret hidden there. However, the man hastened to assure them that he was not interested in the secret, but only wanted to fulfill the will of his late teacher. The teacher who was closest to him, like no other, was locked there and gave the order to his student to escape. He told his student that there was no time left and he would be completely fine. But the guy had to get away from this place as quickly as possible, and he, in turn, would leave his weapon in this place. So he asked him to be sure to pick it up as soon as he could. Hansu told the girls that he wanted to return the teacher's body to ease the pain of loss a little, and although he was ashamed to ask them for help, he still came there. However, the girls said that he had done so much for them over the years that it would be a great honor for them to help him complete this task. Suddenly, two huge men appeared behind him, but the guy assured the girls that they were just his comrades and that they would protect them, so he asked them not to worry. At the same time, Songun was already near Cheonaguk and was looking for something in a huge tree, but the girls could not understand what he was doing there. The tiger told them that he himself was not sure, since he had only heard about it, but they say that a tooth is hidden in a tree that guards a treasure, but there was none in this tree either. The girl was inspired by this turn of events, so she said to quickly call her arthropod friend so that he could help him with the search. However, Hana said that she did not think that this would be necessary, because she thought that it would be possible to look for this oak in such a strange tree. Songun thought that this was a separate thought, because it happened hundreds of years ago, and during this time the tree should have turned into an old ruin. And of course, when he climbed inside this tree, he was incredibly happy, because there really was that very tooth. He fell down to this tree and began to bow, but the girl did not understand why he was doing this and began to shout at him that now was not the time to beg forgiveness for all his sins. She told him that he was scaring her with such actions, but the tiger told her to shut up and just stand there if she didn't know anything about it. At the same time, a conversation took place between two men, and one asked the other whether he really should go there, but he himself knew that it was dangerous to send guides there alone. In 100 years, the war will come to an end, and if he goes in there now, it won't be a very good idea. However, Hansu said that the guides only live for 300 years, so they could not wait another 100 because they had too little time. The man realized that his commander had no other choice, so he wished him luck, and Hansu left for Cheongdong literally within minutes. The girls convinced themselves that everything would be absolutely fine, and holding hands, followed the man who had been helping them all this time. Once there, they saw the entrance to this place, which turned out to be a huge cave. Hansu turned to Kim and Ian and asked them not to let him down under any circumstances. When the girls started doing their work, the man asked his boss if these kids could really lift the band, because he was a little worried about the fact that their future depended on these little ones. However, despite all the fears of his henchmen, the man simply told him to watch silently what would happen in just a few minutes. The girls were very surprised because it was simply incredible to see such a powerful band for the first time. They decided not to waste much time and get down to their work, because they promised Hans to deal with this so that it wouldn't happen. And of course, such a task was within their power, so literally in a moment, the band disappeared, and the men thought that these little ones were definitely some kind of gods. Songun continued to bow at the same time, and this was already the 100th time he had done this. But it was worth it, because after he had done what he had to do, exactly what he had been waiting for happened. It was precisely because he had made 100 bows near this tree that the magic door of the inner world finally fell off. The girls were impressed by this turn of events, and the tiger did not want to delay and told them to go inside as quickly as possible. Misik was surprised that there were so many glowing plants there, but she didn't understand why they were all there. Hannah hurried to explain to her that there was Huanjin everywhere here, and it filled this place and blocked contact with the outside world. And the plants were here so that independent air circulation was possible, and although she did not know what the exact reason was, someone had done a very good job of it. Misik didn't listen to her assistant very carefully and kept thinking that there must be some treasure in this place. Songun wasn't interested at all in what these girls were chatting about, because they had finally come to the place he was looking for. Hannah and Misik were incredibly surprised because there was a huge wolf in front of them, but they couldn't figure out what he was doing here. At the same time, Hansu's assistants destroyed a bunch of animals on their way and were incredibly happy that there really was an incredible number of spirits here, and all the magical creatures ran straight into their hands. They also asked Hansu what he was continuing to do there and whether he was going to participate in this with them, but they could also assume that the Taoist did not need such goodness. However, he simply watched as these two little girls helped pave the way for him to get to the right place. The next path was finally open, but this time the girls took much longer to get there, and it was clear that they were much more tired. He understood that their path would become more difficult from this point on, but still they did not cease to be amazed that something so incredible was inside the cave. Also on their way, they encountered the famous ghost tree, which grows only there, and its leaves contain very powerful energy. In Suvola, they use these leaves for energy renewal, and since they were able to get here, he asked his assistants to collect as many of them as possible. Hanzu himself thought that the fact that they found this tree meant that they were already close to their goal, and that soon the treasures of this place would be in his hands. How unexpectedly the girls called Hansu and told him that in this place there were numerous Huanjins, which intertwined with each other and formed a dense curtain, and this whole cave was like one big living creature. They said they would have to take it down without hurting others, so they told them it would take them a few days to take them all down one by one. One of Hansu's henchmen became incredibly angry because he realized that the girls were hinting that they could stay there for a whole week, but that was clearly not what they had agreed on, so this made him very angry. The man continued to talk about how their leader had promised them that there would definitely be no problems with the ban, and that the treasure that they had been promised would be in their hands today. Hans understood that the situation had turned out a little differently, and although he hoped to delay this moment, he had no other choice. And literally with one light movement of his hand, he dealt one of the girls an incredibly strong blow. The tiger asked the panther to be quieter, because her screams would wake up even the dead. The girl was surprised by such a speech, but this place was nothing other than the tomb of the she-wolf. It was the same girl who loved the golden spirit he met in Ilvona so much. A she-wolf named Ulin loved to wander among people in human form, and one day she met a Taoist, and they fell in love with each other. And despite the fact that the evil spirit and all the wolf's fellow tribesmen were against it, her relationship with this man only grew stronger. But even those who were able to overcome the route restrictions had one obstacle that even they could not cope with: life expectancy. Although the girl said that they were equal, magical creatures live for thousands of years, and the lifespan of a Taoist is 3 times shorter. And in the end, the man's lifespan came to an end, and he left this world. And the she-wolf had no choice but to guard the grave of her beloved until the end of her days. The golden spirit, who did not want the girl to die, offered to prolong her life, but she refused. She said that she had already experienced the kind of love that happens once and for all, and further life simply had no meaning for her. She decided to return to her homeland and merge with nature, because she felt that she had finally realized the most important thing in her life, so she hoped that the golden spirit would one day meet such a person. Soon Ulin died, and the last thing the golden spirit could do for her was to build a tomb for her peaceful eternal sleep. And this was nothing other than the actions of Golubets, because in order to build the tomb, he spent too much of his spiritual power. Because of this, he was captured by the Taoists of Ilwan. Misuk was simply impressed to hear such an incredible love story. At that time, Sungun thought about the lifespan and remembered Mia, and thought that by rising only to the level of Engel and Enman, he would be able to live for at least 2,500 years, while the limit of human life is only 1,000 years. He realized that he was too far away from it to leave a mark on him. However, the purpose of his coming here was this, namely, what the golden spirit left for Ulin. It was a jade pectan, which with the help of its energy, helped a person get rid of suffering and reach the level of Engel. Misuk was impressed by this because it turns out that with this thing, you can raise your level to an incredible level. However, Songun said that the deed was done, so they could leave, and if they disturbed this she-wolf's sleep, it would not be very good. However, his speech was interrupted by an incredible roar, and all 3 of them suspected something was wrong. How suddenly Songun began to be absorbed by an unknown force, and soon after, he simply disappeared from this tomb. At the same time, In was suffering from pain. But thank God this sword only cut her skin, and the girls wondered why Hans did this to them. However, he hastened to explain to the girls that it was all about their blood, and told them to watch carefully what she was doing with this barrier. Demonic blood was capable of destroying magical prohibitions, and that was the reason he brought them here. And although they were half-breeds, the same blood still flowed in their veins, so all his good attitude became an obvious lie, which could not help but disappoint the little ones. He asked them if they really thought he was doing this because he cared about such insignificant half-breeds like them, when in reality, he was just playing his role in order to take advantage of them later. He could spill all their blood right now, to the last drop, but he wanted her to do it herself and destroy this Huanjin completely and utterly once and for all. Hansu told them that this was the minimum payment for all the kindness he had shown the girls over this time. She was already completely shocked when Songun disappeared from there and did not understand how it happened. But Hannah tried to calm her mistress. She decided to look at all this with a sober mind and said that there was a strong presence of various energies around, and it seemed that under the influence of another Huangjin, the space where Songun is located was moved to another place. This place where they were was made with the help of Huangjin, and all of them are by nature connected to each other, and judging by these energy fluctuations, something had disturbed the energy field of one of them not far from here. So she asked her mistress not to worry about this. Misuk realized that the tiger had simply moved to another location, and this was an incredible relief for her. But she still did not understand how they were supposed to find it. However, Ha reminded her that she had a love bracelet, and she could also assume that he had moved somewhere to Cheonadong. But there were a lot of magical entities there, so they had to hurry, because maybe poor Songun was beating someone up again. The tiger at this time realized that he was definitely still alive, but he did not understand where he was, and it was definitely not the cave they had been in earlier. And the panther and Hannah were also nowhere to be seen. And judging by the strong homogeneous energy of this place, it seemed like he was on a ghost mountain. But he didn't understand why there was Huanjin everywhere here. How unexpectedly he noticed that very tree and the incredible white leaves on it. He realized that it was a ghost tree, and he had heard that such a tree only grows in Cheongdong. He understood where he was at that moment, and if it really was a ghostly tree, then such energy could well come from that very monster, who was even more happy with human energy than with these beautiful leaves. Songun understood that this creature was about the 3rd level, and it was hidden by the energy of the tree, so he did not notice it right away. The demon did not want to wait a minute and decided to attack the tiger in order to eat him as quickly as possible. However, Songun just wanted to test his updated sword, and he did it quite well. The monster became even more angry and thought that such a pathetic human like him did not dare to ignore such a monster. However, the tiger, despite all the indignation of his opponent, decided to start with a light blow and immediately put a little spiritual power into it, which to his surprise destroyed the monster the first time. Songun clearly did not expect such a turn of events, but it seemed like his weapon was clearly hungry, and how suddenly various spirits began to surround him, and he thought that all these spirits that he destroyed with his weapon had acquired their form. And in that case, it was clear that this was their true essence. And the tiger felt a strong, oppressive pressure on his entire body, and although he did not know what it was, he definitely felt it, and it seemed that his strength would not allow him to see more. However, it is clear that this energy belongs to the spirit of the sword. And if the essence of this sword did not cease before him, then could this mean that he did not yet have the right to do so? Songun had no idea that something like this was hidden inside the sword, so he was curious about what else this sword was capable of. His previous master was a dark spirit, and it seemed he had no idea what a powerful creature he really was, and if he had been a little more attentive, the tiger would have also been absorbed by this sword and become one of these entities. However, for now, he put these thoughts aside, because it turns out that there are still so many different monsters in the world that he could think about specifically. Suddenly, the unknown appeared next to the tiger, but he reacted with lightning speed and jumped to the side as quickly as possible. The man told him that there was no need for spirits to be so careful with each other, because if he were a man, he would have been lying on the ground with his neck broken long ago. The stranger asked Songun what his name was, but decided to lie, and said that his name was Yu Jong. At the same time, Kim was trying her best and shedding her blood to fulfill this stupid mission. Hansu said that the girl could simply use his sword and do the job much faster. However, Kim shouted at him that this would never happen and that she would do everything her own way, which could not help but make the man laugh. The girl tried her best, and with the help of her blood, she still managed to destroy the next stage of the barrier. The men were incredibly pleased that this girl was so strong and was able to destroy the Huanjin so easily with just her blood. However, from the expression on Hans's face, it was clear that he was not pleased, and he asked the man whether he was already feeling better. Chan apologized for the way he reacted, as he was simply worried that all the man's efforts would be in vain. He told him not to go too far and remembers why they were there. And of course, if they don't want to die stupidly because of an attack of some creature, then they should be much more careful. The girl knew that she would have to use her blood again, so she asked her sister to just bandage her wounds, but Ying began to say that next time she would be the one to do it. The girls said that they didn't know how many more Huanjins would be on their way, and it was unknown how many more times they would have to use their blood, so they had to do it in turns. The girl continued to convince her sister that they would be able to get out of here together alive, but they were interrupted by another man who told them that they had to stop talking about it because it was time for them to hit the road. Songun followed the unknown man, and he asked him if he had come here by teleportation from Chonagok, to which the tiger answered in the affirmative. The monster didn't know what kind of people they were, but they were indiscriminately destroying the Huanjins one after another, which couldn't help but make him wary. Huangjin seemed to be making way for this unknown, and he walked so easily as if he was just going for a walk, and it was clear that he was definitely above the 4th level. Songun asked if he could ask him a question, and when he received an affirmative answer, he asked him why he was in this place. The monster told him that he had come there because of the parade of 100 spirits, which could not fail to impress the tiger. This parade was about choosing the Demon King at the Blood Festival. An endless bloody battle in which numerous magical entities try to tear each other apart suggests all this. A bloody festival where, after a brutal battle, the very same Demon King is born, which was an event for centuries. The demon told him that the great Samgui, who was the former king of demons, had left this world, and although he did not know what kind of person attacked him, as soon as the parade ended, all the magical creatures would go in search of him to destroy him. This turn of events could not help but shock Songun, because he was the one who sent this dark demon to the next world. The girls at this time had already opened the last seal, but they were already on their last legs because this whole situation was incredibly difficult for them. Hans was incredibly happy about this turn of events because this was the very place and the teacher definitely had to leave some clue for him. How unexpectedly he saw the herb that the teacher used as a magic tool, so he assumed that this was the clue for him. How unexpectedly, after he took hold of this flower, the very teacher who had been here for a long time appeared in front of him. Hansu said that he fulfilled his last wish and came here to take his treasures. Judging by the guy's expression, one could assume that he was simply beside himself with happiness because he finally got what he had been striving for so long. Songun was simply shocked that it had already become known that Sami had left this world, but there were only a few does there, and he certainly could not comprehend how this could happen in just a couple of days. He decided to inquire about the monster or if anything was known about the man who had killed the great demon. But the man did not have such information, but those who served him had already begun to move, so everything would soon become known. Tiger realized that the demon did not yet know that it was he who committed such a crime, when suddenly the man turned to him, but Songun did not understand what was happening. However, he simply told the guy that the people who brought him to this place were right there. Hansu had already shown his friend the great treasure of his teacher, and all 3 of them were incredibly happy about it. The man told them that he would keep the brush in the bottle, and they could take the rest of the treasures for themselves. Hansu had already taken the Churin drink, which had incredible power against poisons, and the brush that the master always carried with him, so he had everything he was looking for. However, at that moment, that same demon appeared and told the 3 of them that they were real scoundrels, because they had fought their way through so desperately that they had brought the Huanji into such a state. They immediately became active and started shouting to each other that since this demon was alone, they needed to be on guard. The demon found this situation funny, and after he began to show his power, the Taoist immediately fell at his feet. He introduced himself and said that he had come here and brought what this demon had asked him for. Songun realized that this guy had been playing his own game from the very beginning and didn't care about anyone else. Hansu told Tom that he had that very drink in his hands, and it would be incredibly useful to the demon during the parade of 100 spirits. The demon decided to ask if it was really Churin, because he had no idea that the man would be able to find him, and Hansu was saying that now he had to take care of him as he had promised. The men were shocked and could not believe their eyes because it looked like the Taoist was in cahoots with this demon. And this was so, because why would this man go to such a dangerous place if not for this? And the man was actually planned to be used as a bill in case of danger. They were just shocked and started yelling at him that he was a complete freak and told him that he definitely couldn't remain a Taoist after everything he had done. However, Hansu asked not to worry about this because he no longer planned to remain human anyway. He no longer wanted to lead a miserable human life and count the years he had lived in fear. So he too decided to become a demon who lived for thousands of years. So he turned to Gimkin and asked him, as they had agreed, to turn him into a monster. The man began to fulfill his promise, and Hansu was incredibly happy that he was reborn, and now he would become a monster and would be able to live for thousands of years. However, in reality, Gimkin did not turn him into any kind of monster, and all this was just an illusion for the man. After all, in reality, people were so limited in their dreams, and it was generally incomprehensible how they had the courage to call him, the spirit, some kind of pathetic demon. Gimkin decided to leave the guy here to rot in his fantasies, but he still had to deal with the rest of the foxes. How suddenly the man summoned his spider helpers, and it became clear that he was using Huangyi, which meant that this spirit was higher than the 4th level. The men tried to defend themselves to the last, but no matter how many of these spiders they destroyed, their numbers did not decrease, and eventually their spirit overcame them. Songun understood that they had no chance of salvation, but suddenly he noticed those same girls who had recently helped him do such an important thing. Of course, when those horrible spiders wanted to attack the girls and destroy them, Songun came to their aid and tried to protect them. The girls were so happy that they couldn't hold back their tears because they thought that this was really the end for them. Jimkin could not understand what this tiger was doing, but he hastened to explain to him that he knew these girls and they were not people. However, the spirit said that then they would have to be destroyed even more, because these traitors who serve people should not exist in this world. However, the tiger continued to insist that the girls were not doing this of their own free will and asked to at least just look at them. The spirit said that being used by humans was a real shame, so he still couldn't leave them alive. How unexpectedly at the end he seemed to come to his senses and said that it was all very interesting and that after all his student had found him like that. Songun realized that now he had a completely different energy, but his body remained the same, and it felt like he was a completely different creature. The spirit said that the deceased took the body of the youth and he should be ashamed of it, so he used his abilities against him. However, the old man in the body of a young man repelled such a strong attack of the spirit with incredible ease for obvious reasons. After all, if there was a way to return to life again, who would refuse such an opportunity? The spirit didn't know what kind of powers this man had in life, but now he was in the body of an ordinary Taoist, so he was sure that he wouldn't be able to deal with him, a spirit of the Enman level. However, even if that was the case, he had a unique opportunity to try it, so he decided to take the risk no matter what. The spirit was outraged because the life of destruction was naturally a part of nature, but he refused to accept it, and he was trying his best to stay here. It was disgusting to him, but he, as a spirit capable of enjoying life for thousands and tens of thousands of years, would never be able to understand this. And at that moment, it became obvious to everyone around that this was a duel between two masters with magical abilities. But no one could even imagine what it took to reach such a level. Shards of various objects flew in all directions, but Songun protected the girls the whole time, so he was able to prevent any injuries. He told the girls to stay as close to him as possible because incredible things were happening around them. Jimkin was quite shocked because the man was able to control powerful spells with just simple gestures. But since he couldn't fly, it meant he hadn't yet reached the limit of his physical capabilities. And this meant that before he could destroy this body and release his true power, the spirit needed to summon all of his spiritual power and use a powerful spell to put an end to this. The old man realized that the spirit had discovered his weak spot, so he decided to respond to such an attack with dignity. It was a confrontation between two incredible forces, and it was unclear who would ultimately win this battle. The old man thought for a moment that his opponent would be able to defeat him, but it seemed that the spirit was already a little tired, so he decided to give him peace and quiet. Hwanghae Gumkina, covering his body from all sides, disappeared, and if this continues, then after the spirit, this man will definitely pounce on them. So Songun understood that they had only one chance to survive this, so he decided to act. His opponent is a monster capable of defeating an Inmen-level spirit, and he can turn it into a pile of ash with one wave of his hand. But suddenly he thought that he really was an idiot, and was he really going to go to the next world here and now? Instead of dying stupidly, he decided for himself to fight to the last. However, he was quickly defeated because the old man, with a slight movement of his hand, threw the tiger aside. He was shocked that such a pathetic humanoid trash decided to attack him, so he decided to take a closer look at it. But in reality, Sungun did this in order to distract the man of the battle, and at that moment the spirit decided to deliver his incredibly powerful blow. The old man certainly couldn't have expected such a turn of events, and he couldn't believe that he would actually be destroyed, and he had only just received this new body. He wanted to somehow free his hand to strike back, but the spirit would not allow this under any circumstances. The spirit said that nothing could save him in this situation, and he was sorry that he alone had to enjoy how he was trying his best to survive. This old man had to endure the hardships of numerous destructions for 1,000 years to reach the level of Daesung. And who could have known that his life would end in such a miserable end? Jimkin breathed a sigh of relief, because this skirmish could have ended badly if the tiger had not helped him. So the spirit praised him for his good work. And after that, he told Sungun that this old man was the mentor of the Taoist Hansu, which could not help but shock the guy. And this man went so far as to prolong his own life by stealing the body of his student, and he was obsessed with the thirst for life like a madman. After this, the tiger decided to look at those same two treasures, and there lay a protective vase and a binding bracelet. He didn't know what was in that bottle, so he decided to ask Hannah about it a little later. Songun knew that, as they say, karma will definitely find you for all the things you have done. This man used others for his own selfish purposes, trying to remove his own greed, and in the end, he met such a tragic end. The spirit said that it seemed that nothing was threatening him anymore, and although he could not have foreseen this, in the end, everything was resolved as successfully as possible. He also told the girls not to be afraid of him, because since Songun helped him, he was not going to touch them with a finger anymore. And since they were finished here, it was time for him to return to attend to the parade of the 100 spirits. And upon his return, he intended to recommend the tiger to the demon king he served, so he asked to follow him. Songun realized that the spirit wanted him to become the ghost warrior of the spirit Munchuk, and this is an incredibly tempting offer for any spirit. However, now was not the time, and he thanked the spirit for the offer, but he had only recently reached the level of Enchua, so he thought that he lacked the skills to be honored like that. Jimkin knew that the guy's abilities were far beyond many, and with such skills there was no need to worry that they would not be enough. However, the guy continued to say that now he has a business that needs to be completed together with his comrades, so he cannot accept such an offer. But all these speeches made the spirit very angry, and he told Songun that when he gives him an order, he just has to follow it, so he ordered the guy to follow him immediately. The guy had no other choice, so he just listened to the spirit and went on his journey with him. And he himself was thinking that now the war with the Taoists was in full swing, and it was likely that he would simply become an expendable material that would be carried from place to place. He was really only at the level of a Yonhua, so he would hardly be able to contribute much. So he didn't understand why this spirit was so obsessed with this. How suddenly he remembered that he first encountered Gim Kim when the spirits of his destroyed creatures came out, and in that case he could see the spirit of Samgi. There was a possibility that this spirit knew that it was he who destroyed Samgi, and they were heading straight to his lair right now. So the tiger thought that he needed to get out of here urgently, but he didn't know how to do it, because it was unlikely that he would be able to defeat Gimkin, since he had defeated Samgi with the help of Mia, and now everything was different. And he understood that he was responsible not only for himself, but for the twins, who also needed to be protected and delivered safe and sound to his home. He tried to think and run through different plans and methods in his head to get rid of Gimkin. How unexpectedly Ying turned to him mentally, who understood that judging by the expression on the guy's face, they were in a very difficult situation. He confirmed her fears and told the girls that right now they were going to the base to the spirit of this place. The girls said that thanks to their abilities, they are able to see things that are unknown to others. And in addition, Kim is sensitive to changes in energy flows, and she saw traces of those dissolved in them. After this, the little girl asked Songun about the fact that he had been with the escorts all this time, which surprised the guy quite a lot. She explained that when they were trying to destroy the Huanjin, she felt a strong energy, and it was as if she felt that she needed to find something and realized that there was someone else inside this Huanjin. Songun realized that it could only be Hannah and the panther, and they were there because they were looking for him. He asked the girls to hold on tightly to him, and pushing off sharply from the carpet, he hurried to run away. The spirit didn't understand what this guy was doing, because he ordered him to stay put. He didn't run very far and stopped and asked the girls to stay closely behind him. Of course, the spirit easily caught up with him and told this scoundrel that he either wanted to die right here or had lost his mind. However, the tiger, with an innocent expression on his face, said that he could not leave his comrades and go with him, so he would just wait for them here. Jimkin told the guy that although he was quite smart, he still couldn't understand that he just needed to follow him if he valued his life. When the spirit tried to deliver its incredible blow towards the guy, he released his centipede, which easily dealt with this attack. Songun also told the spirit that even if he succeeded in wounding him, he would definitely not get out of there alive. Gumkin realized that his opponent was using Huanjin, but he was not ready to tolerate these tricks and decided to destroy them with his illusions. However, to his surprise, his illusions had no effect, and it must have been that the boy was able to reflect them since he used the power of the treasures along with his Manhwa level abilities. The spirit decided to use the deep vision of the ghost and saw the girls who were hindering him. This situation made him incredibly angry, and he thought that he should have destroyed these two little ones from the very beginning. He knew that it was impossible to escape from such an attack unharmed, but suddenly he saw the energy that belonged to Lord Samgi. Songun was able to deal the spirit a strong blow, and after that it could no longer remain in the human body. The guy knew that this was not enough, so he decided to cut his throat, but he did not have time to do it. The spirit transformed into his true form and told the guy that he was a real idiot because after what he did, he would have to deal with his true form. The spirit was surprised that the tiger actually had Manhwa level abilities, but it still didn't make any difference to him, since he still decided to tear him apart. This spirit was incredibly strong, so he eventually managed to get Songun. At the same time, the love bracelet that Masuk had began to glow, just like the last time when Songun was being pursued by the Taoist. The girl started to get very worried and cry, because it seemed like the guy was in danger again, and she didn't know what I would do if something happened to him. Hannah said that they needed to hurry and that she would now take them across the Huanjin, so she asked the girl which direction the bracelet was pointing. Misik was incredibly surprised, but Hannah said that since they were in a hurry, they would have to travel this way. At the same time, while the girls were getting to the tiger, he was still able to fight off the attack of this monster. Horror realized that then he did see the spirit of Lord Samga, and that the sword that the tiger used belonged to none other than his master. He started shouting that the guy definitely had a hand in destroying the demon, but he was sure that some guy like that definitely couldn't do anything serious to him, so he demanded an immediate explanation. While the spirit was screaming and demanding to be told who was able to destroy the great Samgi, the tiger centipede had already left him. Since the spirit told the boy that if he told him the truth, he would destroy him quickly and painlessly, Songun decided to share this with him. He decided to tell the spirit how it happened that the great Samgi lost his life at his hand, which could not help but shock his rival. After this shocking news, the spirit decided to destroy Songun immediately, but he used a fire wave to get ahead of his opponent and hit him faster. Jimkin was shocked because this fire was not gas, and it devoured the spiritual protection that covered his shell. Songun said that this fire cannot be extinguished once it is lit, and it will gradually destroy the body of his enemy, and eventually he will turn into ashes and disappear. And that is exactly what happened to Samgi. The guy knew that if he let this spirit go now, there would be no next time, so he decided to continue advancing on him. The spirit was quite amazed that the boy was able to use abilities that only those who had advanced to the Manhwa level could summon. And he said that even though this was true, the guy was still clearly too weak to show him his true power. And although he thought it was a good try, he still thought that the guy's strength would still not be enough to destroy him before some fire destroyed his body. Songun was incredibly surprised by such power, and although he managed to dodge this time, he was not sure that he would be able to repeat it even one more time. Jimkin said that the guy was really lucky this time, but there wouldn't be a second time, and he wanted to hit him as quickly as possible. The spirit was not an opponent that could be fought with time and constant dodging, as he was at the level of Enman. So Songun knew that he had to put all his strength into his strike. He knew he had to push his entire body to the limit and release his claws and bare his fangs. And although it was unclear whether he would be able to destroy it or die himself, the hunt began right now. Jimkin noticed that the guy started to move completely differently, in which case he decided to level him to the ground, along with everything that was around him. How unexpectedly, when the spirit decided to strike again, He was stopped by the ghost of Mr. Samga, and this made him confused for a while. However, he still couldn't fall for such tricks and continued to attack the guy with all his might. Songun dodged these attacks for quite a long time, but one of them still caught up with him and pierced his shoulder through and through. The spirit was quite surprised that he had stopped such an attack. And although he admitted that the guy had fought desperately, even with these useful artifacts, it was hard to constantly summon superpowers. The monster was pleased that the guy's arms could no longer be raised and believed that the border between levels could not be crossed so easily. And just as the spirit decided to deal the guy his final blow, a girl appeared in front of him and was able to repel this incredible attack. In front of him was none other than Hwaran, who was simply outraged that the guy was ready to give up and give his life. And she began to shout at him that she had never had such a weak-willed master in her life. In addition to this, Hana and Misu burst into the space, who were ready to protect the game no less than his faithful servant. The monster did not understand who stood in front of him and why they even dared to disturb them in the midst of the battle. However, Hana told him that she would have to destroy him for bringing her mistress to such a terrible state. At that moment, the spirit realized that he needed to leave there urgently, because he was sure that he could not cope with all of them. He asked them to stop, because he did not understand why they needed to destroy him, and began to beg them to let him go. Hana told the spirit that in the future, this man would become her mistress's husband, and it was unforgivable what he had allowed himself to do to him. Immediately after this, the girl decided not to waste time on empty talk and struck him with scarlet thunder. She then used a rain of enchanted blades to destroy the spirit once and for all. Songun was shocked and realized that these girls were really scary, and immediately after that, he simply passed out. After some time, everyone around the tiger was waiting for him to finally come to his senses, because he made the girls very worried about him. When he opened his eyes, he was quite shocked because they all started asking him questions, or did he recognize them, and how did he feel at all? They begged him to say something and try to call one of their names because they needed to check if he could move at all. However, Songun was unable to say anything, and the girls were very worried when he lost consciousness again, but they did not assume that he was in emotional shock. After some time, the guy finally came to his senses, and although he had very serious wounds, he was alive. Although he resorted to the help of artifacts, if the twins had not helped him, he would have died long ago after such a brutal battle. And if Jimkin had not been distracted by his attack and had still hit the target, he would have definitely not been alive. If Hwaran hadn't shown up in time, if Hana hadn't been able to find him, the outcome would have been clear. He used his powers to the maximum, summoned spirits, and even used artifacts, but in the face of overwhelming force, he was completely useless. In the end, he was never able to overcome the boundary between the two levels, which could not help but upset him. How suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Hwaran, who had been looking for the guy for quite a long time. She asked Songun to tell her what he was thinking about now, because she believed that there was no need to keep everything to himself, and the best way out was to share his emotions with someone close to him. He told her that when he leveled up and got those artifacts, he felt like he could do anything, but looking at the people he met during all that time, he realized how insignificant he really was. It was surprising to him that he had even managed to live to this moment, because he had become so Cheslavny during this time. Well, now that he has realized his true nature, he will no longer risk his life so recklessly, but will simply go to Mount Pekson. How unexpectedly Hwaran became very angry and asked her master if he really thought that he was special, because it was complete bragging. She told him that he was just one of the spirits of the Manhwa level, and his opponents were a being 2 levels higher than him, and it was no wonder that he couldn't resist him. The girl told him that the fact that he managed to come out alive from a battle with such an opponent was already worthy of praise, because he did the impossible, which could not help but surprise the tiger. Although he was going to return to Mount Pekson, the girl decided to clarify whether he would take Mia with him, because at the last moment all his thoughts were only about her. This made Songun very embarrassed, and he began to tell the girl that this never happened. Hwaran said that she had never allowed herself to mention it until now, but she just felt what the guy felt. This is why relationships are such a strange thing, because once you connect with someone, it is impossible to break that connection or give it up. The era of war that Songun spoke of is coming soon, and he will clearly need a lot of strength to protect this girl. However, even after such a speech, the guy said that all this was not for Mia, because at the very beginning, he received a physical incarnation to become a Shinsu. The girl, of course, did not believe her master, but he believed her that he would not stop until he achieved his goals. So he asked her not to complain and to follow him. After some time, the girls approached Songun and told him that they were leaving because they had always been wanderers and it was time for them to go their own way because they could no longer disturb the tiger. The guy was still worried about the girls, so he asked them if they had somewhere to go. The girls said that there was no specific place, but they were ready to go anywhere where there were no people. For them, meeting the tiger was very special because he was so kind to them and never asked for anything in return. So they told him that they would never forget him. When the girls started leaving him, the first thing that appeared before his eyes was the image of Mia, who in the past had also left him. So he ran after the girls and asked them to wait a little longer because he had something for them. He handed them the Dobenhauen balls, but the girls couldn't believe that she was giving them such a valuable thing for free. However, this was all he could do for them, and in the end, there was no one to protect them except themselves. So he understood that this would greatly help the girls in the future. They live in a world where the weak, whether humans or spirits, are used and destroyed. So he asked the girls to become stronger and survive no matter what. The girls told the gentleman that they were accepting such a valuable gift, but they promised him that they would definitely repay the tiger for it next time. And until that moment, they asked him not to put himself in danger. Songun was glad that the girls accepted the balls and told him in parting that he would definitely be careful no matter what. After some time, Songun became very scared and did not understand why Hannah brought this horror straight to him. However, for the girl it was of no value, but for the tiger it could be useful, because Gimkin's eye has unique powers and can definitely be useful, and his legs are covered with magical protection, so they can be used to make an excellent weapon. Songun knew very well what these paws were capable of, and it was thanks to them that he was so badly battered in the battle with the spirit. In addition, she divided the drink Churin-Chu, which helps with poisoning, in half between him and the hostess. But this should be more than enough. How unexpectedly, while she wanted to continue her speech, an unknown object began to fly at her. Songun gave her nothing less than Okjupekton because he survived this battle precisely because of them. Now he was going to engage in spiritual training that would allow him to advance to the Engel level, so he would definitely be busy for a while. Hannah knew they would have to say goodbye for a short time, and she told Songun that she would look after everything until he returned. He thanked the girl and hurried to start his training as soon as possible in order to become stronger and finally be able to protect all those who were so dear to him. He knew that if he absorbed this ball, he would be able to rise to the Engel level, so he decided to start doing this immediately. At the same time, one of the men heard rumors and heard that the lifespan of a Taoist is 300 years, so he asked his interlocutor to tell him how he could become one. He continued and asked to at least share with him the secret of how he could prolong his life, and he decided to present the jewelry to the man as a sign of his gratitude. However, the Taoist saw that the matter did not require delay, and he asked to leave it here and leave from there, and later he said that he would send his people for the man. The man began to thank him, but in reality he was thinking that it was very stupid, because such a pathetic old man like him would not even dare to think that he could become a Taoist. The possibility of prolonging his life completely blinded the old man's eyes, and it seemed that he had finally lost his mind. But if thanks to it he could get rich, then it was worth thinking about. Suddenly, none other than Mia appeared in front of the man, and this surprised him quite a lot, because he didn't even notice her steps. He thought that the old man had also sent her, and that was very commendable, because it was surprising. Where did he find such a beauty? However, Mia gave the men quite a shock when she suddenly decided to attack him to give him an incredibly strong blow. He didn't understand what was going on here, and started yelling at her about why she was doing this and whether she was really some kind of criminal. The girl said that all this time she could not find him for one simple reason. He did not belong to any of the clans and simply parasitized among people who knew nothing about him. The man didn't understand what she was saying at all, and he thought that Mia was an incredibly impudent girl and told her that she better shut her mouth right now. After that, he decided to catch her and destroy her without any questions, so he decided to use the Ghost Claw grasp on her. However, the girl had simply incredible abilities, so such an attack was a mere trifle for her. The man couldn't believe his eyes as he was surrounded by an incredible cold that came over him in an instant. so he thought that the girl was none other than Taoist Pingong. He began to talk about how he had done nothing to make him an enemy of the Pingans and believed that there was a clear misunderstanding between them. However, after this, the girl addressed him by name, and he was simply shocked. How did she know his real nickname? She explained and reminded him that 14 years ago on Mount Pekson, it was he who destroyed her beloved Songun. Nakban started shouting that he definitely hadn't forgotten what happened back then, because it was because of this that he was kicked out of the clan and had to lead a miserable existence with a wanderer. But he didn't understand what the girl had to do with all this. Mia, with an incredibly sinister expression on her face, told him that the tiger he had destroyed back then was none other than her husband. Before the girl could deliver her blow, the man began shouting at her that Songun did not die that day. This information shocked me incredibly, because she could not even imagine that her husband could be alive. On that day 14 years ago, she herself seemed to have been destroyed, just like her husband. She didn't care what would happen to her next because after such a terrible event, she wanted absolutely nothing. The man understood that if things continued like this, she would simply starve herself to death, and he could not believe that she really was going to leave this world so easily. How unexpectedly the old man turned to the girl and asked her whether she would like to become a Taoist, because she was still too young to make such a difficult choice, and she had many years of life ahead of her. But she had enough talent, so by the time she reached the level of Dason, her perception of the world would also change. However, if after this she did not change her mind, the man assured her that he would no longer dissuade her and she could do whatever she wanted. She thought that this was a pretty good idea, because now she can't destroy the one who killed her husband, but she must do it so that her husband's soul can finally find peace. She decided to do it for Song-gun, and thus following Jongdo-san, she ended up on Mount Kunlun. Well, wherever she was, she always remained half-white. All those disdainful glances thrown her way followed her everywhere, just like in those times when her life consisted of wandering, but this time she didn't care at all. She was so used to things like this that she just swung her sword and focused on her training. And if her right hand was torn to pieces and covered in blood, she would take the sword in her left hand and, like a madwoman, swing the sword endlessly. Even when Jongdo-san, who brought her to this mountain, passed away, and when Kunlan fell and she became a wanderer again, she trained with all her might, but even that was not enough for her. Every time she was about to collapse from lack of strength, Songun and the vile man who had destroyed him appeared before her eyes. This made her incredibly furious, and she knew that in order to destroy him, she would have to become even stronger, so she pulled herself together and trained with all her might. How suddenly the unknown appeared in front of her and told her that it seemed like someone here had reached a dead end, and even if she had talent, her inner energy was incredibly strong. Developing it alone was too difficult. He knew that Mia was a child of special blood, and he decided to help her in order to gain the power that she so desperately dreamed of. Thus, she made a deal, the collateral for which was her own body, and the person she met turned out to be one of the members of the Pingong clan. From then on, she became a Taoist and managed to raise her level to Dosan. It was precisely for this that the demonic blood that flowed through her veins helped her a lot. And from the very beginning, she did not care who these people were around her and how they used her body. She just needed enough power to destroy Nakban, because if she did that, it would be the end of everything. And at that moment, she was telling the man that if he continued to talk this nonsense, then she would not destroy him just like that. But he began to scream and say that he too had been deceived, because one of the disguised shamans was with him. Nakban said that if she didn't believe him, she could check everything herself using the item that was hanging on his belt. And although he had been trying to get it all this time, she could take it, but in return he asked to spare him. However, Mia said that unfortunately, the cold had already penetrated his internal organs, and this cold had a special power that could freeze even his spiritual power. So it was obvious that this was his end. Mia realized that her husband was indeed alive, but she did not understand one thing. Why hadn't he tried to find her all this time? And although she couldn't say for sure what to do yet, she decided to check everything first and go to Pekson. 10 years later, the guy was climbing mountains and found an ensho, which was quite a useful thing. How suddenly he saw an incredible glow on another mountain and decided to see what was going on there. He came to the very place where a Taoist named Tiger lived, and quite a large number of different people had gathered there. He decided to ask one of the men what was going on here, and the man asked him a question in return and asked if he was feeling an energetic disturbance. He told the boy to watch carefully so as not to miss anything, because this was the moment of the bison's birth. The guy was incredibly surprised because he knew that the tiger had been here for only a little over 10 years. I decided to answer him in simple words, the meaning of which would be understandable only to a Taoist who has only recently entered this glorious path, because not everyone is given the opportunity to see the transition to another level with their own eyes. People thought that he was still a brat, but he was already at the bison level, so they thought that life was unfair, but the man said not to waste their attention on useless trifles and concentrate. It was necessary to allow this energy flow to leave a lasting imprint on his consciousness, because this moment would become an incredibly valuable experience. The guy was impressed because reaching the level of a bison was something incredible, especially alone, without the support of the clan, so he decided for himself that he would also train hard, and someday he would definitely become a bison. All the people around saw the incredible glow and thought that if he couldn't overcome his inner demons and make the transition, others told him not to talk nonsense at such an important moment. At that moment, Songun did even better than she expected, because he felt all the same forces, but they became much more domestic than they were at the Engel level. In addition, he had 9 new Nadens, and his spiritual energy was moving non-stop in an incredibly powerful stream. He felt as if an immense mountain had appeared inside his soul, which could not help but delight him. Hworin was amazed because if you take into account only the spirit energy that emanated from Songun, it would be almost impossible to distinguish it from that of the Enman level, so there was no doubt that he had succeeded. However, after this, the girl decided to ask when the tiger had managed to get these horns, which surprised him incredibly. At that moment, Hannah appeared inside the cave and asked to accept her congratulations, because Songun had finally risen to the level of Engel. He knew that all this happened to him thanks to the girl, and he also decided to ask what had just happened to the panther. Hannah said it would take her some time to fully return to them. Besides this, Songun was interested in the fate of the twins, so he asked Hannah to tell him everything she knew. The girl said that from what she knew, they had safely reached their destination, and also told him that his centipede had eaten Gimkin's leg, which could not help but surprise the tiger. Soon after, Songun said that he was already leaving, because he had one promise that needed to be fulfilled, and it looked like Hannah would have to stay here and wait for the panther on her own. The girl understood that nothing could be done about it, but knowing that Songun was now one of many Engels, she would not worry about the guy so much, so she wished him luck and said that very soon they would join him again. 10 years before, Mia reached Mount Baeksan, and although she tried to spin the compass many times, nothing happened. And this happens when the object is inside a Huanjin, or a sealed area. And when the thought came to her mind that perhaps the compass had not found the tiger because he had died long ago, she herself dismissed these thoughts, because if it were a lie, he would have no reason to still keep her husband's fur. She knew she had to go, and once she got there, she would finally be able to find out the whole truth. On the way there, she saw a tree with claw marks and began to remember her past. She asked her husband why he was always scratching the trees with his claws, so he told her that if he left a mark in such a high place, then those who were not fit to be his rivals would simply not turn their noses up at him. How unexpectedly the girl grabbed him by the tail, although he had already asked her many times not to do this, but she was so tired and therefore decided to do it. But all this was because she was bending over all the time where she shouldn't have. There were many memories in her head, but she decided to focus on the present and finally reached the cave where she and her husband had previously lived. Mia realized that nothing had changed in this place, but she herself had changed a lot during all this time. The girl stood there for a long time, unable to decide whether to go in, but eventually she exhaled and decided to stop hesitating and finally find out what had really happened. When she came closer, she felt that there was someone there, but it was definitely not her husband, and she was very angry that someone so boldly dared to enter this sacred place. So she ordered the unknown person to immediately come out to her. She was incredibly angry and started screaming about who dared to desecrate Songun's home with their hot presence. Someone started walking towards her and asked a counter question. Or would she have shown such hostility regardless of who she met there? The girl said that this was the home of Songun, who owned Mount Baeksan, so she was outraged at how someone outside could get here. When Karin came out into the light, she was surprised that Mia knew her master personally. The girl said that he put a sword in her hands for the first time and also entrusted her with looking after this place. And since Mia knew that this place belonged to a tiger, it means that she is personally acquainted with Mr. Songun. However, Karin told her that she could not let her inside without knowing who she really was. I couldn't believe that this girl's master was really Songun, but she decided to ask how long he had been her master. Karin said that he had been her master for about 10 years, but now he was not here, so she asked the girl to return a little later. She also clarified that if she tried to go inside against her will, she would have to use force. But suddenly Karin interrupted her speech and simply fell silent. And all this was because the girl who stood in front of her began to cry incredibly hard, which could not help but surprise her. Mia couldn't come to her senses because she couldn't believe that all this was true and that her beloved husband was really alive. Somewhere on the other side of the country, one of Songun's former enemies was fighting monsters. The main ones were quite surprised by the fact that he destroyed everyone, so they assumed that this was the same Chilson, which is considered the best weapon, and also said that it is like an insatiable monster devouring the spiritual energy of its owner. They found it funny to watch this guy because he was panting like a dog in the heat. They had been waiting for this for so long, and finally they would be able to tear this man apart, which could not but please them. However, this guy was really strong, so these monsters couldn't win that easily. But after some time, one of the monsters managed to get closer to his opponent and told him that it seemed he was no longer as agile as before. The guy tried to use a defensive artifact, as his opponents began to hit him with blows that could lead to an unfortunate end. However, somehow he managed to put up some time, but constantly dodging such strong blows exhausts him. The monster said that if he tried to fight them with his spiritual power almost completely spent, it would only make him suffer longer. They told their opponent to stop resisting and just let them finish him off. The boy thought that he still wouldn't use it, but he had no other choice. So he summoned the 1,000-limit sword, which was created from the spirit's internal energy. And of course, he thought that monsters like them were completely worthy of falling to such a noble weapon, so he told them to know that in this way, he was doing them a big favor. And of course, after such an attack, these monsters could not survive, but they did not even have time to realize how exactly this happened. And after that, he grabbed one of the monster's parts and told him that he was still destined to live in this world. And although it was completely normal for people and monsters to destroy each other, they were the ones who had been persistently pursuing him for the past few years, so he was wondering why. The monster was outraged by all this, because how could such a pathetic boy like him think that he could destroy the Demon King without any consequences? The guy didn't even know how to react to such an answer, because he had absolutely no idea what this monster was talking about at the moment. However, the demon continued and said that even though they were defeated today, Orta and the others would come for these guys, because everyone knew the name Yuchen. The demon claimed that all his comrades from all continents would look for him, because the guy would pay for daring to touch Samgi. Yuchen got tired of listening to this talk and destroyed the demon completely, because everything he would talk about was complete nonsense. He started screaming in anger because someone was hanging around and using his name, so he firmly decided for himself that he would definitely find this bastard and destroy him with his own hands. At the same time, Songun set out on his journey, and he asked the master if they were still far from the fork. The man said that they still had a couple of hours to go, so for now he could rest in peace. Tiger was not against this turn of events, because he had not relaxed for a very long time. Suddenly, Hwaran asked him if he needed to go to Baeksan, to which he replied that he would definitely return there as soon as this matter was over. She asked if she could go with him on this journey, to which, of course, she heard a positive answer. When he arrived at the place and wanted to finish the task, he saw a surge of some energy. There was a battle between humans and monsters, and even if things didn't go according to plan, it would continue for a very long time. Although they had heard that Marfa's powers were beyond classification, they definitely could not believe that his subordinates also possessed powers beyond classification. On the mole's path, Songun really felt a heterogeneous energy, so he became curious whether there was a battle going on there, and it became obvious to him that these people were quite brave. They would cut it to pieces. Most likely, the reason lies in the weakened influence due to the war with demons, and the pattern on the clothes of these men was a symbol of the Gate of Junmun, and if the tiger is really right, Then in front of him were foot soldiers with wrist spears, practicing martial arts during the Joseon period. And he considered this situation incredibly wonderful, because if he saves them and enters the enemy, then in the future it will be much easier for him. At the same time, the bridge told the men that they were ignorant and just stupid idiots because they dared to go against it. He told the men to stop resisting immediately and become his subordinates. So he ordered his servants to immediately kill everyone and drag them here. One of the men started shouting at Mr. Yan to leave immediately, and he himself would try to delay them as long as possible. The man's younger brother didn't understand what he was talking about because he wasn't ready to leave him there. So the man said that this was something that the elders had to deal with. So he told them to quickly run away and tell the others about this terrible situation. Only the man wanted to protect himself from these terrible monsters. Song and Op got ahead of him and fixed it faster. The main monster was simply shocked because he did not understand who could deal with his assistants so quickly. Songun, without thinking twice, said that he was a tiger and that he could not pass by when he saw that these people were confronted by Marf, so he wanted to help them. The monster thought that another nasty bastard had appeared who didn't know his place, and he didn't understand how creatures like them dared to touch his subordinates. Marf told the tiger that he was lucky to destroy one, taking them by surprise, but he decided to ask the guy what he was going to do with the rest, because he thought that he would not be able to cope with so many monsters alone. However, immediately after this, Songun made it clear to his opponents that he was not there alone. Marf thought that the pitiful ghosts of his enemy would be unable to do anything about it and that his subordinates would definitely tear them to pieces. But Songun gave his ghosts an order and told them to destroy all his enemies immediately. To the surprise of the main monster, after some time, Songun's ghosts destroyed all of his subordinates. He was simply beside himself with anger, because at that moment, hundreds of years of his work simply became tired of nothing. Songun thought that this was a great opportunity to add to his collection of ghosts, but it seemed that they were just soulless shells that were worthless. And unfortunately, his souls would have to settle for only one real prey, so he ordered them to attack Marfa immediately. However, the demon suddenly transformed and said that the tiger was underestimating him and that he was the real demon for the ghosts here, so he decided to show his true power. He easily destroyed several of Songun's ghosts and decided to give him a welcoming ceremony. However, this was only the beginning, and behind the tiger's back a real force appeared, which Marfin certainly could not have expected. However, at the last second before destroying this demon, the tiger ordered the hand to stop and told Marfin to look at the fact that these guys were very angry if they were hungry. Then they would go completely crazy and would not even recognize him. And Songun's ability to restrain them also had a certain limit, so he suggested that the demon talk a little calmly. Marfin was ready to do anything just to stay alive, so Songun did not waste time and asked him how he could make a subordinate. After some time in Ilwanmun, a subordinate told a man that some guy had pacified a creature in one fell swoop, whose brains had already rotted away, and that it was definitely an infantryman. He said that this is how the clan's shortcomings are exposed, and if you only train in a warm little room, you will turn out to be too incompetent in practice. After that, he asked his subordinate to bring this infantryman to them, and the guy asked the man whether he was thinking of luring him over to their side. Well, it is clear that if a tasty fish got into the net, he cannot just let it go. So he asked the guy to listen carefully to all his wishes and make sure that the guy could not easily brush off their demands. At the same time, Songun was finally lying on a soft bed, something he had not had for a long time. Horn told him that everything was just beginning, and the guy couldn't help but agree with this. He also didn't know how he could get the liberation board without arousing suspicion. At that moment, someone knocked on the door and apologized for the disturbance, but it was urgent, so the guy went inside. He introduced himself and said that his name was Pepun, and he had come to express his gratitude instead of the elder. But the tiger said that it was not worth doing this, because as a person who was walking on the same path as them, he of course had to help. The guy said that the elder had urgent business now, so he sent him, and if Songun needed anything while he was there, he should definitely tell him about it. After thinking for a while, the guy said that he heard that there was a guardian who protected Mount Yen, so he wondered if he could at least see him once. Songun said that, frankly, speaking this is a common thing known out loud. If nothing can be done about it, then it's okay. However, after this, Pipun laughed and said that this guardian is the pride of their clan, so of course he can show it to them. Since there were so many people who wanted to watch, circles for moving around were installed everywhere, and one of them was located here. Hwaran said that she didn't know that the Guardian could be met so easily, but Songun didn't think that it was real either, because it was as if he had ended up at some kind of performance for onlookers. Pepin decided not to wait long and activated the circle and warned the guy that he might feel a little dizzy. After some time, they actually moved inside the mountain, and the guy told him that it was the very Guardian who protected this place. The Guardian was glad that Songun had finally come to him and had finally risen to the level of Engel. They began their mental conversation, and Songun told the Guardian that he had heard his whole story, but now the situation was a little different. How suddenly he got angry and could not even expect that the tiger could hear his story about him from this place. However, immediately after this, he began to cry and tell the tiger that he now finally understood his feelings, because these scoundrels locked him here and turned him into a circus animal. And besides this, some people come to look at him and stretch out their dirty hands to him, and sometimes the keeper thought about destroying all those who come to look at him, and then let himself be destroyed by this bastard. In addition, he began to tell the tiger that out of desperation, he even asked for help from such a low-level creature as him, which quite angered the guy, but he asked the keeper to now tell him where the liberation board is. However, unexpectedly for Songun, the Guardian said that in fact he did not know where this board was, which could not help but shock the tiger, because he thought that he was offering him to search the entire Ilwonman clan, although his soul was already going crazy from the mere thought that he could be exposed. However, Gimenshiren told him not to exaggerate, because those who guard this place are at best Waisons, and the spiritual power that he felt from Songun was not inferior to them at all, and perhaps it was even higher than that of all those who were there. However, the keeper also said that he knew the places where the liberation board could be kept, and he promised to help him get there. However, this state of affairs made the tiger quite angry, because he believed that the keeper was asking too much for some Ochupektan. Gimenshiren did not lose his head and told the tiger that if he let him go, he would receive the eternal protection of Savalrang. Songun was incredibly surprised because 4 noble families live in groups in the southern lands, and 4 generations of these families or their possessions without interfering with each other. Each clan is a separate clan, and each of them has its own characteristic features, and the Savalrang was the most unique of them. They are considered the noblest blood among the wolves, and if at least one of the clan wears a silver circle, then the entire clan follows the owner, accepting any of his opponents as his own. However, in the opposite case, if you are the one who caused harm to your own clan, then the entire clan will become your enemy. At that moment, Songun realized that Gimenshiren was a member of one of the 4 major clans in the south, and that the blood of the noble wolves flowed in his veins. After some time, Songun thought that although the spirit had promised to help him, he could not even imagine that Gimenshiren would give him the poison of red wine, which is one of the 10 most potent poisons. And even if the tiger gets the liberation sign using this poison, it is unclear what will happen in the end. Not long before this, the mountain's defenders said that the guy had to do one more job for him first. He said that there was a special ban on his heart, and even if he were to break free from the shackles thanks to the liberation tablet, his heart would instantly break into pieces. For this reason, he asked the tiger to find an unlock stone that could dispel this ban. He warned the tiger that it would not be easy to find, since it was a stone that broke all taboos, and Songun generally agreed with this, since this thing was not some ordinary stone block. Hwaran understood that the matter was slowly becoming more complicated, but Songun was sure that it was worth it, because if he summoned this spirit, he would be able to obtain heavenly longevity. Until now, he could only level up with internal qi and spiritual power, but starting from the next level of dimension is completely different. It was like creating another life, because with just one small mistake, he could succumb to the inner demon and become a howling tree beast. And the heavenly longevity was a special technique of the Savalrang clan that allowed one to prevent the transformation into a howling wood beast. Occasionally, you can see trees that look like animals, and these are the bodies of spirits that could not overcome the Enman level and turned into trees. Heron was surprised because she did not expect that there was a technique that allowed her to increase her level by trying on a beast with the power of prehistoric gods in a vessel. But Songun decided to also tell her that in addition to this, as a bonus, he would receive the protection of Savalrang. The next morning, the guy was a little surprised and decided to ask Songun again if he really meant the unlocking stone. The guy became very indignant after a second, because did his interlocutor really think of the unlocking stone as some kind of trinket, and he was sure that the infantryman definitely could not be given such a valuable thing, after absorbing which it would not be a pity to leave this life. Songun thought that Pepin's thoughts were easy to read on his face, because he looked at him as if he were an ignorant idiot. The guy said that unfortunately there were no unlock stones left in their clan, and to tell the truth, this item was incredibly difficult to find. Songun asked this just in case, but everything happened exactly as he thought, and the guy couldn't help him in any way, when suddenly Pepin told him that he knew a place where he could very well be. He couldn't say for sure that the tiger would be able to search for him, but maybe he would be really lucky, so he was ready to accompany him there. Finally, they arrived at that very place, and the boy told Songun that this was a place called Bukan, which was one of the cities of this place. The tiger had no idea that something like this was happening here and with her, but that is why it is called a secret market. This building is a pavilion called Yurinwan, and it is run by a sect called Cheonjamun, and they hold secret auctions inside it, and sometimes rare items that are very hard to find appear there. If there is a product that you like, then either an equal exchange takes place, or it is bought for precious stones. How unexpectedly, when they entered this building, the security stopped them, and they said that this was not a place where outsiders could enter. However, Pupin did not lose his composure and showed the guards his sign, so they calmly let them inside. Inside, the exchange continued, and someone offered 500 valuable stones. But after some time, this lot was outbid, and another person took this product for 510 valuable stones. The boy explained to Songun that this was Birengwan, where only the bison could go, which could not help but impress him. The next precious thing was the Thunder Earth's Chi core. If one of them absorbed the majestic beast's Chi core, they would be able to obtain its spiritual power. Everyone was very impressed by this statement, so anyone present in this room wanted to buy it. And after that, they were offered that whoever gets this core, they will be able to smelt a weapon from it that will throw lightning. Everyone started shouting and offering incredibly high amounts, and eventually the lot was taken for 2,000 precious stones. Songun was outraged because giving 2 pieces for some core of internal energy was really expensive, and he only had 3,000 valuable stones with him. The man who was organizing the event said that now a truly great treasure would be presented to their attention, namely an amulet that was used in the Manbo era, but is now considered lost. And this was nothing more than a piece of Chukchi art, which was considered a truly valuable treasure. However, people did not take this seriously and started shouting that it was just a piece of paper and that nothing could be done with it, so they thought that the man was just making fun of them. The man began to justify himself and say that there was also symbolism that this was a remnant of a skill that had now disappeared, and perhaps they would find the key to the art of Chukchi here. Pupin was also sure that no idiot would buy this thing, when suddenly Songun offered 500 precious stones for it. Everyone around was incredibly surprised, but in the end, the tiger actually did it and took the lot. These warriors were truly amazed that some fool would offer such a sum of money for a piece of paper. But it was clear that Songun did not do this for nothing. The man continued his offer, and in continuation of the bidding, he would like to present to their attention the next lot, namely one of the 7 divine trees. However, he did not have time to finish his speech, because an incredibly powerful demon attacked him from above. No one could have expected such a turn of events, and they did not understand what was in front of them at all. But one of the men suggested that suddenly they decided to put on some kind of unexpected performance for them. However, on top of this demon sat a girl who was incredibly happy with such luck, because all these men were gathered here in a bunch, and therefore it would be easier to eat them all. All the Taoists began to mock her and said that she could never do this, and that her words and actions were nothing but deceit. However, the giant animal bone, demonic energy, and woman indicated that there was no doubt that the one standing before them was the ghostly demoness Nakalo of the ghost sect. Then everyone realized that the same crazy witch was standing in front of them, but they could not even imagine how she managed to get there. Songun was surprised and thought that the one standing in front of him was the same demoness Nakalo, who was extremely crazy, but still it was strange, because the time had not yet come for the general performance of the demonic world. The girl was so pleased that they were not meeting like that her body was flushed, so she decided to heat up the atmosphere to the highest limit. She snapped her fingers, and incredible things started happening around her. And even though the guards tried to use the ceiling and destruction circle, they still failed because the demoness used the blocking curtain. From the expression on her face, it was clear that she was simply delighted, because she wanted everyone present to enjoy the bloody festival with her. The body of each of the Taoists was simply burning from the inside, and they understood that they urgently needed to get out of this blocking curtain. Songun was very angry, because not only did he not see the unlocking stone that he was looking for, but also, out of the blue, such a problematic situation arose. All the Taoists were literally on the verge of life and destruction because the bleeding did not stop. It was a demonic circle of destruction that could increase practical skills if Taoists were sacrificed, and it felt like some intangible energy was pressing on the tiger's entire body. However, he thought that if it really was a blocking curtain, then he needed to try to deal with it somehow. So he activated the fallen spirit effect. It was a secret skill that was able to see through the blocking curtain, obtained from Gimkin's eyes. And all that was left for Songun to do was to find the very core that was spreading the blocking curtain. Of course, he managed to do it right away, and he told Papin to release his spiritual power and wrap his body in it, and he himself would soon return back. People tried to find a way out, but they couldn't do it, and the assistance of that demoness simply ridiculed them, because the road to freedom was right under their noses, and they just rushed from side to side. And just as the man wanted to continue and say that all these Taoists were like mocking worms, Songun appeared behind him. One of the men at this time tried to fight against this girl and was incredibly outraged that she used such a cowardly method. He kept shouting at her about how she dared to laugh at people like them. The man knew that if he destroyed this demoness, the blocking curtain would disappear, so he decided to attack this piece of bone. He thought that after he smashed this skull into pieces, he would then move on to this girl and cut her throat. However, as soon as he struck his blow, his sword broke, and the skull was already ready to destroy the man on the spot. The chief was glad that the man simply jumped into her mouth in one bound, because what could be more romantic than that? She told the Taoist that as a bonus for such an act, she would eat him first. How unexpectedly, before she could eat the man, the girl felt that someone had already destroyed her blocking curtain. However, she didn't waste much time and used the scroll to summon the little demons. The boss told them to stop fooling around and take a closer look at her, because now she wanted to start a new game, and told the demons that they urgently needed to find the one who destroyed her blocking curtain. The girl promised to give them a bunch of toys to play with if they could handle it, so these little rascals got to work. At the same time, she was thinking that she was simply sure that there was no one here with a level higher than a bison. So she didn't understand where a Taoist who could pass through the blocking curtain and break the core came from. She couldn't understand who had done this, but after some time she finally noticed Songun, who clearly gave her a new incentive. No one around can understand what kind of idiot he was and why he behaves as if nothing happened inside the demonic circle. The men realized that their enemy was approaching, but they did not have time to do anything about it, because the tiger destroyed them with lightning speed. Without a doubt, the worlds of demons and gods are completely opposite to each other, and the guy would not be able to move around as if nothing had happened in a place where so much demonic energy had accumulated. However, this was only if he had not implanted anti-demonic energy into his body beforehand. The ghost tree he had obtained in Cheonendong, although it purified spiritual energy, Songun could not even imagine that thanks to it, demonic energy would not affect him in any way. It was the right decision when, just in case, he made a ghost sword out of it and implanted it into his body. Songun had only destroyed 2 demonic circles, and he knew he needed to deal with the remaining ones quickly and escape from there as quickly as possible. While he was looking for his next target, he noticed the Thunder Earth Dragon Chi core he had seen at the auction. When the guy came closer, he noticed the man who had bought it earlier, and it was clear that even on the verge of life, all that could burn was that this thing was only his. Songun was astonished by such obsession and assumed that the man had lost his mind due to demonic energy. Therefore, taking advantage of the opportunity, he decided to take this core for himself, because it was impossible to throw such valuable things on the road, and he pretended that he did not know who it belonged to. Continuing to search for a way out of this place, Songun suddenly felt that he could no longer move. And after that, strange green sand appeared and his body began to be completely covered with it. But the tiger cannot understand why this is happening. But besides this, Strange arrows made of bone suddenly started flying at him from all over, which could not help but surprise Sungun. And after that, he saw evil spirits called Samchokwidonyo, but in appearance they were ordinary children. However, 1,099-day-old infants were collected and recreated into one body, namely this undead, and since it contains thousands of lives, it was stronger than most other such creatures. Songun was curious as to why it had to be babies. So Hwarang told him that the purer the vessel, the deeper and stronger the demonic energy could be contained. Songun realized that for this stupid reason alone, thousands of babies were turned into undead, which could not help but shock him. Hwarang continued and said that although they looked like children on the outside, they were no longer people, and by calling on their treasures they threatened Songun, and the fact that he was now forged in motion was precisely thanks to the treasures of these little demons. The guy realized that using the martial art of sound, they bound his body and launched arrows at him, and it was clear that this treasure was very effective for hunting opponents and it must be difficult to deal with. However, it didn't matter to him at all because he had the Phantom Demon Sword, so once he used the anti-demon effect, he didn't care at all about the attacks of these little ones. The demons were quite angry that their treasures no longer worked on Sungun, so they decided to use a lightning strike against him, and at that moment, the guy had some unpleasant memories of this in his head. After the guy parried their blow, he wanted to take advantage of the surprise effect and attack the three demons, but they managed to dodge the tiger's blow in time. And immediately after this, the cute little devils began to ridicule the tiger because they clearly considered themselves superior to their opponent. After this, Songun decided to use Manhwa and asked him not to pierce his opponents, but simply to grab them. The centipede hurried and did what his master ordered without much difficulty, so after some time the three demons were already captured. Songun praised his assistant, but he ordered these three not to move because this was a golden thread that no sword could cut. Tiger had a hard time destroying those who looked like children, but at the same time he couldn't put them into the spatial bag. How suddenly he remembered the talisman he had received from Marfa the other day. Immediately after Songun used this thing, the three little demons fell asleep, so it was obvious that it had an effect. However, before the owner of the mountain had time to come to his senses, he began to feel an incredibly strong energy behind him, which forced him to stop. And of course, it was none other than Nachalo, who was incredibly happy that she had finally found her opponent. This girl was the embodiment of evil, neither dead nor alive, and one who stands at the opposite point of good as a demonic being, the ghostly demoness of the beginnings. Songun knew that things were pretty bad, and he was just about to break through the blocking curtain and get out of there. The boss said that the outer skin was just an incorrect shell, but she liked the guy's appearance. For this reason, she was very happy to meet Songun and introduced herself to him again, although he knew perfectly well who was standing in front of him. The guy knew that there was no good in wasting pleasantries with her, because she was known to be a crazy bitch whose train of thought was impossible to predict. The girl said that Songun surprised her quite a lot, because this is a border where no one is able to move from the spot, but he moves as if nothing had happened and was even able to find and destroy the eye of the demonic circle. So she became very curious about what kind of glorious husband stood in her way. Moreover, in such a short period of time, he even managed to subjugate her children. So Nachalo was delighted, because he turned out to be an even more outstanding warrior than the girl thought. Songun felt uneasy and decided to run away from there as quickly as possible, because this woman's obsession goes beyond pathology, but rather resembles a natural disaster, and no one knows what, where, how, and when this chief will do. He decided that he had to get out of here before she became even more interested in him, so he decided to destroy just one, but the last eye. However, Songun failed to do this, and the chief told him that it was very bad when a man ignores a woman's greeting, and in such an ugly way. She thought that her skull had dealt the guy an incredible blow, but she was very much mistaken. Songun didn't want to face her, but in the end he had no other choice because he had to survive no matter what. And in any case, what will be, will be. So he decided to fight her, since she wanted it so much. This whole situation made Nachalo laugh out loud, because she couldn't even imagine that he would turn out to be such a hot husband. She was simply delighted and told the tiger that he too should be attentive to this girl. And immediately after that, her skull transformed into an incredibly huge bull, and Nachalo asked if Songun was now satisfied with everything, because from this moment on, the two of them will begin to play an incredibly hot game with their opponent. Songun agreed to this, however. This battle definitely should not happen today, so using his powers, he destroyed the last remaining eye of the demonic circle. He suggested to the girl that since she wanted to play so much, she could play with the people gathered behind her, because there were quite a lot of them there. How suddenly Nachalo calmed down, and Songun could not understand why she suddenly took on such a stern look. The girl said that she had played well with one warrior today, so she really wanted to know his name. However, Songun wasn't crazy to share his real name with her, because he knew very well what she was going to do to him in the future. Suddenly, one of the warriors appeared behind him and said that he had destroyed the demonic circle, and also called him by the false name of Taiho, because that was how the tiger had introduced himself to them earlier. More and more people appeared behind him, shouting to Master Taiho that they would help him defeat this witch, because they were ready to return to the girl 3 times the pain that they had to endure. Nachi remembered Taiho's name, but there were too many obstacles that could interfere with her heart-to-heart talk with the guy. And although this time they would have to part like this, everything was okay, because the girl told Songun that they would definitely meet again. And all this was because she remembered his face and name very well, and until that moment they would say goodbye to Taiho for a short time. After some time, no one could understand how this could happen, and now in every faction there was a terrible commotion, and everyone in this room was of the opinion that immediate action must be taken before the noise intensified. Cheon Changmoon realized that they seemed to have a good center of attraction, and that was the moment when everyone suffered greatly from the war with the monsters. He asked the men who was responsible for Berengwan, and one of the crowd said that it was he. During the investigation, it turned out that there was someone inside who had secretly conspired with the ghostly sect, and at the moment they were looking for that very traitor. The boy was told that the infantryman had stopped that demoness, and rumors even began to circulate that a new water dragon had appeared in the world of immortal Taoism, which had not yet risen to heaven and was hiding in the water. Everyone is looking at that infantryman with great interest, and everyone wants to get him. But everyone knows that swallowing him will give you indigestion, so Cheon Changmoon thought that they just need to use the guy to deal with the hype. So he decided to ask what kind of object this young man was looking for. When the boy learned of this, he sent Peipun to tell him this, because if it were not for Songun, their sect would have suffered huge losses. And since he said that he was looking for the unlocking stone, they decided to prepare it for the boy. Songun was incredibly happy with such a valuable thing, so he asked about the price, but the guy told him that they were giving him the unlock stone for free. Tiger was quite surprised, but Pepin told him that it would be enough for him if he fulfilled just one of their requests, namely, to become an invited elder of the sect. The guy asked Songun not to look for any trickery here, because in such a difficult time of war with demons, criticism and doubts from other factions because of what happened are unlikely to subside. But just one word spoken by a Taoist, who with his own hands prevented the worst from happening, can put an end to all gossip in an instant. Tiger thought that if he became an invited elder, he would not be burdened with any obligations, and if in the future he needed some item, he would be able to get it easily. Therefore, he agreed to such a proposal, and since he says that Chongjaman has no connection with the demonic sect, then it is possible to implement it, for which Pepin was very grateful to him. Sometime later in Ilwanman, the man was outraged that that brat became the invited elder of the Cheonjaman sect. They made a similar offer to the one who was a guest in their sect, and it was clearly some kind of calculation, because in the blink of an eye they turned their gaze to that infantryman, and all the sects rushed to accept him into their ranks. But there was one question, or did that infantryman really repel that devil's attack single-handedly? The guy confirmed this because in the blocking curtain, filled to the brim with demonic energy, he found and destroyed all the cores, and if it weren't for Taoist Taiho, then everyone who was there that day would have died. Not only he saw this, but also all the Taoists who were there. So it was clear to everyone that if it weren't for that guy, all the men would have become one big bloody mess. The man realized that Songun was not a simple fish, but a real shark. So he said that such a person was very much needed by their sect, and since such a situation had already arisen, they should act proactively. Pepin decided to ask if suddenly Taoist Taiho would refuse until the very end, then he could be left alone. However, such a question made the chief very angry, and he asked his subordinate, or did he suddenly develop sympathy for Songun because he was his life? The guy shook his head and said that it was because he was just trying to save his own skin first and foremost. The man clarified that all this was being done in the name of their Ilwanman sect, so he ordered that this Songun be brought to him immediately. At the same time, Songun had all the preparations completed, and although others were talking about why he was buying these useless pieces of paper, this did not apply to him, who had the remaining missing parts. Until now, they were just scraps of paper, but by putting them together, he will restore a relic from the Manbo era. Since this is the art of Chukji, it will require a huge amount of spiritual power, and if it is lacking, it can be replenished by melting the core of the Thunder Earth Dragon. After some time and much effort, Songun finally managed to do this, and with the help of this talisman, he will be able to use the art of Chukji in the future. How unexpectedly Pepin came to him, who told the boy that their supreme elder wanted to see him, so he would be received as an honored guest. Songun was surprised by this news, but he had no choice but to simply follow the boy and see the elder immediately. Suddenly, Pepin turned to Taiho and told him to listen to him, so the tiger thought that something had happened. But the guy changed his mind at the last moment and did not tell him anything, which made Songun quite wary. A few minutes later, he met the elder, who was very happy to meet Taiho face to face. So he introduced himself and said that his name was Michael, and he was the one in charge of the entire Ilwanman. Songun also introduced himself and said that he was the same infantryman Taiho, so the man asked him to sit down. Michael has been incredibly busy lately, so he hasn't been able to see the tiger, so now he has prepared a special tea for him, which is Ilwanman's pride, so he asked the guy to try it as soon as possible. He said that this tea was made from medicinal herbs, so Songun decided to try it anyway, because they say that this tea cleanses the soul and body, and even its aroma is calming. Michael knew very well that Songun had stood up to that witch alone, and first there had been a war, and now the attack of the Phantom sect. But the fact that there were Taoists like Taiho gave him hope. Songun said that the man was exaggerating quite a bit, but decided to ask why he had invited him there. Michael decided to speak directly and ask the tiger to become a member of their Ilwanman sect, because if he did this, then elixirs, pills, jewelry, and even equipment would all be available to him. And if there is something he wants, Michael promised to give him all the support, so he asked Songun, or he agrees to such a proposal. Songun understood that this was an extraordinary condition, because if he were a human, everything would be simpler. So he thanked the man for the offer and told him that it would be difficult for him to give an affirmative answer. Mike was prepared for this turn of events, so he was going to do what he had planned in case Songun refused his offer. Suddenly, the tiger felt very ill and realized that the man had used poison against him, because Michael believed that sometimes there were cases when it would be better to listen to the old man's words. The man told Songun that he had never heard of this poison, namely the smoky cloud, which is considered one of the 10 strongest poisons. But he told the boy not to worry about it because he did not intend to destroy it. After all, how could he commit such a reckless act by choosing the righteous path? Everyone is on edge because of the Phantom sect's provocations, and they must definitely pay them back in the same coin. And that's why each faction selects people who are capable of resisting such enemies. So Ilwanmun was no exception. He said all this to Songun because his group only trained on the training ground, but they had no practical experience. So the guy himself clearly saw how they were cornered by a single opponent, and Michael said that he would definitely keep his promise. So he told Taiho to take an active part in the war with the demonic sect. Songun said that since he was a wandering foot soldier, even if he died the next time they used him as a shield, it would not matter to them. Michael said that after he received the protection of the sect, the guy's attitude would definitely change, and since he was a brave man, shouldn't he walk the road of great Taoism called Ilwanman? Songun said that their so-called great Taoism in the course of events preaches the selfish use of poison. The man laughed at this suggestion, and everything looks different when you look down. So he decided to ask the guy one last time if he would join Ilwanmun, and the film would be destroyed. He told the tiger to choose immediately, and although he was a capable boy, his Tao level was only a bison. So if he left this world like this, Michael would only feel a little regret. As unexpectedly for the man, Songun began to laugh very loudly at such words, but Michael could not understand why he was behaving like this. But literally a moment later, the man began to cough up blood, and he could not understand exactly what kind of trick Songun had managed to use. The tiger said that it was poison in the poison, and asked the man not to worry, because the poison of red wine did not destroy everything, unless a sorcerer suddenly activated it. The man couldn't believe that Songun had the poison of red wine, but he decided to remind him that he had poisoned him too. However, the tiger said that for him, who had reached the level of an invincible body, which no poison in the world could penetrate, such a trifle meant nothing. Michael was shocked that the bison had an invincible body, because even he had not yet reached such a level. Songun continued and told the man that if he wanted to live, he had only one way to survive in this situation. He told Michael that he must surrender to him the liberation tablet of the guardian of Giminchiren, who protects Mount Yen. The tiger said that if he could make a guardian of his own, he would destroy the poison of the red wine in his body, but if the man refused, it would be the end of him. Michael was willing to do anything to survive, so he said that the liberation board would belong to Songun, but he thought to himself that although he bowed his head to him, he later wanted to see who would have the last laugh. The man did not linger, and with the help of the talisman, opened the way for Songun. As they were going down, Hwaran told her master that the board had been right in front of him all this time, and he had no idea about it. However, Songun asked her not to say that who would have thought that an elder would sit on the storage of the Ilwanman sect, since it was something like keeping valuable things in the most visible place. And Hwaran also told him that she could not even imagine that the tiger would have to use the poison that Giminchiren gave him. But perhaps the keeper had time to find out what a vile face was hidden behind the name of the so-called great sect. Or maybe he was trapped in the same way as Songun is now. Finally, they came to that very place, and Songun was quite surprised that so many artifacts were actually kept in that place. Karen asked her master to pay attention to a useful artifact, namely a small tower, which was the place of 6 spirits, one of the artifacts of the 10th generation. Michael noticed that the tiger had stopped and was shouting at him not to forget their agreement, which was to only give him the liberation tabla. Songun was very angry about this, but he continued on his way, and they approached the liberation table of Giminchiren. The man removed the barrier around this liberation tabla and told Songun not to forget his promise to get rid of the poison in his body when he received it. The guy said that the one whose conscience is not clear will be tormented by doubts until the very end. For this reason, they imposed a ban on each other. At the moment of breaking the contract, the spiritual power would be eliminated, so Michael agreed and still handed over this board to Songun. When the thing was already in the tiger's hands, Michael simply begged him to remove this poison from his body. However, Songun decided to conduct a final check before fulfilling his promise and clarified whether after this, Giminchiren would belong entirely to him. When the man answered yes to this question, Songun told the poison of the red wine to make the man's body cry out loud. The man was shocked by this turn of events, but at the end he began to tell his opponent that he would lose all his spiritual strength and become a useless empty shell. But the tiger felt as if nothing had happened, because his goal was to take Giminchiren, so he knew perfectly well that another ban had been placed on him. If he believed in this liberation board and left the Ilwanman sex domain, the ban would be triggered at that very moment, and his heart would be torn apart, and the inner core of key energy would turn into a simple stone. So Songun said that it was Michael who was the one who banned it, but from the expression on his face, it was clear that he didn't know about it. But even if the man didn't know anything, nothing could be done, because his fate had already been decided. Giminchiren was very happy that Songun had finally come to him to fulfill his promise. The mountain defender was simply delighted because the tiger brought him that very damn liberation board. And finally, after so many years, Giminchiren left his so-called prison. This 1,000 years was not a living time that he spent in this place, but at last he regained his freedom, which could not but delight the spirit. However, Songun was shocked by what this spirit was doing, because apparently it was not enough for him to sneak out of the mountain. He also decided to notify everyone about it. However, it didn't matter to him, because the moment the liberation board was destroyed, they should have felt it. And of course he was right, because literally a couple of minutes later, they began to be surrounded by Taoists. The chief elder of Ilwanman Mahan asked Giminchiren how he was able to get out at all, since Mike was watching the liberation board. Elder Man shouted that Michael himself created the text limiting the keeper and hid it in a place hidden from everyone, so they did not understand how this could happen. Elder Hagum told his brothers to stop chatting and pay more attention to Giminchiren's back. They saw Songun there, and it became obvious to them that Giminchiren could not have violated the ban on his own, but the reason for this incident was apparently directly related to this boy. They thought that there was a traitor in front of them who had taken advantage of the commotion caused by the Keonjamun incident and had done something similar in their Ilwanmun. It was clear that if word of what had happened leaked out, they would clearly be looked down upon, so they needed to capture Gimakiran again and destroy the traitor and force the students to keep their mouths shut. However, Elder Man started shouting and saying that one of the peaks, the symbol of the lunar month, was broken, and this was different from last time when the Guardian ate half of the peak. Mahan suggested that everyone calm down and first deal with the problem that was in front of them. Sungun understood that all three of these Taoists were of the Hwasong level, which could cause certain problems. When Songun asked the spirit what they should do in this situation, Gimachiren got excited and said that they urgently needed to escape from there. The tiger was shocked because he thought that the spirit did this because he had an ace up his sleeve. However, this was absolutely not the case, because he did not have any artifacts with him, so he could not resist people of this level, so he only thought about how to quickly escape from there. Of course, their opponents tried to catch up with them, and one of the Taoists used the Firebird technique against them. It was the most common fire technique, but it wouldn't be able to break through Gimakiren's thunder energy. They realized that the spirit was using thunder energy, so Man decided to destroy the two of them with his rings. Although Songun blocked his attack with a powerful spell, it was still very dangerous. Their opponents constantly attacked them with various artifacts, causing their flight to slow down and the consumption of spiritual power to only increase. At this rate, they would have some kind of breach, so Songun decided to prepare for it, but he did not have time to do this, because the worst had already happened. He didn't even have time to finish his thought, as one of the artifacts made a hole in the defense, so the guy needed to defend himself urgently. Songun was lucky and managed to save himself and his spirit in time, but Mahan was shocked that the guy managed to repel his attack. The men thought that their opponent was just a bison, so his pride was hurt when Songun repelled his attack. Tiger was going to help Gimakiren, but if things continued like this, his arms would soon fall off. The spirit said that it was only a short distance to the southern land of Gosan, so they had to hold out until they crossed the border. Gosan was the main territory of the fourth noble family, so Songun was ready to hold back his enemies with all his might, and he asked Gimakiren to concentrate all his spiritual energy on escaping. The elders continued to strike Songun in the spirit with incredibly strong blows, but the boy managed to fight off each of them. Mahan didn't like this situation, and he didn't understand why they couldn't finish off one small bug of the bison level, which didn't have any artifacts. They were already outside of Ilwunman's territory, and at this rate they might lose the spirit, so Mahan suggested Manu and Hogum to open the wings of the divine dragon Daru. Although it was revenge for the Supreme Elder, the men did not want to destroy them, but Mahan said that Gosan was already around the corner, and if they let them escape without catching them, then the prestige of their Ilwunmun would fall to the bottom, so they needed to destroy them for sure to prevent the worst. Songun didn't understand what was happening and why they suddenly stopped attacking them. But then suddenly a flash occurred, and a huge divine dragon began chasing after them. Warren said that this was, however, one of the best unification techniques, and although its reproduction still has many shortcomings, but even in this form, it is very dangerous. Songun knew that they were already approaching, and he felt the pressure of spiritual power as great as the size of the dragon. He tried to use his techniques against this dragon, but they did not cause any damage to it, so the situation became more and more heated. When the divine dragon had almost swallowed them up, Gimakiren used the thunder meteor technique to somehow prevent the worst from happening. Songun was delighted and told the guardian that this technique was simply amazing. However, now Gimakiren somehow dodged it, but next time it would be difficult to repeat it because his spiritual strength was almost exhausted. In his mind, he thought that it was so stupid to die here after he was freed, especially when the land of Gosan was already right under their noses. However, Sungun told him that he would try to block the dragon's attacks, which greatly surprised Gimakiren. The tiger began to use a huge number of artifacts, which impressed everyone around, including the elders. And immediately after that, he decided to use the blue fire of the Dark Phoenix, so everything around burst into incredible flames. Elder Man began shouting to his elder brother that this was the same blue flame that had burned the top of the main mountain last time. The men realized that Songun's level was much higher than theirs, because it was hard to even imagine how one could control so many artifacts at once. The blue flame burning spiritual power and many artifacts clearly indicated that the guy did not look like an ordinary person. Mahan told everyone to immediately concentrate And no matter what their opponent did, all his tricks were absolutely useless in front of the divine dragon Dara. So he ordered him to absorb both of them. The men realized that their opponent was simply crazy, and that at this rate all the artifacts would simply explode, because in front of them was simply incredible power, and they could not stand it any longer. Mahan told them to hold on a little longer, but immediately after that, an explosion of incredible power thundered, because Songun ordered the blue fire of the Dark Phoenix to burn even stronger. After using such powers, Songun simply passed out, and Hwarang tried to reach out to him so that he would come to his senses, because if he continued to fall like this, it would end very badly for him, and she couldn't materialize right now. However, Gaimachiren managed to transform into a human and grab him, and he also thought that the tiger was really amazing, and although he lost consciousness due to the exhaustion of all his spiritual powers, he really worked hard. Somewhere far from the tiger, Mia remembered all the events that happened to her in the past. It seemed to her that she had seen that old sword somewhere, a long time ago, when she was little. Songun was next to her with the same weapon that the monster used when he wanted to destroy the girl. The guy was standing right in front of her, and she couldn't even recognize him. But she asked herself one question. Why did the tiger pretend not to know her? However, he has not changed at all, but remains the same as he was then. The moment she is attacked or humiliated, Songun blocks her and fights back, because he is ready to do anything for her. The thought made her feel warmer, and she was happy that she had such a wonderful husband. Songun finally came to his senses, and next to him, as always, was Hwarang, who was very worried about her master. The girl told him that he was safe in the land of Gosan, or more precisely, in the territory of Savalrang. Songun had rashly thought that he had become stronger, but he had stepped on the same rake again. But nevertheless, lying like this in Hwarang's arms wasn't so bad. Hwarang said that the guy used to always run into her arms first, and every time at such moments she stroked his head, and Songun began to purr, and his mood improved. Besides this, he followed her like a little tail, even when she went to take a bath. But Songun was very embarrassed by this and decided to go outside and get some fresh air. They found themselves on the street, and there were a bunch of wolves who were living peacefully in the form of people and enjoying their lives. Songun had heard that they lived together without interacting with the outside world. But he could not imagine that the atmosphere here was so peaceful, and it felt as if they had entered another world that was radically different from the human one. How suddenly Hwarang disappeared, and Songun didn't understand why she disappeared so suddenly. But the girl said that she was just one single spear, so she didn't see the point in showing her appearance. Songun did not understand what Hwarang was talking about, but he did not have time to find out, because the wolves from the pack came to him, having already heard that the hermit had come to his senses. The wolf greeted Songun and said that his name was Okso, and that he was the father of Gaimachiren. So the boy realized that the head of the Savalrang clan was standing in front of him. After some time, Okso said that his son told him everything, and the thought of using the skill in such a situation was something, because some crazy person in the world has such a countless number of artifacts as valuable as his life. And the guy was able to blow them up at the same time, and all the blocking circles were demolished in one fell swoop, and probably Songun was the first hermit in 1,000 years to commit such a crazy act. However, Songun did not understand why Gaimachiren was not with them, but his father explained that he had started preparing for the next level and had almost no time for it in Ilvan Moon. The tiger understood this situation, and after all, even the spirit animals were not able to live forever. Okso thought that this guy was worthy of praise, and he also heard that Songun was only 100 years old now, but he did not see any self-confidence or conceit about what he had achieved, because Songun was very collected and reasonable, and the more the head of the clan looked at him, the more he liked the guy. The wolf chief was told that Songun would not accept anything as thanks for saving his son, so he offered the tiger to take the best treasure he had, namely his daughter, which made the boy choke. Songun began to say that everything was fine, and the leader should not give such a valuable gift to him. And after that, the guy said that in fact there is one thing that he wants to get, namely heavenly longevity. Okso didn't know where Songun heard about this, but entering the spirit world meant creating another life. And if he couldn't achieve awakening at the same time, there was a high chance that he would be consumed by the inner demon and die. The man heard that the tiger was just approaching 100 years of age, and for his age, the guy's level was already unsurpassed, so he did not understand why the guy was in such a hurry. Songun was grateful for his words, but as Oxo himself could see, the guy was only at the angle level, and no matter how risky this undertaking was, he needed to try it. Oxo said that although this was a shameful moment in the clan's history, there was no point in hiding anything from Songun. So he said that in fact, two things were needed to achieve heavenly longevity, and their location was currently unknown. So now it was simply impossible to fulfill the guy's request. Songun was very surprised that they lost these things, and yet he blew up his most valuable artifacts for this. Oxo said that one thing is in Gosun territory, but they need to walk there a little. The guy was surprised that the man actually knew where this thing was, but he didn't understand why they still didn't have it. But the clans are so different from each other that when they meet, they immediately start fighting. And for this reason, it is strictly forbidden to invade the territories of other clans, so they cannot set out to search. Just as a brush and black ink are a pair, the Wolfstar brush and Bloodwater are also two halves of a whole, and if one is found, the other will be found. Songun said that he would then go and look for them, and since he was not a member of one of the four clans, he was exempt from the obligation to follow this treaty. Oxo was very surprised, and although it was indeed so, he thought that they could not dare to force Songun to do this. However, the guy said that Oxo should describe the appearance of the wolf star brush and Bloodwater to him right now so that he could find them. Songun saw no point in waiting, because if there was a light of hope at the end of the tunnel, then he had to go there. The man realized that Songun had no hesitation in striving to become a better person, so he agreed to this adventure. He said that the tiger would easily recognize them because it was a small bottle with a bird inside, with blood poured in it, and it would not dry out and would flow continuously. And the shape of the wolf star's hand is no different from that of an ordinary hand, but he will be able to immediately sense the mysterious energy emanating from the red light. When he heard about the mysterious energy, he thought about the brush he had and decided to get it out to test this assumption. After some time, Songun set out on his journey, and Hwarang told him that she could not even imagine that the brush obtained in Cheongdong would turn out to be the brush of the wolf star. However, Songun had to suffer because of this all day long, because Oxo could not even think that the hermit had a brush, which was a relic of their clan, so he decided to have a great time and considered this fate to be beyond all written and unwritten laws, because it was the will of heaven itself. Oxo kept saying that everything was leading to Songun and his daughter tying the knot. Songun hated having unnecessary headaches, but now he decided that it was time for him to get in shape. How unexpectedly Gemenchisu appeared behind him and told him that she would accompany him this time. Not long before, Oxo was saying that since Songun was so stubbornly refusing to be engaged to his daughter, there was nothing he could do. But since the guy had volunteered to go looking for the bloody water, he would send someone to help him. So he asked Songun not to refuse at least this. However, the man assigned his daughter to the tiger, so Songun was absolutely sure that Oxo was a cunning old man. He turned to the girl and decided to clarify. Or did she also not know the exact location of the relic? Gemenchisu said that she was following the clan leader's order, and that Songun should handle the search on his own. Songun felt like he was being cold, but Hwarang said that this treatment was well-deserved. Since he had stopped talking about marriage, she had no choice but to be so cold. But the tiger still decided to try again and said that the answer that the relic was somewhere in Gosun was still too spatial. The girl asked him if he thought their clan was irresponsible, because in the course of events he thought so he took the marriage proposal as a crude joke. The girl continued to press him and say that he simply refused it, and although he was an ordinary hermit of the Engel level, but still Gemenchisu could not even think that he would refuse her like that. Or maybe Songun did so because he knew about her level, and therefore it was not so easy to accept a girl who is one step higher than him. And besides that, a beautiful wife is also somewhat burdensome, so Gemenchisu thought that she should understand Songun and show understanding. The tiger wanted to move forward quickly, because at this rate she would simply suck all his blood out of him. And if he firmly decides and searches all the lands of Gosun, then within 1 year he will definitely be able to find this relic. Songun told Gemenchius that one thing should be noted, because what really angered him was that his intentions were never mentioned in the conversation about marriage. The girl believed that the tiger had abandoned her before she even knew about it. And although she was of course grateful to him for saving her brother, marriage was something completely different, something with which Songun could not disagree. Hworan said that the tiger would definitely be punished for such a rude answer, and Gemenchisu continued and asked the guy if maybe he preferred men. Songun said that he preferred girls and decided to change the subject, and told Gemenchis to first go to the human village where the subjects of Savalrang live, and perhaps they can get at least some information about the bloody water. At the same time, an unknown man approached the building and asked the guards if Mrs. Enha was still inside. The ceremony had already ended, but the girl had not yet come out, so the men did not dare approach her. He understood everything and told the men that they could go free, and he himself went inside and hurried to tell Enha that those bastards would soon be here. However, the girl simply said that it was all very strange because no matter how much she ate, she could not get rid of this damn thirst. She felt some irritation, and something inside her was growing bigger and bigger, but she didn't know what to do, and it was just driving her crazy. How unexpectedly the girl realized that it all started from the moment she met Taeho, and it simply did not give her peace. Enha decided to meet him at all costs, but her henchmen did not understand who could have instilled these useless emotions in her. At the same time, Gi Minchisu said that she was not a very talkative girl, so she hoped that Songun would ignore this point. Songun told her to continue speaking, but she thought it was some kind of trap, which the tiger considered complete nonsense. The tiger did not know what the reasons were, but the girl herself heard perfectly well that there was only one single room here. Initially, the subjects of Savalrang had to deal with the housing issue, so Songun asked the girl a counter question, or in that case, it was not her trick. Gimenchisu became embarrassed and said that there was a strict distinction between men and women, and she had no reason to do so, so she asked the tiger to watch his words. Songun told her that if the girl was that uncomfortable, then he could leave, because he would not stoop so low as to throw Gyeomin-chisa out of the room. She thought that he meant that since she was a girl, she was uncomfortable being in the same room with him, but that was not what Songun meant at all. She didn't tell him she was uncomfortable or demand that he get out of there, so the whole situation really pissed her off. Gyeomin-chisu couldn't allow herself to do that to Songun, so she personally decided to get out of there and leave the guy alone. However, at the last moment, she thought that it was a little impolite to behave like this. After all, the Taoist was the benefactor of their clan, so it would be more correct to serve him without causing any inconvenience. Gyeomin-chisu decided to take a bath and told Songun that if he needed anything, he could call her at any time. When she left, the tiger didn't know what he should do, how to adapt to her mood. How unexpectedly Hworan appeared next to him, who usually tried not to take physical form in front of others. But this time, she decided to make an exception. Songun was quite scared and did not understand why the girl was behaving like this. At first, Hworan thought that Gyeomin-chisu was simply heartbroken because Songun refused his marriage proposal. But after observing everything, she came to the conclusion that this was not the case at all. Hworan pointed to the blanket and said that the girl had said that she would serve him in this room, but she had only prepared one single sleeping place, and that means she's going to sleep under that blanket with the tiger. Songun didn't understand what was going on and asked his assistant if she was suggesting that all three of them sleep under this blanket. Hworan said that as Songun's loyal servant, she could not calmly watch the suspicious actions of some unknown woman towards him. But the tiger did not want to listen to her and simply decided to go away from this room. Hworan followed him, and it was incredibly quiet, and they were interested, or was this village always like this? They noticed that traces of the battle were visible here and there, and the smell of blood still lingered. And this was the picture that appeared before Songun's eyes as soon as he entered the residential area. How suddenly troops appeared behind them, demanding an explanation of who they were and what they were doing there, because they had been warned that they should not wander around here so recklessly. They noticed Karin, who seemed very beautiful to them, but they had never seen her there before. Behind the men's backs appeared their commander, who was just bored, so he was only glad of such an unexpected meeting. This big guy didn't look like an ordinary person, but he gave orders to his soldiers not to stand still and also told them that they didn't need the guy. He ordered his soldiers to destroy Songun, but these warriors did not even know who was really standing in front of them. Songun moved from that place closer to the big guy in a flash to assess his opponent more closely, and the warriors were incredibly surprised because the guy literally disappeared. As the tiger thought, this big guy was of mixed blood, but it was still unclear where such a freak came from. Who immediately decided to attack him? The guy threw his weapon aside with one movement of his hand and advised the monster to use words instead of fists. This made the big guy very angry, and he didn't want to listen to Songun, so he decided to attack him again. However, the guy warned him and offered to talk, but he still continued to get into trouble. The men were shocked and could not believe that Songun was able to defeat their commander with just one blow. And the tigers simply decided to ask these warriors how many people they had destroyed together with this freak, that their bodies reeked of blood. Songun knew that if he simply destroyed and sent their souls to the next world, it would be too much of a luxury, so he decided that he would make them his ghosts, who would forever lose the opportunity to return back. At the same time, Gimenchisu was calmly taking a bath and asking Ryun what she thought of her. The girl said that her mistress had many hidden virtues, but the girl was not asking about that because she was interested in what Ryun thought about her appearance. She said that her mistress was absolutely beautiful, but Gimenchisu did not understand why the hermit could not help but show some interest in her. Ryun had heard that he had put a lot of effort into cultivating willfulness, and if he was aiming for great enlightenment, it was only logical that he kept as far away from women as possible. Gimenchisu knew about this, because he had already managed to reach the level of Engel at the age of 100. But she was not at all satisfied with this conclusion, because who would provide compensation for her rejected heart? She simply had no words about it, because she was so beautiful and absolutely perfect, but she was dared to be rejected by someone who was stuck at the Engel level. She asked her assistant if she also considered this absurd, to which Ryun gave a positive answer, because she believed that her mistress was absolutely right and the benefactor had made a huge mistake in his life. But Gimenchisu did not think that it was a mistake, but rather caution. But how suddenly she interrupted her speech about Songun, and feeling a strange energy, she realized that a hermit had come. So she told Ryun to hurry up. But the girl herself decided to stay in the bathroom because she thought that Songun would come in there any minute. After 15 minutes, she thought that he was a little late and maybe preparing a bouquet for her. But after an hour, he still had not arrived. So Gimenchisu, upset by this turn of events, decided to leave from there. The girl simply couldn't believe it and was very offended because she was ignored to such an extent. So she was outraged that Songun dared to do this to her, which made her cry. She decided to make the tiger pay for her humiliation. But when she went outside, she didn't understand why such an abomination was here. Songun was glad that the girl finally came and told her that there was a ghost goblin in front of her. These kinds of exhibits are usually the work of demonic sect bastards who either connect the criminal with a spirit animal or infuse the body with the blood of a spirit animal, which surprised the girl quite a bit. However, she couldn't help but notice Hwarang and asked the tiger why he was dragging a ghost around with him. Songun said that Hwarang has been his guardian since ancient times, so they are always together. This made Gimenchisu laugh a lot because she couldn't even imagine that Songun would have such preferences, and the reason why he rejected the marriage proposal with her was because he enjoyed having fun with a ghost. Songun literally flared up from such a speech because he could not tolerate when someone slandered people so close to him. Gimenchisu told him that he would hardly be able to cope with an opponent like her, but the tiger could tear anyone to pieces when it came to protecting her native Hwarang. However, Hwarang hurried towards him and Gimenchisu was incredibly surprised because the force pressing from all sides disappeared in an instant. The girl told Songun that she was to blame for this situation, but the tiger did not consider her guilty of anything. Hwarang said that the very existence of a soul bitten by a tiger was unpleasant to look at, so it was no surprise that Gimenchisu reacted in such a way. According to legend, the spirits of those who are slaves to the tiger become his slaves and always remain with him, and she cannot go anywhere, and also unquestioningly obeys the tiger. And when he goes in search of food, he takes the initiative in the search, and this soul is released only if the beast eats another person. So Gimenchisu thought that in fact the hermit is a criminal. Gimenchisu interrupted their conversation and asked Songun if he hadn't become too soft in front of her. Because if he was someone who had only reached the level of an Engel, then how could he possibly resist the she-wolf? Songun was ready to raise at least one town to smithereens, but that would be enough to destroy the good name of their clan forever. But Hwarang tried to calm him down. The boy suspected what kind of life Gimenchisu lived as the princess of Sabalrang, and he could tolerate rudeness towards himself. But if she showed disrespect to his guardian again, he warned them that they should be prepared for the consequences. Gimenchisu's assistant thought this was complete impudence, and perhaps Songun should be called a madman. But this self-confidence was truly impressive. Kim and Chisu agreed to this, which greatly surprised Ryun, because she did not expect such an answer from her mistress, because Songun had only just reached the level of Engel. And although the girl herself was also surprised by this spiritual power, she still did not expect to hear agreement from the princess on this matter. The girl told her assistant about the artifacts that were around the tiger, but she herself did not have such an arsenal. Even Gimenchisu was not able to carry such a huge number of artifacts, and those that were hovering around the guy were not a single whole, but each of them was an original entity, transformed into a sphere. The girl said that, to begin with, he single-handedly freed her older brother from the Taoist prison, which in itself is unimaginable. Therefore, the girl thought to herself that the one who would become her life partner should have at least this level. Songun thought that on the day Hwarang became his soul bitten by a tiger, he didn't even know that something like this would happen one day. A ghost is a creature that denies destruction and lives in eternal torment, and in addition, attracts people and draws them into the mouth of a tiger. And a soul bitten by a tiger, even being a living creature, will always be viewed only in a negative light. Hwarang asked Songun where he was going and told him that she was not at all hurt by Gumenchisu's words. But the tiger was very angry because he was a very calculating person and therefore tried to find a way to get rid of Savalrang's pursuit after he destroyed their princess with his own hands. He began to simply shake because if he had managed to save the girl 100 years ago, everything would have been different. Hwarang tried to calm him down because in that case she would have died long ago, even if she had survived then. And after that, she decided to ask Songun if he regretted making her his soul bitten by a tiger. Songun said that he did not regret anything, and for the girl this was the most important thing, because she was incredibly grateful to him for this, because in this way she could always be close to him. At the same time, Mia was looking for her husband with the help of a magic compass, but she could not understand where he was moving so quickly. How suddenly she felt someone else's energy, and the unknown person told her that there was no need for such vigilance, because he was just passing by. Mia told the girl that if she wanted to pass by, then she should do so, but Enha said that such meetings are fateful, and instead of being rude to her, why doesn't the girl just share a light conversation with her, since it seems like they are on the same path? However, Mia didn't understand why she should do this, so she didn't want to get involved with anyone new. Enha asked the girl if the Gosan Taoists always behaved like this, since she considered her a complete rude woman. Mia said that she was not him, and the girl believed that she was not obliged to account for her actions to the stranger. The witch said that she was probably mistaken, but decided to ask why the Taoist was heading towards Gosan, and told Mia that she had been quite rude. Mia thought this woman was somehow strange, but she needed to quickly catch up with her husband. Enha said that she was going in the same direction as the girl to find a man, so she thought that they were really on the same path. The witch said that, in addition to this, she would drop in on her subordinates who lived there and check if everything was okay with them. Mia thought that the girl must have missed this man a lot, because when she spoke about him, this feeling could be seen in her facial expression, in her gaze, in her manner of speech. But if she was wrong, she decided to apologize in advance. Enha realized at that moment what feeling had been haunting her all this time, so she felt an incredible relief. The girl asked Mia if she could talk to her a little more, because the breakup was not intentional, so she did not know what emotions she was experiencing. Even with Mia, it was the same not so long ago, and she realized her feelings only after she lost her husband, so she could understand the girl like no one else. For this reason, she suggested to the girl that they slowly move forward together and talk about it. Songun at this time was near the monster, who had already woken up, and the guy told him that if he answered all his questions, then his destruction would be easy. Apparently, the ghost goblin didn't want to say anything, so the tiger decided to deal with him with incredible cruelty. Hwarang told her master that there was nothing good in him being angry for no reason, but the tiger, using his abilities, decided to look into the past of the man who was connected to this beast and saw a very strange picture. Immediately after that, he turned around and decided to ask Gimenchisu's assistant a question, but the girl clearly did not expect Songun to sense her. She pretended that she was just passing by, but the tiger asked the girl about the key to the location of the bloody water. Rin didn't want to answer this question and said to wake up the princess and decide this together with her. How unexpectedly the girl felt incredible pressure, But she did not understand where Songun got such strength from, because he was on the same level as her. The tiger explained to her that his words were not a request, so he ordered her to immediately answer all his questions. The girl said that she didn't really know anything about it, but she had some suspicions, so she told him that Hansen was the most likely place for it. Hwarn told her master that this place was the center of Gosan, and it was an inviolable land because it was the border between the four clans. But people entered this gap, and a village appeared there, and it is one of the few places where clans and people naturally coexist. After the girl told Songun at least some information, he stopped pressuring her, and she fell down without strength. Rune heard that the boy was eager to obtain heavenly longevity, so she advised him that he shouldn't act like that towards their princess. However, the princess of the SSS-Rank clan, whom he helped in searching for the family heirloom, insulted and humiliated his dearest friend, and Songun was interested in what would happen if this incident reached the ears of Okso, who was the head. Suddenly, Gemenchisu herself appeared next to them and told the tiger that in that case she should simply apologize. Rune couldn't believe her ears because the princess with such great pride had never asked anyone for forgiveness. However, the girl said that she was rude to Salvarang's benefactor and his friend, and in the end she did something she shouldn't have done as the daughter of the head. It may seem like a mere formality now, but if the tiger so desired, she was ready to make a formal apology when they returned, so she asked to change his anger to mercy. Songun asked Hwarang to appear before him and told the girl that she should apologize not only to him, but also to his guardian. Gemenchisu was ready to do this, so she apologized to the girl, but Hwarang said that she forgives her and there was nothing wrong with it. But Ryun was in complete shock from what was happening. Immediately after this, Songun said that she had insulted him and his friend, so she would have to leave her two treasures for them. Rune was incredibly angry because the tiger also turned out to be an impudent robber. Surprisingly, the girl agreed to this too, and Songun was incredibly happy because in such situations it is necessary to grab a bigger piece, because life is an eternal battle. At the same time, Mia and Yonghwa exchanged pleasantries, and if fate so wills, they will meet again, and it was clear that the two of them had a good time together, so they both hoped that they would find the people they needed. The witch's assistant was surprised that she would not take the girl's soul, but the woman interrupted him. She asked why he didn't tell her anything, because he couldn't help but know what she was feeling, so she assumed he thought that someone like her, born as just a vessel, didn't necessarily understand such emotions. The man said that they were occultists, seeking to become demons, and that such feelings were only a stumbling block on the way to their goal. So he said that he was only doing something that would have a beneficial effect on the girl, so she decided to close the topic and just move on. At the same time, the girls asked Songun where he was going, because it didn't look like the road to Hansen, but the guy told them that he needed to check something. Gemenchisu told the tiger that behind this rock was the domain of one of the four clans, namely Gunbiho. So Songun asked what kind of relationship they had with Salvarang himself, to which the girl replied that they could not be called bad. This was the place that the memories of that freak pointed to, but the guy could not even imagine that he would end up on the territory of the Gunbiho clan. Immediately after that, Songun used the golden falling spirit effect, and the girl asked him what he saw there. He saw the occultists, and although the traces were erased by the blocking curtain and other barriers, there were 8 Bison-level masters and 2 Huesin-level masters there. So the guy thought that it would be better if the girl saw the rest with her own eyes. Oryun couldn't believe that a demonic sect dared to launch its activities in the land of Gosong, and the she-wolf only thought that the guy had only reached Engel, but was able to penetrate the blocking curtain set up by a Hwasong-level master with his gaze, which was incredibly surprising. The girl didn't know what the followers of the demonic sect were planning, but down there was the domain of the Gunbiho clan, and they had no reason or justification for such interference. It was for this reason that Songun asked how she now viewed the situation, since those bastards had that very bloody water in their hands and were using it to create ghostly puppets that were wreaking havoc in Gosan. The girl was incredibly surprised, but she decided to ask the guy if he was sure of his statements. Songun said that he came here just to check something, and he was neither a friend nor an enemy of the Gunbiho clan, so he decided to go there alone, and unexpectedly for everyone jumped down. The girls thought that he was absolutely crazy, and Ryun started to say that no matter how strong he thought he was, There were two Huasheng level masters in that place, and if the hermit made any mistake, the problem would become global in scope. Gim and Chisu understood that she was in a difficult situation, so she decided to follow him and ordered her assistant to monitor the slightest movements around and destroy anyone who tried to escape. The girl jumped after Songun and decided for herself that she should at least once look at the abilities of this hermit. The wolf was incredibly surprised when she saw Songun using the divine power of movement, and she couldn't understand where he got such a power that could only be acquired by reaching the level of an ingop. So she guessed that he was actually hiding his true level. Songun had already landed down and was standing in front of an incredibly huge and powerful man. The man did not understand how the Taoist ended up there, when suddenly the tiger threw his sword at him, which surprised him incredibly. An incredibly powerful energy appeared around this villain, and it was clear that this sword would now absorb him. Another monster came out to the tiger, and he did not understand what kind of noise was happening around, because he said that in this place, it was absolutely impossible to make loud sounds. He realized that there was no problem with the barrier, so he was very surprised how the guy got here, and the man did not know that this place had already been revealed. Songun realized that he was facing an opponent who was at the Huasheng level, so he was more prepared for battle than ever. The man said that nothing could be done about it and decided to destroy the tiger, because he saw something he shouldn't have, so he would have to leave this world. And after that monster attacked Songun, he thought that the guy should have been thrown to be eaten by the ghostly puppets, but instead he just turned into a bloody pancake. However, he clearly could not expect that the guy would be able to dodge such an attack, and in addition, quietly sneak up on him and destroy the man himself. The monster wondered how this was even possible, but the boy thought it was stupid, because everything turned out this way because he got into a fight with him, relying too much on his high level. And when your life depends on the battle, then you should use artifacts from the very beginning, and the result of the man was his arrogance. He handed his sword to the monster and commanded his weapon to absorb another creature and add it to their collection. And indeed, they say that if you reach the level of Enmi and Hwasin, you can breathe new life into the core of internal energy. But this was the first time the tiger had personally witnessed such a phenomenon. Of course, all the other men gathered at this noise and thought that some puppet had gone berserk again, but they clearly did not expect to see a Taoist in front of them. Songun quickly counted them and realized that there were only 7 men there, so his collection would already be 9 ghosts, which could not but please him. These occultists started laughing at the guy and thought that he was some stupid fire butterfly that wanted to burn right there. However, when the guy made his strike, no one around understood where such a strong man came from and how he managed to do it. When they saw the gap in his defense, one of them decided to attack Songun, but he clearly didn't expect someone to pierce him from behind. Songun's spirits worked great and very quickly dealt with all the enemies who were there. The guy's sword was very insatiable, but unexpectedly for the tiger himself, some unknown person dealt him a rather strong blow. The man considered his subordinates to be ordinary idiots, because it turned out that they were all defeated by one single guy. The tiger realized that in front of him was a person at the mid-level of Hwasin, and perhaps he had already almost reached his peak. The monster said that very soon there would be a completed single copy of the supreme poison, so he urgently needed to deal with this chaos. Hworin told her master to beware of that hand, because it was a shield, and once a body part is transplanted, it cannot remain in perfect shape forever, but the destructive power is retained by the artifact. And immediately after that, the monster ordered Callums to tear to shreds all those stupid people who invaded their territory. The monster knew that the claws and teeth of this lion could tear even steel, so he decided to throw some insignificant ghost as food as the last victim for the owner of the highest poison. When he decided to deliver his incredible blow to the guy, Songun simply disappeared right before his eyes. And the guy himself summoned a relic of the Manbo era, and finding himself behind his opponent, dealt him an incredibly powerful blow. And although the monster was a little surprised, such an attack was nothing to him, and he managed to strike the guy back with a very strong blow. Songun's excellent attack failed to penetrate his bone armor, and it seemed like the tiger thought that he only had one shield implanted in his body, but he still managed to surprise him because the man didn't think that he would use spatial movement. He thought about how the guy had always been in a winning position thanks to this technique, but it only worked on low-level bastards. This monster couldn't handle such tricks. Songun thought that he had made an overconfident attack, but he told his opponent out loud that his overconfidence was pouring out of all the cracks. The monster said that it was a protective plate implanted in his body, blocking everything like impregnable fortresses, and the tiger's toothpick in the form of a sword was absolutely nothing to him. Songun said that it was just wonderful, because he just wanted to test the power of the Six Spirits Tower. The monster was incredibly surprised and did not understand where the guy got such a thing, or rather a 10th generation artifact. He ordered Callums to return to him immediately, but Songun was not happy with this turn of events. Songun was unable to use his sword properly because he was busy summoning the Six Spirits Tower, but now his weapon was truly angry, so it was ready to destroy this lion. The monster told his henchman that he should quickly dodge the attack, but he understood that the lion could not get out from under it, even despite his speed, and the monster could not understand how this guy managed to chase him. This monster realized that since he himself could not dodge this attack, he would meet this blow head-on. However, the monster eventually realized that it would not be able to withstand this attack. So literally a moment later, it was destroyed. Songun was very pleased because his opponent had simply turned into a flattened pancake. However, the shield was intact, and it turns out that his attack did not affect anything except the target itself. Immediately after this, the boy told Gimenchis to come out of her hiding place because she had already seen everything, and the girl was quite surprised that the tiger knew all this time that she was watching him. The girl hid like some kind of rat, but since she was here, the guy suggested that she check out what those freaks were up to in this place. The she-wolf thought that he had casually entered into a confrontation with those who had a higher level than the boy, and besides, in the end, a relic from the 10th era was definitely used. And although she suspected that Songun had some kind of ace up his sleeve, she could not even imagine that the guy possessed such incredible strength. So from that moment on, he became even more interesting to her. The nature of the supreme poison was a curse and evil witchcraft, and from all sorts of poisonous animals are placed in a closed space and forced to eat each other. The last one who survives devours all types of poison, and a sorcerer with the most evil poison is born. Obviously, this was exactly how it happened, and Songun and his partner finally saw it with their own eyes. The guy didn't think that the poison of madness was being created here, where people were the guinea pigs, because it all looked incredibly crazy. And that blood flowing down was flowing from a bottle of bloody water, and although it was so, it was just a fragment, not a real artifact, and the girl could not imagine that bloody water would be used in this way. In addition to the fact that ghostly puppets were created with the help of bloody water, there was also the poison of madness, and none of those present understood what this demonic sect had planned. How unexpectedly, in the midst of this bloody mess, Songun and Gimenchisu noticed a girl who begged to be destroyed right now. She prayed for it with all her might, but it all seemed very strange, because usually in such situations people go crazy as the brain is destroyed by the poison. Songun asked his partner to wait, because the girl still had some humanity left, so he thought that they could still save her, but the she-wolf said that she had never heard of such a case. The girl spoke about how her family and friends died, or rather she absorbed them, but she did it because she had no other choice, because she could only watch as her hands tore them apart one by one. As such a creature, the girl no longer wanted to live because life had lost all meaning for her, and she had to exist because she had no way to leave this world, and only destruction could free her from this pain. It was hard for Songun to watch this, so he told the girl that he would fulfill her will and send her to the next world, for which the girl was incredibly grateful to him. The tiger was incredibly angry at these occultists and at the demonic sect itself, because these beasts did simply terrible things. Suddenly, someone from afar asked who dared to make such a noise in the territory of Gubinyo, and the guy saw the swift wings and strong body of a tiger. Songun realized who was in front of him, but it was strange that they showed up only when everything was already over, so he still had to figure out whether it was a coincidence or something else. Gimenchisu introduced herself and said that she was the third child of Oxo from Savolrang and told the man not to misunderstand them because they were not trying to invade their territory. The man asked who was next to the girl, so the she-wolf said that this man was Savolrang's benefactor. In front of them was Yan Chanji of Gunbiho, and he decided not to ask them any more questions about the intrusion into their territory, but told them that they should tell the truth from beginning to end about what happened here. But after that, he added and said that they would not tell this here, because the wing guards of Gunbiho would take them to the heavenly abode. After some time, they were already on Mount Kumgang at the top of Birabong, and the man told them that this is where the entrance to the heavenly abode is located. He asked Songun and the she-wolf to keep the spiritual tablet that they had recently received, because it is not only the key to entering the heavenly abode, but also protects against many prohibitions. And immediately after that, Yanchanji asked them to follow him so that they could finally reach the place they needed. Songun was surprised that the engraving created an individual space, and that it was different from moving in space using the power of an amulet. He never thought that he would see something like this with his own eyes, but the she-wolf asked him why he was waiting so long and asked if this was really the first time he had seen such a transition into another space. Tigger was embarrassed by this moment, because even Ryan considered him a country bumpkin, because he had never gone through this before. But after some time they arrived at the heavenly abode, and there are many rumors about it. However, Songun was still here for the first time. There are noble beasts here that you can't see even in the famous Yongsan, and there was also the energy of heaven and earth that you could feel to the fullest, which was incredibly amazing. The man said that he was going to see the elders, so he asked the guys to wait a little, but if they had any questions, they could ask the local guide. The local guide was a little girl who looked at the tiger with great curiosity. The guy asked her if he looked unusual, but the girl apologized for her tactlessness. But guests come here so rarely that she accidentally got distracted by his gaze. But after that, the girl decided to ask Sungun, or was he a tiger? And the guy was surprised by this question and did not understand how she found out about it. She explained that she had a very good charm and he really did smell like a tiger. And she also asked why they had visited them. Songun explained that they were chasing a group of occultists and ended up here, and it was somehow connected to the disappearances of Taoists and their subjects that had been happening more often lately. And perhaps it took many test subjects to create the ultimate poison, which is why it happened. The girl said that she could not imagine that such a vile plan would be implemented on the lands of Gunbiho. And the she-wolf at that very moment told the tiger that she did not know that the hermit was so talkative. Songun realized that he had answered all her questions humbly, and this made him very angry because he realized that the girl had influenced him with her own strength. He decided to use the golden artifact of the fallen spirit, but even with it, he couldn't see anything. Run didn't understand what the hermit was doing at the moment, but the guy simply told the girl to reveal her true nature. The girl pretended that she did not understand what her interlocutor was talking about, which alarmed him even more. So he decided to use the third eye and the destruction of illusionary magic to reveal the truth about this place. The girl was simply delighted because Songun was able to do this before her eyes. He was only an Engel level, but he managed to destroy such an illusion, and so it became obvious to her that his spiritual level was already far beyond Enman. The girl clapped her hands and apologized to the guests because it was rude to them and appeared before them in her true form and said that she was the commander of the heavenly abode and that her name was Juho. At the same time, Mia was on her way to her husband and attracted the attention of all passers-by because they thought that she looked like a goddess. They had never seen her here before, so they wanted to start a conversation with her. But one of the guys said that this girl was a Taoist master, so she definitely would not deign to honor them with her attention. Mia was thinking that the needle on the compass had stopped moving, and she hoped that it hadn't broken. She decided to check if her husband's fur was in place, and when she made sure of it, she realized that he was now in another space. So she hoped that everything would be fine, and there was no need to rush. How unexpectedly a guy came up to her and asked her if she really was a Taoist master, because he couldn't even imagine that he would meet such a beauty, and also told the girl that he would be incredibly pleased to meet her and that his name was Dogen, and he was from the Taewan sect. The guy assumed that the girl was on the path of ascetic training, so he invited her to go with him. He asked her to understand him correctly because at the moment it was a terrible time when the demonic sect was rampaging everywhere, and it was nice to have someone who provided support, but the girl simply ignored him. People behind the guy's back started whispering that it seemed the girl had not just ignored him, but had treated him like a nobody, so it was clear that he had been humiliated in front of everyone. This made Dogen very angry, so he said to listen to him carefully, and if a girl ignores a person who politely started a conversation with her, then this insults him, and he has no choice but to turn into a beast. The guy said that he would ask his question again and was eager to hear the answer, but he did not have time to do this. because some man simply pushed him aside. He searched for the white ghost and finally found her, and also told the girl that if she decided to visit Hansen, she should go to a place under Pingin's control. And the guy also told her that she stood out too much from the crowd, which is why he told her so many times that she should be more careful. He told the girl that her senior comrade had not said anything to the mentor and students, but he had secretly dealt with the body of that gentleman and destroyed all traces of Mia, so now no one would be able to find out what happened to him. The guy realized that Mia had finally accomplished her desired revenge, and now he asked her to stop and return to Pingung together. But the girl simply said no, because she needed to check something and she couldn't go back yet. The guy was incredibly surprised by her words, so he asked what exactly she was supposed to do. She had to do something that she absolutely had to verify with her own eyes, so she apologized to the guy, but until she did that, she couldn't go back with him. This incredibly surprised her interlocutor, because the white ghost, or rather Mia, who lived solely for revenge, had changed incredibly much, so he was simply left wondering what exactly caused such drastic changes. The boy's heart sank when he learned that Mia was heading to Mount Back after destroying that gentleman, because she lived only for revenge, and her will to live was based only on that. He didn't know what the changes that had happened to her would lead to, but apparently everything wasn't that bad. So he told her that she had 4 days and no more, and after that she had to return urgently. At the same time, Songgun talked to his new acquaintance and told her that, although they were strangers, using hypnosis was too much. And was this really how guests were greeted in the Gunbiho clan? Yuho asked them to relax, as she just wanted to find out what exactly brought them there, as she knew that the demonic sect was plotting something in her territory. However, the 4 clans of Gosan have no right to interfere in each other's affairs if the clan is able to deal with the problem itself. So the girl wondered if this rule had ceased to apply in Savolrang. Gimin Chisu from Savolrang greeted the commander from Gunbiho and confirmed that, as Juho said, the 4 clans do not interfere in each other's affairs. But for her, the wish of the one who became the benefactor of their hometown came first. The girl expected something like this and was quite surprised that after so many years they had a benefactor. Now, having become the benefactor of this place, the guy will be able to obtain the main treasure of the clan, the most desired for those who are at the Engel level, namely heavenly longevity. But now, having set off on the trail of the lost brush of the Wolf Star and Bloody Water, they accidentally stumbled upon a cultist from the demonic sect and raised a stir in the domain of Yuho. Because of the oath, Savolrang only provides support, and the hermit, who is not bound by the oath, wanders here and there, trying to return the Wolf Star brush and blood water, and it was clear that that little one was incredibly lucky. Song was incredibly surprised that the girl called the clan leader a baby, so he just wondered to himself, how old was she really? Juho said that they won't impose any restrictions until the boys find the bloody water. The girl specified that she would allow them all to move freely around the territory of Gunbiho, for which Gimen was very grateful to her. However, Songun did not understand why she suddenly became so kind, because some time ago she was extremely vigilant and even used hypnosis. He thought that there was definitely something wrong here, and in order to find the blood water, they had no choice but to face the occultists, so it was unclear what benefit Juho would get from all of this. How unexpectedly Songun just started laughing and said about the 5th ghostly king of the deep-sea demons and ordered the girl to throw off her disguise. This made her quite angry, and an incredibly powerful energy began to surround them. The girl locked Ryun and Gimenchisa in the so-called dome, from where the girls could not get out, which scared them quite a lot. And Yuho herself was simply burning with anger and kept asking the tiger to what extent he was informed. In total, there are 5 major powers in Gosan and the domain of 4-digit clans located in the north, south, east, and west. And there was a force that united them, namely the mask, which did not have a specific name, but since it is a constant attribute carved from wood, the name was fixed naturally. Their leader Huaman, the lord of the immortal lands, has reached the highest level, and it is known that the 4 noble families have taken an oath of peaceful coexistence. But in reality, it was a humiliating pact, concluded unilaterally in the face of the overwhelming power of Huaman. Everyone immediately knelt before the mask, but everyone was looking for an opportunity to ever break the oath, and Gunbiho also sharpened his sword to develop a strength that could withstand Huaman's might. And the basis for this was precisely the ghostly king, of the demons of the deep sea. Juho was incredibly angry and kept asking the guy to what extent he was informed and how he even found out about it and who else he told this story to, and also warned him that it was better for him to answer without hesitation, because if he hesitated even for a second, there would be no trace of him left. Songun simply showed his love bracelet and asked the girl if she was really threatening him. The guy said that it would be easy to destroy him, but in that case his friend would appear in a mask and he would tell him something. Namely, in order to break the long-standing oath, Gunbiho has formed an alliance with the Demon King of the Deep Sea and is going to use the magic of the demon sect. Of course, the guy knew that she had no connection with the demonic sect. But what would the mask think of her when he discovered that the girl hadn't paid any attention to the destruction of countless human masters? This made the girl even more angry, and she did not understand how Songun dared to threaten the commander of the heavenly abode of Gunbiho. Songun said that this was just the beginning, so he told her to immediately dispel this damn illusion, because it seemed to him that she would soon kick the bucket just from trying to contain her anger. And he didn't think he could keep his mouth shut, because he was so shocked by the commander's threatening actions towards him that he might accidentally blurt out something unnecessary. And if the girl wanted him to shut up, then she should immediately give him some treasure, and a very heavy one at that. If she didn't want to do anything about it, then in the morning they would all set off together to survey the vastness of the underworld. The girl understood that she had to restrain herself and that she could endure this, because her long-awaited cherished desire would soon come true, and in her 3,000-year life, she was facing such humiliation for the first time, and it was clear to her that she was absolutely disgraced and angry. However, even despite this, she removed the barrier and let Songun go along with his friends. Immediately after this, the same man appeared behind her and asked his mistress if she was okay. But even if Yuho wasn't okay, there was nothing she could do about it, and she needed to give Sungun what he demanded. The man did not understand how the guy even found out about all this, because the secret was known only to a few, and he was also afraid that Songun would get his hands on the treasures and give them away. However, if he were such a person, their prestige among the four noble families would sooner or later collapse, and they would no longer be able to feel safe. Everything had been fine for 2,000 years, so the girl couldn't let their efforts go to waste, so she ordered her ward to gather all the elders immediately. After some time in the guest house, Songun didn't understand what Hwarang was doing, but her master's cheeks were so cute that she definitely wouldn't be able to sleep if she didn't pinch them at least once. She asked him if he even understood that he had recently escaped participation in the underworld, and how could he remain so calm after the madness he had committed. She didn't stop scolding him and just kept asking if he thought she would let him get away with this now, when suddenly they fell to the floor together. Was Songun just asking, or was the girl going to pounce on him and scold him to the fullest? This speech made Hwarang very embarrassed, because she couldn't even imagine that such a thing would happen. Immediately after this, Songun told her that he would go for a walk, and that she should cool down during this time, and if next time she attacked him again, then he would calmly endure everything. After some time, Songun thought that without a doubt, just as Hwarang said, he had done a crazy thing, because he had threatened an entire clan, and although it had happened unexpectedly, as long as he knew their secret, they would have no choice but to offer him what he wanted. How unexpectedly during his walk he saw Gimenchisa, and just thought that she was clearly not someone he wanted to run into. The girl turned to him and said that she didn't understand something, so she asked if the tiger was going to be at odds with Gunbiho. Songun began to deny this, since there was no benefit to him if a lonely hermit like him became an enemy of one of the four noble families. However, the girl still did not understand why he had shown such rudeness towards the commander of the heavenly abode. Perhaps from the outside it all looked exactly like that. But Songun simply asked the girl, or were they in such a relationship to discuss such nuances? This angered the she-wolf, and perhaps, as the tiger said, they were not close enough to chat with each other, but now they were acting together to achieve one goal, and since the guy was the benefactor of Savalrang, and she was the daughter of the head of the clan, it was her responsibility to help him. Songun did not understand why she suddenly became so angry and told her that she was right, but his actions did not cause any harm to her personally, so he asked her to stop being so indignant. Jimenchisu started yelling at Songun that he was annoyed with her from the last time, but if she apologized, then he should accept it, so she assumed that he was so petty that he would remember her mistake for the rest of his life. She continued and told him that he thought he would gain some benefit from the gossip about a possible marriage. But Songun didn't understand why this was said at all, and didn't understand how much longer the girl was going to pester him with talk about the marriage proposal. The girl was very angry that the tiger told her that she was bothering him, because no one had dared to say such a thing to the third princess of Savalrang before. Songun continued to ask the girl whether, if she were in his place, she would be able to marry someone she had never seen before the wedding, and shouldn't his opinion be taken into account in this matter as well. This made Gimenchisa even more angry, and she simply called Songun a pathetic dog's brat. The guy told her that in this situation, she was the only dog. This simply enraged the girl, and she transformed into her real form and decided to attack Songun to teach him a lesson. She managed to hit the tiger, but he also transformed into his true form and also decided to show her what would happen if she disturbed a beast like him. Songun started running towards her and telling her that if she regretted her actions, it was too late to do anything. But the girl stopped him with one of her paws and asked if he was also going to show her. She became even more angry and did not understand how the tiger dared to climb up to her when he was the size of a pea. Juho noticed all this commotion and asked her guards what was going on there. Tiger told her that when they arrived here, the people from Savalrang were already fighting each other, so they took up an observation position at first. However, it looked more and more like a one-sided beating than a fight. The sacred animals wondered if they should stop them at least now, but the man told them not to do this and to leave these people alone so that they could deal with it themselves. Not long after that, Songun thought that everyone from the Gunbyo clan was worthless because they put him in such a dungeon because of a small squabble, and he was also outraged that there was not a single living place on him. How unexpectedly Hwoarang appeared in front of him, and it was clear that Songun would be in trouble now. She started yelling at him and telling him that it had only been 2 hours since he had left, but he had already managed to get into a fight with a girl, and it was clear that any dog passing by would laugh at him. Besides this, Songun probably didn't understand where he was at the moment, and Hwoarang simply had no words. And although she saw what was happening to the tiger's face, she was still very angry about this whole situation. She continued to yell at him and tell him that even owners get angry if their dog comes back beaten, so he did not dare say a word to her and deny her anger. Songun was upset when the girl told him to shut up and thought she had gone a bit too far. When Hwoarang let out her anger, she began to speak more calmly and asked the tiger when he would finally grow up, because he had really bad wounds, but fortunately, Gimenchisu showed leniency and did not completely destroy his beautiful face. At the same time, Ryun kept asking her mistress how it was even possible to beat up Savalrang's benefactor, but it was clear that the girl was truly ashamed of what she had done. However, Gimenchisu still won this battle because besides this, she was curious whether Songun was hiding his level. But it turned out that this was not the case, and all her doubts disappeared after one blow. She was a little bitter that such a lucky hand had to beat Engel, but even if it was him, nothing would change. Ryun said that it was commendable, but how did it happen that the girl was still hurt in this battle? The girl said that it happened because the tiger hit her with its horn. Gimenchisu also said that she remembered her father's words when he said that the founder of Gunbiho also had horns, and perhaps this somehow related to Songun. However, Ryan said that it didn't make any sense, because the hermit wasn't a member of the clan and didn't have wings. And although they were also tigers, the Gunbiho bloodline was special, and an idiot like Songun could never have family ties with them. The girl was surprised that her assistant thought so, but Ryan continued to assert this and asked her mistress to remember all the things he had done. She was incredibly angry because this crazy and truly crazy bastard spoke out against the commander of the heavenly abode and almost even dragged them into his showdown. Therefore, there is no doubt that his brain melted when he moved to a higher level, and this was definitely the case, because otherwise there was no way to explain his reckless act. At the same time, the elders were saying that they couldn't turn a blind eye to Songun's actions, because he was well aware of their great cause, and among them, only they knew about this plan. And although the guy was Savalrang's benefactor, if they wanted to solve the problem that had arisen, they should get rid of him. However, one of the men began to say that the guy was the same tiger as they were, and perhaps they should lure him over to their side. But another elder began to say that he was just a tiger, and not at all Gunbiho, with wings on his back. Therefore, this beast crawling on the ground was completely different from them. The man continued to claim that Song-gun had horns on his forehead that were the same as his ancestors. The ancestor Gunbiho had 2 horns and 2 pairs of wings and rose to the level of a divine beast, becoming a true legend. The other elders began to argue that this guy could not be compared to the ancestor, but the man reminded them that with the passage of time and the change of generations, the blood connection thins, and the horns disappeared, and only 1 pair of wings remained. And he also reminded them that they themselves once wandered in search of a tiger with horns. However, there was no guarantee that by accepting Song-gun into the clan, the descendants who had a blood connection with him would develop horns. But it was still worth doing and seeing what would happen next. The girl thought that Gunbiho, whose horns and 1 pair of wings had disappeared, and the clan, which was gradually falling into decline, was already something, so it upset her. However, at the same time, before the big events, a tiger with horns appeared in front of her, and she assumed that perhaps this was fate, but she still did not know what she should do next. Somewhere in another part of the country, Anna had already come to her minions and they greeted their princess because it was a great honor for them to see her in person. The witch's assistant told her that this was King Gon, who ruled Hansen, and he was also a loyal servant of the ghostly demonic sect. The girl said that it was commendable and informed the man that from now on she expected the same devotion from him. The man was incredibly happy that she spoke to him, and he was simply shaking from the overwhelming feelings. A little later, the man praised the girl for her excellent work, because for a believer, words from a princess were the best blessing. But the witch said that it was enough to talk about it, and she was simply interested in how their affairs were going. The man said that everything was going smoothly, and they would need about 2 more weeks and 108 sufferings, which pleased Enk, because with the help of this sacrifice, they would gradually establish a connection with the destroyer of this world. Song-gun, meanwhile, was very happy that all his wounds had healed in just 1 day, because the body of the divine animal was truly different from the usual one. How unexpectedly Juho came to him, and the guy realized that they had finally made a decision. They discussed their problems, and in the end she came and showed the guy the precious treasures and various elixirs that he mentioned earlier. So these gifts will be the answer from their side. From the expression on Song-gun's face, one could tell that he was very happy that everything had turned out this way, and that the girl had presented him with gifts. Yuho also added and said that she gives him another answer, personally from her. This birthstone is engraved with the inscription of the divine heavenly horns created by the founder of this unique skill, Gunbiho, which was only passed down to the commander of the heavenly abode. However, Song-gun did not quite understand why he would give this thing to him, a person who was not a member of the Gunbiho clan. Tiger talked about being a mediator, so she asked him if he would be able to return to Gunbiho after completing his mission. Song-gun was confused by the fact that he had to come here again to those who had specially created a closed space in order to avoid contact with strangers, which confused him a little. But he still decided to tell the girl that as soon as he had a free minute, he would do just that and come to them again. Juho warned him that the gates would always be open just for him, and when they met again, they would all know what their future relationship would be like. Whether this result will be good or bad will only be shown by the future, because fate had its own will for everything. Song-gun found himself outside and realized that he was again near the entrance to the heavenly abode. Ryun and Gim and Shisu finally waited for the hermit, and the guy realized that the girls had come out of there first. The guy looked at the she-wolf and did not understand what kind of appearance she had, because just recently she had beaten him like some kind of dog, but apparently she still has a so-called conscience. However, at that very moment, Warren mentally yelled at him, so the guy said that as the girl said, they still had a very long way to go, so he suggested that Gimenshu pretend that there was no fight between them. The girl was silent for a moment, and the tiger thought that she did not want to do this, but Gimenshisu was ready to follow his will, so she agreed to it. Immediately after this, Song-gun suggested going in search of bloody water and visiting Hansen. After all, if you believe the record of the Lord of the Deep Demons that he read, then the goal of the ghostly sect is to open the barrier, and this place is precisely Hansen. Song-gun didn't know when it would happen, but the barrier would be broken and chaos would soon ensue due to the war between the Mask, the Demon Sect, and the 4 noble clans. Now he had the opportunity to find the Bloodwater before the barrier was destroyed, so they needed to hurry and do it. Enha found out that all her 6s who guarded that place were destroyed, and the supreme poison was completely burned, so she was interested in who exactly did this to them. The monster told her that it was a boy who looked to be about 20 years old and who was hanging out with SSS-Rank, and that he was also surrounded by an aura of blue flame. When the girl heard that it was he who was surrounded by this flame, she was incredibly surprised because she immediately understood who they were talking about. The monster continued and said that they were informed that members of the Gunbiho clan had arrived at the scene and taken them away. Enhai was simply delighted because it was definitely him, the one she so passionately wanted to find. Her ward told her that if SSS-Rank was there, then without a doubt they were looking for the blood water that was in their hands, and because one of the vessels of the supreme poison was destroyed, there was a problem opening the gate. The witch told the man to continue using the remaining 107 vessels. But what interested him was that now it was about the safety of the right hand of the head of the sect. But if that was all it was, then she didn't care at all. Because in any case, it lived in a body that was incapable of either self-destructing or living normally. So she didn't care at all. He continued and told her that the ritual could fail, but she told the monster in a more serious tone that she was not going to repeat it twice. After all, the most important and necessary thing for her was to cool down her hot body, so she ordered her servant to do everything else himself. Enha definitely didn't forget about Taiho, but she was glad that he decided to remind her of himself, and the girl also wondered why he kindled such a fire in her heart. She wanted to feel the heat of his blue flame so much that she longed to squeeze Taiho's insides in her hands and taste his blood. How unexpectedly ahead of her, she noticed Mia, with whom they had been traveling just recently. The witch was glad of such a meeting, although she could not even imagine that they would run into each other here. But the girl still asked her interlocutor if she had managed to find the one she was looking for. Mia said it was pretty hard since he was the one who left no trace, but she managed to find a clue again, so everything was absolutely fine. Mia asked in response how things were going with the witch, and judging by her expression and smile, she could assume that everything went very well. The girl said that they still haven't met each other, but she thinks that after some time he himself will come to her. So she just interrupts in impatient anticipation. When Mia heard that her boyfriend would come to her himself, it made her feel envious. But Enna still decided to ask her what kind of person he was, for whom she had gone on such a long journey. So she asked her to tell her about him. Mia said that at the beginning he tried his best to get rid of her, ignored her, and was cold. But everywhere you could feel the warmth coming from his heart. He was the only one who stood up for her, with hot and red eyes surrounded by blue flames, and he also rushed to protect her from a strong opponent armed with a huge sword, which greatly impressed the girl. The witch decided to clarify and asked to name him, so Mia happily informed her that the person she was looking for was called Taiho. Enha was simply delighted with the information she heard, so all her evil aura just burst out. At the same time, Songgun decided to check the artifacts he received from Gunbiho, and the girl handed him an incense burner, an elixir, and something else. Namely the so-called stone, the so-called trace of a long worm, which was a medicine that strengthened muscles and bones, and also helped with cultivation, so Huaren could not even think that her master would receive such a valuable thing. This item was originally given to the novel's protagonist, Yuzhong, so the tiger decided to test this theory. As expected, a barrier was placed on this stone, and if Songgun had unknowingly placed it into his body, his inner core would have been destroyed, and he would have become half-beast. Songgun realized what Gunbiho's real answer was, but there was still one thing that bothered him. A unique skill that could only be passed on to the commander of the heavenly abode, which Songgun did not know how to properly deal with. So first he decided to check what kind of skill it was, and since it was related to the use of horns, it was necessary to pull them out and then read the writing. How unexpectedly his horns produced an explosion of incredible power, which simply shocked the tiger. He didn't understand what had just happened, because he had just read the text, but it was clearly an unprecedented force. Near the outer wall of Hansen Fortress, the man ordered the cart to stop, despite the long and difficult journey they had made to get here. He greeted Munon, who, despite this journey, knew that they were connected by a common cause that they both enjoyed. Munon showed the monster the last supreme poison they had created, but he had heard that one of the locations had been lost, so the boy was wondering if that would have any effect on the ceremony. The witch's ward told the man not to worry about it, because there would be no deviations from the plan. After all, that's exactly how it should be, because the fate of the Twilight Snakes is at stake. And if something goes wrong, the man promised them that their occultists would become the first prey of his clan. It was for this reason that the monster had a request for Munon, namely the destruction of the man who had wiped one of the locations of the supreme poison from the earth and almost prevented the implementation of their insidious plan. He informed him that the tiger was wandering around with the daughter of the head of the SSS-Rank clan, so he would be able to recognize it easily. The man thought that his interlocutor wanted to solve the problem by pitting two clans against each other, since a noble family was involved in this matter, but the tiger was still aware of their plans, so he still couldn't be left alive. Songun and his companions had already arrived at the very place where the bloody water could be, and although he did not know the exact location, he was absolutely sure that it was there. And to begin with, they decided to split up and search, and then meet again at the appointed place. As the tiger walked through this settlement, he thought that there was complete peace there, and he could not believe that the shadow of a demonic sect was cast in a place like this. How unexpectedly Hwarung told her master that a certain person had been following him for quite some time, but Songun already knew about it. He asked this guy why he had been following him around lately. This stranger thought that such a worthless little man like him had caused inconvenience to the young master and asked him not to misunderstand him, because here in Hassan he saw a Taoist for the first time, so he was trying to earn at least a penny. Teho told the guy that they actually had a wider base of informants than anyone else, and also apologized to the guy for not recognizing him right away without the mask. Songun knew that he had erased the traces with his energy using the sealing spell, so Gumkin's eye was useless in this situation, and it was surprising that as soon as the boy entered Hassan, he immediately ran into the mask master. It turned out that they had already noticed the actions of the demonic sect, and were apparently being vigilant towards outsiders. And this could only mean that the great war between the mask, the demonic sect, and the noble clans was just around the corner. And although the guy pretended that he did not understand what his interlocutor was saying, Songun repeated and told him that he did not need to hide the fact that he was a master of the mask, because the tiger was here to find the bloody water stolen by the demonic sect from SS-Rank, and it was in this place that their secret hideout was now located, so it could be said that they were confronting the same enemy. Songun wanted to pretend that they were on the same side, and then persuade him to his side, and then slowly look for a way to retreat, so that when the mess started, the tiger could calmly take the bloody water and get the hell out of there. The guy had no choice but to admit his situation, so he decided to introduce himself and said that his name was Mask Master Chang Cheon. When Taiho said that he was the benefactor of SS-Rank, his interlocutor became very angry because it was because of the tiger that the gates of the sun and moon were destroyed. Songun realized that things were getting hot, because this was clearly not what he had expected. At the same time, Ren could not understand where her princess was running so quickly. The girl explained that she was going to where the energy of the blood water was felt most strongly, because what she felt in Hansan was the strongest among the traces of blood water scattered across the lands of Gosan. Until now, they had not been able to enter this place due to the oaths taken by the clans, but now everything was different. Run said that the hermit was right after all, and although he was not able to sense the energy of bloody water like the princess, and even though he did everything in his own way and behaved extremely disgustingly, the girl could not help but acknowledge his ability. Until now, the she-wolf was not 100% sure of this, but when she used her abilities, she saw some not very pleasant things. Barriers were placed all over the territory, and at the same time she was left with a feeling of great discomfort, so she did not understand even more what was happening down there. How unexpectedly the girls heard a voice from above, which told them that he had heard that the offspring of SS-Rank had visited Hansen, but the guy could not even imagine that it would be Gemenchisu. Munon hadn't seen his old friend for a long time, so he was incredibly happy to greet her. At the same time, one of the servants informed the man that Lady Juho had suddenly given the order to immediately begin preparations for the ritual. It was just a crazy prank, and even though the order was given directly by Mrs. Juho, the man still considered her actions too spontaneous. When the man arrived to the witch, he told her that right now he was looking for a victim who could replace the destroyed supreme poison, so he asked her to wait a little longer, but the girl told him that she had already found a wonderful replacement for this. Mask Master Yang Cheon was truly furious, and Songun realized that he was indeed well informed. However, the one who destroyed the Gate of the Sun and Moon was Gumin Chiron, not him. so the boy felt unfairly accused. So Taiho simply decided to ask what the mask's relationship was to him personally. The boy had not yet made a clear decision on how exactly he should treat the tiger, but he knew what had happened in the Cheonjamun sect, so Songun was closely watched. He also knew that the guy was here pursuing a demonic cult, but he wanted Taiho's appearance to be as quiet as possible. Songun was surprised that the guy would say something like that, knowing that a demonic sect was doing something here, but Zhang Cheon made it clear that it was indeed like that. The tiger was outraged that his interlocutor knew about this and simply watched, despite the fact that right now, at this very moment, those freaks continue to sacrifice hundreds of ordinary people. Zhang Cheon said that this was an inevitable sacrifice for the common cause, since the time had not yet come for intervention, and also told the guy that a hermit like him was not able to understand such a thing. At that moment, Songun remembered the girl who had swallowed up her entire family and even her own child, so he considered his interlocutor's words to be complete nonsense. Zhang Cheon asked Taiho not to judge the situation just by what he saw in front of his eyes, because their enemy was not only a demonic sect, so everything was being done to protect the lands of Gosong and maintain peace. Songun decided to ask if this was the reason why they had put shackles on the necks of the four noble families. Zhang Cheon thought that the tiger was talking complete nonsense, because this measure was taken for the peaceful existence of divine animals and people, and if no one conflicts with each other, then everything will be fine. However, Taiho interrupted him and asked if they had ever said that they wanted this, since this was just a selfish manifestation of so-called justice on the part of the mask, based on the logic of a powerful force. However, Songun still couldn't help but treat him with understanding, because if he hadn't become a divine beast, he wouldn't have known a damn thing either. But in the end, Taiho told the guy that all he does is suppress everyone with his powers, and he himself declared it peace. And besides this, what can the master of the mask know at all? Because he is just a scarecrow that unquestioningly follows his leader. Zhang Cheon was very angry about this, but he didn't have time to do anything because some kind of storm arose around them. Rune came to them and told the hermit to immediately head towards the royal palace. Songun decided not to hesitate and teleported to the girl, and then told her to grab his hand and hurry to get to the right place as quickly as possible. At the same time, Kim and Chisu was simply shocked that Chimusa had formed an alliance with a demonic sect. However, the man told her that they were simply providing each other with a little support on mutually beneficial terms. The girl still didn't understand why they decided to do such a terrible thing and get involved in this whole adventure. For Munan, the answer was obvious, because it was all in order to turn into nothing the oath given by the clans. And besides this absorption, everything that comes to their hands will be an additional bonus. And although the guy would not like to create a conflict with SSS-Rank, he could no longer remain silently on the sidelines. For this reason, he told the girl that the best way out for her would be to simply surrender herself into his hands. Gemenchisu thought that the guy had gone crazy, and she was sure that the mask would not ignore the fact that he had gotten mixed up with a demonic sect. But the guy said that SSS-Rank would never understand them, the people who were bent over in 3 deaths on the territory allocated to them. He shouted that all this was being done to prevent the extinction of their clan, so Munyan saw no other way out of this situation. However, in the eyes of the girl, the situation looks as if the guy is personally trying to destroy his clan, because such actions are clearly not forgiven. But because their clan was driven to the backyards of the already small Gosan, even now there are cases of fighting between the inhabitants of their clan, so it will almost self-destruct in 1,000 years in captivity, and that damned oath was to blame for everything. That's why, boy, you wanted at all costs to tear this damn contract to shreds and get back your long-awaited freedom. The girl tried to influence him and told him to come to his senses, because his opponent was the best fighter in the lands of the immortals, and Munon, who was called the wisest, could not decide on such a stupid act. But that was precisely why he had prepared something special to confront his opponent, and that was why he asked the girl if she, too, was eager to see his arrogant face distort. Immediately after this, he offered the Wolf Princess to join them, since this way they could avoid this battle. However, the girl was not going to engage in self-destruction with them, so she decided to join this fight. Munan was upset by Gemenchis's answer, because he was just planning to capture her, but she left him no other choice, so the guy decided to destroy her completely. The girl realized that he had set up an ambush for her, but it didn't matter that he would take her life, because the most important question was how he was going to deal with her entire clan, which always takes revenge for the destruction of its own. However, this is exactly what Munon wanted, because when the angry members of the Salval-Rang clan rush to Hassan, great chaos will begin, at the epicenter of which they, Chimusa, the demonic sect, and the mask will find themselves. He continued and said that it would be nice if this madness never ended, so he ordered another of his servants to destroy the girl, which he tried to do a moment later. Munon wanted to ask what Salval-Rang's meat tasted like, but Songun was also curious about what snake tasted like. Of course, when the tiger appeared there, Munon ordered the warriors guarding the camp to immediately go on the attack and use total destruction on their enemy. But Songun used his incredible sword and ordered it to devour everyone around him. Munon didn't understand what the hell was going on around him, and besides that, he felt a creepy and unusual energy. But he was still outraged that the guy decided to show such dirty tricks in front of someone like him. He tried to hit his opponent with an incredibly strong blow and thought that he could use it to get the guy. He wanted to grab and devour Songun, but the guy easily repelled this attack, and if he were from the mask, he would not have practiced using such dark energy. Rune rushed to help her princess, but the girl asked her not to worry because fortunately she was completely fine. Songun had no idea that one of the noble families, namely Chimusa, had made an alliance with a demonic sect, which was complete madness. Munon realized that in front of him stood the one who had destroyed the location of the supreme poison and prevented the ritual from being performed, and in addition had harmed his fellows. So the guy was determined to cut the tiger into pieces and swallow it whole. Taeho understood that Engel's level was his limit, so one could conclude that this fight would not be easy. At the same time, Enha mocked Mia as best she could and ordered her to immediately tell about everything she had done with her beloved until now. She demanded an answer from her on how the girl dared to take what belonged to her and what exactly she was doing with this guy. Mia said that she was the wife of the owner of the mountain, and that 14 years ago she was married to Songun from Mount Beck, and everyone in that place recognized him as her husband. The girl had recently continued to repeat the same thing, so the witch could extract the truth from her as much as she wanted. But the girl's existence came to an end. But suddenly the servant interrupted his mistress and said that they had an invasion. Enha was incredibly angry and ordered her servants to simply destroy these violators and not distract her from incredibly important matters. However, the servant said that an uninvited guest had come to them, and it was the one who had destroyed the location of the supreme poison, which delighted the witch to the point of madness. She kept repeating that she was right after all, and after that she told the girl that she didn't need to say a word anymore, because she would personally find out everything from her beloved, and Mia would be here watching how he would completely become hers and then simply leave this world. Jung Cheon watched what was happening and saw the Chimas clan there, and he did not understand why they were in Hansen, but it was obvious to him that they were somehow connected to this matter. And besides that, depending on the circumstances, one of the 4 great noble cities could definitely be destroyed today. Songun was at this moment in the midst of a battle with his opponent, but so far neither of them had managed to gain the upper hand. Both guys were currently able to dodge each other's attacks, but the incredible power emanating from them was felt by everyone around them. Songun was thinking about how he needed to get rid of this thorn he was fighting, when suddenly his opponent was able to get him. Munon thought that now the tiger would really be finished, because he was in his chains. He warned Taeho that resistance was absolutely useless, because the more the guy moved, the more the vice would squeeze him. But the man still decided to show a little mercy and give the tiger a painless extermination. However, Songun considered this move to be absolutely stupid, and using the evil bright blue flame of the phoenix, he was able to easily destroy these chains around himself. Munon was shocked because his body had become stronger when he reached Enman, but now his noble artifact had turned to ashes in an instant. The boy had never heard that such a flame existed anywhere, so all he could think about was how his opponent had even mastered the art of fire control. Taeho asked if his opponent liked his gift, but then he added that the huge sea snakes were absolutely powerless against fire, which is probably why Munon felt bitterness at being born with such a flaw. But it all happened only because the guy himself was weak, and his sea snakes hunt by squeezing the enemy's body in a vice. But who knew that the guy was not even able to use his noble artifact in any other way? And besides that, Munon most likely forgot how to hunt because he grew up like a flower in Goson's greenhouse, and it was surprising that they all thought that they were locked in this place and that they urgently needed to escape from there, because in fact they were nothing more than new prey in the world of natural selection. At this time, Songun had already managed to summon the Tower of Six Spirits, so Moonon realized that this was definitely his end. The guy admitted that he was really weak and had nothing to add. And he also turned to Gimenchis and told her that, as the girl said, over the past 2,000 years, he had become a real fool, and maybe he was behaving like this now because he had very little time left. But he decided to tell her about the dream that he had almost every day. When he was still a spiritual being, he slowly floated along the endless river, so he would just like to show that landscape, that freedom, to his descendants. And besides that, he simply decided to apologize to the girl before his end. After what the tiger had done to his enemy, he now realized precisely and confidently where he needed to go. It was unknown what was waiting for him ahead, so he decided that it would be better to draw out more spiritual power and surround his body with it. When he started walking, he didn't feel any demonic energy, but with each step, the smell of blood became more noticeable. So it was still unclear what these people were planning. When he came closer, he was simply shocked, because in front of him was the highest poison in an incredibly huge amount. Songun could hardly even imagine how many innocent people were sacrificed for this. However, he tried to push these thoughts aside and think about the most important thing, namely the bottle with bloody water, because he first of all needed to find it. How unexpectedly on the way there, he felt the smell of blood, which belonged 100% to the white-blooded creature, namely Mia, but he did not understand how this smell ended up here. This smell was familiar to him, but he still could not believe that this was actually happening, but he clearly and distinctly felt the sweet aroma of the white blood. This situation made him incredibly angry, or rather completely furious, because now in this world, there was only one single white-blooded creature, which was Mia, so he was sure that he was not mistaken. Being in this disgusting place, he could not think of anyone else, so gathering all his strength, he began to shout her name, hoping to find his wife. He ran as fast as he could and tried to find the girl, but no matter how much he shouted, she did not answer. But in the end, he was still able to do it and saw her in the distance. Songun ran to her aid and freed her from those terrible chains, and he was also incredibly happy that she was still breathing. The guy thought about how the girl ended up here, but what was more important was who and what did to her, how suddenly she came to her senses. When Mia saw him, she was incredibly happy that they finally met face to face. And after she left Mount Back and they parted in this way, there was not a single day that she did not think of him, her dear husband. All that was left for the girl was to simply throw herself into his arms and ask him how he could have pretended not to know her, since she had wandered around the world so much to find him. Taeho realized that all this time she had been looking for him, and although only her appearance had changed, the girl remained the same as she had been when they first met, so he was also incredibly happy to see her. How unexpectedly Mia became incredibly angry, because she was hoping for a completely different reaction from the guy. And of course it was none other than the witch who transformed herself into a girl who was not indifferent to the tiger in order to find out the whole truth. Songun had never given Yonya such a tender look, and on top of that, he stirred her heart and dared to have fun with another woman. And although she was very upset, this whole situation suited her perfectly, because now she would be able to get the tiger in exactly this way. Songun couldn't believe that the witch was standing in front of him, but the girl kept saying that he was incredibly hot, and also asked Songun if he could feel her hand inside him. She decided to become one with him, but Songun could not allow this to happen while relying on the demonic energy in his body. Enha thought that the guy had already lost consciousness, and to her great surprise, he turned out to be incredibly weak. The witch began to think that from this moment on, he would not be able to leave her, but she did not know what she should start with, whether to kindly offer him some tea, or maybe go for a boat ride, or first of all, indulge in a feeling of pleasure. At the same time, her henchmen discussed the fact that from now on, the 108 sacrifices would become a contact with the end of the world, which was inevitable for them. They finally began to perform their ritual, and using the bloody water, they finally summoned that same destructive demonic energy. Run and Gimenchisu saw an incredibly huge hole in the sky, but they still couldn't figure out what was going on there. Enha was simply in seventh heaven because she was able to get the guy into her evil hands. The she-wolf, watching this whole picture, could not believe that this was really happening before her eyes, and that this witch had a benefactor in her hands. When Sungun was near one of the princess's wards, he told her that all the preparations were completed and they were ready for the final version. However, the girl could only think about the tiger and told the man that he was very valuable to her, so she asked him not to take his eyes off him until the ritual was completed. And now the girl decided to go directly to her task and ordered him to come to her. The people of this settlement could not understand what was happening around them, and they were all incredibly scared. Some madman was talking about the end of the world and the heavens being split in two, but the others were very irritated by this man. But still he did not shut up and continued to assert that this world, which was mired in sin, would be completely wiped off the face of the earth. Zhang Qian sensed the destructive demonic energy, and he realized that these people from the demonic sect had been planning to open the gate all along. But even if that was the case, why did they suddenly act in such a hurry? The guy decided to act because it was not worth depending on life, because it indestructibly consists of two parts, birth and death, and that is why it was dawn and at the same time twilight. Life is in any case a path to one and only end. So one could say that these concepts were absolutely identical. Therefore, as the supreme master of the mask, he ordered all his wards to gather here. And after an incredibly large number of masked men appeared behind him, he informed them that from that moment on they were allowed to destroy their opponents. When the monsters saw that the masked men had finally arrived on the battlefield, they also called on their wards because the festival of blood and death was beginning. This is how the confrontation between the demonic sect and the mask began, who were determined to destroy each other completely. The monsters were confident that no one would be able to pass through their barrier, but the masked people did not want to stand aside. Each of their opponents was a creature whose body had been defiled by merging with demonic energy. And even if they were able to suppress them, the loss on their side would still be enormous. And even more so, besides this, there was also that woman who absorbs destructive and demonic energy, making this battle even more serious. However, Yang Cheon understood that he didn't have time to think because he needed to strike at the leader as soon as possible. He began to rapidly approach the princess, but the monsters were ready to hold the line and decided to block his path no matter what. And yet the guy failed to reach this woman because someone dealt him an incredibly strong blow. The people from Chimus appeared on the battlefield and informed the masked men that they would not be able to come even a millimeter closer to that place. The man asked Chang Cheon if he was the only supreme mask master here, because unfortunately Chimus would have to make do with what he had, and the rest could be slowly taken out one by one. The guy considered him a complete bastard and did not understand how he dared to ignore their agreement. However, the man considered this agreement to be complete nonsense, because it was concluded only at the discretion of the people in mass, so it was time to finally terminate it. Taking advantage of this situation, the sea serpents decided to destroy all the masked people and gain the long-awaited freedom. Songun finally came to his senses at this time, and it was all thanks to the ghostly sword and the demonic energy that was in his body. He tried to call out to Warren, but there was no response from her, but he still felt the girl's connection to his heart, so he assumed that he was just going crazy and everything would be okay in the end. Taiho also thought about how much he had screwed up, because he definitely shouldn't have reacted like that to Mia's appearance. But he still didn't understand how the demoness Nachalo found out about the girl, because only the two of them knew about it. How suddenly Songun realized that the smell of blood was not coming from the fake imitating the original, but from the real Mia, who was actually there. Taiho understood that he needed to find the girl at all costs, but before that he needed to assess the situation around him. He looked back and saw that the mask, the demonic sect, and Chimusa were engaged in an incredibly fierce battle, so it was obvious that the gate had been opened in the end. In addition, he saw a demon who was absorbing this incredible energy, as well as a bottle of bloody water. He thanked her for this, because he had walked so much looking for this thing, but now the girl presented it to him right on a plate, and since no one was paying any attention to him now, this was his chance. He destroyed the barrier near him and hurried to take the cup, because this was the most ideal moment for this. The monster was simply shocked, because he did not expect that the guy would do this and take such a precious thing. He ordered everyone to immediately stand up for the princess and not let that tiger even come close to her. The demoness Enha seemed to come to her senses after seeing what her beloved pet had done. However, Songun couldn't think of anything else but Mia. So he started shouting at the top of his lungs and demanding to know where the girl was at that moment. The girl did not understand why the guy was yelling at her like that, because she thought that Mia was absolutely unworthy of him, and she herself was much better. How unexpectedly the witch began to scream incredibly loudly, because due to the absence of a bottle of bloody water, the gate began to suck out the blood of the princess herself. Songun did not stop shouting and demanded an answer immediately because he was interested in what exactly happened to Mia. The girl said that Taiho was clearly going too far, and after that she told her husband that she was exactly the one he was looking for. And after that she asked the guy if he really didn't see her suffering. However, suddenly an explosion of incredible power occurred below, and no one from the demonic sect understood what was happening and how all the vessels of the highest poison were destroyed in one fell swoop. There was an incredible amount of energy below, and when the tiger looked down, he saw none other than Mia. Not long before, she thought about how she had barely managed to meet her husband again. And now because of her, he could die. Because if it weren't for her, nothing like this would have happened to the guy. She began to think that it was she who was to blame for everything. Because from the very beginning, the girl was born with a curse on her body, and in general, her very existence was wrong. Mia cursed all those who despised and neglected her, and she also cursed all living things, down to the leaves and grass, as well as the sky, which does not allow even a fleeting hope. But the most terrible thing was that in the heat of this rage, the girl cursed herself. At the same time, the sea beasts from Chimisu were convincing the masked people that there was no point in their movements from side to side, because they really believed themselves to be stronger. The sea serpent convinced his opponent that everyone here would die today, but suddenly their battle stopped. All around them, they could smell the incredibly sweet aroma that was coming from the woman below. They decided to pounce on her and eat her, and besides that, they even quarreled among themselves about who would do this to her. The sea snakes wanted to make her their food, and the monsters didn't understand what they were doing instead of resisting the mask, and it looked like the whole herd had just gone crazy. Taeho also felt that the smell of her blood had become even more intense, and it was such a magnificent aroma that even he found it difficult to control himself. However, besides this, Taeho began to get incredibly worried because he saw that the maddened members of the Chimas clan were rushing towards Mia at incredible speed. The guy wanted to rush to her aid, but literally a moment later, it became obvious to everyone around that the girl absolutely did not need it. Everyone around was just incredibly shocked that Mia froze all her opponents in the blink of an eye, and she definitely used a rapid flame that chills even the soul. The girl used the so-called power of the demon blood, white bloods, and if she continues to use her power like this, she will lose her human essence forever. Songun knew that he had to stop this no matter what, so he decided to use the blue fire of the Dark Phoenix. He ran towards her as fast as he could and literally begged the girl to stop and come to her senses. He screamed and asked the girl to look at him immediately, because before this curse swallowed her up, she had to stop. Songun kept telling her that the more she used this power, the more it would absorb. But the girl didn't want to hear anything and continued to be absolutely crazy. Jung Cheon didn't understand who this woman was, who had destroyed almost the entire clan in one fell swoop, and why this hermit named Taeho didn't do anything against her. His charges continued to ask their master what his orders would be, but he simply told them to take up an observation position. Mia burned the tiger with an all-consuming snow-white icy flame, so the cold spread throughout his entire body. And the more persistently he tried to stop the girl, the more furious she became. But Taeho did not understand how this could even happen. Even now, the curse continued to consume her, so the guy didn't even imagine what he should do in this situation and how he should act to save Mia. At some point, Taeho thought that it was already impossible to reverse this process, because he was already late at the moment when the curse began to spread. He couldn't believe that the only choice he had was to destroy Mia with his own hands. Taeho thought that it would be better to destroy the girl with his own hands than for her to exist miserably in this world, becoming a disaster for everyone. But suddenly a tear fell on the guy's cheek, and he realized that the girl was actually suffering a lot. She was still tossing and turning, and Songun realized at that moment that he was just a complete fool. After all he had to do was hug the girl as tightly as possible. He transformed into a tiger and grabbed her, and began to tell Mia that from now on everything would be fine, because she no longer had to torment herself. After he called her his dear Mia, the girl came to her senses and simply began to cry incredibly hard. She grew so big, but her habit of crying out loud did not go away, which could not help but amuse the tiger. Enha, who had been watching them all this time, couldn't believe her eyes because she considered Taeho only hers and couldn't allow some pathetic girl to touch him. At that moment, Taeho had some kind of bad feeling, even though he had the bottle of bloody water, and Mia was also completely fine and saved. When he told her that they urgently needed to get out of there, he noticed that the girl had lost consciousness. How unexpectedly, Ryun and Gimenchisu arrived to them with the help of the transfer table, who were wondering if Taeho was okay. The guy told them that he was okay, and they arrived just in time because they needed to get out of there as soon as possible. The demoness Nachalo experienced incredibly excruciating pain and did not understand where the hermit was going, abandoning her to her fate. After all, she was very close to him, and all she could think about was that he shouldn't leave her here completely alone. At the same time, the she-wolf asked Songun if he knew this fair-blooded girl. Taeho said that although the meeting was short, she was an incredibly dear person to him. This girl who destroyed everything in her path was a white-blooded demon, and if the princess had not held Ryun back, she would have been absorbed along with the Chimas clan. Even now, Ryun was attracted by the incredibly fragrant smell that came from Mia, and it was difficult for her to suppress her thirst, because right in front of her was a wonderful medicine, better than which you cannot find in the whole world. But Songun calls her a dear person, which could not help but surprise everyone around. Suddenly, an energy of incredible power began to approach them, so the guy warned everyone and told them to immediately dodge it. This force almost swallowed them up, but the tiger managed to envelop them in a protective ball of energy in time. To his great happiness, everyone was safe and sound, but they didn't understand what was going on around them. The demoness, who was on the verge of life destruction, was very angry because Taeho just took and abandoned her, despite the fact that the girl was in incredible despair. She decided for herself that they should leave this world together, because in any case, this body in which she was would not be able to exist. And if she had been given this vessel at birth, and if it was destined to disappear, then she had to do something last. If with her last breath she had the opportunity to touch the tiger's hand, and even if it was the last time, she was basically quite happy with it, because such greed was forgivable, so she decided to head to her husband. She destroyed everything that was in her path and asked no one to interfere with this, because anyone who gets in her way to her husband, she will swallow him up and not even choke. At the same time, one of the master's proteges asked him if now that Shimusa had been destroyed, didn't they have a chance to deal with the occultists once and for all? So why did he just calmly watch and do nothing in this situation? However, the guy pointed out the vibration of destructive demonic energy, and it was clear that this place was like a powder keg filled to the brim with gunpowder, and if you rush and stumble, the occultists will scatter in all directions, and Hansan will become a land of destruction. Although it was at this moment that Yang Cheon thought that he couldn't leave things as they were, so since he didn't know what he should do next, he decided to immediately report to the leader and resolve the situation later. But how suddenly he noticed a huge core in front of him, but he did not understand what exactly was happening in it and why the lightning stopped flashing. However, a moment later, this ball completely burst, and from it appeared a demonic destroyer maiden who seemed to have descended to them from heaven. All the masked men realized that they needed to run away from there immediately, but the girl struck them with lightning speed and an incredibly strong blow. At that moment, Yang Cheon finally realized that they were unable to do absolutely anything, since a creature had been born that should not exist in the human world. Even despite this, he told his charges not to take even a step back, because life is the road to death, and he asked them to remember the teachings of the Lord and fight until the very end as warriors of the mask. How unexpectedly Enha just took off and headed in the opposite direction from the masked men, which really shocked them. Of course, she was going to the guy and his friends, so Gimenchisu told everyone that they shouldn't act rashly and that they should just stand still. Taeho understood that it was very dangerous, or rather the creature that was in front of them was simply terrifying, so he asked the she-wolf to give him part of her spiritual power. She didn't understand why the guy needed to do this, because she certainly couldn't imagine that he would decide to fight that creature. It was tantamount to self-destruction, but the guy convinced her that he was trying to do at least something to get them out of this situation, so he asked the girl to hurry up. Of course, she had no choice but to agree to this. but she warned the guy that if he died on this battlefield, she would curse him for the rest of her days. Immediately after the she-wolf fulfilled Songgun's request, he decided to use the powers of his horns to get the girl, but this did not affect her in any way, and she easily repelled the guy's blow. The tiger realized that there was not a single living cell on his opponent's body, so he had to use his last option. He decided to use the Tower of Six Spirits because the combination of his and Gimenshisu's spiritual powers made it even bigger, so there was at least some chance of winning. He decided to buy them at least a little more time, but the witch simply took and destroyed this tower with one movement of her hand. This shocked the tiger, and he didn't even notice how fragments of his own artifact were flying at him. But the she-wolf managed to do it in time and save the guy from such a stupid injury and the subsequent attack of their opponent. Besides this, the girl understood that her end had definitely come, and her last words were a request for the guy to survive this battle no matter what. Taeho was incredibly shocked and couldn't believe his eyes, because everything happened in just a split second. However, immediately after that, he thought that the girl could still survive, because she had an Inmen level that would grant her another life. However, this condition could only be fulfilled if the wolf's head remained whole and unharmed. But suddenly the witch just took and destroyed this part of the girl, which completely shocked Taeho and Ryun. Ryun simply lost her temper and promised to destroy the witch for what she did to her princess. So having transformed into a she-wolf, she hastened to do it. Songgun knew that in this case, he couldn't give in to his emotions. But Ryun did it and paid with her life. But after that, Taeho himself simply lost his temper because there was no need to destroy his friends. He decided to use the advanced demonic destruction technique because he simply had no other choice in this situation. Not long before this, Karan found information in the memories from a piece of Samga's soul about the technique that was passed down from generation to generation. This is a demonic spell that can instantly summon the power of the next level, which the tiger's opponent used earlier when his level suddenly became higher at one moment. And although Songgun was very much not able to say goodbye to his life because of this, it was powerful. And now that Taeho has reached the Engel level, he will be able to master this technique, and all this information was placed in the all-seeing eye. So the girl asked to take his boyfriend with her. Songgun was incredibly grateful to the girl, but she told him that since this was a strong spell that unnaturally increased the level, the core of power could be destroyed, and in the worst-case scenario, the guy could lose all the skills he had acquired and slide to a lower level. Since he would be forcibly leveling up, it was natural for such restrictions to exist. But Songgun did not understand who would use a spell that would cause one to be one level lower, and it was clear that in such a case, this technique would be absolutely useless. However, now the time has come when, finding himself in a difficult situation, the guy had to use this technique when his life was at stake. He decided to use the blue fire of the Dark Phoenix and deliver a tiger strike of incredible power to the girl. And immediately after that, having moved to the Inman level, he used the fire sphere attack to finally consolidate his result. However, it seemed that for the demoness Nahalo, such attacks were just empty space because there was not a scratch left on her. And immediately after that, the girl decided to strike back, but the tiger somehow managed to avoid it. At that moment, he realized that even at the Inmen level, he was absolutely powerless against this creature. Suddenly, the last words of Gimenshis appeared in his head, asking him to survive no matter what, and she was clearly not one of those who should die in such a way. So he decided to finish off this witch with his own hands at all costs. And he decided to do it with all the power cores he had. So he used the demonic destruction technique at an advanced level. And after that, the guy surpassed himself and moved up to the Ingop level, which couldn't help but impress. Having such power, Taeho thought that he could still destroy this girl by tearing her to shreds. He decided to use the Tiger Strike, the endless attack, and kept asking her why she destroyed them all. How unexpectedly the guy realized that after all the attacks he had inflicted on his opponent, all of his cores had already been destroyed, and now he only had 7 left. The torn parts of the girl began to connect, and Songgun realized that he had to hit her much harder, one that would sweep away everything in its path. Besides this, he had to move lightning fast and do everything faster in order to reach his opponent. But the guy could never have expected that this witch was able to react to Chukchi's technique. Even with her body completely mangled, the girl followed him on his heels as if nothing had happened. And what's more, her every movement became faster and faster. Therefore, the tiger understood that at this rate, it would be absolutely useless to use the Chukchi technique against her. All this time, Mia was lying on the ground, completely unconscious, and when the witch noticed her, she became even more furious. It was obvious that the girl had decided to attack the defenseless Mia, so if Songun didn't block this attack, then she would definitely be hit. He knew that he had to try to draw out the spiritual power from all the profound ki cores in order to jump to the next level. Songun used the blue fire of the Dark Phoenix as well as all the energy he could to make his crazy plan a reality. Zhongqian couldn't even imagine that they would feel a wave of such enormous spiritual power. And besides that, the guy was simply shocked that the hermit Taiho would be able to resist such a monster. Even the witch's henchmen didn't understand what was going on around them and what they should do. But one of them was absolutely sure that if they stuck their noses in there, they would definitely die. So they decided to just keep waiting for the princess, and then the end would definitely come for the bastards from the mask. At that moment, Taiho thought that he had destroyed 4 cores in one go, and it seemed that this was his limit, because using divine power was beyond his capabilities. He thought that after such a powerful attack, that monster would definitely not appear again, but the tiger was incredibly wrong. When this witch appeared there, she decided to use her powers as she had planned before against Mia. Taiho could do practically nothing at that moment, because his body simply did not move. However, gathering all his courage into a fist, he was still able to move from his place and stop his opponent. Songun kept asking the girl what right she had to try to destroy the girl, because as long as the tiger itself remained alive, not a hair would fall from Mia's head. And although Taiho himself was unable to destroy the girl until the very end, this thing worked differently, because an eternal poisonous flame was sealed inside it. And it was for this reason that Taiho decided to leave this world with the monster. And before the very end of his life, he apologized to Mia, but he thought that she must definitely live on. After all, he didn't abandon her at all, but he simply had to send the girl away because Conrian's embrace was safer than his. Even so, the tiger never forgot about her, and he could not even express how his heart rejoiced when he saw her matured form as Taoist Pingong. Songun believed that he was quite satisfied with this arrangement, right up until the moment when he found himself on the threshold of another world. And then he realized that the place Mia occupied in his heart was not so small. It was for this reason that he went to look for the girl. Following her tracks, namely Taiho went to the ruins of Conrian, and then went to Pingan to meet Mia. He didn't make any long-term plans, he just wanted to say at least hello to her. And even though their reunion was marked by such bloody events, all this was unimportant. He was grateful to Mia for remaining the same as she had been 14 years ago. That's why he decided to save her at any cost, even at the cost of his own life. But suddenly the guy realized that the blue fire of the Dark Phoenix began to protect him from the poisonous flame. Enha was suffering from hellish pain, and this sight was truly terrifying. So it was difficult to even imagine how terrible this poison was. Songun thought that with his help, that monster would now definitely leave this world. But unexpectedly for the guy, this creature was able to move even in this state. The girl crawled towards the tiger with her last strength, and he thought about whether it would all end right now. Literally a moment later, the girl managed to get to him, and she was incredibly happy that she was finally able to touch him, and also wondered if he knew that he was the first person who touched her hand. Taiho didn't understand what this girl was talking about, as he suddenly remembered the moment when he knocked her to the ground, so he assumed that most likely the girl meant exactly this. But now there will be no trace of bitter sediment left on her soul, even if such a death is prepared for her for it. How suddenly a man appeared behind her, who believed that all this was extremely unacceptable. After all she had done, the girl could not count on an easy exit from this world, so he assured her that such a thing would never happen. Taiho realized that the Mask Lord, the one who administers justice on the eternal earth, the celestial Huangmen, had finally arrived here. This time the occultists had created something truly strange, and what was not mixed in there, because even in front of him stood a rare thing that was neither alive nor dead. He told her that death was life for her, so he decided to make her live forever. She did not want this and begged with her last strength that it would be better if she were destroyed than to live forever on this terrible earth. However, the man didn't care at all about her words, and he did what he thought was necessary. While Songun was thinking about whether it really all ended so simply, he simply could not believe it, because if the man had appeared a little earlier, the she-wolf would have been alive. Huang Man asked the animal that was pretending to be human, or if he was now calm, but Songun simply told him that he was late. It was strange for the man to hear this, because he had the feeling that this guy was accusing him of something. Taeho already simply said that in this battle, many lives were taken, and among these people were his loved ones. The man watched the tiger's steps, and it was clear that he was afraid to stir up this world. And he had already seen something similar a couple of times, namely a level destroyer with the ability to go against the law of ranks. The scale of the bloody wind he raised was not so small, so the man thought that it would be better to pump out all the roots, but thanks to the fact that the guy blocked the monster's path, his followers were safe. The celestial Huang man continued and told the guy that now he would just let him go. But there were several conditions for this, and the first of them was that, although he did not know how the eternal poisonous flame that had been sealed in Koryun a long time ago ended up in his hands, the guy had to find it and seal it back. The second condition was that from that moment on, the tiger was forbidden to enter Gosen's land. And the third and most unexpected thing for Taiho was that Huang Man ordered his woman, Mia, to be pierced with a sword. Songun was incredibly outraged by this and did not understand what kind of nonsense this old man was talking. However, the man told him that he didn't need to do this right now, because when the time came, the guy himself would understand the meaning of his words. At that very moment, Yang Cheon arrived there and was incredibly happy to greet his leader. Huang Min greeted the guy in response and asked him how things were going on the battlefield. The master of the mask told him that now they, together with other masters of the mask who had arrived, were clearing out the remnants of the occultists, and that soon they would be finished off once and for all. The man could not even think that they would open the gates of destruction, and moreover, it could not even occur to Huangman that representatives of 4 clans would be drawn into this matter, and that just a little more, and they would be faced with an irreversible situation. Immediately after this, the Celestial decided to praise the guy and tell him that they had stood firm and brave all this time. However, Yang Cheon couldn't agree with this. And immediately after that, he asked the leader what they should do next with the tiger and his girlfriend. Taeho has made a great contribution to this matter, so he will have to do the work assigned to him by the man, which is why it is worth simply observing him at first. And besides this, the Celestial and his henchmen still had their own unresolved problems, so he first suggested dealing with them. At the same time, a completely different battle was taking place, and the masked man was saying that the ghostly king of the deep-sea demons was indeed on a completely different level and had reached all the way here and pierced the dense encirclement ring. However, the guy was simply asking his opponent where his younger sister was now. The masked man taunted him and said that his sister was right there. And although the man was a little irritated by this, the venerable Huang man ordered not to destroy this girl, and his opponent knew very well that the Celestial never does anything for no reason. But he could not even imagine that today there would be such a big catch because the Ghost King himself came into his hands. Yuho didn't understand how her brother ended up there and why he came here at all, so she ordered him to leave immediately. The guy said that he lost his entire clan, and besides that, even the only thing he had left was taken, so he definitely couldn't leave there. The masked man mocked the ghostly demon king of the deep sea, but it was still quite courageous of him. Songun was in some other world and met Gemenkasa, which made him laugh. And although the girl did not understand why he was laughing, he explained to her that she had been an annoying, irritating, and stubborn girl all this time, but he was still incredibly happy about their meeting. The girl decided to ask whether the tiger remembered the words she had said to him at the end, and when he answered affirmatively to this question, she continued and asked why he then, like a moth, rushed into the very heat. The guy was surprised that even here she continued to focus on something like this. But under her intense gaze, he gave in and told the girl that he himself had no idea why he did it. But if he hadn't done it, he would have definitely broken down. Knowing the character of the benefactor, Kim and Shisu wanted to give him a final parting word. So she knew that the tiger did this precisely because of her. And she decided to honestly admit to Taiho that he was simply magnificent. And now he really needed to throw the stone off his soul and stop blaming himself for what happened. And literally a second later, Songun opened his eyes and next to him, Mia was simply lying. She was glad that he finally woke up, because this was exactly what she had been waiting for so much. After this, the girl told her husband that there was someone who was still waiting for him, and if he wanted to immediately remove the burden from his heart, then first of all, he should see him. After some time, Mia was already seeing the tiger off on his way and told him that she would be looking forward to seeing him. Songun promised her that this time he would definitely come back, so he asked the girl to wait for him for just a little while. 3 days had passed since that very battle, and it all felt like a sudden peace after the hardships experienced on the brink of life and death. And for some reason, all of this still seemed unreal to Taiho, and perhaps he had not yet fully woken up from what was happening. But he couldn't stop thinking about his last dream, because it seemed like it really wasn't just his fantasy. He arrived at the appointed place, and there none other than Father Gemenchisu was waiting for him. Oxo told him that after cremating the body, their clan buries the ashes under a tree called red wax, and this plant absorbs the ashes, grows, and in the future begins to bear fruit. These fruits were very sweet and aromatic, and if you make wine from them, you won't find a better alcohol in the whole wide world. The tree in front of them grew, having absorbed the ashes of Gemenchisu, and this spring it will bear its first fruits. Ixo apologized to Taiho for behaving inappropriately, but he still asked the guy to tell him how exactly his precious daughter met her end. Songun found this conversation very difficult, because he still felt guilty for what happened to the girl. It was also hard for Oxo to react calmly to this situation, but in the end, this was the price he had to pay for the bottle of bloody water. Taiho felt incredibly heavy, and leaving this jar on the table, he hurried to leave from there. The head of the SSS-Rank clan finally told him that if the boy needed heavenly longevity, he could contact him at any time. And besides this, he asked Songun not to blame himself for the death of his daughter, because as a member of the clan, she naturally had to protect their benefactor. When the doors slammed behind Songun, Oxo was finally able to shed his first tear, because the pain for his daughter in the morning was simply incredibly hellish. After some time, the man showed Taiho a stone cave used for training, and this was the benefactor's request, so he brought him here. But he also told him that besides this stone cave, there were many places where he could comfortably spend his time. But the tiger assured the man that he was completely satisfied with this cave, so the guards said that if he needed anything, he could contact them at any time. Once they were inside, the tiger finally released his subordinates, who were incredibly happy to see him. During all this time that they had not seen each other, the goldfish even had a family which could not fail to please the tiger. Taiho was planning to start training to reach the Inman level, and since there were several unconnected spaces in this stone cave, it would be good if everyone started practicing separately. He told them that he would give them a divine pill, so they should also put their best efforts into training, which they completely agreed to. And after that, he asked Warren to spare him a minute and asked the girl when it all started. He told her not to pretend she didn't know what he was talking about, and then simply asked how much time she had left. She didn't know how Taiho found out about this, but they were one, so of course he understood everything perfectly. Warren gave in and said that when the gate of destruction opened, her connection with Songun was broken, and from then on everything started, and from now on she was given no more than 10 years. Taiho was shocked by this information, because 10 years was an incredibly short amount of time. Therefore, he showed her the thing he received from the commander of the heavenly abode of Gunbiho. For there are many treasures that contain the soul of wolves, but few that protect and preserve it completely like this. The girl was simply impressed by this, and asked the guy if this was the reason he provoked the commander of the heavenly abode of Gunbiho. Taiho knew that this day would come someday, but it happened much sooner than he expected. So he asked her to stay inside this treasure for just 100 years and think as if she had fallen asleep for a while. However, the girl said that she did not want this, because it was nothing more than a delay of the time that was given to her, and she did not see anything wrong with entering the path of reincarnation in this way, because who knew? Maybe in the next life she would again have to meet Taiho. After all, the very fact of her existence and the fact that her soul is connected to Lord Sangun is contrary to nature itself, so she felt that it was time to let go of their greed and make a prudent decision. However, the guy did not agree with this, because this was different from the time when he was helpless and not really capable of anything, and just watched her leave this world. But now he would certainly find a way to help her, and if it contradicted the conduct of the human world, then he was ready to destroy everything that stood in his way and all the laws of nature. That's why he told Hwarang to follow his master's order and enter inside that treasure immediately. Hwarang had no choice but to obey her master, but she told the boy that when they met again, she would give him a fat slap in the face. This made Taiho laugh very hard, and he told her that when this happens, she can do it as many times as her heart desires. Suddenly, Mia appeared behind him and asked if the guy had finally finished his conversation. The girl told him that while she was waiting for him, she had set the table, so she asked the guy to try the food. Now that they were sitting like this, opposite each other, the guy felt incredibly awkward and didn't even know what he should tell her. Although Mia was also incredibly embarrassed, she nevertheless found an excuse and told Taiho that she would pour him a drink. She certainly wanted to do this for him because she was too young when she mistakenly thought that her dear husband had closed his eyes forever because she always received something and never gave anything in return. And for her, it was first a regret, then an obsession, and finally became an insult to herself. However, now this resentment had disappeared, and from now on, she could really breathe a sigh of relief because she had the chance to meet her dear husband once again. Songun realized that on that day, she saw his fake body and thought that he was no longer alive. And until that moment, she thought he was dead. After that, the girl asked why he did that on Mount Yen, or rather saved her from that creature, but pretended not to know her because when she found out about it, she was incredibly upset. Taeho said that he was unaware of what she thought about him not being alive. So looking at how wonderful a master she had grown into, he thought that she was firmly walking her own path, and their meeting was just a fleeting moment. However, in reality for Mia, that fleeting moment was absolutely everything in her life. After that, the guy asked how much longer she had left to live, and the girl told him that the life expectancy of a bison-level Taoist was about 500 years. So if nothing unexpected happened, she would live about that long. And since the girl also entered the Taoist path, she knew the difference between a human and a spiritual being, and Taiho stayed here in order to rise to the level of Men, which in human terms is equal to Hwansen. And if he overcomes this threshold, his life expectancy will be increased to 2,000 years. He hinted that their lifespan was an insurmountable wall for them, but the girl said that from now on, she would also start training hard. The guy told her to think about it carefully. Until then, he would remain at the Inman level. But she would be glad if he allowed her to do at least this, because unlike people, spiritual animals, rising to a higher level, risk their lives, and the slightest mistake can deprive them of everything. And immediately after this, the girl asked why her husband was in such a hurry to do this. Taeho explained to her that there was one thing that he absolutely had to do, and the path he had taken before meeting Mia, or rather before she was even born. Therefore, if she stays near him, she will have to walk along a thorny road, which could not help but surprise the girl, because she did not expect that Taiho would offer her to go with him. Mia told him that while he was not around, this time simply destroyed her, and she continued to live in this world only for the sake of revenge, like a living dead person. However, being near the tiger, Mia began to breathe deeply again, so she decided that she would never let the guy out of her hands again, because now that she had become a worthy master, she could follow Taiho along any path. And besides that, if they were together, even hell would seem like heaven to her, which simply impressed Taiho. This is why relationships are such a strange thing, because once you connect with someone, it is impossible to break that connection or give it up. And today the alcohol tasted incredibly sweet, so Taiho asked Mia to pour him some more. After some time, they simply slept in an embrace, and the guy could not stop admiring his bride. How suddenly he heard a noise and realized that uninvited guests had come to visit him. When he came outside, he asked the guy standing in front of him, what brought him here? Jung Cheon told Master Taiho that he urgently needed to convey something to the tiger. So he decided not to delay and threw Taiho a petrified remnant of the eternal poisonous flame, with the help of which the tiger would be able to determine the location of that creature. Songun had the feeling that the guy was talking about some kind of living mechanism and not a monster. But this was an unusual poisonous flame, and since spiritual energy has a will, it would be more correct to consider it as a living being. It was strange that fire had a will, and it seemed that the task set before the tiger turned out to be more difficult than he had even imagined. And after that, Jang Cheon told Taiho that he should tidy himself up and follow him, because he had something else besides that. It was for this reason that the boy personally came here, because it was decided to satisfy the tiger's request. So he asked him to follow him. After some time, they found themselves together, where all the abominations disturbing this world were chained. Here were gathered both spiritual beasts, who indiscriminately destroy nature, and Taoists, who destroyed people at will, imagining themselves to be the arbiters of destinies. And in general, there were those who, one way or another, became the embodiment of evil, and those who should be isolated until the end of their days. And so, after some time, they finally came to the very place where the goddess Juho was, who, like the others, was imprisoned here for committing certain offenses. And although the situation was a little strange, the tiger and the girl still had a chance to meet again in this world. Yuho wondered why she was the only one left alive, and she also tried to understand whether it was done to set an example for other clans or if there was some other calculation. But it turned out that it was all about Taiho. However, the guy simply decided to ask why she showed him such kindness, because he came here to ask about it. The girl was a little shocked and asked if Songun had spared her life just for this question. However, the guy didn't understand what she meant, because the reason she was still alive was probably because Huang Man had shown leniency towards her. Her and Taeho himself was only here because of a promise to see her again. The girl did not know what to say to this, but decided to tell him that in ancient times their ancestors had 2 pairs of wings and a pair of horns. But with the change of generations, the 2 pairs of wings became a pair, and the strong horns simply disappeared. This was indeed true because all the members of the Gunbiho clan that Taiho managed to see did not have horns. It was for this reason that Yuho gave Songun a birthstone with the inscription of divine heavenly horns engraved on it. Because of all the tigers that she had seen in her lifetime, the tiger was the only one with horns. He decided to ask, or did she decide to give him a stone imprinted with the trail of a long worm, with a barrier installed on it so that his body would be torn to pieces. Yuho did not make excuses in this situation, and although she was the commander of the heavenly abode, she could not ignore the opinion of the elders. So she decided to give the guy 2 things at once, because she intended to take responsibility and pay a moderate price for her sins when Songun returned. However, now that she didn't have a single clan member left, there was absolutely no point in that. Chang Cheon considered the girl incredibly lucky and the next second freed her from these terrible shackles. Taiho informed her that she could now be free, and since all the other members of the Gunbiho clan had been destroyed, the oath she had taken was now meaningless, so now the girl was able to freely wander this world. When the guy was about to leave, Yuho told him that the guilt and responsibility she was talking about included marrying a tiger and planting a new seed. Song-gun and the mask master were quite shocked by these words, and it embarrassed them both. But the girl still hasn't given up on this idea, because there are also many other secret arts and hidden relics created by their ancestors. So she asked to take her with her, taking all this as a kind of devotee. And beside this, the girl asked Taiho to give her seed, which simply left the tiger in complete shock. Mia said that if a man gets pleasure, then it is not at all a disadvantage. But when a woman continues to say strange things, then it was very stupid, and Taiho considered it complete nonsense that should not be paid attention to. Yuho knew that it was shameless to want a position that was already taken, so she asked to be taken as his concubine, which simply shocked Mia. But among spirit animals, it is considered quite natural for a strong male to have many females, so the girl did not see anything wrong with this. The girls continued their conversation and argued that although Mia was a human, she should not forget that her husband was a spiritual animal, and in general, imposing human habits on a spiritual animal was a little strange. But Songun simply could not listen to this. At the same time, Hannah was asking her mistress if it was true that she would be okay after this. However, the girl herself said that too much time had passed since the tiger left. So Misik thought that the guy most likely intended to leave her, and again make a leap to a higher level. But if the girl activates the circle of the sun in thought, then she will fall asleep for only 100 years. But she will have to spend a millennium in the dream world, and to endure this, she will need too much strength. Misuk had no idea what was waiting for her ahead, but that guy was showing crazy growth, and maybe he was already preparing to reach the Enman level now. So even if the panther went to look for him, she would only be wasting her time, because he was not the type to wait for her. Hannah understood this perfectly well, so she asked the girl to take on her original appearance in that case. When Misik did this, the girl was shocked, and she clearly and distinctly said to take her original form, and the panther tried to hide something from her, although earlier she had all the beautiful video. After that, Misuk had no choice but to do it, but she wondered if the girl had kept it a secret from Songun. Hannah had no reason to tell the guy something like that, because it wouldn't do her any good anyway, so she decided to start this ritual. The girl said that she would be looking forward to it, and the panther said not to worry about her, and that time would definitely pass very quickly. At the same time, Juho was talking about how this could be their last meeting. So was she interested, or was it okay to let the tiger go like that, without even looking at him for the last time? But Mia said that in that case, she didn't want to see his face even more, and she wanted to give her heart faith in a successful outcome, and not put a heavy burden on him. The girl decided to ask why she was here herself, since earlier, Juho had been following her husband around. The girl told Mia that she was fulfilling his request, because he asked her to look after his wife instead of him. Therefore, she will be near the girl until the ritual of heavenly longevity is completed. Mia was surprised that he would ask someone who had reached the level of Engop to look after her, but now she felt even more protected than she had ever felt when her husband was by her side. In other words, he knows that two women are waiting for him who do not forget about him for a second, so he must definitely return back as soon as possible. At this time, Songun had already arrived at Saval Peak, and the wolves greeted their benefactor. They had just finished all the preparations, and, as the tiger himself understood perfectly well, even if he asked for the power of heavenly longevity, there was no guarantee that the ritual would be successful. Oxo said that rising to Enmeng level was a completely different matter, so he decided to ask Taiho, or maybe he wanted to say something, just in case. The guy said that everything was absolutely fine, and he didn't want to say any words, so he asked them to just start. Finally, this ritual to obtain the power of heavenly longevity was started, and the guy decided to concentrate and find complete peace. He decided to recreate the sensations he saw at the moment when he fought with the witch and jumped several levels forward. Long after the ritual, Mia came to this place and asked if there were any problems. The men told her that they were carefully guarding the place, so there shouldn't be any problems. And immediately after that, they asked her to go there. 30 years have passed, but the girl has not missed a single day and regularly climbs Savol, so one could conclude that such a sincere heart cannot be found in the whole wide world. The two of them simply watched Taiho on a regular basis as he tried to obtain heavenly longevity all this time. Day after day passed, and one day Mia saw an incredible glow on Savol Peak, where her husband was now. She started running there as fast as she could and thought that she would finally be able to see him. When on the way there, she saw Yuho, who told her to grab her hand, because that way it would be faster to get to Diho. Holding hands, they flew to the tiger to see what was happening there at the moment. When the girls arrived there, they actually saw Taiho, who had already completed the ritual. The guy didn't understand why Mia had lost so much weight during all this time, but without a single word, she ran to him and hugged him tightly. At the Pingong branch, the man asked the manager to listen to him, because the master from the main palace was there right now. The man walked inside and greeted his leader on his arrival, as they had finally managed to find the creature that had been vexing them. But besides this, the head asked where the girl who was white-blooded was now. They followed his trail with her, but that little rat managed to slip away and hide, and as the leader himself knew very well, he had become the common enemy of all the Taoist clans and was now on the run. The man got very angry and decided to attack his protege because he considered him a piece of trash, who apart from this, was not capable of telling him anything else. And for 20 whole years, nothing had changed, and the time was simply wasted because of some wandering hermit. And yet this guy got along well with the white-blooded girl, which is why he was allowed to stay in Pingun, so he wondered if it was really that hard to cope with the only job entrusted to him. The guy started talking about how the elder had entrusted this leader with taking care of the white blood, and if he found out that he was going to drink it alone, it wouldn't go that way for him. However, the chief was sure that the elder would not do anything to him, because if the white-blooded one was left without arms and legs, everything would be fine as long as life was still glimmering in her body, because for the elder, the white-blooded one was simply an unripe medicine. And until he gets his hands on her, this girl will remain just a toy with which he can play to his heart's content. The man was already sick and tired of waiting for one of his charges to find her, so he decided to go there himself. He mentally asked the girl to wait for him a little, because very soon he would come for her soul. At the same time, when Taeho came out of this mountain, of course, all his charges met him, which the guy was incredibly surprised about. Manhwa and Yanghua, who were fish until recently, had already turned into people and were very happy that the tiger had managed to reach the level of Enman. Manzhen also decided to congratulate his master, because he knew for sure that he would return safely. Taeho himself was incredibly happy, because judging by their appearance, he could tell that they had already reached the Engel level. But all this was thanks to him, and now wherever the guy goes, they can become his strength. Taiho was grateful to them for such words, but for some time he would not need anything like that, because now it was time to go home. But his servants did not understand what he was even talking about now. After some time, the guy came to Okso, who somehow limited himself from other wolves. However, Okso felt the power that emanated from the tiger, which indicated that he had successfully reached the Enman level. However, the guy was still far from the great head of the clan, and this chosen place seemed a little inconvenient. So he asked Okso why he came here, but the man simply replied that today was a wonderful day to admire the moon. The man asked Taiho for permission to pour him a drink and said that the wine was 30 years old and its color was absolutely beautiful. And besides this, man guaranteed that the taste of this wine was also excellent. Songun realized that this wine was made from the very tree where Gumenchisu's ashes were scattered. And although he was incredibly sad, he still drank it down to the bottom. Immediately after they tasted this incredibly tasty but also very sad wine, Onkso asked the tiger if he was now going to leave. He really had to leave, because the guy also had an agreement with Huaman that he couldn't break. But he really was a hermit who wandered around the world, led by the wind and clouds. The wolf could not help but agree with Taiho, and yet the ways of fate are inscrutable, and perhaps they will still meet in this life. After a while, Manson was simply delighted with the flying carriage, because at such a speed they would reach Mount Back in the blink of an eye. Manhwa thought that they had left their home because of the pigs from Mount Udong, so he never thought that it would take them so long to get home. Songun himself did not believe in this, because he was returning to his home only after 40 years. However, they all still had a question for the man who followed them, because they did not understand why the guy did this. However, Yangshun did this not because he was eager to follow them, but because the leader ordered him to do so. Tiger thought that the guy had absolutely nothing to do, since he decided to arrange surveillance of such an insignificant hermit as Taiho. The boy asked the tiger not to act as if he knew everything about people like them, because no one could measure the deep meaning of the leader's will. Although he followed them, Yuho asked the guy not to get into her field of vision, because at some point she might break loose and simply destroy him. But Taiho also had doubts about the goddess, because he also did not understand why the girl followed them. But she simply asked what kind of place it was where they were going. It didn't seem like it was a special place like the famous Mount Yong, but it was very quiet, and so it was an ideal place to be alone and put your thoughts in order. But Mia also clarified that this was the very place where she met her beloved husband. And although it was hard for Juho to see this couple in love, the girl said that she was looking forward to finally seeing this place. Jiang Xion recalled a conversation with his leader that had happened not long before, and he couldn't stop replaying it in his head. The guy understood perfectly well that the leader was not going to let Taiho go so easily, but he did not understand why it was necessary to fulfill his request and set up surveillance. So he assumed that Huang Man was somehow interested in him. But when you are at such a level, the boundaries of existence are blurred, and until now it was unclear whether it was because his mind was not able to withstand the enormous power that appears when moving to another level, or maybe it was an instinct, deeply hidden inside which he himself did not even know about. The tiger can become the wisest master, washing his hands in blood and punishing everyone left and right, or achieve enlightenment by accumulating virtues, thereby becoming a sage who brings peace and tranquility. This boy never ceased to amaze the leader. Although he was a spiritual beast on the outside, he was much more humane than anyone else. The boy thought that the level of the tiger and the leader were somehow related, but that was definitely not possible, because the boy was just one of the many spiritual beasts. That is why he should be watched even more closely, and he also hastened to clarify that he should watch, not spy. And Huang Man chose Zhang Cheon for this task because he was able to look at the situation with an unbiased eye. After some time, they finally arrived at that very place, but Yuho was very surprised because not long before, Taiho said that Mount Baek was a very quiet place. Manson couldn't believe what he was seeing before his eyes, but he knew for sure that they were in the right place. Mia assumed that something had definitely happened here over such a long period of time. Songun was incredibly upset and angry, because despite the fact that he had marked his territory, it was inhabited by someone, and by appropriating the mountain, someone was trying to provoke him. So he was very curious about who this brave man was who dared to challenge him, the master of Mount Baek. Unlike the so-called everyday life, the spiritual energy of Mount Baek is amazing, And it is surprising that such a rich spiritual energy of the mountain has not yet become widely known. It was a place that anyone would want to own, so as soon as the owner left, someone took over the territory. 40 years ago on that day, Taiho absorbed the blue fire of the dark phoenix that was absorbing the spiritual energy of Mount Beck. And it turns out that it was right now that he saw the very true appearance of his mountain back. 40 years had passed, so it was not surprising that during this time some new section could appear on the map. But one nuance worried him to the extreme, namely Karen. He instructed the girl to look after Mount Beck so that she would have a reason to live on, because at that time there was a very ordinary mountain in this place, but now everything was different, and Sungun could only hope that the worst did not happen to her. So first of all, he said that they needed to find out who is the master of the White Sea, so he hurried to do it. At the same time, some monsters forced people to move, and if they wanted to avoid being eaten alive, they had to work faster. Manhwa and Yanghua were simply shocked that there were spiritual beasts in front of them, because they thought that a new sect had settled here. But it turned out that the mountains were captured by their kind, and they were mocking the people who were the inhabitants of the village. Suddenly, one of the animals noticed Songun and his company and asked them why they just froze, because they urgently needed to work. But Taiho did not waste much time and went to this beast and told him to immediately answer the question about the girl, namely Haran, who previously guarded this mountain. The animal didn't know where this girl was because he was one of the last to come here, so he simply controlled the human slaves. The tiger, hearing this answer, immediately tore the monster to pieces, because this was unacceptable for him. Immediately after this, one of the spirits began to beat the drum and talk about a sudden invasion, so he ordered an urgent gathering of all the spirit beasts of the White Sea. One of the animals was even a little upset that there were such a small number of opponents in front of them. Taiho told the girls that no one should interfere in this battle, and he would deal with everything alone. Immediately after this, he told the spirits that he would ask them only one question, namely, where is the girl Haran now, who guarded Mount Back? But the monsters said that this was the first time they had seen such a crazy bastard, because after invading the territory of the White Sea, they didn't understand what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Immediately after this, he ordered his buddies to immediately seize these worthless bugs so that they could join the ranks of slaves. Songen said that this was their biggest mistake, because they should have answered his question. Otherwise, he himself would go looking for the girl. At the same time, the main one finally felt a spiritual energy that was hot and impossible to forget. So it was clear that Taiho had finally appeared next to him. Taiho was so angry that he almost destroyed all the monsters that were there. The remaining survivors of them thought that he was completely crazy and the guy was not someone they could handle. They wanted to run away, but Taiho couldn't let them do so because they didn't do what he asked earlier. The main one considered his minions to be useless creatures because they could not even properly cope with the role of guards. None other than Uranus, who was the master of the White Sea, came out to them, and who certainly should have known the answer to the tiger's question, so he ordered him to immediately answer where the girl who guarded this mountain was. The monster continued to tell him that the guy hadn't changed at all during all this time, and thanks to this, he was able to recognize Taiho at first sight. Songen did not understand what his opponent was talking about, because he had no idea who was standing in front of him. However, this was not a great problem, because soon the guy would understand everything, and after that he decided to clarify whether Taiho was looking for that strange girl with the old sword. This monster didn't know what exactly to answer the guy because Songun had killed his grandfather and his father, so because he had lost his entire clan, he definitely couldn't do anything good to that girl. At that moment, the guy realized that in front of him was the last descendant of Mount Wudong, Uranus. It was clear that this monster had built artifacts into its body, but even Yuho couldn't figure out how many things it had managed to stuff into itself. Everyone around felt this incredible obsession, which grew into some kind of madness. Taiho was able to easily return from his opponent's first attack, as he was even faster than before. Uranus decided to show him another of his powers, because for the past years, he had lived cherishing the thought of destroying the tiger, and even he himself had given up his own body. The guy was sure that at this rate, Mount Back would definitely be leveled with the ground. Therefore, using the unfolded double space, the technique of movement, he decided to move to another dimension in such a difficult situation. His opponent was surprised that the tiger had mastered spatial change, so he assumed that during his absence, Taiho had already managed to reach the level of men. Songun thought that he had burned all the stupid pigs to the ground, but it turns out that one of them managed to escape, to his greatest regret. But still, he didn't care about it now, because he was only interested in the answer to his question, where is Karin now? Uranus told the tiger not to get too cocky about tearing off his one and only artifact, because there were still countless other artifacts left in his body. But he still decided to say that the girl who was looking for Taiho was still alive. And since she was connected to him, he could not give her an easy destruction. He also specified that this bitch was hidden somewhere on the mountain, so he told the guy to try to find her. Taiho said that if his opponent continues to evade the answer, he will personally loosen his tongue. The monster realized that this was all an illusion and the real enemy was elsewhere, so he rushed to attack him. Among his countless artifacts, there was one that was able to dispel this illusion, so he was confident that he could not be fooled by such tricks, and that Songun, who created this entire illusory world, would fall by his hand. Uranus was sure that there would be no trace of Taiho left, because he was not going to stop until he sucked all his blood. Songun considered it a complete wretchedness, because no matter how powerful the transplanted artifact was, it had a certain limit. And it was clear that for the tiger's level, such attacks were simply nothing. Uranus was truly impressed by such a huge power, because he was someone who could easily deal with people who were of the Enman level, but none of his opponents had such power. So the only question this boar could ask himself was, who the hell was Taiho really? Juho, who was watching all these actions, said that if Mr. Songun was fighting, then there was nothing to worry about. But Mia believed that even though her husband had reached the level of men, the goddess herself could clearly see how many artifacts his opponent had. But if an ordinary warrior of the Enman level had entered the battle, then it would have played some role, but Taiho was completely different. How suddenly the thought came to the girl's mind that if she recalled the previous battle, she did not think that even she, being at a higher level, could easily defeat the guy. Therefore, it was easy to conclude that the owner of Mount Beck was a real monster. Taiho was handling this battle perfectly, and at this rate he could soon rip out all the artifacts that had been transplanted into his opponent's body. The sight of Uranus made the boy feel despondent, and yet he had only torn out his artifacts by the roots. It was very foolish to rely entirely on artifacts instead of increasing his own strength. So Songun decided to ask his opponent where Heron was now. At the same time, a huge number of people gathered around and they asked Mia if they were all companions of Mr. Songun. When Mia answered this question positively, they were incredibly happy that they were not mistaken about this, because just as Heron said, Mr. Songun really came to save them. When the girl heard that all these people knew Karin, she decided to ask them where this girl was at the moment. The people of that village said that Heron sacrificed his body in their place, and she told them that they should believe until the very end that Mr. Taiho would come to their aid. So they simply started begging Mia to rescue her from the clutches of that monster. Uranus decided to show Taiho the very girl he was looking for, because he placed her in his body next to an artifact that would grind her flesh into powder. And although the boar understood that he would leave this world without being able to avenge the death of his clan with his own hands, at least this damn girl would go to hell with him. Is this why Uranus was so curious? Or maybe the tiger will now feel what it is like to lose someone dear to him? How suddenly everything around stopped, and the tiger's opponent was shocked by what just happened. But if he had been a little bit late, Taiho would have been too late. But he was still incredibly angry that Uranus had forced him to use the demonic destruction technique of leveling up, freezing spiritual power, and standby mode in vain. Uranus was shocked that the guy was able to freeze the flow of his spiritual power, because only those who are at the top can use such a technique. So he did not understand how the guy managed to do this. However, Songun thought that at that time, he personally also shed a lot of blood, and his people also received incurable wounds, and he lost days that he would never get back. And all this was because of what those stupid boars had done, so Taiho couldn't let it happen again. It is for this reason that if Uranus was going to die, he had to go to the next world in proud solitude. But in reality, all of this was just a simple imitation of Huangman's magic trick, and Taiho's spiritual energy was already at zero, and besides, he almost lost his power core. However, it was all worth it, because in the end, he managed to save Karin. The other spirit beasts did not sense Lord Uranus's energy, so they assumed that this person was able to destroy him. So altogether, they decided not to stand aside and fell at the feet of the ruler of this mountain. Songun didn't understand at all what was happening around him, which could be seen from the expression on the guy's face. However, the people thought that the request of the spirit beast was complete nonsense, because after everything they had done, they dared to ask for patronage. But no one from this village was ready to forget what these creatures had done up until that day. The animals began to claim that they were doing this only to survive, because if they had not listened to that bastard, their clans and families would have been destroyed, and now they had nowhere to go, so they simply begged the tiger not to abandon them to their fate. Both people and spiritual beasts continued to argue among themselves, thereby driving Taiho himself into depression, who simply could no longer bear all this nonsense. Well, several years have passed since the guy returned to Mount Back, and in the end he decided to take under his wing the spiritual beast that served Uranus. Mia was talking about how there were too many rooms left, and they just couldn't stand there and watch all these buildings turn to rubble. Haran, who guarded Mount Back instead of Taiho, woke up a few days later, and the guy had no idea that the mountain would become spiritual and was very sorry that he entrusted such a young girl to look after this place, which is why she had to endure so many difficulties. It was for this reason that he decided to give her all the power cores he had, and since Haran was a very smart child, she very quickly rose to the level of a bison. Besides this, there were many people among the residents of Beck Village who asked Taiho to accept them as his disciples, and there were also those who recklessly invaded his domain in order to become his follower, like Haran. And not only did the spirit beast get on his nerves, but people did the same thing, but his only students sincerely asked for a favor, so there was nothing he could do, and the guy had to provide it. Due to the interaction between humans and spirit beasts, Mount Back became a very noisy place, and the humans and spirit beasts were too different, so although they got along with each other, quarrels were still quite common. To be honest and in general, Taiho's eardrums suffered almost every second, because there were always damn disturbers of his peace. And the family of his comrades who had been following him relentlessly once again took up a place in the lake. And the cores they created, having moved to a higher level, occupied the second place in efficiency after the cores of power and were extremely useful to those who had just entered the thorny path of the Taoist. Man San also began to grow medicinal plants, and although he still could not cover the entire territory available for this, those seeds that were already in the ground and absorbed his energy would grow like mushrooms after rain, and even the tree stolen by Taiho would bloom and smell with his help. When Songun stood quietly on his mountain, Mia approached him and asked her husband what he was thinking about. He remembered how one day a child had come into his life, and now he had a huge burden on his shoulders, only thanks to that little girl. Mia asked to consider all this as retribution for the fact that he once dared to leave her in the distant past. It was incredibly quiet and calm around them, and they both wished time would stop. But Mia knew that her husband was going to leave very soon. There was no other way, because he had to set out on his journey, and especially since by now they had managed to more or less restore order on Mount Back. But the girl decided to ask Taiho if he was not going to tell Commander Yuho anything before leaving. Songun had no idea what the girl meant, so she started yelling at him, because all men were the same, and all this time Yuho was really waiting for him, so Mia thought that the tiger should at least think up a little about her feelings. Taiho was incredibly surprised by the words that his wife had just said, because even in his dreams he could not imagine that something like this would ever happen. She assured him that everything was fine, and although she couldn't say that she liked this arrangement, someone who loses everything and wanders in the darkness without a single ray of hope is no different from a non-living creature. It was for this reason that Mia did not object to her husband becoming the light that would illuminate her path for Commander Juho. Yuho had the same dream almost every night, namely how people in masks destroyed her beloved brother several years ago. And what kind of girl usually couldn't help but wake up in tears after such a terrible dream, because these people took away from her the very last and most dear person to her, so her path now was complete darkness. Songun was already thinking about the fact that Mia herself had said that she would never allow anything like that, and he clearly didn't expect that the girl herself would push him to take this step, so he wondered if they had gotten along so well with each other during his absence. Nevertheless, he had to tell the girl that his heart belonged only to Mia, and thus put an end to it once and for all, because after all, he was a tiger who knew such a concept as loyalty. When he arrived at the right place, he was still surprised that the girl was still awake, but he decided to share all this with her as soon as possible. The girl was simply furious, because not only had he been tormenting her up until now, but on top of that, he also dared to say that he was going somewhere again. When Taeho asked her to calm down, it was clear that Yuho was unable to do so, because she was the one who had been waiting for only him until today. She had lost her entire clan and her only blood relative, so there was nothing she was not capable of, and she didn't give a damn about any moral principles. Until today, the girl could have taken Taeho by force at any moment, and yet she kept herself in check and waited calmly, and he dared to say such words to her. And yet it was good that everything turned out this way, because no one would stop her here, and in the future it would be ideal to make Mount back her home. Taeho thought that the girl had gone crazy, because such a look could not be seen on a person who was in his right mind and memory, so he thought that now he would definitely be finished off. But instead he decided to ask the girl to finish what he wanted to say, namely that on the day of his return, he promised Yuho that he would give her an answer that would completely satisfy all her desires. At that moment, after such words, Yuho calmed down a little and told the tiger that so be it, and she would then wait a little longer for this. Although Songgun was very afraid, he wanted to ask her for one favor, and since she herself knew that he needed to finish one thing, he felt uneasy at heart about having to leave Mount Baek. Yuho understood all these points completely, so she decided to take this place under protection, but if the guy doesn't come back or does something different, then their deal will come to an end. However, Taeho simply said that this place is his home, so he can't help but return or betray them. After some time, Master Heron left Mount Baek again, but she wondered why Mia didn't go with him. But if the girl were with him after that, there would be no point in it, because if the girl wanted to be near him, then she does not want to be a burden to him. At that moment, Taeho still had goosebumps running down his skin, and he had no idea how everything would turn out in the future. Chung Cheon was incredibly happy that they were finally setting out on their journey, but he still decided to ask the tiger where exactly they were heading. The tiger said that they would first head east because he urgently needed to settle one matter, but he asked the boy not to worry about it, because he would definitely keep his word. After some time they arrived at the place, and the tiger spoke about the treasure of Choyang, but his companion did not want to believe that it was really located in such a deserted area in the middle of the mountains. However, Songun could not say that there was no one here, because after all, the back of Yermungand was located here. This was another fiend of evil that was among the most vile creatures in the Manbo era, namely the legendary ferocious beast that only a few thousand Taoists who had gathered together could defeat. When the tiger told Chang Cheon that it was better to see everything with his own eyes, he asked him to use the all-pervading eye technique. When the guy did this, he was incredibly shocked, because in front of him lay the dead Jormungand. How unexpectedly, with the help of their abilities, the guys also saw the Taoists, but it was unclear what they were doing here and whether they would cause the guys additional trouble. At that moment, one of the Taoists said that Elder Sun's words were true, but although they came close, nothing was really clear, and the man still could not believe that these mountains were actually gross on Jormungand's back. The man continued to claim that he would never deceive his esteemed companions, and although the creature was no longer alive, its body was not subject to decay, which is why the Taoists erected mountains on this site. The elder of the decent sect, Sungok Ryung, said that now they are moving towards the tail of this monster, and there is the only hole through which they can get inside the body. And besides this, the man said that there were people there who were unfamiliar to him, although he clearly said that the information was strictly confidential. But Naksu Chu of the Hyunsen sect assured him that this girl could be trusted because she was a barrier-breaking master. So she brought her along because she was sure that the girl would be very useful. Well, by the way, they had no idea what was waiting for them inside this body, so the elder of the Huayang clan, Kong Jo, was wondering if it was safe to go there with such a small group. No matter how you look at it, it was the treasure of Choyang, so the elder of the Hwangsen sect, Munho, believed that it was worth taking a risk for such a thing, and if all the sects found out about what was here, they would be left with nothing. Chong Moon of the Chongsan sect decided to repeat once again that he was not interested in the Choyang treasure, but was there only because he wanted to find the remains of his ancestors who were swallowed by Yermungand. Sungok thought this was just great, because it would be difficult to get what they wanted alone. But if they united, then what they had planned began to look quite achievable. And since they are talking about the internal space of the body, then in addition to the Choyang treasure, perhaps something else interesting will be in their hands, because in front of them is a beast that has swallowed hundreds and thousands of Taoists. So there was definitely no need to add anything to what was said. They decided to set out as quickly as possible to fill their pockets to the brim with treasures. At the same time, Songun said that for some reason the entrance was still not visible, and apparently some kind of illusory trap had been set up here. And it was obvious that those Taoists, just like the tiger, wanted to get the treasure, so Taiho decided to just sit on their tail at first. Jiang Qian told him that he remembered one thing, that if there was a conflict between them, he would remain neutral, because in his eyes both sides seemed blinded by treasures. Songun was surprised by this opinion, so he decided to ask if the guy really wasn't interested in the treasures at all. The basic training of Mask Masters says that one should not neglect things that do not belong to oneself. So he only looks after the tiger, following the leader's orders, so he asked not to expect any other help from him. Taeho wondered if it was all because he was a master of the highest level of the mask, although in principle his thoughts were quite adequate, but they were completely inappropriate in this world, where for those blinded by greed, it is natural to follow the path of the Taoist and at the same time commit massacre. The Taoists had already encountered worms on their way, and before they had even entered, they had already stumbled upon parasites, so they thought that this was indeed a rather warm welcome. And although they were quite surprised that there were more of these monsters than they expected, Naxu said that she would deal with them on her own. She used mirror breathing, and it was just incredibly amazing power that surprised everyone around. It was clear that the girls sensed their path, so the men decided to take care of the remnants who were able to dodge her attack. They destroyed one monster after another, without even suspecting that they were clearing the way for their enemies. Taiho was simply breathtaking from the view that opened up, because there was an incredible number of worms in front of them, and even if those Taoists had reached the level of Huansen, then to cope with such a crowd would probably require a decent amount of energy. It was completely unknown what awaited the guys next, so the tiger decided to follow the path they had trodden, because it was an incredibly wise decision on his part. And immediately after this he called Tamqua and told her that since she was very hungry, she could eat everything that she saw in front of her. And it was a really logical decision, because it was much more pleasant to walk on a clean road. Although Taiho could still explain that these Taoists knew about the existence of Yermungan, he still did not understand how they knew about the fact that the Choyang treasure was located here. After all, he himself simply heard about it by chance from Hannah, who had shaken the information out of Samga a long time ago. The Taoists continued to fight the monsters, and there was no end to them. But fortunately, there were no creatures here that had intelligence. Sun Gok told everyone to move on, because if they stayed here for even a second longer, then some other creatures would come for their souls, drawn by the smell of blood. How unexpectedly they saw before them something that could easily be called a river or something of the sort, but they still assumed that before them was the bile of Jormungand. And if there really was bile in front of them, then it turned out that their goal was already very close, so some of the men decided to go there first. They thought that now their efforts would pay off in full, when suddenly, being above this river, they could no longer use their spiritual powers. When they fell down, the liquid simply began to corrode their flesh and bones, which was certainly not what all the people there could have expected. One of the girls tried to help them, but her flying disc simply fell and did not allow her to help those unfortunate people. It was an incredible piece of shit that two Huasheng-level Taoists had met such a miserable end. Gumso Zhou said that it was a high-level barrier, which left all the remaining survivors around incredibly surprised. She clarified that it was a barrier that turned any magic into nothing, freezing spiritual power, and since they couldn't use spiritual power, even being a Huansung, they would have no choice but to fall. Nasu decided to ask the girl how this barrier could be destroyed. Gumso said that it was impossible, because not only did they not know where exactly the core of the barrier was, but also based on its power, there was a high probability that it was installed by a Taoist of at least the Daisong level. The girl continued and asked Yum, so how they could cross this river of bile, because judging by the way she spoke, she had some kind of secret method. The girl said that most likely there is a way out of the current situation, and not a secret method. But she does not like to continue the conversation when someone will listen to them, So she asked those who have been hiding all this time to finally come to the light. Taeho and Yang Cheon argued for a long time whether they should come out because the tiger thought that it might just be a trap. But the girl was incredibly tired of it, so she told the two to come out of their hiding place immediately. Songun had no other choice, so he still decided to come out of hiding since they were indeed exposed. All the Taoists took a defensive position, but the tiger asked them to calm down immediately. He said that they saw them on the way here, but it seemed to them that they were engaged in a very serious conversation, so Taiho and his companion decided not to interfere. The Taoists didn't understand what kind of nonsense this guy was talking about, so Naksu demanded that they reveal their identities. Taiho wasted no time in agreeing to everything, so he began to look for that very thing that they could believe in. He said that he was an invited elder of the Seonjamun Yujung sect, and also showed them the sect's tablet as proof. The man had heard that this faction was engaged in the search for various treasures, but he never expected that the hunters would even come here. In reality, Chunmun was only thinking that the elder of this sect was clearly aiming for the Choyang treasure, and he also didn't understand how the hell these two knew about this place. Songun understood that in the worst-case scenario, a clash was inevitable. So he said that next to him was a masked Taoist who lived in the vast expanses of heaven. At this point, they all calmed down, and people from different sects said that the guys should have said so right away, because there was absolutely no need to blow up an unnecessary misunderstanding, and since such a person from the mask was present here, then everything was definitely okay. Taeho heard that these Taoists couldn't cross the river of bile because of the barrier that froze spiritual energy, but how unexpectedly his centipede burst out. And immediately after that, Manhwa jumped straight there, which began to disturb the tiger incredibly strongly. But after a while, he realized that she really enjoyed swimming in that bile. So since she enjoyed it so much, Taeho decided to let her frolic there as much as she wanted. Gumso said that it was a scolopendra that ate everything that had unusual energy. And as far as she knew, no one had seen these creatures since the era of Manko. And apparently the bile of Jormungan was also of no use to her. Immediately after this, the girl said that her task had become much easier because the shell of the sea beast was as hard as adamant, so it could resist this bile. It was for this reason that they all decided to cross this river with the help of a centipede, and none of them could believe that they were sailing on a boat made of the shell of a sea animal, a centipede as a boatman, which was truly an amazing duet, so no one expected that they would be able to cross this river so easily. However, this was to be expected from the elder of the Keonjamun sect, because Taiho must certainly have some trump cards up his sleeves, but the guy himself said that it ended up in his hands by accident. When they moved to the other side of this river, they all thought that they needed to quickly continue their journey. Songun told his centipede that it was time for her, too, to finish her bowel procedures. However, she liked this puddle of bile so much that it seemed she would have to leave it here for now and move on, because in any case, the more bile Tangfa absorbed, the better it would be. But suddenly, really strange things started happening to her, and the tiger thought that it was all a metamorphosis. The larvae hatch 3 times, and 3 times they make cocoons where they molt or transform, and when the centipedes shed their shell for the last 3rd time, intelligence is born in them, and a second form emerges. Therefore, although Taiho would like Manhwa to become a little stronger, he did not understand why the metamorphosis was happening right now. The guy understood that he couldn't move the centipede into his bag while it was absorbing the aura, but if he just stood there and waited, it was unknown how long the process of rebirth would take. At that moment, Chang Cheon approached Taiho, who did not understand why he was standing there rooted to the spot, since everyone else had already gone a decent distance. The guy decided to leave this matter because now Manhwa is in the middle of the river of bile, on which there is a barrier, so at the moment she is completely safe, so he still decided to leave her there alone. The Taoists were already standing near the dead forest, but Sun Gok said that if this forest was in front of them, it was a bad sign, because the smell of death meant that they were slowly approaching the head of this creature. Just as the man was thinking about where the Taoist Yuzhong had disappeared to and had fallen behind them, he appeared behind him, which calmed the man down a little. Gumso suggested that they act separately from now on, since her incense burner could only protect 2 people at most, so she decided to set out with Lady Naksu first. Sun Gok knew that they should follow the pair as well, so they decided to get an artifact that could protect against the energy of death. And immediately after this, the men decided to go forward and inform their partners that they would be waiting for them on the other side. Songun did not understand what these people were doing, because how could you just screw over a person who did not have protective artifacts? So one could assume that they had absolutely no gratitude for the service rendered. After that, Taiho said that they should also enter the forest. However, Zhang Xian was worried about the fact that the boys were without any protection, but he assured him that there was a ghost sword inside him, so there shouldn't be any problems. Although the mask master was a little surprised by this, it was still possible for a spiritual beast to do something like this. And watching this guy's behavior, it immediately seemed to him that he was looking at a slippery person, not a beast. And the master of the mask himself decided to use his method of protection. And although it looked like an ordinary stick, in fact he had in his hands an extremely interesting thing that was capable of blocking demonic energy. After some time, Naksu asked the girl why she decided to separate from the group, and she explained that it was all because of that unexpected, uninvited guest. The reason she gave the information to Elder Song was to safely use him as a human shield until she reached the Choyang treasure. But they had gotten here too easily. So if those who were supposed to die are still alive, then at least they should make them spend as much of their strength as possible. When Naksu saw these creatures, she was incredibly scared. But the girl asked her not to worry because they did not see them. They did not know how this forest was formed, but they knew one thing for sure, because there were many souls here that were absorbed by Jormungand during his life, which he never had time to digest. And when they all gathered together, they turned into demonic creatures. It was clear that if the men were going to survive, they would have to break through them, but they didn't have a defensive energy artifact to deal with that. So they decided to run forward as fast as they could. Taiho and Changcheon had also encountered these monsters before, so they thought that only by breaking through these evil spirits would they be able to cross the dying forest. So the mask master was still a little worried about the Taoists who were walking ahead. However, Songun believed that they should first take care of themselves, and not those Taoists who abandoned them to their fate. Tiger knew that these evil spirits could only be fought with the help of other spirits, so he ordered his subordinates to destroy them completely. The guy was incredibly happy, because at first he couldn't even imagine that the sword of justice could devour even ghosts, but it turns out that it can also raze this forest to the ground in one fell swoop. So it was clear that if this weapon absorbed all the accumulated energy of death here, it would become even more powerful. Immediately after this, the tiger called Yul to him, which was a necessary measure for him. When the tiger asked him to wake up, the creature bit him on the finger with all its might, despite the fact that he was its master. Taiho considered him a complete scoundrel, but he really had to resort to such measures. He decided to ask Yul if he wanted to get this sword for himself, because he really liked it. The eyes of this monster began to simply sparkle with happiness, because it was really true. So in this case, the tiger decided to let this creature play with the sword until everything here was eaten clean, and then he must definitely return to it. When Yul received the sword, Songun thought that this sword of justice was perfect for him, because at first it tried to absorb its owner too. Yul was born when 3 demons merged into one during his attempt to break the ban placed on them, when they were the undead Samchukwidong, so the personality he developed was definitely one with rebellious tendencies. Therefore, having received this weapon in its hands, this creature was incredibly happy that it had the opportunity to destroy everyone who was around it. Taiho told his companion that in that case they could easily continue on their way. Chang Cheon thought that the guy was completely contrary to their teachings, because a subordinate with an artifact filled with the energy of death in his hands, which could only be dealt with by demonic power or ghostly power, was truly something amazing. For the guy, there were no boundaries between the holy and the monstrous, and in other words, good and evil were indistinguishable for him. So the master of the mask was incredibly interested in who the tiger really was, a saint or a devil. The rest of the Taoists seemed to have already reached the right place and were simply impressed by the picture in front of them. What Sun Gok saw in front of him was apparently indeed the treasure of Choyang. However, it was not even a sword, but only a scabbard for it. There was no doubt that what they had been searching for so persistently was in front of them, but a serious barrier had been erected there. The man had already realized this a long time ago, and also realized that this girl was quite knowledgeable about this place, although he was sure that he was the one who spread the information about this place and the Choyang treasure. Gumso said that it was absolutely unimportant now, because the most important thing at the moment was in whose hands this treasure, which was right under their noses, would end up. Finally, Taiho himself and Changcheon also came to this place and realized that almost everyone had safely crossed this forest, but there was no Taoist from the Cheonsan sect there. Sun Gok explained that in this forest, when they were being chased by spirits, this man was grabbed and torn to pieces, and he didn't know anything else, so he asked them to stop asking him about it. How suddenly Elder Song took off and started walking straight towards that barrier, but the girls told him to stop immediately and not to approach that place so recklessly. However, he assured the girls that there was nothing to worry about, because he had a stone like this in his arsenal. Naxu was incredibly surprised because it was an unlocking stone, and even the great sex had a hard time getting it. And the man himself understood that the winner would be the one who would be the first to get the Choyang treasure, so of course he couldn't come here without an ace up his sleeve. Indeed, after a few moments, this stone destroyed the barrier, and the man thought that finally this treasure would be in his precious hands. However, strange things suddenly began to happen, and everyone around realized that there was more than one barrier placed on this treasure. And besides this, the escape route was also blocked, so it was obvious that danger awaited everyone present in this place. Everyone around just opened their mouths in surprise, because these creatures easily destroyed a Hwanson-level Taoist with lightning speed, so it was even hard to imagine what they were imagining themselves. Naxu tried to use mirror breath again to destroy the monsters, but they didn't care at all about such an attack and began to approach her at the speed of light. However, at the last moment, Gum-so managed to protect her partner and began shouting at her not to lose her head if she wanted to live. Naxu kept thinking that they shouldn't have gone in there, and that they should have gotten out of there before they were all destroyed. But that was her mistake, because she clearly shouldn't have relaxed. And literally a few seconds later, this monster swallowed the girl. All she managed to say at the end was for Gimkin to save her. Zhang Cheon already said that they just need to throw these creatures out of here, because if they continue to push them, then they will all definitely die here. But nothing else could be expected from the eternal barrier. So Taiho came up with something, and for this reason asked the guy to try to hold on a little longer. The mass master realized that the guy was going to jump into the very center of the quarry, so he thought that he had completely gone crazy. However, he had one brilliant idea, and as he approached this monster, he started using an incredibly large number of unlocked stones, which simply impressed Yang Cheon. And right after he dealt with all these monsters, he actually managed to grab the Choyang treasure. Taeho heard from Hong Young that in Cheongdong, Gumkin managed to survive by throwing out his spirit from his body, but he certainly didn't expect to see him here. And although the guy was not happy about such a meeting, they still hadn't seen each other for a long time, so he greeted his old rival. Jimkin knew that the tiger was smart, and it turned out that he managed to hear his name, despite the madness going on around him. At first, Taiho found it strange that someone else had come here, but then he noticed that he had all the necessary artifacts in his arsenal, as if he knew this place like the back of his hand. Songun thought that it would take him hundreds of years to get his body back, but he still trapped the spirit in the body of this girl, and so Taiho thought that he had chosen too casual an appearance for himself, and he still couldn't get used to it because Gyumkin had changed so much. But such speeches made the spirit very angry, because it seemed that the tiger forgot by whose mercy he had to stoop to something like this. And now that there were no monsters near Taiho, the man promised to destroy him and return the treasure of Choyang. Gyumkin decided to show his opponent the power of one of the death facts of the fifth classical pipa, or more precisely, the Chinese four-string plucked musical instrument of the lute type. When this attack reached his opponent, Gumkin thought that when his hearing caught the first note sitting on the strings, he was already destroyed, because no one is able to be faster than the speed of sound. So he was sure that Songun did not manage to return from this attack. However, how wrong he was, because the next second the guy appeared behind him, which could not help but shock the spirit. Songun was disappointed that this was all that the fifth classical pipa could do, or perhaps the spirit was unable to see everything properly because it was deprived of its original body. Ginkin was going to escape from there as quickly as possible, but it was obvious that he would not be able to do this. He felt an incredibly strong pressure. Although he should have broken free, he was clearly unable to move. He couldn't believe what he saw in front of him. The tiger at that time was definitely at the nonsense level of Manhwa, and it was unclear what had happened to him in just some 50 years that he became so strong. Tejo said that now the situation has changed dramatically, and it seems that it was here, the very place where he pierced him with his claws, and he also thought that he should have destroyed this monster back then, so he decided to fully repay him. But how suddenly Gumkin began to shout and say that this girl, Gum, Sojo was a jade petal and a dragon clan of the eastern edge of the sea. Tejo was incredibly surprised because if he destroys the spirits in this girl's body, then he will incur the wrath of the Sea Lord Hekon. The dragon clan of the eastern sea edge were the ones who ruled this part of the territory, and one of the three sea kings was Lord Hekon. But surprisingly, the tiger said that this damn spirit develops like an eel in a frying pan until the very end. But of course, no one would want to become an enemy of the Sea Lord. However, the name of these necessities that he got was called the Vice type. So he decided to check with Semgui, or did he not know about the magical power that the Choyan treasure possesses? Songun naturally came here having found out everything in advance, so it was clear that this spirit had definitely come to an end. Immediately after this, the tiger was incredibly happy that now he had definitely destroyed such an annoying enemy forever, and everything would be fine with this girl. And how unexpectedly these scabbards began to speak, and they were very happy that a new soul had entered them, and that finally someone had taken them into their hands. This surprised Taiho incredibly, and immediately after that, the spirit of an elderly man emerged from the weapon. This man was incredibly happy because, as he expected, the air outside was incredibly beautiful, and he himself did not realize how many years he spent locked in these damned anklets. He thought that this man was Samgui's subordinate, but this made his interlocutor very angry, and he told the guy not to even dare compare him with this idiot. This made Taiho a little nervous, so he continued to list various questions. For example, was this old man defeated by Samgui since he was sealed in the leg? Then this means that he was defeated, because otherwise he simply could not have been here. The tiger's brazen manner of speech made the man angry, so he decided to ask if Songun himself served Samgui. Naturally, this was not the case, because the tiger personally destroyed this bastard about 50 years ago. The old man was incredibly surprised by this turn of events, but since the tiger's words were the purest truth, he decided to ask his interlocutor who he really was. However, the man did not pay any attention to this, because he was incredibly happy that Samgui did something similar to him, and he himself was ultimately destroyed. And after all, he had previously promised him that he would return and completely devour him from the face of the earth. Songun realized that Samgi had degenerated to the level of an Engel and was in this position because of this old man. So if his guess was correct, then this man was a great master in his lifetime. Suddenly, everything around began to shake incredibly strongly, and none of the guys understood what this could mean. However, the old man warned them that the boys needed to escape urgently because Samvi had set a trap in case he was released. Namely, he sent the walking dead, among whom his body was also lurking, because this damned creature turned his physical shell into its puppet. When Taiho heard that this master was at the Engop level at that time, he realized that they had to get out of there immediately. They ran as fast as they could, and the guy was incredibly angry at this old man, because he should have warned them about this in the first place. However, after so much time, the man was free again, so he completely forgot about everything in the world. The mask master asked the tiger whether it was impossible to use the treasure of Choyang in some way in the current situation, but since it was a very unique thing and it was so easy to use, and for this it was necessary to fulfill several conditions, the man began to get angry at Taiho because he had rushed into the very heat of hell to get something that he could not use now, but the tiger asked him to invest his energy in his escape instead of wasting his energy on words. How unexpectedly they saw below the master of the Cheongsan sect, who could not move and simply begged to be saved. Songun told his partner that if he wanted to survive, he needed to ignore the call for help and run further, but the man was already rushing to help the man. The guy was very indignant. For him, it was a headache, and if the damn master of the heavenly mass died, then Lord Huangman would definitely not leave him alone. So he had no choice but to place the girl inside one of his artifacts and rush to help this fool. By this time, the mask master had dealt with all the monsters that surrounded this Taoist, which made the man incredibly grateful to him. However, during this time, all these walking corpses had already managed to catch up with the company of men. Even though the tiger's heart was hurting from having to take advantage of it because of a couple of idiots, he still decided to use his energy spheres to defeat his opponents. The Mask Master and his rescuer were incredibly amazed by the tiger's powerful strength. However, the guy himself did not understand why they sat there, because they urgently needed to run away from there, because he was only trying to buy them a little time. The men did not understand how long the guy was trying to escape. The winds they showed unrivaled skill, and they believed that if the three of them united, then they would definitely be able to cope with this evil spirit. But Sangun had a different opinion. At the same time, the spirit of the master said that they all needed to know that his body was the past like a diamond, and in addition, he had a technique for protecting the celestials that he had mastered at one time, which was also incredibly unique. How unexpectedly this Taoist asked the man whether he was the great Kyeonman, which surprised the old man a little. The man said that he was his follower, namely Cheonmungenom of the Cheonsan sect, so he was happy to greet the great master. How unexpectedly Master Taeho landed in the middle of his escape, and his partners realized that he still intended to fight these monsters, because one way or another they would not be able to run away forever. The guy said that there were now 4 Hwasongs here, so they could try to fight back against their opponent. None of the men understood why there were 4 of them, but another ally of theirs quickly appeared and showed himself in all his glory. Songun said that each of them should take on one enemy, but the Taoist was not clear what they should do with the 5th enemy. The tiger simply replied that the unlucky one would have to fight 2 at the same time. Chun Moon-young had already chosen her opponent and decided to rain down steel feathers on him. The master of the heavenly mask also kept up with his allies and had already dealt one of the ghosts an incredibly powerful blow. Songun, using his ghost just like everyone else, managed to reach their 3rd opponent. And Kyul generally enjoyed this fight, because he could finally play with the sword and destroy as many creatures as possible. The tiger's opponent was still alive after one of his attacks, so the guy decided to finally send him into retirement. How unexpectedly this monster was saved from Taiho's blow by that same old man, so the guy realized that he was the loser who would fight 2 at once. The spirit said that this was his signature distraction maneuver, and although this body did not possess any supernatural power, the strength of the spirit was clearly amazing. At that moment, the Taoist tried to destroy his opponent, but he did not understand why his body was so strong. And too unexpectedly for the man, one of the spirits simply rushed right up to him, taking him completely by surprise. But how unexpectedly the subordinate whom Taiho called came to the rescue in time and incredibly quickly destroyed this evil ghost. And immediately after that, Kyul, with an incredibly evil expression on his face, absorbed the soul into the middle of himself, which could not help but turn him into delight. At the same time, Taiho was fighting with the strongest opponent, and even his sword could not withstand the old man, so Songun began to think that perhaps he could not be defeated. It was for this reason that the little demon decided to rush to help his master, but this spirit easily defeated him. The tiger rushed to help his little friend and was quite impressed that Kyul came to his rescue. And instead of sending it back to the bottomless bag, it would have been better to leave it where the energy of death hovers, and since it will be healed very soon, it would be nice if it lay here quietly. At this moment, while the tiger was helping this demon, his opponent was already behind him. However, fortunately, the man who looked like him was unable to cut the tiger's sword of justice, so there was still hope. Taeho thought that there was no need to rush, since he or his opponent would fight until one of them tore the other apart. So he activated the blue fire of the Dark Phoenix, leveling up the demonic destruction technique. Taeho knew that the duration of the demonic destruction technique was approximately 15 minutes, and if he exceeded the limit, the internal energy core would be destroyed. Therefore, before this time expired, the tiger, no matter what, had to deal with his opponent. And it seems that at the same time, Manhwa has already moved to a new level and began to open her eyes. Songun had already begun an incredible confrontation against his opponent, and even though he blocked him with blows from the sword of justice, he never for a second left the feeling that he was about to tear his flesh apart. So he first needed to deprive his opponent of his weapon. When he finally managed to do this, he ordered the ghostly general to appear before him immediately. He had another power that he gained as he leveled up, namely the ability to summon the greatest spirits that slumbered deep within the sword of justice. And since the ghost itself had no form, it was easy to suppress. But now the situation is a little different. Taeho owned artifacts, but in front of him was an incredibly strong walking dead who had reached the level of Engop. So the guy understood that if he made one careless move, then it would definitely be the end for him. Still, the guy clearly couldn't expect that his opponent would be able to call his weapon back remotely, which is what happened at that moment. And this artifact was not simply summoned, but flew into his hands at the speed of light. And in addition to this, it multiplied by 2. Songun cursed this old man, because just recently he told him that his body was not able to use any special techniques, but this was pure fraud. The old man himself laughed at this situation and said that it turned out that his body was capable of fighting in this way. And until now, she didn't believe him that a spiritual beast of the N-Men level was worth so much against him. Over time, the tiger's opponent accelerated, but the force of his blows still became less. For this reason, the guy decided to use the power of his enemies against his opponent, namely the attack of fire spheres. And immediately after this, one of the tiger ghosts still managed to cut off the old man's hand. However, everything was not so simple, and his opponent, despite such a blow, managed to summon his weapon and attack Taiho incredibly powerfully. It was clear that he had dealt the tiger a really serious blow, and the old man thought that the boy had fought so well, but in the end he had let his guard down. When this old man wanted to deal the final blow to the defenseless boy, none other than Manhwa appeared before him. The old man's spirit became curious about what was going on here, because it looked like something was protecting the spirit beast, but none of them understood what kind of explosion it was. Only Taiho understood that his centipede had finally managed to undergo metamorphosis, and having shed its shell, revealed its second form, which had intelligence. She took the form of armor to protect him and resisted the terrible wound that would have caused instant death, like a human body. But Manhwa, who became armor and a tiger, did not allow it to be separated, while simultaneously healing her. The guy felt the heart of his centipede, which was ready to protect him with its whole body. Songun knew that she was still unable to take a step due to her wound, when suddenly he felt his body moving on its own. At the same time, the master of the mask defeated his opponent, and he had to tinker with him longer than he thought. The goal of mastering the art of heavenly energy was to minimize destruction, and the same was true for choosing the leather jacket as an integral artifact rather than a sharp weapon. But still, his fight with subordinate creatures has its drawbacks, because they continue to attack even if you deprive them of one of their limbs. That's why, at that moment, Zhang Cheon thought about whether it was time for him to change too, and immediately after that, he thought about how things were going with his allies. He noticed that the Taoist had managed to put up a fight, and he felt some sensations, but he was still interested in where the tiger was now. The man said that it would be better for the masked master to see everything with his own eyes, because what was happening around was something incredible. Zhongshan simply opened his mouth in surprise when he saw the armor, because the infantryman Taiho definitely did not have such an artifact. Therefore, the spirit of the old man hastened to explain that it was a living armor, protecting and healing its master. This was one of the creative techniques, which is expressed in the fact that the worm turns with all its heart to the owner and sincerely follows him. And as a living armor, one could say that it was the best among all the protective accounts in the world. The Taoist had met countless of his partners on his way who used worms or insects, but he had never seen anything like this. But this was understandable because it was an artificially created barrier that was capable of subjugating the will of the owner. After all, it was difficult for the parasite to keep its instincts under control without destroying the host, and there were many cases when a parasite grown in this way devoured its host, so it is quite difficult to see something like this. So the spirit of the old man told everyone to look carefully, because before their eyes unfolded a picture that they would hardly ever see again. Manhwa transforms to adapt to endless attacks and blocks them, so it could truly be called a living armor. Such terrible and powerful weapons could not even scratch her armor, so what was happening was beyond all expectations. And literally a few minutes later, Manhwa easily managed to defeat the subordinate level Daesong, which could not help but shock everyone there. The old man himself was a little disappointed, because he had hoped that his body would simply be lightly beaten, but in the end, it was simply torn to shreds. And all of this was simply even more than an unconditional victory, because it looked like during the fight, Manhwa had experienced another growth spurt. After some time, one of the Eastern Edge Dragon Clan warriors spoke up and said that he felt that they were definitely close to their target. When the others heard this information, they realized that somewhere here was the princess they were looking for. So the man gave the order for everyone to spread out across the territory to find her, because they had to do it no matter what. They decided to examine every millimeter of this territory, when suddenly some kind of explosion occurred behind them. They thought that this was an attack by an enemy squad, so they told all the other warriors to be on guard, and Tai-ho himself, along with his rivals, were at that moment incredibly happy that they had finally managed to break through and get out of this place. And although the boys were a little men that the tiger used his flame, however, Tai-ho could not do anything because Manhwa did not want to return to her original appearance, and since they did not have the opportunity to cross the river of bile, then it was necessary to simply punch a hole in this body. How suddenly they noticed a crowd of people around them, and judging by their appearance, in front of them stood the inhabitants of the deep sea. And as far as they knew, sea creatures rarely come out onto land, so they wondered why they had even made such a long journey to the foot of these mountains. And besides this, Taeho didn't understand why they were all looking at him like that. But looking at the situation, Chan Cheon could assume that some misunderstanding had arisen. So he asked the tiger that if he does something, he should know when to stop. And the blue flame was not some ordinary light at all. At the same time, the faceless sea creature said that the one who has the armor is emanating the energy of their beloved princess. After the man heard this information, he ordered all the warriors to raise their weapons and informed them that this tiger was their target. After the people from the Eastern Edge Dragon Clan ordered that Taeho be captured immediately, he clearly realized that some terrible misunderstanding had arisen here. Chan Cheon asked the guy when he had time to have a conflict with the inhabitants of the deep sea, because not only had they just gotten out of one bloody meat grinder, but they immediately ran into a squad of these creatures. The Master was already fed up with endless battles, and it seemed that what the sea inhabitants needed was Taeho, so he asked what he was going to do. Taeho said that he would deal with these sea creatures himself, so using Chukji he attacked one of them. Taeho had barely escaped the clutches of death just a few minutes ago, so he was now terribly exhausted. So he tried to explain to his opponent that he was incredibly furious that someone stood in his way, and since this dragon was the first one to show his teeth, and he was too lazy to take a position with them, so he decided to just destroy them all entirely. However, unexpectedly, the girl he placed the protective capsule in responded and told him to stop immediately because they came to find her, so she asked to be let out. Songun listened to her and decided to let the girl go, so she asked the tiger to change his anger to mercy and let her servant go. After the guy did this girl informed everyone that her savior was in front of them, and any display of disrespect towards him was tantamount to insulting her, so she ordered all her servants to lower their weapons. And immediately after that, the girl apologized to Taeho, but the fact that he saved her was pure chance, so the guy thought that she had no need to thank him. But the girl thought differently, because even though that bastard had sealed her spirit, she still knew in general terms what situation had arisen, and if it weren't for Taeho's intervention, then over time, Gumkin would have completely swallowed her soul, so it was obvious that the guy had saved her life, and it was for this reason that she thought it would be right to thank him for his help. But it was not in the girl's nature to thank only for words, so she asked if the guy did not want to go with her to the dragon's palace, since she had nothing to give Taeho. Then she asked him to follow her and save her from remorse for not being able to thank the tiger properly. Taeho knew that this was a very good offer, but as a spirit beast, he needed to avoid such places, and he certainly couldn't forget what he had to endure in Ilwenman. And in essence, it was the same as going into the enemy's trench himself. So he apologized to the girl and told her that he had one urgent matter, and for this very reason he would not be able to satisfy the girl's request. Gumso asked the guy if he didn't want to think about her proposal again, but he was in his decision and decided to gladly accept the girl's gratitude in words, and after that he decided to take his leave. After that, Taeho told his partners that they were going to leave immediately because he had no more business here. But suddenly something flew at him. The girl started running after him, and when she came closer, she asked the guy to take at least this in that case. Gumso said that if he came to the Sea Kingdom with this pass in the future, he would be warmly welcomed, and she also hoped that today was not their last meeting. Immediately after the tiger took this thing, he hurried to run away from there, and the princess's subordinates noticed that she was a little upset. However, the girl was incredibly angry because Taeho had the Choyang treasure in her hands, and there were very few such things on this land. So if the girl got lost with it, she could become the next ruler of the Sea Kingdom. And yet she still created another possible, so she could only hope that this guy would appear in the Sea Kingdom on his own. At the same time, Taiho said that he was now going in search of the Comran archipelago. Chunmun was quite surprised because there were many rumors about this item, but he was not sure if it really existed. How unexpectedly the ghost of the old man told the boy that his horizons were too narrow and nothing is absolute, because in this world everything is possible. And although the great teacher himself had not been there, he had clearly heard about that place, and he understood that Songun was looking for the Turtle Mountain. This was the place where the divine turtle clan lived, and their bodies were so huge that people who mistook the shell for an island began to live on it. The guy knew that finding this archipelago was not an easy task, but he had to try and find it no matter what. And immediately after that, he decided to ask Master Chan about his future plans. The Taoist said that he did not know, because he came to take the remains of the great teacher, but his body was eaten by the Songun centipede, and therefore he should have taken with him at least the spirit of the great teacher. But there was no suitable vessel in which to place it. Songun simply turned around and told the man to then quietly think about what decision he should make. And the spirit of the great master himself began to say that he was basically happy with everything as it was. So this gave Chongmun a little shock, because he thought that the men were going to return to their abode. If he went to Mount Cheon right now, it would take a lot of time to create his new body, and after such a long time, he was finally free, so he didn't want to get stuck in one place again. And the man's spirit also thought that he would really have a fun time following Taiho everywhere. And besides, he had no doubt that it would also be beneficial for the Taoist to stay near him, rather than train alone on Mount Chong. Taiho, looking at this incense burner, thought that it could keep Warren for 100 years, but perhaps the search could drag on, and perhaps in the end, he would not be able to find the Turtle Mountain. And in that case, something wrong would happen, and the girl would disappear. But now everything was in order, because in his hands was a sheath containing a cleaning, where the soul can change shoes for an unlimited amount of time. And yet the guy didn't really like this arrangement, because what's the point of having a soul without a body? And so he had to find something that could form Hwarang's body without breaking the connection with it. And in order to achieve his goal, he needed to go there. He had to visit the Comran archipelago no matter what. And he also mentally asked his assistant to be patient and sleep a little more, because soon he would definitely find a way to get her back. After some time, the Mask Master and Chun Mun kept asking the tiger how much longer he was going to fly over the water surface, because they hadn't eaten anything for several days. And even if they were Taoists, they also had a certain limit to their capabilities. Even the spirit of the old man was a little upset by this state of affairs, and decided to ask the tiger whether he himself was no longer at the limit of his strength. However, instead of 1,000 words, the guy decided to use the golden effect of the fallen spirit to assess the situation. However, he was truly so tired that he was no longer able to use this technique, so he finally decided to find a place where they could catch their breath for a bit. But how suddenly in the distance he saw a strange spiritual energy, and he did not understand how what was in front of him was going beyond his recognition abilities. He understood that we were talking about a huge spiritual power, so he decided to check it immediately and asked the guys to hold on as tightly as possible, and after a moment they began to approach some island. Well, it became clear that there was a barrier around this island, which in addition to everything else, surrounds it entirely. This was the territory of the inhabitants of the deep seas, so most likely it had to be somehow connected with them. Well, when the Mask Master looked at Taiho, his eyes were glowing like a crazy person, so you could tell that the guy was clearly pleased, and the tiger also informed everyone that he was going to cross the barrier without destroying it. So he warned the guys that it might shake a little. They were afraid to even imagine how strong the shaking was, if, upon stepping onto the ground, such a wave of nausea rose in their throats, and everything went round. But Songun did not expect that the guys would be so weak and continued to think out loud. It was a pretty secluded place, perfect for setting up camp. So he asked the boys to come to their senses as soon as possible while he scouted out the situation. And since there were barriers all over the place, he asked them to be careful. Taiho had just reached the island and immediately rushed off somewhere like crazy, so the spirit did not understand why there was such a rush, because no one was chasing him. Well, as soon as the guy passed them through the barrier, he immediately saw a huge accumulation of spiritual power, and it wasn't even a spiritual mountain, but just one small island. How unexpectedly on his way, he noticed someone in the distance and decided to take a closer look. The girl was offended as best she could, and look for her little brother Mara, because he clearly shouldn't have come here. She had already told him many times that he was forbidden to go near the sea, so she asked him what would happen to him if this reached them. However, Mara was very disappointed with this state of affairs and asked his sister a counter question. Namely, would they really never be able to escape from here? She asked him not to even think about it, because he should not forget what happened to Duran's family, because during the escape, they fell into a trap, and after being caught, they were subjected to such a monstrous punishment. But even if they were really lucky enough to get out of there, they would definitely not be able to cope with the Taoists on land. She continued to scold him and begged the boy never to even talk about running away again. After the girl calmed down a little, she told her brother that this place was the safest for them, and that no matter what, they should live at least one day longer. Taiho thought that they were probably hybrids that lived here, and judging by their wings, they looked like spiritual larvae like Manhwa. But he had no idea what they really were. After the guy's reasoning, his centipede suddenly burst out and began to approach these children with lightning speed. However, in reality, Manhwa simply tasted the food and decided to enjoy such a wonderful moment. However, the tiger managed to get there in time and yelled at her, and also reminded his centipedes that he asked her not to stick her head out. And when the conversation turned to food, her obsession was simply frightening. And right after that, Taiho decided to apologize for his friend for taking away their last food. After some time, the children calmed down and told Sungun that they were taking seedlings of other trees and growing sacred ones. At that moment, the boy realized why the island was surrounded by a powerful spiritual force. But theoretically, the creation of a sacred tree artificially is simply impossible. Immediately after this, the brother and sister asked Taiho how he appeared there, since previously no one could get to them from the outside. When the tiger replied that he was just flying past and decided to take a look here to rest, the boy became very interested and decided to ask the guy about all sorts of amazing things on land, because he was told that huge mountains float in the sky, and their peaks are high enough to reach the moon. Although Taiho had never seen the flying mountain Zuoshan in his life, he told the little boy that it was indeed real. And after that, he told these kids that he was going to stay here for a few more days, so they could ask him any questions that he would definitely answer, and in return he asked them to keep his stay on the island a secret. They were willing to feel this freedom for at least a short time, so they decided to look forward to their next meeting tomorrow. Immediately after this, Songun came to his companions and told them about what these guys were doing here, and no one present could believe it, because how could it be that sacred trees could grow on such a small island? The story of the hybrid, the so-called grain butterflies, who were enslaved by the inhabitants of the deep sea, was also extremely suspicious, because they were the highest spiritual insects, and the fact that they were on such an island was simply absurd. But no matter how it was, everything in this place was created artificially, so they needed to collect as much information as possible through these children. Changmun wasn't sure if they could trust these children, since they were enslaved by the deep-sea creatures, but the only thing the tiger was sure of was their hostility to the sea dragon's plan. If an unforeseen situation suddenly arose, then one could use the pass given by the princess from the sea dragon clan. And in the future, if he comes into the sight of the inhabitants of the deep sea, he will simply tell them that he lost his way trying to find the princess. At that time, Maru was talking with his sister, who pointed out to them that not all the Taoists on land were bad, because it seemed like the uncle was a really good person. The boy firmly decided for himself that in the future, he would definitely become a Taoist, because the guy told him that here there were already spiritual powers, with the help of which one could easily achieve enlightenment. And if Maru becomes a Taoist, then he will be able to fly freely in the sky, and in that case, he will be able to take everyone away from here. This made his sister quite happy, so with a huge smile on her face, she said that he should definitely try doing this. But how unexpectedly creatures from the Sea Dragon clan appeared in front of them, which could not mean anything good. Songun was thinking about what he should tell these little ones today, because he was gradually running out of topics to talk about. And although they became quite close, these children did not tell him anything about the most important thing, namely, what was hidden on this island. And most likely this was for two reasons. Either these children were hostile to the Taoists, or they were simply cautious. Taiho waited for these children for a long time, but they still didn't come, so it was quite strange. At the same time, the warriors with the Sea Dragon clan were happy that tomorrow was their last day on this cursed island, but they were also happy that for all their hard work, they would receive one treasure each. He hurried to them, and these monsters did not understand how the stranger managed to penetrate this island because it was surrounded by a barrier. However, Taiho decided to show that same pass and once again asked this clan whether the tiger was really just an outsider. When they all saw the royal family's pass to Taiho, the most senior of them came out and told everyone to immediately lower their weapons and leave. This old man told Songun that he was supposed to arrive tomorrow, so his manifestation reached everyone by surprise. So he asked to forgive the tactlessness of his subordinates. This monster also thought that since he showed up unaccompanied, it meant that he decided to check everything in advance. The man assured him that all the items were safe and sound and asked the boy to look at those very sacred trees. Songun was simply shocked by this picture. The man continued to tell him that the use of hybrids, the so-called grain butterflies, was indeed very effective. And since they were used for feeding, every single seedling became a sacred tree. The leader of the Sea Dragon Squad thought that this view was absolutely beautiful because now they had 1,000 full-fledged sacred trees in their hands. The guy decided to ask where the other hybrids were at the moment, so this trash decided to lead him to where he locked them all together. He said that they were mostly small children who were not yet mature, so they would have to wait a little until they could be used as well. Somewhere in parallel with such events, the head of the clan greeted his allies, and it was truly encouraging when the three main sea clans unite in a single impulse. Dohye, the first successor of the Dogen clan, and Jihu, the first successor of the Gyoen clan, gratefully accepted the sacred tree given as a sign of harmony. So the girl came here to represent her clan at the will of her father. So she asked the man to tell her about his future plans. Shido, the first successor of the Sea Dragon clan, decided to get straight to the point and inform them that tomorrow they would send each clan 100 sacred trees. From the expressions on the faces of the two successors, one could tell that they were truly impressed by such a number of trees. But even if they were allies, the man did not understand what intentions the two Gali had in sending such a valuable gift without any conditions, because that is why his soul began to doubt whether the man was pursuing the goal of shaking the foundations of the Dogen clan. Chidu understood the concerns of his new allies, but before they set out together to conquer other countries, they needed to dispel such doubts. So he decided to tell them that they had managed to enslave the grain butterfly and asked if they would be satisfied with this explanation. Jihu didn't know what it was, so Doye told her that it was a supreme spiritual insect that, after its death, returns its body to nature and turns an ordinary tree into a spiritual one. However, Dohei still could not understand how they could now talk about a higher spiritual insect that dies immediately if caught and that does not move in groups. But at the same time, the Sea Dragon clan managed to grow 200 trees. Usually this is indeed the case, but it is a completely different matter if we are talking about a deformed grain butterfly. It was pure coincidence and chance, because his father had discovered a deformed grain moth. Having caught her and mated with her, over time it was possible to create hybrids, with the help of which sacred trees were grown, which cannot but delight Chido. So at the moment they owned about 1,000 trees, which could not help but shock his allies. The plan was to use them to arm sea captains with artifacts and create an impenetrable ship that could break through any barriers to wipe out all the Taoists of other countries. So he told his friends that they should start preparing for war without delay. At the same time, the monster told the tiger that since these children were small, he did not know how long it would take to grow the sacred tree and whether it would be possible to do it at all. But in any case, they had the opportunity to conduct a good experiment, and if he could only hear praise from His Highness for the work done with all his heart, he would be incredibly happy. And Songun himself recalled that not long ago, Maru's sister begged the tiger to take her younger brother away from here. This surprised the guy, because she asked to take only him, but here was the territory of the sea depths, so the girl thought that it would be difficult for him to take both of them from here. And besides this, she said that she was not asking for this for free and asked Taiho to accept the stone. But the guy didn't understand why she was asking about this, because earlier they told him that there were many bad Taoists on land, and if Maru left this place, then most likely he would die, and perhaps for hybrids, this place is the safest in the world. And although the girl understood all this, she still began to beg Taiho to help her and take her little brother so that he could gain freedom. Even if Songun were to set course for land right now, The journey would take at least several months, but he had no time to waste on such useless things and he could not afford it. However, in the end, due to remorse, he collected this spiritual stone and told the girl that one would clearly not be enough for him. Well then, he continued and said that he knew very little about this place, and if the girl told him everything she knew, then he would take her brother with him. At that moment, the girl was incredibly grateful, and it brought her to tears of joy. But now she and her brother were simply trapped and no longer alive. And at that moment, Taiho considered everything that was happening to be nonsense, because he even took the spiritual stone from this girl, and this sight was clearly not a pleasant one. How unexpectedly, when he was about to leave there, he felt that the boy's heart was still beating. He hurried there and freed him from these branches, and thank God his arms and legs were also intact, and no harm was done to him. And it was incredibly sad and touching, because his sister protected her younger brother with her whole body. This monster started yelling at Taiho and telling him that an incredible amount of artifacts could be made from one sacred tree, so it was just terrible that the guy just went and broke it. But the guy just turned to him and told the man to shut his mouth immediately because he wouldn't repeat it twice. And immediately after that, he went to his sister and told her that as he promised, he saved her younger brother, so she should let go of all worries and sleep peacefully. And right now he decided to fulfill her request and take them all from there immediately. The leader of one of the Sea Dragon clan squads was simply shocked that in one moment all the illuminated trees simply disappeared. The man started yelling at Taiho and asking if he was the cursed Taoist who sent the Eastern Kingdom. However, his indignation was quickly ended because Taiho was at his side in the blink of an eye and grabbed him by the throat. And after that, he told this monster that these children also laughed when they were happy and cried when they were in pain, and he meant that they were no different from the Sea Dragon clan. So he did not understand how they dared to do something like that. This monster started talking about how they were just some kind of cattle and that people also raise and eat animals, just like they raise these children. And if someone was too small and weak, it was natural that sooner or later they would be eaten. So they simply acted according to the unchangeable truth. Taiho didn't understand why such bastards didn't always seem to say the same thing. But he firmly decided for himself that today everything would definitely be over with them, and he decided to return the man's words, because the one who is small and weak must be caught and eaten. This is exactly what he decided to do to him right now. By using the blue fire of the Dark Phoenix, Tiger was sure that freaks like them had to be wiped off the face of the earth once and for all, and these warriors who appeared in front of him right now were no exception. He was so angry with everything that was happening that in the blink of an eye he made all these wars disappear from this earth once and for all. And although all the warriors who were looking for the Sea Dragon simply begged Songun to visit them, he was clearly not ready to do so. The grain butterfly hybrids also just wanted to live like them. But since the Sea Dragon clan did not allow them to do so, the tiger did not want to make any concessions either. Zhang Chun and Chun Moon came to see this noise, but what they saw in front of them simply shocked them. The Taoist was a little outraged that after all this chaos, Taiho continued to talk so carefree, although he had been saying day after day that he should not conflict with the Sea Dragon clan. And so now the men were simply shocked that because of some piece of wood they decided to sign a sad end for all of them. How unexpectedly the tiger threw the mask master a bottomless bag, but the guy did not understand why he did it. Taiho explained that he had placed sacred trees and the children of the grain of butterfly hybrids with him, so he asked his partner to take it to Mount Bayek, and Man Sam would take care of the rest. The guy was a little shocked by this turn of events, and so he asked the tiger if they took this step because of the hybrid children. Songun pretended that he was simply fulfilling a request and nothing more, but everyone knew that this was not true. Immediately after this, Taiho informed them that he would remain in this place as bait, and during this time the guys should leave the territory of the Sea Dragon clan and get away as far as possible. They began to worry that it was too reckless to do it alone. But it was Taiho who had done all this, so he felt that he should deal with it all by himself, seeing as there would be guests from the Dragon clan here very soon. So he once again commanded the men to leave this island immediately. The men decided not to argue and do as Songun asked them, and in the end they wished the guy to take care of himself and emerge from this battle as a winner. This was something new for Taiho, although I didn't know very well that he was not one of those who could be easily destroyed. And literally a few minutes later, people from the Sea Dragon clan actually showed up there, so Taiho asked Quiyul to come out to him. They started yelling at the guy, and kept asking him if he was the idiot who had gotten onto their island by breaking the barrier. Taiho considered them complete idiots because he did not understand why they were asking this when everything was clear anyway, and he was the very same invaders, and they were nothing more than sea years, whom he would immediately finish off. Jair, who was the second successor of the Sea Dragon clan, was simply shocked that the island in front of them was destroyed, so he assumed that an ancient dragon had appeared there. However, after one of his servants informed him that this was all the work of a single Taoist, this completely shocked the guy, so he ordered his subordinates to open the heavens. The servant did not understand why he had to do this because of one single enemy, since at the moment Lord Jippa was pursuing him and would soon definitely destroy him. However, this greatly angered the successor because his servant was talking complete nonsense and apparently he had holes instead of eyes, because after what they saw here, they clearly could not say anything like that. And immediately after that, he ordered to summon all the captains of the Sea Dragon clan because their enemy should never get beyond the boundaries of this sea. At the same time, a fierce battle was taking place between the warriors of the Sea Dragon clan and Taiho. The tiger and his assistant effortlessly destroyed their opponents one after another. The warriors of this clan did not understand what kind of monster was in front of them, but they had already realized that this creature was devouring them whole. How suddenly behind them, none other than Taiho appeared. And the fact that they were distracted was a big mistake, because the next second he used the blue fire of the Dark Phoenix, the tiger strike, against them, which destroyed them completely. Several days have passed, so Taiho has already lost count of which battle it was, and even if he doesn't give it his all, his spiritual energy reserve will definitely be depleted one day. At the same time, even Kui Yul was already running out of steam and understood that he needed to get out of here as quickly as possible. But at every stop, they were overtaken by warriors. How unexpectedly this little demon was attacked as if from nowhere by the unknown, who had heard that all his captains had disappeared without a trace and that the treacherous artifact was to blame for this, so he decided to destroy it first. However, he was quite disappointed when some small demon was able to block his strongest attack. When Kui Yul wanted to attack again, he almost ran out of strength, so Songun told him to stop and go rest, because he had done enough and was a complete good man. And the one who attacked the little demon was Jippa, the third successor of the Sea Dragon clan, who was thinking all the way, what kind of idiot was this, who decided to do something like this on his own, in the very center of the Sea Dragon clan's domain. And now, having seen the guy in person, he finally realized that he really was the craziest of all the madmen in the world. However, Taiho was nowhere near as good as the bastards like them who sacrificed grain butterfly hybrids for their lives. Jippa was outraged that the boys dared to take what was rightfully theirs and dared to talk nonsense, because they were the ones who created and raised these children, so why couldn't they do with them as they wanted? And besides, the third successor of the Sea Dragon clan believed that the Taoists had done things even worse than them, because they themselves told everyone right and left about their greatest exploits. That's why he believed that they would never be able to compete with the Taoists in treachery and meanness, and why people like them could do crazy things, but they couldn't. And here's a clear example of human greed, because judging by Taiho's actions, he wasn't going to give up the sacred trees in a good way, so he decided to just finish him off and then shake all the information out of his soul. Songun repelled his enemy's attack with incredible ease and became even angrier from the fact that if others were doing this, then they could do it too, which was complete nonsense. And immediately after that, he again summoned his ghosts so that they would quickly deal with these annoying warriors from the Sea Dragon clan. After all, even if such arguments are used as justification, the sins will not go away, and therefore all these warriors will become fodder for the sword of justice. At the same time, the Master of the Mass said that the Sea Dragon's layouts were not pursuing them, which meant that the infantryman, Taiho, had managed to attract their attention to himself. However, it was still unclear whether the guy would really be able to successfully make his way through the ranks of the Sea Dragon clan. Chun Moon decided to be frank with the Mass Master and decided to ask if the guy really regretted all this a little. It turned out that Yang Xiaon left the person who decided to play the role of bait, betting on his life, which was really terrible. However, although they do not have it as hard as the infantryman Taiho, they still work hard, and therefore the Taoists believe that they deserve at least one sacred tree out of 1,000. He said that firstly, all the trees were created by families of hybrids who were sacrificed, and therefore the sacred trees do not belong to them or to the foot soldier, but to the grain butterfly hybrid who managed to survive. Hearing all this, the mask master simply turned away from the man and said that they should not speak frankly and asked him to stop immediately. Chun Mun realized that at times like these, this guy looked like a copy of the infantryman Taiho because they both looked like people who couldn't be penetrated by anything. At this time, Sungun had already dealt with his opponents and decided to continue on his way. However, the only one who managed to survive in this situation was Jimpa, who lost his arm. But if he had not fallen to the bottom earlier, he would have definitely died forever. How unexpectedly, his brother Jir finally came to his aid, clearly worried about what was happening. The second prince rushed to help as best he could, because he understood that their opponent was not so simple, but his brother simply apologized to him for the fact that despite all his efforts, he was still unable to catch him. Jir told him not to talk nonsense and to focus on restoring his body, but still decided to ask the men if they should follow this idiot who was in Turkey on their territory. Jippa's mouth dropped open in surprise after his brother said that he had previously ordered the heavens to open, so he definitely wouldn't be able to get out of the sea. And this meant that a call for help had been sent to their elder, so very soon he would arrive here, and then their enemy would definitely come to an end. How unexpectedly, in the middle of his escape, the old man who was imprisoned in the sword said that although the tiger had decided to play the role of bait, but if you think about it, death from a mad run suited him perfectly. For some time, the spirit of this old man was as mute as a fish, and now suddenly decided to speak. So the tiger decided to ask him if he knew what kind of atrocities were done to the hybrids. The man said that he knew about it, but he had never seen it with his own eyes. And of course, this act is not something that should be done, but at the same time, it is evil that is done in order to survive in the era of the strongest. However, it was clear that Taiho was too obsessed with this matter, and it felt as if the guy had already encountered something similar with her. The old man was not wrong in this assumption, because something similar once in the distant past happened to Mia, when a little girl was made a living sacrifice. And after that, Taiho realized that there was a way to get rid of the persecution of the inhabitants of the deep sea. And most likely the men spoke to him precisely because he knew some way. And of course, the tiger was right. So the man told him to head east. And all this was for the reason that there was a place called the Eastern Kingdom, which gathered under its auspices many Taoist sects of the right path. And since the borders of the kingdom go to the sea, they are at enmity with the inhabitants of the sea depths. Even if Taiho were to simply come near the Eastern Kingdom, there would be such a noise as if he had disturbed a huge beehive with a stick. Well, how unexpectedly a huge number of people from the Sea Dragon clan appeared before Songun. But even despite this, he decided to try to make his way to the east so that this would not happen. At that moment on the mountain, Baek Yuho was incredibly angry because Taiho did nothing but wander around the world in search of his death, and not much time had passed since she read him, and he already intended to make 2 girls widows. The men were shocked by the goddess's behavior, but it was clear that this woman was incredibly formidable. She decided to ask the mask master what he was doing at that moment and why he left her husband to deal with the problem alone. However, Yuho herself should have known how stubborn the infantryman Taeho was, and the situation had already developed in such a way that nothing could be done. However, the girl did not stop being angry. She knew that this master of the mask was of no use, and only she should have been next to the tiger. Suddenly, Mia appeared there and told everyone to stop immediately, because if her husband did exactly that, it meant he had some thoughts about it. And after that, she asked Heron, as Master Zhang Xion had said, to move the hybrids and sacred trees to Mount Baek. And although the master of the mask must have been tired after such a long journey, she asked him to return back as soon as possible, as soon as all the affairs here were settled. After some time, Chunmun thought that on Mount Baek, which was unknown to anyone, he felt a much stronger spiritual energy than on most other spiritual mountains. And not only was this amazing, because he had heard of something like this, but for the first time he saw with his own eyes that people and spiritual beings live side by side. And there were also characters who reached heights they had never seen before, like the girls at Tai Sung's level. And the man was also interested in who this woman with white hair was. And although her level was clearly lower than his, no one was able to contradict her. Zhang Xian quickly explained and told his ally that this girl was the wife of Taiho, the master of Mount Baek. However, that was far from all, so the masked master asked the man if he had ever heard about what had happened earlier in Gosan. It was a three-way war and there was a great confrontation, so the man could not help but know about it, because the mask, the demonic sect, and the four clans of spiritual animals were fighting there, and it was clear that this event would be talked about even after thousands of years. But he still decided to clarify, or in the end, it was the mask that won that fierce war. Jung Chon said that although the perpetrators knew that the mask was unable to hold everyone back, that was not all, as she was the one who froze Chimusu, one of the four noble plans, in the blink of an eye. The man couldn't believe what he heard, because clearly a person of the level of a bison couldn't do something like that. And although it was the infantryman Teho who prevented the real terrible catastrophe, the master of the mask could not help but be afraid of her. It is not for nothing that they say that once every few thousand years a person is born who has overcome his level of strength, and it looked like Mia was exactly that girl. A half-breed who inherited the blood of the white-blooded, and a girl who is praised as the mother of Mount Back. At the same time, Song-gun had already managed to break through the ring of defense of his opponents, but they still could not let this guy escape. And immediately after that, an incredibly huge dragon appeared in front of him, who was going to destroy this tiger right here and now. However, Tai-ho used the blue fire of the Dark Phoenix, Tiger Strike, and was able to easily destroy his opponent. And besides this, the blue fire overtook not only the huge dragon, but also all the warriors who were there. When the tiger realized that this part of the army was finished, he hastened to continue on his way. He understood that as he approached the Eastern Kingdom, the pursuit of him intensified, and only islands were visible ahead, so it could be concluded that the guy needed to move even further. They had already entered the battlefield between the Eastern Kingdom and the Sea Dragon clan, but the guys never thought that they would be so persistent, and if he held out a little longer, the Eastern Kingdom was not a place that would remain silent. And of course, on the way to the tiger achieving his goal, he was caught in a trap and began to be pulled to the bottom of the ocean. He didn't understand when his enemies managed to do this, but he definitely needed to get out of this trap before they dragged him to the very bottom. When he tried to use his abilities, he realized that his energy was blocked, and what confused him was that it didn't even obey him. Therefore, literally in a few seconds, the Sea Dragon clan finally managed to capture this annoying bastard, and they understood that he would not be able to escape from there as long as there was a ban in the divine shell. One of them ordered to immediately put up barriers to finally seal Tai-ho in the shell, but the other troops did not understand why they had to resort to such a serious method. As soon as they agreed to install an additional barrier, an explosion of incredible power occurred. It was an attack of fire spheres, and Tai-ho with Tamwa's armor still managed to break out. What the guy saw before his eyes was simply a level of incredible scale, and in order to catch Tai-ho, the Sea Dragon clan opened the heavens, so it would be quite difficult to break through. Jippa started shouting that this was the same bastard who had stolen the sacred trees and done this to his hand, so he insisted that they should destroy him immediately. They thought that Tai-ho's strength was running out, since the black demon filled with the death energy that the tiger used had disappeared, so they were sure that now he would definitely come to an end. And Cheeto himself thought that meanwhile, the number of sea captains who died at the hands of this tiger exceeded 3 digits. So he wondered if Song-gun really had the same level as him, because no matter how much he looked at him, he could not believe it. There are many who were at the same level as the tiger, but fortunately he did not see the king of the deep sea himself among his opponents, which could not but please him. He was already completely surrounded, and if he became too strong to break through, then on the contrary he would be under attack. So he decided that he would repel the attacks by staying in one place. Cheeto knew that they didn't have time for staring games, so they needed to deal with Tai-ho before the people from the Eastern Kingdom showed up. So he ordered all his troops to charge in and crush him. He told the inhabitants of the deep sea to listen to him carefully, because they had to tear the bodies of their enemy to pieces at all costs so that the souls of the dead members of the Sea Dragon clan could rest in peace. One of the warriors from the Dogen clan asked Doye if they should join the attack, because what would happen if the Sea Dragon clan members later questioned them about what happened? However, the Sea Dwellers said that many of their clan had already been sacrificed to support the ambitions of the Sea Dragon clan, so he did not want to allow the blood of even one member of his clan to be spilled anymore, since it was enough for them to simply keep the siege in this state. But as the people of the Gang clan expected, The Dogen clan did not even move from their place, but it was unclear why they were standing like in valves in front of the enemy, who was almost in their hands. However, all this was because they had suffered significant damage, and since the Gin clan itself had lost their clan's treasure, the divine Conch, the Sea Dragon clan, would definitely have to pay for it. At that very moment, an incredibly large number of warriors tried to attack the guy, but they were unable to land a single blow on him. They didn't understand how the armor could be so strong, but it didn't matter anymore because Taeho tore it to pieces. But still, over time, the monsters from the Sea Dragon clan managed to inflict serious damage on the guy, because if they could not pierce him through, then they could simply break him. They decided to continue in the same spirit and beat the tiger with blunt objects. But as soon as the boy realized what exactly his opponents were doing, he asked Tamwa to immediately use the golden thread and destroy these creatures. And now, finally, it was the turn of the sea dragons to begin attacking their main enemy. They thought that if the armor could not be pierced by an artifact with a weapon and could not be broken with blunt objects, then the only thing left was to crush the guy using the pressure of the water element. However, even such tricks absolutely could not work on Taeho, because he easily destroyed all the sea dragons that tried to surround him. Jippa thought this was complete madness and did not understand what kind of armor was surrounding their opponent. Cheeto himself was simply burning with rage because an incredibly large number of his brothers had been destroyed, so he ordered his brother to immediately begin to unite. Taeho understood that in his current form, Tamwa's killing power was at its maximum, but the consumption of spiritual power and energy was greater than he expected. And although the attack did not last long, Tamwa's energy in such a fierce battle was already at its limit. Songun was in great trouble because his own strength was already at its limit. How unexpectedly, a huge three-headed dragon appeared in front of him, which was a secret technique that only the royals of the Sea Dragon clan could use. The guy understood that he had to be extremely careful because the force of such a dragon's blow was in no way inferior to the power of the Ngop level. They decided to use the wind and clouds and began to gather airflow around Taeho, so it was clear that this would be an incredibly powerful attack. This three-headed dragon decided to use the Thunder Tsunami, the Great Strike, to finally deal with his opponent, and in addition to that, hit him with thunder and lightning to secure his result. After such an attack, Taeho's armor disappeared almost immediately, which was exactly what his opponents were trying to achieve. And immediately after this, the spirit of the old man asked the tiger to hold on a little longer, because earlier the guy had promised the man to find him a body. Cheeto was sure that even if Taeho had managed to put up a fight against simple artifacts, he would not be able to stop their lightning, so the snake was delighted with the techniques that the guy demonstrated, but he still remains the enemy who destroyed the members of their clan. When the three-headed sea dragon wanted to finally deal with his opponent, Songun took out his scabbard, and it was clear that he still had an ace up his sleeve. This made the monster laugh, because they did not understand what kind of nonsense the guy was talking, holding an empty sword sheath in his hands, because they were sure that the tiger's spiritual power was now like a handful of sand in the sea. However, Taeho decided to ask his opponents, or at least they thought about why he does not use the sword in justice, despite the fact that there is plenty of prey for him here. And after all, everything inside is filled to the brim with the souls of the inhabitants of the deep sea. The spirit of the old man did not understand what this tiger was planning when he was on the verge of life and death, and he was absolutely sure that the guy in such a state would not cope with it because his body was very weak. However, Songun asked the man to sit quietly in order not to be washed away by the wave, and immediately after that, he used an advanced-level demonic destruction technique. Having turned the imprisoned soul into ashes and chained it into a single sword, the guy ordered the heavens and the sea to part and the lands to turn upside down. The sea dragons knew that the guy had to be stopped immediately and not allowed to swing that sword. So Cheeto told his brothers to make more clouds and call for a stronger wind immediately. However, in front of them was that very sword Henwei, so it was obvious that everyone who was there would soon simply die. And although it was hard for the guy to cope with this, the spirit of the old man was extremely surprised that Taeho released so many souls in one go and managed to kill two brothers of the leader of the Sea Dragon clan. Cheeto was incredibly angry that the boy dared to do such a thing to his beloved brothers, and promised Songun that he would personally rip off his skin and flesh and eat all his bones into powder. Taeho was very disappointed that one head was still intact, So now he was really in trouble. But suddenly, other troops started approaching them. The sea dwellers realized that human Taoists from the Eastern Kingdom were approaching them at incredible speed. Songun was disappointed that they had only arrived now, as they had been crawling so slowly, like worms. The other members of the Sea Dragon clan decided to take care of the prince, but he shouted not to touch him because the tiger's life was right under his nose and he was going to destroy it as soon as possible. But his subordinates convinced him that they urgently needed to retreat. After all, in the current situation, they were unable to resist the Taoists from the Eastern Kingdom. But Cheeto continued to stand his ground, because his enemy had killed his beloved younger brother. I decided to ask Cheeto if he was upset by this situation, but the grain butterfly hybrids they sacrificed must have felt the same way. So the tiger wanted his opponent to feel all the pain of loss. And besides that, he just showed him the middle finger and told him to get out of there as quickly as possible. After some time, the tiger reached dry land and simply fell down on the ground and passed out. It was unclear how much time had already passed, but he heard someone calling him to get up. But still the guy could not understand when he managed to switch off and how long he was unconscious. The spirit of the old man told him that the boy had been unconscious for a whole month, and all this time Manhwa had not left him for a moment. And although he was called the master, Taiho was only a tooth to her, so it seemed even more surprising that she guarded him so strongly. And even Keel kept an eye on the guy out of the corner of his eye the whole time, although he pretended that this was not the case at all. Taiho was very grateful to his assistant and naturally told them about it. And after that, the spirit asked the guy what he was going to do next. His body was in a terrible state, and his spiritual strength was almost at zero, so first he just needed to recover. Besides this, the old man was curious about what kind of technique the tiger used at the very end, and he also asked the guy why he didn't use it at the very beginning to easily defeat his opponents. However, that technique drained all spiritual power in an instant, and he wouldn't be able to use it for a long time, so he did just that. The bodies of the Taoists from the Eastern Kingdom and the inhabitants of the deep sea were washed up here by the wave, and after Taiho managed to escape, a fierce battle began between them. And even here one could feel the impulse of spiritual power. How suddenly, in the middle of his story, the old man burst out and was incredibly happy that he had finally found a body for himself. A year later, Zhang Cheon said that the compass pointed exactly here. But Chunmin still could not believe that Taiho had actually managed to break away from the pursuit of the inhabitants of the deep sea. There was a barrier blocking their path, so the masked master assumed that the infantryman Taiho had most likely been dealt a hard blow and suggested that they try to remove the barrier first. Suddenly, someone started to come out to meet them, and this person was curious about the uninvited guests hanging around in front of the barrier and what they had been doing all this time that they had arrived so late. Someone before them said that they were worse than barely crawling turtles. Chomin didn't understand who this girl was, who stood in front of them, and who did she think she was to say such things to them. Suddenly, the masked master spoke up and asked if it was Elder Cheonman who was standing in front of him at that moment. As expected, the masked master's instincts cannot be fooled, and the man hastened to confirm his words and said that it was indeed true, and he was that very spirit. This was one of the techniques in the technique of taking a soul that he had studied earlier. But this technique is more suitable for a woman's body than for a man's, because after all, his teacher was a woman. And after that, he asked how long the guys were going to stand on the threshold, when they should have already gone inside a long time ago. When they got inside, they noticed that Kyo was fighting with some little girl. The boys did not understand what kind of baby was there, but the spirit hastened to explain and tell them that this girl was born after he and Tahoe accidentally touched their navels. The men were simply shocked by such a statement and did not expect that the elder could have such terrible taste. However, in reality, the elder was of course joking and told them that a maiden who has stepped onto the path of a Taoist is not able to conceive a child until she becomes a celestial being. But still, the appearance of this girl was disconcerting. So they asked whether the deformation had really been perfect. However, it was not so, and it simply turned out to be the only place where one could hide. But she was so huge and the space was tiny, so they had to turn her into a human. So it was even more interesting that if we are not talking about deformation, then what was it? Chonman decided to ask the guys, or at least if they imagined how many battles they had fought with the hordes of inhabitants of the deep sea. And there were more than 100 large and small battles, and tens of thousands of enemies were pushing them back. Among these enemies was also a captain of the Angle level, and the centipede Manhwa is a creature that absorbs everything that it absorbs, so it is not surprising that she developed intelligence, although it has not yet reached perfection. Chunmun realized that during their absence, infantryman Taiho, like his centipede, had taken a step forward. However, in this world, nothing happens by itself, and the uneven path can soon become the road to salvation. The elder thought to himself that this boy was too unsure of himself, and that he needed to maintain motivation and open his path to change, and that alone would bring him closer to enlightenment. As they got closer, the man in the girl's body began to shout to Taiho that those they had sent to Mount Bayek had finally returned to them. And finally the guy heard their call and came out to meet them, because he was quite happy to see his old acquaintances. In the Dragon Palace of the Sea Dragon clan, Cheeto begged his father to give him one more chance. However, he told the man that he had already been expelled from the Sea Dragon clan and had no right to see the Lord anymore. So he was asked not to leave immediately. Cheeto could not calm down and asked to at least give him the opportunity to avenge his younger brothers, who were killed by that idiotic tiger. However, the king's ward said to immediately take this guy out of here and get rid of him as quickly as possible. The main one thought that all this was done by some pathetic Taoist, and after something like that, he definitely couldn't appear anywhere with his head held high. It was not a great problem to produce new children, and the dead dragons would be reconceived in the embrace of the sea, which was their mother, but with the sacred trees, everything was completely different. Because of a single insignificant Taoist, all the inhabitants of the deep sea were unable to take a single step. So the man believed that the supreme elder of the Sea Dragon clan, Zhizhong, had to intervene in this matter. A huge sword with red eyes wrapped in black cloth, and among other things, the use of fire sphere magic and black armor that turns out to be alive and the treasure of Choyang. The Supreme Elder thought about this when he came to the place where the sacred trees used to be, and concluded that this Taoist who had killed so many dragons had definitely fled to dry land. From that moment on, he decided to act alone, so he asked for a favor to come back, which shocked him quite a bit. This was the Sea Dragon clan's territory, where even the bastards from the Eastern Kingdom did not dare to come, and just breaking into this place was too difficult and tiring. And besides, it was really too careless for someone who was trying to get the sacred trees, and everything happened too spontaneously, and it was obvious that this guy was not connected with the Eastern Kingdom, and he had some other goal, pursuing which he entered this island. Chichen had no idea what the tiger's purpose was, but it must have been something very important for him to decide to go deep into their territory, and that meant he would definitely appear in the sea again. The sea gave the oldest life and raised it in its motherly embrace, so using full coverage he asked him to stand up with his ears and eyes. At the same time, the guys were shocked that Taiho was going to go to sea again, but they did not understand why he was doing it now, because the freaks from the Sea Dragon clan still had a grudge against him. Now the tiger knew exactly where to find the Turtle Mountain, so he saw no point in dragging the cat by the tail, and since he had kept his promise, he asked the man whether he was now not going to go to the pop spot. Initially, Taiho seemed like an interesting person to Cheonman, so he was close to him, but he could not imagine that the guy was so reckless that even 10 lives would not be enough. But despite this, he decided to go forward with the guy, heading towards the sea to the southeast. He was about to go full speed ahead, so he asked everyone there to hold on tight so as not to accidentally fall. Of course, the trap of the Supreme Elder of the Sea Dragon clan worked after some time, and he was able to determine where his main enemy was at the moment. And they were just thinking about whether they had deviated from the course again. But Taiho was just wondering whether the man really wouldn't tell him how he knew the location of the Turtle Mountain. He also told him that all the islands have some coordinates, so if you know them, you can easily find the right place. However, this could not be said about the Turtle Mountain, because you can only get inside it by finding the Comran Archipelago. While he was thinking, Taiho became suspicious and told everyone to immediately hold on tight to this flying carriage. The man had expected to strike with lightning speed, but he never expected that these people would be able to dodge it. He was glad to finally meet the guy with red eyes, and this is how exactly they managed to do it. And since Taiho brought such shame to the Sea Dragon clan, he must pay the price for it. So from that moment on, he decided to personally punish the tiger. Naturally, none of them could have imagined that someone of the level of Daisung would appear on their path. but Cheonmin's original body had once reached exactly that level. Songun asked if they still had a long way to go to get to the right place, but the man was consoled and shouted that they only had a little bit left. However, the supreme elder of the Sea Dragon clan was sure that the boy would not be able to leave the borders of the sea, and even if he ran away, it would only increase his pain. However, this dragon still couldn't get the guys because of this annoying flying artifact. Taiho never expected that in addition to the Sea Lord, they also had an elder with the Ngop level, and they also encountered him right in the middle of the sea, and at this rate, they would definitely end up there. However, suddenly Elder Cheonmin began to shout and tell the boy that they had finally arrived at the place they needed, namely the curvy linear triangle. Shikun thought that they had cornered themselves and was glad that he had finally caught these rats. The Mask Master and his partner realized that, to their great regret, the way forward was simply cut off. Even the elder himself did not understand why they encountered this misfortune right now, because they had already almost reached the right place. However, Songun said that they should go straight ahead, but there was an incredible oppressive space of heavenly and thunderous energy around, and if they went there, they would either be torn to pieces or crushed. But if there was a turtle mountain on the other side, the guy was even ready to jump into the hot lava for it, so he said to keep their course straight. Their opponent clearly couldn't expect them to fly straight into the epicenter of it, so he assumed that they didn't know that the terrifying space of heavenly thunder energy was a place where even time and space were warped. But even so, they jumped in. After some time, they were already inside the curved triangle, but it turned out to be much quieter and calmer there than they thought. Cheonmanu did not know whether they had been lucky in the midst of the misfortunes that had befallen them, but he felt how the energy of the Turtle Mountain was guiding them, and if it were not for this, they could have been stuck in this space on the edge of existence and non-existence, wandering here for hundreds and maybe even thousands of years. And yet they should not relax because space is constantly distorted, and therefore they can be swept away at any moment. How suddenly their greatest enemy loomed over them, who certainly could not allow Songun to escape from him. At that moment, some unknown man didn't even know when it was the last time, and he really hadn't had guests for a long time, so he wanted them to come to him as quickly as possible. Suddenly, the very same carriage that the Supreme Elder of the Sea Dragon clan had destroyed flew straight into him. After they landed there, Ji-chun began to ask the tiger how long he intended to pretend to be dead, and told him not to come out of his hole immediately. But still, Taiho was extremely surprised that in order to catch someone like him, the dragon threw himself into the abyss of the unknown, not being afraid of possible death. However, if the tiger himself took the risk, then why couldn't he do it too? Since the cursed flying artifact of Taiho was destroyed, now he definitely won't be able to run away from it like a slippery snake. And now he decided to fully repay the tiger for all the difficulties that his clan had to face. Suddenly, Chunmun started screaming as his body began to be absorbed by one of the swords. And although the Mask Master was quite shocked, it was clear from the expression on the tiger's face that he was happy and that he had really succeeded. Zhang Cheon started shouting and saying that everyone had immediately reached the swords, but Cheonmin told him that there was no need to fuss so much. The boy didn't understand why the man was so calm, but he told him that in fact Shunmun was alive and he just went to Kamran. Therefore, it was clear that this place and these swords were nothing other than the entrance to Kamran. The old man who was there was quite glad that the girl immediately understood what was going on, but he still considered his guest to be too noisy. The guard of Kamran appeared before them, greeting everyone who arrived on their archipelago. But after that, he added that quarrels in this place were strictly prohibited on the prison. The supreme elder of the Sea Dragon clan thought that the person in front of him was clearly a feeble old man. But still, he had the feeling that every word he said carried significant weight. One day the atmosphere became strange, and since these people came here, the man did not understand why they were standing rooted to the spot, so he said to quickly take a sword for themselves as soon as possible. The man said that they could choose absolutely any sword that they liked, but he did not understand why the guy touched his hand and not the blade. However, Taiho told him that he had simply picked up the sword, and the old man realized that a very interesting young man had come here. And immediately after that, he informed his allies that he would leave them first and disappeared into the sword. Yikun rushed headlong towards this sword and didn't understand why it didn't absorb it too. The old man appeared there again and said that this weapon was now useless, and then asked the man to look for another sword. But the elder of the Sea Dragon clan did not understand what he was carrying and demanded that he immediately send him to where this tiger was now. However, the man could not do this because the place was already occupied, but he could not worry too much, because no matter which of these swords he took, the path to Kamran was the same. Having listened to this advice, the dragon decided to touch another sword, and of course, just like Taiho, followed after him. Immediately after this, Elder Kiaman told the mask master that he could go there too, but the boy asked in response, "Will this spirit not go with him?" However, he had no reason to go there, because he planned to find the thing left by his close friend and regain his lost level. Jiang Xin realized the man's serious intentions, so he decided to immediately go to help the tiger. At that moment, some monster was thinking that it had been a long time since a swordmaster had visited this place, and even to the highest peak among the 5 peaks, dividing heaven and earth, which had been empty for almost 1,000 years. Therefore, he was incredibly interested in who this person was, who was the owner of this peak. Songgun, having finally arrived there, was glad to see what the Kamran archipelago actually looked like. How suddenly Taiho had an incredibly strong headache, and at that moment the sword carrying 10,000 blades was used. The letters that were imprinted in an endless string on his head were more than a kind of elaborate and complex description, but he saw one thing very clearly, namely the sword carrying 10,000 blades. Now he was confident that everything would work out, and he would definitely be able to achieve his goal. His thoughts turned to Huaran and told her that there was very little time left until their reunion. The sword that carried 10,000 blades was one sword that contained the sharp peaks of 10,000 blades, and through the consciousness of the caster, 10,000 blades were created per star, and the spirit of Huarang was divided into as many branches and penetrated into each of them. As the level increases, these swords gradually merge with each other, and eventually one single sword is obtained. And if you reach the 6th star, then having risen to the level of the sword to which life was entrusted, you can awaken the soul contained in it. From this point on, he had to deal with another battle, so he began to cultivate for salvation and began a serene and hard practice. 10 years later, Songgun was incredibly angry, because all he had to do was follow the rules engraved in his head and improve himself. But he could not understand anything, absolutely nothing. He tried to create a sword with his consciousness and will, but the damn supernatural ability to perceive external objects in all directions, based on mental powers, did not work for him, and he could not catch a single thread. Until now, he had only dealt with spiritual powers, strengthening his internal energy, but this process was too difficult for him. However, despite this, he could not give up and firmly decided for himself that he had to take at least one step. After another 20 years, he was incredibly disappointed because he couldn't take even one step in such a huge amount of time, and the remaining time that Huaren could spend in the incense burner was 50 years, and when she appeared as a soul, kissed by the tiger, she would only have 10 years. In the past 30 years, he had not yet succeeded in creating a single sword, and he did not understand when, by creating a sword with 10,000 blades, he would be able to reach the 6th star. And besides this, he thought that he was obsessed with a completely stupid idea. Taeho thought that he only had to stretch out his hand and everything would be within his reach. But even one step was too far for him. He began to remember how Huaren scolded him and was already tired of repeating that he couldn't just swing the sword so randomly. However, Songgun continued to claim that he was swinging according to the instructional scriptures that she herself had given him. But just as there is a flow of spiritual power, there is also a flow of spiritual energy in the sword. So she asked the boy to remember the moment when he first mastered his spiritual power. When he started remembering the moments when the girl beat him, she asked him not to scroll through useless memories in his head and to concentrate on the most important thing. She said that the mind must be stable and calm, and here is this flow that can be felt in a wide and peaceful expectation in an empty mind. The sword was no different from this one, so Taiho didn't have to hold it. When Taiho came to his senses, he thought that he really didn't have to try to grab the sword, and it was all about the flow that flowed by itself. The mind is infinite, and there are no limitations in number, quantity, space, or time. From the very beginning, there was no point in trying to understand and measure all this infinity. Well, even within this infinity, a flow can exist, and one day he felt it at the time when he was raising his level, and it was not his will, but simply his mind was forcibly expanded. Somewhere along the line, the mask master realized that there was a barrier around him that was impossible to enter or exit. So he was simply wondering out loud, Or was this barrier simply offering him the opportunity to quietly practice fencing? The moment he came here, the letter was imprinted in his mind, but it was not suitable for someone who had mastered heavenly techniques. The guy couldn't train any other way here, so he would have to master this art, and by now, infantryman Taiho must have already started training like crazy, so the guy clearly couldn't keep up with him. At the same time, Taiho finally managed to do what he came to Turtle Mountain for. He took out his incense burner, summoned the spirit of Hwarang from there, and sent it into the sword that was forged by the flow of his heart and his mind, and released from his heart will finally pierce the heavens. After he managed to do this, he simply fell down, but he was still able to deal with the first star of the sword carrying 10,000 blades. Chunmun had already thought that the swordsmanship that was imprinted on his mind was one of the best secret techniques in Murim, and he felt an incredibly strong heavenly energy from all sides. He finally realized what the Comorin archipelago really was, and it turns out there is a reason why it is called a sacred place for those with the will to the sword. Well, even despite this, the guy didn't understand why everyone was crazy and just waving their swords all day long, and even though they weren't feeling hungry or tired, but due to the huge concentration of heavenly energy, it really looked like they were out of their minds. How could someone suddenly approach the guy during the day and ask him if he really doesn't have much time to stand around doing nothing and talk to the sides? He didn't understand what his interlocutor meant, but in a literal sense, if a guy puts all his efforts into honing his fencing skills, it will clearly not be enough. However, Chunmun was already a swordmaster, so he said that he would somehow figure out for himself where and when he should train. This made his interlocutor laugh because everyone was just as confident in themselves, but in the end they died without being able to awaken the sword until their very last breath, and when the technique is imprinted in your head, then there is a feeling that you can learn everything in the shortest possible time, because the guy himself was once self-confident. But I wondered why this knowledge was imprinted in their heads and not written down on paper, and whether it was really possible to master the technique so easily. The technique in the boy's head must have been a secret fencing art, and Chongmun's interlocutor knew about it because the old man who was here before him had mastered precisely the secret fencing art. But he never managed to master this technique until the very last second of his life, so he was unable to escape from the archipelago where he eventually crashed. And so he decided to ask Chunmun, or did he know that he would not be able to escape from here until he mastered the technique that was imprinted in his head? From the expression on the Taoist's face, one could tell that he was absolutely shocked by this news, because he could not have expected such a turn of events. The man also added that once every 100 years the barrier is removed, allowing everyone to move freely throughout the archipelago, and at that moment he told him to be extremely careful not to die, because there were many who had dedicated themselves entirely to training, but who over time had completely gone mad. And one of the reasons why everyone trains like crazy is to survive the moment when the barrier finally disappears. Chunmun realized that he couldn't afford to sit idle, so he decided to study the formula in his head as soon as possible. At that moment, Manhwa appeared in front of Songgun, threw a rag on the guy's face and asked if it hurt. He decided to ask the girl where she learned this from, so she quickly figured out what was what and said that she learned this from Hwarang. The girl continued and said that she did this every time the tiger was beaten unconscious. After this, Taiho decided to ask where the girl got all this, and she showed the guy this place, namely at the foot of the mountain, where in addition to this, there was another house and a cave. This house was probably used by the one who was here before Taiho, and he had no idea that there was something like that here with her. 30 years have passed since he arrived here, so the guy thought that it was time to take a good look at this archipelago. Hwarang's soul was now sealed in the first star of the sword that carried 10,000 blades, so there was no longer any need to worry about it disappearing. And the guy himself barely found the time to look around, but there was no variety in his life because due to the barrier, he was unable to go beyond the territory allotted to him. A quiet and deserted life, and if it weren't for some barely perceptible presence on the neighboring peak, he would have thought that he was in a completely different world. The guy was wondering who was on the other side of the mountain, and he also thought that they were both aware of each other's presence, and he was wondering if they ever met. Would they be enemies or friends? After thinking for a while, he decided to return to his training, because he had only reached the first star, and he still had a long way to go to reach the 6th star. Of course, he didn't succeed the first time, but as he thought, this task turned out to be not an easy one. Suddenly, Tamwa appeared next to him and told her master that the barrier around them began to flicker strangely. And it is clear that the time has finally come when the barrier that bound all these people was finally removed. Therefore, it was clear that now for exactly 1 whole year, real madness would happen. And of course, the first thing Sean Moon's interlocutor did was attack him, but the guy didn't understand what he was doing. But after that, this guy said that he was that same crazy guy who attacked everyone around him. Because when you are forced to endure this hellish training alone, here you can go crazy with just one lesson, and at least once every 100 years, he must give his sword the answer of someone's blood to feel alive. And besides, he thought that the Thousand Wings artifact in Cheoman's hands was a very valuable find, and he felt very sorry to just look at the treasures of Mount Cheon without trying to get his hands on it. And immediately after that, this crazy guy asked the Taoist to look around carefully and pay attention to the fact that now all the swords were pointed at him. And even if this guy was destroyed by someone else, this crazy idiot was sure that he should give his wings only to him. Taiho also realized that once 100 years the barrier is removed, and it turned out that today was that very day. Come to think of it, he was incredibly curious to know what Master Chang and Master Cheon were doing, despite the fact that they had been getting on his nerves all this time. But without them, his soul felt empty. So the first thing he decided to do was go and look for them. But suddenly he noticed that there was some huge energy approaching him. So he thought that it could always be the Sea Dragon clan's supreme elder, Zhizhong, approaching. That's why he made such an assumption. He told Tamkva and Kvil to immediately take cover behind his back, because it was clear that some kind of danger awaited them ahead. He realized that some incredibly strong fire had appeared in front of him, and it was clear that it was definitely not Zichun, but it was unclear exactly who was standing in front of him. The guy realized that it was not a Taoist in front of him, but perhaps it could be a spiritual beast. But he was still unable to determine its affiliation. But he could say one thing for sure: this beast was a step higher than Taiho himself, and was at the level of Engab. Songen did not know how to properly deal with this situation, but he simply bowed before the spiritual beast and told him that he was glad to welcome him. The man said that there was no need for these strict formalities, because they were all on equal terms here. However, it was clear that Taiho did not strictly adhere to etiquette, but simply kept his ears open, and seeing that Tamwa was calmly standing behind him, one could conclude that this person was not hostile toward him, but nevertheless he should not relax. But immediately after that, Sungun was quite surprised that the girl came forward and decided to greet her new friend. He was simply delighted by this. But it did not seem that this girl was the daughter of his interlocutor, because he was too eccentric a guy. And immediately after that, this man said that the one who last occupied the highest of the 5 peaks was also quite an unusual young man, and that is what he meant by the fact that their meeting was very hot. At that moment, Taiho immediately pushed the girl behind his back, because this situation made him very tense. However, this spiritual beast said not to misunderstand him, because all this was because even though he had mastered the technique of divine incarnation, he still continued to be drawn to the fire. And after that, the first thing he decided was that he should introduce himself. So he said that he was called the Great Judge because he was the Great Judge of the Comran Archipelago. After all, he had been here the longest. When Sungun also decided to introduce himself to his interlocutor, he said that it was completely unnecessary. Everyone here is a swordsman honing their skills, so there was no need to talk about who the guy was before, because on the Comran Archipelago, both he and Taiho are just ordinary swordsmen. Having heard all this information, Songun told his interlocutor that then he could simply call him Tiger. This made the Great Judge laugh out loud, but he liked the fact that he could now call his interlocutor Brother Tiger. However, Taiho did not think that it was a matter of him deciding to look at a person suitable for the highest of the 5 peaks, and since he had brought up the topic, it meant that there was something he wanted to get under the tiger itself. At that moment, everyone was chasing Chunman, who had a yellow halo around him. And they all, of course, intended to grab this guy. The guy himself didn't even understand what had just happened and why he was dragged to this fucking Comran archipelago. All these warriors even fought among themselves to get the same desired prey, which could not help but shock the guy. The most important of them simply shouted and told them not to stand in his way, because he really wanted to get that very artifact. This guy was definitely crazy, and in this situation, Chunman didn't even understand how he could call him brother when suddenly people from the other side started attacking him. However, fortunately, the mask master managed to arrive in time and attacked the men first before they could harm his friend. And immediately after that, since there were too many opponents, the guys decided to get out of there immediately. But Chunman did not understand why his partner had come out on stage so majestically, and now was just trying to run away from there faster than the one who all these people were hunting. At the same time, Songun continued his conversation with the great judge and tried to find out from him what he really wanted from the guy. This beast realized that his intentions were so easy to forgive, so he simply decided to show the guy his treasures. This sword had an original name, but after the blade was improved, it became known as the sword woven from flame and magic. It was a very interesting combination that turned this blade into flame itself. And apparently it was also some kind of artifact, although not as amazing as for the Sword of Justice. So Taiho did not have any special expectations about it, but he should note that this sword would be perfect for a woman's hand. The great judge said that to him, this sword was like a lover, and its original supernormal abilities were unique, so it was difficult to improve them with his divine incarnation technique. Songun assumed that the man was asking him to help him with his fire training, and it really was so, and the man thought that the tiger understood him perfectly, and of course he did not ask to help him for free, because if the guy did him such a favor, then he would give him one of his rare valuables. Training in the technique of divine incarnation gives excellent results, and the guy must have heard about it at least once, and they say that it manifests itself only when he absorbs a lot of dragon fire, namely dragon heat ginseng. For anyone who, like the guy, has approached the level of the Enyop, dragon heat ginseng is extremely necessary, and by the way, at the peak where he lives, there are many useful substances, and there are spiritual pills, artifacts, and various treasures that he has collected over the past several thousand years. Therefore, the great judge said that if the guy helps him successfully complete this matter, then all this will become his, and he will give him absolutely everything that he currently owns. The fire dragon, which can melt rocks, with just one breath, occasionally hides in a cave to shed its old skin. So 100, 200, and 500 years pass, and as they say, the wild ginseng that grew there, having endured hundreds of years of heat in a cave filled with lava, absorbs a lot of fire and eventually degenerates into dragon heat ginseng. Among the ginsengs filled with spiritual energy, this was the most desired ginseng for any Taoist who had mastered fire techniques. However, Taiho did not understand why the great judge would give away such a valuable thing just to borrow a little bit of his fire, because it was a completely unprofitable deal for him. Therefore, he thought that this spirit beast had something else in mind and was simply throwing dust in his eyes. And although he didn't know what was on his mind, even in this situation, the temptation to obtain the dragon heat ginseng was too great. It was for this reason that Songun decided to agree to this adventure and asked the man how he could help him. He decided to give him his share in advance for the training. It would be better if the guy's level for fire training increased a little. However, Taiho was simply shocked and did not understand how one could so easily give away such a precious thing, and also asked the man what he was going to do with it if he suddenly decided to eat him and run away. The great judge said that the guy didn't give such an impression, and besides, he was the same challenger who challenged Kamran, and at the same time, they were both spiritual beasts, so they should trust each other. And in any case, this spiritual beast was happy because he was about to give up, but he finally met a good person, but now it was time for him to leave, because he had a lot of things to do. Songun decided to inquire when it would be possible to begin this work, and his new friend informed him that most likely it would be somewhere in 100 years. He also warned him that if the guy was going to go down to the foot of the peak, he must definitely beware of forbidden entities. And although he himself knew little about them, but according to rumors, these were those who are called the ghosts of abandoned swords, as well as fallen spirits of swords. They blindly attack any swordsman driven by fierce hatred, and of course one can ignore these entities. But the spiritual beast thought that it was better to be on guard with those who have existed for thousands of years, because they are the forbidden entities of Kamran, and being at the Enmen level, fighting them is quite a troublesome business. Taiho thanked his new acquaintance for such information and told him that he would definitely take it into account. Immediately after this, the great judge hurried away from there and told him that they would definitely meet on the next free day. This ginseng emitted a heat that could seep through even the barrier, and it was the best that could be found among rare things. And it would be good to cultivate it after cloning it with Savoyahayan, but the guy couldn't pet Shin right now, so he decided to put it in the bottomless bag for now. Chamun and the Mask Master continued to run away from all these wars, and they were disappointed that these two came down in this particular place. They were very sorry to miss out on such prey right in front of their noses, but they did not understand that if they went there after them, then it would definitely be the end for them, and therefore most of them simply left there. However, there was still one who did not want to retreat no matter what, and he also thought that these two guys must be Volnovani because they broke away from them, but they did not know for sure that the place where they would end up would become their grave. The ones below were indeed more glad that they had stopped being pursued, but it was still very strange because they stubbornly pursued them and tried to destroy them. But they still decided to go down to the very bottom and catch their breath. Changchun thought that they had definitely given up on the heavens for a special reason, so just in case, he said to stay on guard as much as possible. It was the right decision, so they just decided to slowly move forward and see what would be waiting for them there. Shomun was worried about this mountain silence, and yet they still could not climb up again. Suddenly, some incredible monster began to walk towards them, and they took a defensive position. Songun at this moment also encountered a forbidden entity that was about to attack him. However, with the help of a sword carrying tens of thousands of blades, she decided to try to deal with this monster once and for all. And it looked like this monster was of the Enmal level, and apparently they blindly attack swordsmen because they have absolutely no intelligence, because he attacked him without hesitation, having the Enmen level. The last time he hit a rock with this sword, nothing happened, so he wondered what would happen if the target was a moving object. However, this sword did not strike his opponent because this monster remained safe and sound, and not even in Israel, because the guy was sure that he had cut him right in the middle. However, as it got closer to Taiho, this monster became weaker and weaker and eventually just fell down, and it was clear that it was no longer alive. And although outwardly there were no wounds on him, the guy still decided to use his abilities and use the golden effect of the fallen spirit, and saw that his sword had passed through there, and the flows of internal Qi energy had been cut. Now it became clear to him what exactly this sword does, namely that it pierces non-material things. And this is what she meant. However, in any case, this creature should have died so easily, so Songun guessed that perhaps it was because there was a forbidden entity in front of him. After all, these were those who have a body, but are not close to either demons or spiritual beasts. And right after Taiho saw that these monsters were becoming more and more numerous, he asked Tamhua to eat them all and put them away at the same time. She was incredibly happy that her master allowed her to do this, so she immediately got to work and began to deal with all the monsters at once. The Mask Master and Chunmun had also encountered the forbidden entity, but they did not fully understand what exactly was in front of them, because they did not look like a wild beast or a demonic monster. One of these monsters decided to attack them, so Chunmun decided to use his abilities and attacked him with 1,000 wings. He dealt with one of them with ease and was sure that there was nothing special about it. But then he looked at his comrade and realized that something was definitely wrong. So he decided to ask the man what was making him sweat so much at that moment. And of course, it was clear literally in a second that these forbidden entities began to attack them from all sides, and there was simply no end to them. The boys realized that the heavenly road was also blocked, and they had no way to escape from this trap. But the Mask Master told his comrade not to panic ahead of time. And immediately after that, he began to cut down one monster after another and shouted to Chonmun that he should throw back all those who attack him first. There were indeed a lot of them, but they were all in mall level, so the guys should definitely be able to handle them. And indeed it was, however. Chunmun had only encountered monsters whose level was higher than his lately, so he had lost his composure without noticing. But when he convinced himself that he was just the cold-blooded calm Hwaseong, who had simply been confused by these creatures, things started to get much better for him. It was immediately obvious that the mastery of the 1,000 wings had clearly changed, so it could be assumed that it was the influence of the swordsmanship that was imprinted in the mind after entering this place. The guy himself mastered the art of attack, or to be able to defend himself without destroying anyone completely, but the technique that he saw when he found himself on Kamran was not much different from the one that he had studied earlier. Chop, swing, cut and block. That was what the whole thing was about, and ultimately, both attacking art and fencing technique have the same basis. And depending on how a person uses the acquired knowledge, a weapon can become either a deadly sword or a sword that saves people. They were being attacked by endless crowds that had no end in sight. Despite the fact that they both had the Hwansong level, such pressure was clearly felt. And besides this, some incredibly huge creature appeared in front of them, which did not stop calling out to the swordmasters. And unfortunately, this incredibly huge monster managed to deal a really serious blow to Chunmun. And after that, he ordered the mask master to stand still and not move. Otherwise, it would definitely be the end for them. They didn't understand what the hell it was, and perhaps now was the moment when they could previously cut down their enemy with such ease. The monster was incredibly happy because after eating the sword master, he would ascend to the Comorin archipelago, so he wanted to do it as quickly as possible. However, right in front of the man, an incredible explosion occurred, but he still did not have time to understand what exactly happened at that moment. However, when that cloud of smoke disappeared, they saw Manhwa in front of them and were incredibly happy that she was able to destroy that monster. And immediately after that, Songun himself appeared in front of them, who asked what exactly the guys were forgetting down here. They thought that the guy was rushing to their rescue because they believed in him until the very end. How unexpectedly, during his dialogue, someone attacked Taiho, and just like lightning, his nose was thrown to the side. Of course, it was none other than the supreme elder of the Sea Dragon clan, Ona, who said that as expected, his assumptions were correct. He knew that if he followed these two people, he would certainly be able to find his main enemy. Of course, to Taiho's great happiness, he managed to defend himself from this attack with his incredible score, but it was as close as possible. He ordered his centipedes to come to him immediately, but that same Zichun blocked her path. And immediately after that, he struck her with incredible force, which incredibly upset and angered Taiho. The Supreme Elder of the Sea Dragon clan did this because he couldn't allow the tiger to merge with this creature. He didn't want any extra trouble. Unlike the endless sea, on the archipelago the guy had nowhere to run, so the man was sure that this time his head was definitely watching from his shoulders. When this dragon decided to attack the guy, he decided to use the Sword of Justice. But something went wrong. This sword was not summoned from this pouch because he had previously left it with Queel, so it was clear that things were not going well. When he decided to defend himself against this man with his armor, he never expected that this dragon's weapon would bounce off the count and head straight for him. However, this was all an illusion, and the real tiger was not harmed in any way by this terrible attack. The guy realized that it was very dangerous, and despite the outwardly ignorant appearance, it was very purposeful. And the Supreme Elder of the Sea Dragon clan himself did not understand how the insignificant, who are at the level of men, use the art of Chukchi. The boy had mastered an extremely daring move, and since their clan had an advantage in attacking techniques, the tiger definitely had no choice but to accept his defeat. However, this was to be expected from the level of the Ngab, since Taiho's opponent literally calculated his short-distance jump in the blink of an eye. Therefore, looking at this whole situation, the tiger decided to increase the shell of the sea animal to the maximum size. The man was incredibly angry that the guy decided to hide from him, hoping for the strength of this armor, but unfortunately for Taiho, and once here, he was forced to master the art of fencing, and although he could not stand these Taoist techniques, he still could not help but recognize their power. So he wanted to show the tiger the power of this fencing art and use the lightning sword, the cutting technique. It was a truly powerful attack, and Songun knew that at this rate he would not be able to hold out for long. And besides this, Manhwa showed no signs of life, and even if he escaped now, he would still end up in the clutches of his enemy because he was unable to escape from the archipelago. The guy understood that he had to somehow get out of this situation, when suddenly a brilliant idea came to him. At that moment, when his armor completely disintegrated, he decided to use the sword that carried 10,000 blades, the first star. The man was truly shocked and did not even realize what had just happened to him. At that moment, Taiho decided to run away and laughed at the fact that this huge dragon was scared to death. But in reality, he did nothing of the sort. Naturally, the Supreme Elder of the Sea Dragon clan began to chase after this guy and shouted him that when he caught up with him, he would definitely destroy him once and for all. However, thanks to this technique, the guy was able to cross quite a large distance, so he decided to take his leave from there first. The supreme elder of the Sea Dragon clan simply boiled with rage because he couldn't understand how this bastard dared to play with him. However, immediately after that, he thought that he urgently needed to calm down because in any case, we were talking about an insignificant N-men level, so the guy could not go far from it. How suddenly he felt something was wrong and began to cough up blood and assumed that most likely the guy's attack was not just an illusion. And if you think about it, Taiho, like him, also mastered some art, and yet there is a big difference between their levels. But he managed to inflict such an injury on him, who was at the level of Engop. He thought about finishing this guy off before he could improve his skills, and decided to use the Divine Eye to expand the search area and find this idiot as soon as possible.